In an unexpected turn of events, a rookie journalist named Su Chen stumbles upon a phenomenal system that grants him the ability to amass wealth, starting with a staggering sum of 1 billion renminbi. Have you ever encountered a game where one can acquire shares of a company? Or perhaps, have you seen a monster drop health potions? What about the possibility of obtaining martial arts techniques or cash red packets? Chapter 0001. A windfall of 10 billion RMB. Rose Romance. A premier private internet CAF, rumored to be owned by a stunning campus belle from Jiangnan University, hailing from an incredibly affluent family. During her academic years, seeking amusement, she crafted this luxurious haven fueled by her passion for the game, Divine Legend. Every aspect is outfitted with top-tier equipment, and even the staff comprises exquisite beauties with exceptional allure. The CAF is perpetually bustling, with patrons exclusively immersed in Divine Legend. At station number 88, a slender and handsome young man is engaged in a fierce battle against the boss of the 88th floor of the Void Tower. With short hair, a sun-kissed demeanor, and an undeniable charm rating of at least 80, he embodies the archetype of a swordmaster. Combat power, 860. Level, 128. Maximum level, 150. With his left hand deftly tapping the keyboard and his right hand skillfully maneuvering the mouse, his gameplay is nothing short of exemplary, showcasing skills rivaling those of elite players. Beep! Time's up. Challenge failed. A dialog box appears on the computer screen. Damn! The slender young man exclaims in frustration. His technique is impeccable. It is merely the hardware that falters. For instance, insufficient combat power, subpar equipment. His divine flames and artifacts are nothing short of abysmal, particularly among the worst of the worst. Considering his current limitations, reaching the 88th floor is a feat bordering on miraculous. Sighing deeply, the young man loses interest in continuing the game and clicks to view the Hall of Fame leaderboard. At the pinnacle stands Dominant Siege. Combat power, 9899, the highest in the entire server. Leader of the Mad Laughter Legion, ruling over the server with an iron fist. As he examines Dominant Siege's equipment, divine flames, artifacts, and pets, envy washes over his features. Stomp! Stomp! The beautiful network administrator, Xiaomei, sachets over with her graceful waist, clad in an alluring maid uniform. Her long legs gleam under the soft lighting, captivating the attention of numerous players who gaze with parched lips and sparkling eyes, wishing to devour her whole. Xiaomei places a cup of warm water on Su Chen's table and softly says, "Su Chen, drink some water." Her eyes are filled with affection as they linger on the sunny young man. Xiaomei harbors feelings for Su Chen, a fact known to many, yet oblivious to him, who perceives her merely as a buddy. "Thank you," Su Chen replies, taking a sip of water before glancing back at Dominant Ziji's equipment panel. "Xiaomei, how much do you think Dominant Ziji's account is worth?" Rumor has it that Dominant Zij hails from a wealthy family, and Yanjing his account is worth at least 10 billion RMB. If you factor in the guild he controls, the valuation escalates to 100 billion. As the network administrator, Xiaomei is well informed on such matters. Being rich is truly wonderful. Su Chen muses without a second thought. That's an obvious statement. Who doesn't wish to effortlessly count money? But you should stop daydreaming. The path to wealth lies in hard work and earning. Xiaomei bluntly shatters Su Chen's beautiful fantasies. Gazing at Dominant Ziji's account and then at his own, Su Chen feels a pang of despair. If Dominant Ziji's account is akin to the Buddha, his account resembles the ashes left behind in the alchemical furnace of the Supreme Old Lord. As he stares at the pinnacle account, boasting 9,899 combat power, an unexpected thought surfaces in Su Chen's mind. If only I were wealthy, how splendid it would be. I would indulge in extravagant spending, ruthlessly challenge Dominant Zij, and ascend to the rank of the world's best. Beep, beep, beep. The super wealthy recharge system has detected the host's intense desire for wealth, perfectly aligning with the system's binding requirements. Initiating binding process. Host information syncing. Beep, beep, beep. System binding successful. What? A system? A super wealthy recharge? As a netizen of the new era, Su Chen understands the implications of this. He never imagined he could bind to a system of such immense capabilities, signifying a seismic shift in his life. From this moment forth, Su Chen realizes he will possess inexhaustible wealth and unparalleled strength, living a life akin to that of a super-rich individual. The once unattainable gorgeous and alluring internet celebrities, alongside those with devilish figures models, Movie stars and television actresses will no longer remain mere fantasies, but transform into tangible realities. Lamborghini supercars, Ferraris, Bugatti Veyrons. Su Chen envisions himself purchasing an extravagant supercar, emulating the wealthy elite as he drives to the entrance of the Jiangnan University Performing Arts School, placing a bottle of red or green tea atop his vehicle. Then he would whisk away a pure-looking, stunningly proportioned female college student to a hotel to discuss the wonders of life. Lost in this reverie, Su Chen realizes with embarrassment that he has inadvertently dampened his clothing with saliva. At that moment, as Su Chen indulges in these delightful fantasies, a main system interface materializes before his eyes. Host, Su Chen. Cultivation, none. Wealth, 5,216 yuan card number. XXXXXX 9875. Tasks, none. Inventory, none. For a moment, Su Chen is taken aback. The rapidity of this transformation is overwhelming. He feels a euphoric rush akin to a scholar who has just passed the imperial examination, yet he manages to maintain his composure without losing his sanity. Beep! The system has detected the host's account and character in the game Divine Legend, activating the in-game recharge and exclusive gameplay features. The system will randomly release recharge activities within the game. By meeting certain criteria, astonishing rewards can be obtained. Exclusive gameplay tasks will be introduced by the system. Completing these tasks will yield corresponding rewards and privileges, including cash red packets, luxury cars, real estate, shares in companies, and advanced technological innovations. Cash red packets? Cars? Houses? Company shares? Advanced civilization technology? Heavens, what on earth is this super wealthy recharge system? It is omnipotent and unfathomable. In that instant, Su Chen genuinely comprehends the extraordinary nature of the system. No wonder, those who possess a system dominate the world. Beep. Newbie gift package being distributed. Please check your account. System notification. Beep. Mr. Su Chen, your bank card ending in 9875 has been credited with 1 billion renminbi. Su Chen is rendered speechless with excitement. 1 billion RMB. He realizes that for the rest of his life, he will live without worry, able to command the winds and rains at will. Beep. Host, you have now learned the renowned skill Little Li Flying Dagger from the world of Jin Yong's literature, along with 9 complementary daggers. Su Chen is beside himself with joy. Little Li Flying Dagger never misses. A surge of mystical information floods into Su Chen's being, and inexplicably, he grasps the essence of the Little Li Flying Dagger. The only thing lacking is inner strength. Yet Su Chen believes that as his martial arts prowess deepens, so too will his inner strength, causing the power of the Little Li Flying Dagger to exponentially increase. With a mere thought, a dagger materializes in the palm of his hand. In that moment of grasping the dagger, Su Chen feels as though he is transformed into the character Li Xuanhuan from novels and dramas, an inexplicable aura of invincibility surging within him, as if one strike could annihilate all. Ding. Congratulations, esteemed host, on acquiring the new Lamborghini T690. The vehicle awaits you in the parking lot, and the keys along with the pertinent documentation have been dispatched to your system backpack. Please be sure to check it. Ding. Congratulations, esteemed host, on receiving a heart recovery talisman 1. Please use it with caution. Ding. Congratulations, esteemed host, on obtaining a luxurious villa at Tangshanipin. The keys and relevant property documents have been sent to your system backpack. Please ensure you check it. The novice gift package comprises a total of 5 rewards, each of which surpasses the wildest dreams of Su Chen. A supercar, a villa at Tangshanipin, the legendary Xiao Li Fei Dao, and a staggering sum of 1 billion renminbi. These were the very desires that had long resided in the depths of his heart. Yet, he never anticipated that the system would grant him such wishes. With luxury vehicles, opulent residences, martial prowess, and an abundance of wealth, Su Chen felt as though he had reached the pinnacle of his existence. With the basic needs secured, he now yearns for companionship. Chapter 0002. The Novice Task. A rich man's woman must not be provoked in front of the bar. Xiaomei, number 88, has disembarked. Su Chen was in high spirits. A man with wealth possesses courage. In the past, he lacked confidence and dared not gaze too long at beautiful women. Now, with a fortune of 10 billion and a system by his side, his boldness is undeniable. Wait a moment. Xiaomei gazed at Su Chen with affectionate eyes, then lowered her head to operate her computer for a few moments. After a brief pause, she cheerfully announced, "All set. Take care. Xiaomei, you look truly stunning today. Let me treat you to dinner tomorrow." Su Chen unabashedly appraised her. He had never realized how alluring Xiaomei appeared in a maid outfit, especially with those long, enticing legs. He found himself yearning to touch them. Xiaomei, taken aback, had not anticipated such words from Su Chen. Although her heart swelled with joy, she couldn't shake the feeling that something about him had changed. With a smile, Su Chen exited. In the Rose Romance parking lot, he retrieved his car key from his backpack. With a press of a button, the outline lights and horn of a nearby supercar flared to life. The headlights blinked brightly. Upon closer inspection, it was a brand-new Lamborghini. Its sleek body and curves were irresistibly captivating. This particular model had a market price of $52 million. Su Chen was exhilarated. He dashed to the Lamborghini, almost wanting to kiss it. Had it not been for his meager salary at the magazine, affording even a modest vehicle would have been impossible. However, after binding to the super-rich system, his life had transformed. The thought of his current wealth, amounting to several billion, and the ease with which he could earn more, caused a smirk to dance upon Su Chen's lips, his demeanor slightly arrogant. From this moment onward, he knew he was no longer the impoverished student he once was, but rather an invisible billionaire. With the Lamborghini at his disposal and residing in the luxurious Tang Cheney Pin, each day could be spent indulging in miracle, ensuring a life free from want. And with the skills of the legendary Little Li Flying Dagger, who would dare to bully him? Ding! Host! The novice task. A rich man's woman must not be provoked has been officially released. Complete the task to receive a random reward. The system notification echoed in his mind. A rich man's woman must not be provoked? What is this? Su Chen opened the system task interface, and upon reading it, a surge of anger coursed through him. Someone dared to undermine him? This was utterly outrageous. Task description. The system has detected that your girlfriend, Zhao Yun, is being pursued by the wealthy second-generation Han Feng. Today, she will break up with you and fall into Han Feng's embrace. Task requirements. Host. Flaunt your wealth extravagantly. Spend lavishly. A rich man's woman must not be provoked, and take revenge on Han Feng decisively. Task rewards. 1. Spend a passionate night with Zhao Yun. Many readers strongly agree. This is acceptable. 2. Based on the level of humiliation and display of wealth, the completion of the task will determine the prize of a mysterious reward. Seeing this, Su Chen, enraged by Zhao Yun's betrayal, also reflected on himself. Since their freshman year, Zhao Yun had been by his side. Over the past 4 years, their love had blossomed. Zhao Yun had never looked down on him. She was considerate, always caring for him whenever he fell ill. Most importantly, being mindful of his limited finances, she often chose less expensive outings and would frequently pay for herself. Ultimately, it was easy to understand why Zhao Yun would leave him. It stemmed from his lack of capability. She did not wish to waste her time on someone unable to provide for her. Everyone has the right to pursue happiness, regardless of gender. Han Feng, his classmate, came from a wealthy family. Once, while Su Chen and Zhao Yun were out shopping, Han Feng laid eyes on Zhao Yun and became infatuated, relentlessly pursuing her without regard for the unspoken rules of friendship. Fortunately, Zhao Yun had not succumbed to his incessant advances, which made Su Chen feel a flicker of pride. However, the sudden turn of events ignited an inexplicable fury within him. Han Feng, just you wait. I will not let you off the hook. No man can endure the humiliation of a cuckold, especially not someone like me, with a fortune of 10 billion. He fumed. How dare you lay your hands on my woman? Prepare to regret your actions. I will make you kneel and sing of your defeat. Su Chen flung open the car door and started the engine. The Lamborghini roared to life with a thunderous growl, and moments later, the car sped towards the entrance of Jiangnan University. The campus security guard, Chen Ergu, was engrossed in watching an adult film when he suddenly heard the familiar roar of an engine. Looking up, he exclaimed, "My heavens!" The newly imported Lamborghini, one of only 10 in the world, was a rare sight even in the empire of Huaxia. He had never imagined encountering such a vehicle right before his eyes. Who was this extravagant young master? He snapped back to reality and quickly raised the parking barrier. Su Chen rolled down the window, revealing a mountain of RMB notes piled on the passenger seat, drawing attention. Chen Ergu couldn't help but covetously swallow hard, wearing a fawning smile. "Welcome to Jiangnan University," he exclaimed. "Here, take this as a tip," Su Chen cheerfully said, tossing 2 stacks of bills at Chen Ergu. He then pressed the accelerator, racing into the campus, leaving behind a trail of boisterous laughter. Chen Ergu stared at the red bills that had landed on him, grinning foolishly. This was certainly not an insult to his dignity. 20,000 RMB was equivalent to his annual salary. he marveled at the opulent lifestyle of the wealthy, pondering who the beauty was that this individual had come to collect. Jiangnan University, renowned as the most prestigious institution in the Eastern Empire, was located in a region abundant with beauty. Each day, various luxury cars would appear, whisking away beautiful women to indulge in philosophical discussions. Every time Chun Ergu spotted youthful and attractive girls in the passenger seats of those high-end vehicles, he couldn't help but drool, feeling envy and resentment. He fantasized about living such a life himself one day, admiring the fair and delicate legs of those girls. At the Drama Academy of Jiangnan University, students were just finishing their classes, and many lovely girls were leaving in groups. Su Chen slowed his speed to a crawl, cautious not to hit anyone. Though wealthy, he was a civilized individual. Safety was paramount. Many of the girls noticed the supercar and instinctively moved aside. Some were daydreaming about what it would be like to sit inside, even if it meant shedding a few tears of joy. Ah! Su Chen's sharp eyes caught sight of a luxurious Mercedes parked in the small garden in front of the teaching building. Zhao Yun, with her stunning long legs, was standing alongside Han Feng, who was shamelessly flaunting a gaudy gold watch and a thick gold chain around his neck, exuding the air of a nouveau riche. Su Chen recalled that Han Feng's father was in construction, a so-called contractor. Over the years, he seemed to have made a substantial fortune and adopted the flashy lifestyle of those who squander their wealth on women. Unfortunately for him, he had targeted the wrong person. For daring to approach Su Chen's woman, he would soon find himself begging for mercy. At that moment, Han Feng's hand was caressing Zhao Yun's delicate hand. A lewd smile plastered across his face, which only fueled Su Chen's anger. What infuriated him most was that Zhao Yun seemed to be enjoying it, laughing as she linked her arm with Han Feng's, their actions alarmingly intimate as they exchanged flirtatious glances. Chapter 0003. The Overbearing Kiss. Today, Zhao Yun was wearing a form-fitting school skirt that showcased her figure perfectly, her allure off the charts. Su Chen felt his mouth go dry as he watched. Unable to tolerate the sight any longer, he drove his car straight towards the Mercedes. Bang! With a deafening crash, the rear of the Mercedes crumpled upon impact. As for his supercar, it too bore the brunt, with the front bumper slightly dented. This left Su Chen deeply impressed by the exceptional quality of the supercar. Han Feng and Zhao Yun also noticed the sound of the crash and turned their heads in unison. A Lamborghini? Han Feng felt a surge of anger rising within him, but upon seeing the car, he hesitated to unleash his fury. Those who could afford such a vehicle were invariably from affluent families. Offending them could lead to dire consequences. Su Chen opened the car door, his gaze fierce and menacing, resembling a ferocious beast ready to pounce, glaring at Zhao Yun and Han Feng. Upon seeing Su Chen, Zhao Yun instinctively froze, while Han Feng boldly wrapped his arm around her slender waist, a smirk of provocation playing on his lips. Su Chen, what brings you here so suddenly? This car, Zhao Yun stammered, feeling guilty for being caught in the act. Yet her mind was filled with questions. How could Su Chen possibly be driving such a high-end supercar? Was he reduced to a mere chauffeur now? Little did she know, this was Su Chen's own vehicle. What do you mean, what brings me here? If I hadn't arrived, perhaps I would have ended up wearing a green hat on my head. Su Chen exclaimed angrily. Su Chen, this is all a misunderstanding. Zhao Yun hurriedly tried to explain. Deep down, she still harbored feelings for Su Chen, but she yearned for a better life. After all, they were no longer children. Once they graduated, they would face the harsh realities of life. Jobs, housing, cars. Love alone could not provide sustenance. She did not wish to live in hardship, nor see her children start life at a disadvantage. Oh, Su Chen, where did you rent this car? It must have cost a pretty penny. Today, you crashed my car and damaged this Lamborghini supercar. I wonder how you plan to compensate me? Han Feng laughed triumphantly, deliberately flaunting the gold watch on his wrist. Su Chen clenched his fists tightly, resembling a beast poised to strike, ready to explode at any moment. Observing the situation escalate beyond control, Zhao Yun decided to lay her cards on the table. Su Chen, since you've seen everything, let us be frank. Let us break up. Han Feng's family is worth millions, while you, just a penniless loser. I see no hope in being with you. And not only are you broke, but it's laughable that you would rent such an extravagant car to put on a facade. Now that it's damaged, how will you make amends? What will you offer for such an expensive vehicle? Why must you be so childish? Zhao Yun, is it simply because I lack wealth that you choose to end our relationship and opt for Han Feng, this nouveau riche? Su Chen asked, unable to contain his bitterness. Su Chen, we've been together for 4 years. What gifts have you ever given me? Just this worthless old phone, priced at 899 renminbi. Now look at what Han Phone bought me. The latest iPhone 12, worth 800 renminbi. Can you even compare? Let us just break up, shall we? Consider it a favor to me. Zhao Yun shook her head, disappointment etched on her face. To her, an early breakup meant liberation. With that, she clung to Han Feng's arm, rising on her tiptoes to kiss him. This was her first kiss. Throughout their 4 years of college romance, she had never allowed Su Chen to touch her beyond holding hands. Han Feng laughed with glee, ready to relish the kiss from the beautiful girl. Feeling he had thoroughly humiliated Su Chen. See? Your woman is about to kiss me, Han Feng, he taunted. Being poor means you don't deserve love? Suddenly, a sharp sound cut through the tension. Su Chen had struck. A crisp slap landed squarely on Han Feng's face, causing Zhao Yun's kiss to miss its mark. Although Su Chen stood at 180 centimeters tall and appeared slight, he was physically fit from regular exercise. He was more than capable of handling Han Feng. Furthermore, having undergone the transformation from the System S inheritance of Shao Li Fei Dao, his physical prowess was enhanced. Taking on 3 or 5 burly men posed no challenge for him. You, Su Chen, how dare you hit me? My father has never laid a hand on me. I'll make you pay. Han Feng exclaimed, clutching his face, his eyes wide with fury. Su Chen glared at him, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Han Feng, do you think my woman is someone you can touch? The moment your hand laid upon her today, I'll ensure you pay dearly for it. With that, he prepared to strike again. You barbarian, try it, and I'll report you to the authorities. Han Feng stammered, fear creeping into his voice. Report me? Do you really think I'm afraid? Su Chen retorted. He then kicked Han Feng, sending him sprawling onto the ground, landing in a most undignified manner. Su Chen, just you wait. I will make you pay for this humiliation, and I'll ensure it's doubled. Han Feng vowed, having never faced such disgrace before. He swore he wouldn't let Su Chen off easily. Don't worry. Is it just medical expenses? Su Chen, have plenty of money. I can afford to bury you in it, Su Chen said with a sinister grin. From this day forward, he would no longer tolerate being stepped on. One must fight for everything, or else they would be bullied. If one didn't fight, there would come a day when their woman would be taken by another. Thus, a man must be ruthless. You're full of nonsense. I will take you to court until you rot in jail. Han Feng shouted in anger. Han Feng, you think you're tough just because you have a bit of filthy money behind you? Rest assured, I will strip you of everything until you're begging for mercy. Su Chen hissed through clenched teeth. Su Chen, I'm going to claim your woman for myself. Ha! I heard from Zhao Yun that you fool haven't even touched her in 4 years. Don't worry, I will take good care of her. Han Feng sneered, his expression menacing. Zhao Yun stood by, utterly stunned. She realized that Su Chen seemed like a different person altogether. You have no chance, Su Chen declared as he pulled Zhao Yun into his embrace, a devilish smile gracing his lips. Zhao Yun, let me warn you now. From this moment on, listen to me. Do not engage with strange men, especially scum like him. Su Chen, let go of me. Zhao Yun, feeling both flustered and indignant for the first time in Su Chen's embrace. The truth was, the reason for their breakup stemmed from the fact that their relationship felt more like a friendship than romance. Su Chen was simply too earnest. Over time, she had hinted numerous times, yet he remained oblivious. Not only did he shy away from kisses, but even holding hands was done discreetly. What girl doesn't crave a bit of romance and a hint of mischief? Being with Su Chen lacked the spark she desired. However, now that Su Chen was actually holding her, it was a groundbreaking moment, the first time in 4 years, rekindling a flicker of passion within her heart. It was a stirring of the soul. I've never truly tasted your lips before. Today, I will assert my rights as your boyfriend, Su Chen declared dominantly, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. No, Su Chen, let go of me? No, don't. Zhao Yun's face paled as she called out in distress. Unfortunately, Su Chen was in no mood to heed her pleas, and he pressed his lips against hers in a forceful kiss. Chapter 0004. Newbie Task. Exclusive Paywall. Boom! In that instant, Zhao Yun was utterly stunned, her mind exploding with confusion. What is happening? She could hardly comprehend. Zhao Yun's face flushed, her mind going blank. Oh heavens! This was her first kiss. Su Chen, disregarding Zhao Yun's feelings, delivered a passionate and overpowering kiss. This was also his first kiss. Zhao Yun's lips bore a faint fragrance, soft and cool to the touch. The sensation was exquisite. Previously, he had revered Zhao Yun as a goddess, treating her with utmost care, as if she were a fragile treasure. Yet, such sincere affection had nearly resulted in him being crowned with a green hat. The thought was infuriating. Now, all his pent-up dissatisfaction was unleashed, bordering on madness. Su Chen, let go of me. You're hurting me. Zhao Yun, feeling a sharp pang on her lips, was jolted back to reality. With a flush of embarrassment tinged with indignation, she forcefully pushed Su Chen away. Zhao Yun, remember this well. You are my woman, and your lips, your very being, belong to me. Do you understand? Su Chen declared, licking his lips as if savoring the exquisite sensation of the moment. Su Chen, I will end you. Han Feng, witnessing Su Chen's kiss on Zhao Yun, felt an overwhelming surge of rage. He scrambled to his feet and swung a fist at Su Chen. Su Chen, watch out. Zhao Yun exclaimed urgently. Upon hearing her cry, Su Chen sidestepped deftly, evading Han Feng's punch, and retaliated with a powerful blow to Han Feng's abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground once more. The force of the punch was considerable, causing Han Feng to roll on the ground in agony. So this is the hand that touched my woman, is it? Su Chen advanced, placing his right foot firmly on Han Feng's right hand, his expression as cold as steel. Crack! The sound of Han Feng's bone snapping echoed ominously. A piercing scream followed. Many onlookers, including students from the Drama Academy who recognized Zhao Yun and were aware of the rivalry between Su Chen and Han Feng, gathered around. Good heavens! When did this impoverished boy become so fierce? He used to be too timid to even touch her, and now he has gone and kissed her forcefully. An informed observer remarked, not just a kiss. Didn't you see? He drove that Lamborghini here. Lamborghini? Surely he must have rented it? Impossible. That's a new model Lamborghini, the Royale, worth over 50 million. Acquiring one requires a thorough asset verification. Without substantial means, it's unattainable. It's rumored that there's only one in the Huaxia Empire, and it belongs to a prominent young heir in Yanjing. Could it be counterfeit? Do you think Su Chen might be like those protagonists in those rich son-in-law novels, experiencing life as a wealthy heir? Let us refrain from speculation and just enjoy the show. Han Feng, racked with pain from his shattered hand, glared at Su Chen, silently vowing to kill him, no matter the cost. Today, Su Chen was determined to slap everyone in the face, to flaunt his newfound wealth, and to make it known that he was no longer the easily bullied loser of the past. Of course, this also pertained to the rewards of his mission. Holding the keys, he opened the passenger door. A mountain of red 100 yuan bills appeared before everyone's eyes, causing their gazes to widen in astonishment. Some estimated that the pile was worth at least 5 million RMB. Gosh, that money. Zhao Yun's complexion paled. She truly hadn't expected Su Chen to be so affluent. The visual shock of the mountain of red bills was overwhelming. Could it be that this car also belonged to him? No, that's impossible. Su Chen is just a scrawny brat. There is no way he could have amassed such wealth. Su Chen approached Zhao Yun, presenting her with the vehicle's purchase documents along with the stack of cash. Take a look. The value of my car exceeds the combined assets of Han Feng's entire family. At the very least, I can throw enough cash at him to crush him. Su Chen proclaimed with arrogance. As he spoke, he began hurling the money at Han Feng, each throw representing 10,000 RMB. Soon, he was tossing 4 or 5 10,000 RMB bills at once. Before long, the total reached over 1 million, igniting a fervor among the witnesses. How? How is this possible? In these 4 years, Zhao Yun's face was a portrait of disbelief, her heart heavy with regret. These experiences were meant to refine my character. Today, I sought you out to reveal that I am wealthy now, capable of buying you all that you desire, bags, clothes, cars. I simply never anticipated you would be so blind as to settle for someone like Han Feng. Su Chen lamented, his face etched with sorrow. Zhao Yun was at a loss for words. Should she blame herself for being materialistic? For being vain? Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that Su Chen's explanation sounded like something out of a novel. Su Chen, spare me your nonsense. You're nothing but a pathetic loser. Family experiences, pa. You must think I'm gullible. Han Feng sneered, enduring his pain. Enfin, today, Su Chen will show you what it truly means to be wealthy. Su Chen continued to rain down wads of cash upon Han Feng's face, each blow totaling over 100,000 RMB. This was cathartic. In total, he had hurled at least 2 million RMB. Zhao Yun watched, her heart aching. So much money could buy countless LV bags. What a waste. Yet, she couldn't help but think, I really like this. Ding. Congratulations. The host has successfully triggered a new player task exclusive recharge channel. There are surprises in store for recharging. Recharge 1 million renminbi. Han Feng's father's company goes bankrupt. Recharge 2 million renminbi. Han Feng becomes a eunuch, unable to bear offspring. Recharge 3 million renminbi. Han Feng becomes disabled and unable to care for himself. Su Chen felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Han Feng's arrogance stemmed solely from his family wealth. It was time for him to lose everything. As for the money, he had plenty. Was it possible that this Su Chen was indeed a scion of a prestigious family? His disregard for money was astonishing. Ordinary people wouldn't possess such audacity. Heavens, I'm glad I never bullied or looked down on Su Chen. Otherwise, we'd be in trouble today. Han Feng had truly met his match this time. What do you think will become of Su Chen and Zhao Yun? The onlookers and students whispered among themselves, clearly intrigued. Who knows? But I think there is still hope for them. Did you not see how sweet they looked after kissing? Do you think Su Chen is really undergoing some trial as a wealthy heir? It's entirely plausible. Who else but a true aristocrat would carry 5 million in cash just to throw around? Poor Han Feng was humiliated, his face swollen from the blows. It was an unprecedented experience for him. Yet his mind was fixated on one question. Where did Su Chen's money come from? 2 million in cash was something even he, Han Feng, couldn't produce. In reality, his car belonged to his father, bought on an installment plan. His family claimed to have tens of millions, but that was all nonsense. The actual cash they could muster barely reached 500,000. Yet, here was Su Chen, casually flaunting a staggering 5 million in cash. A veritable mountain of red bills. Chapter 0005. Account balance, 900 million. Compared to Su Chen, it seemed he was the true, impoverished wretch. Hello, Mr. Su. I am Yi Rongtian from the Jiangnan Supercar Club. Upon receiving your call, I rushed right over. At that moment, a middle-aged man emerged from the crowd, dressed in a tailored designer suit and sporting a luxury watch worth hundreds of thousands. He exuded the air of a successful businessman. Following the collision, Su Chen had called to report the incident. I had an accident. What should we do? Su Chen stated casually. Mr. Su, based on what I see, this is your fault, Yi Rongtian remarked quietly after assessing the scene. He thought to himself, we are civilized people, dealing with facts as they are, unafraid of power, and not yielding to money. Money is no object. Just let me know how much you need, including my repair costs, Su Chen declared with great flair. Mr. Su, let me calculate the costs. Please hold on. Yi Rongtian responded with utmost courtesy. Su Chen was indeed a new client he had just taken on. A luxurious supercar bearing the license plate Jiangnan 99999 has unexpectedly appeared on the service list of their supercar club, and it has also become the private client manager for Su Chen. Although the origins of Su Chen remain a mystery, the presence of such an elite and globally renowned supercar speaks volumes about his formidable background. Su Chen, is this car truly yours? Zhao Yun inquired softly, casting a glance at Yi Rongtian. Of course, he replied confidently. You mentioned that once my family's training concluded, I would be able to access our family's financial and human resources. From now on, I can provide you with everything you desire. I will never let you leave me again. Su Chen's gaze was intense as he looked at Zhao Yun, his eyes brimming with a fierce possessiveness. As he reminisced about her lips, are you angry with me? Zhao Yun asked, her voice tinged with guilt. Not at all. I realized that I was at fault before. I lacked ambition and failed to provide you with the material satisfaction you deserved, nor could I meet your emotional needs. If you were angry with me, it would be entirely justified. I promise to rectify my shortcomings from now on. Su Chen was not the type to harbor grudges, and he couldn't easily forget Zhao Yun. However, his pride and a sense of unwillingness were paramount. He thought to himself, after 4 years of cherishing this woman, I cannot bear to let her go without having tasted the fruits of our love. This unprofitable deal was not one he was willing to make. He intended to savor their relationship more fully. Su Chen, I understand my mistakes now. I will never act that way again, Zhao Yun said, utterly moved by his words. She had initially feared that Su Chen might abandon her, but to her surprise, he forgave her. At that moment, Yi Rongtian approached. Mr. Su, we have calculated the costs. The vehicle in question was purchased through an installment plan, which means the compensation will be relatively higher. As for your car, since it was bought outright, You are entitled to a 50% discount on maintenance and repair costs as part of our Supercar Club's benefits. I don't need the details. Just tell me how much it is, and I'll transfer the funds, Su Chen asserted, wrapping his arm possessively around Zhao Yun, exuding an aura of confidence. Mr. Su, here is the invoice, Yi Rongtian replied with a smile, handing a tablet to Su Chen. 2 million? Can I pay by card? Su Chen barely glanced at the amount, dismissing it as trivial. Certainly, Mr. Su. Yi Rongtian retrieved a portable POS machine, entered the amount, and handed it to Su Chen. Su Chen produced his bank card and completed the transaction. Payment successful. Balance, 900 million. The POS machine had a built-in balance display feature designed to assure clients that they had not been overcharged. Wait, did I hear that correctly? 900 million? The onlookers gasped in disbelief, astonished by the sheer wealth on display. Was Su Chen truly a scion of a wealthy family? The crowd, now fully aware of the balance display, regarded Su Chen with a mix of awe, envy, and jealousy. How could this be? Han Feng, who had been suffering from the pain of defeat, was equally stunned. He could hardly believe the reality before him. 900 million? This figure was staggering enough to intimidate him. However, Zhao Yun was even more shaken. She stared at Su Chen in disbelief, unable to fathom that he possessed such wealth. Her mouth formed an O shape in astonishment, and compared to him, Han Feng seemed utterly insignificant. Su Chen was right. Han Feng was nothing but trash. Now, she felt an overwhelming sense of relief, grateful that she had not lost Su Chen. Otherwise, she would have regretted it for the rest of her life. Su Chen arranged with Yi Rongtian to contact him later regarding the car repairs, after which Yi Rongtian departed. As Zhao Yun was embraced by Su Chen, her heart swelled with joy, devoid of any resentment. She longed to fully surrender herself to him, eager to keep this extraordinary man by her side. Han Feng, do you concede now? Do you still have the audacity to pursue Yunu? Su Chen asked. Han Feng's once handsome face was now grotesquely swollen, resembling that of a pig. Su Chen, just you wait. Han Feng, will not let this go unpunished. I will seek my revenge, he declared, clutching the 200,000 he had. His heart seething with resentment as he observed Su Chen's smug demeanor, especially as he watched Zhao Yun, who had previously been in his arms, now nestled against Su Chen, her smile radiant. It seemed he truly would not shed tears until he saw the coffin. Su Chen's cold gaze swept across the room, and he replied mercilessly, Don't think for a moment that a little money gives you free rein. I, Han Feng, am unafraid of you. We shall see. Han Feng gritted his teeth, his expression resolute, vowing not to rest until he avenged himself. Han Feng, I have never liked you. Please do not pursue me any further, Zhao Yun stated decisively, her words cutting and clear. Su Chen felt an immense sense of satisfaction at her declaration. He understood that these changes were closely tied to the wealth he now possessed. Without money, Zhao Yun might very well be in another's embrace, subjected to their whims. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Thankfully, he would no longer have to live in fear, for he now had ample funds. The harsh reality had taught him that a man without money is utterly powerless. Without wealth, his woman could easily seek solace in another's arms. Han Feng, since you remain obstinate, do not blame me for being ruthless, Su Chen scoffed. In the past, he might have overlooked such matters, but now that he was wealthy, his perspective had shifted. He thought, if you wish to play, I shall gladly join you. Just be prepared for the consequences. System, initiate a direct investment of 1 million. Su Chen commanded the system. Are you sure? The system responded. Confirmed. Su Chen replied. Ding. 1 million deducted. The system announced. Upon hearing the deduction notification, Su Chen could already envision the downfall of the Han family. The super-rich investment system would not disappoint him. Moments later, the system chimed again. Host, an accident has occurred at the Han family's construction site due to substandard work, leading the client to file a lawsuit demanding 50 million in compensation. Host, funds from the Han family Swiss account have been transferred to your personal Swiss account. Host, the Han family's construction company has been accused of using inferior materials, resulting in multiple lawsuits from clients, and all assets of the Han family are now frozen. A series of 9 notifications followed. The system acted swiftly and decisively. The Han family faced bankruptcy, burdened with a debt of 150 million renminbi. The prospect of recovery seemed utterly bleak. Chapter 6. The Han family's downfall. Ruthless? Su Chen retorted, Do you think you are someone special? Let me tell you, even with your wealth in Jiangnan, I, Han Feng, can still bring you down. In the end, Zhao Yun will still be mine. Han Feng spoke with bravado, clinging to the last vestiges of his confidence and pride. Oh, is that so? Then I look forward to seeing you weep shortly. Su Chen replied coldly. Zhao Yun was puzzled but could sense Su Chen's unwavering confidence, which only heightened her anticipation. Indeed, it wasn't long before Han Feng received a phone call. You fool, what have you gotten us into? Our family is bankrupt, roared Han Feng's father from the other end of the line. All his years of hard work had crumbled in an instant, leaving him furious. Dad, I didn't do anything, Han Feng stammered, utterly bewildered by the situation. Just then, the call ended abruptly. Han Feng stared blankly at his phone, his mind racing with questions. What on earth is happening? The Han family's downfall was swift. Han Feng's father was taken away for cooperation with the investigation. Son, the family business has gone bankrupt, and your father has been detained. It looks dire. You need to flee to country M immediately. And remember, do not return. Han Feng's mother urged him over the phone. However, after a few exchanged words, the call was abruptly terminated. What exactly is happening here? Is today April Fool's Day? Han Feng, perplexed, was taken aback. Bankruptcy? Abduction? Cooperation in an investigation? What do these all mean? His father claimed to have offended someone. Yet it seemed to Han Feng that he had not wronged anyone during this period. Could his father be mistaken? What is the matter? Han Feng, your family is now bankrupt. What audacity do you have to act so arrogantly before me? Su Chen had already heard the conversations from those calls. He thought to himself, the system is indeed impressive. Could it be you? No, that is impossible. I refuse to believe you possess such power. Han Feng shook his head, unable to accept this reality. Whether he believed it or not was irrelevant. The fact remained that his family was already bankrupt. From this moment forth, you will have nothing. Rest assured, the assets your family has hidden abroad no longer belong to you. Su Chen replied, shaking his head. Those assets had already fallen into Su Chen's hands, becoming his private property. No, they cannot possibly belong to you. I refuse to believe it. You are nothing but a worthless individual. Han Feng exclaimed in disbelief, deep down regarding Su Chen as a mere insignificant figure. How could Su Chen possibly achieve such feats? To render the Han family utterly destitute in an instant was something even the esteemed Chai family of Jiangnan could not accomplish. Ha ha ha! My strength is beyond what a trivial being like you can comprehend. Han Feng, targeting my woman is the beginning of your descent into hell. Su Chen stated coldly. Money is the courage of a man. At this moment, Su Chen's aura and presence were immensely powerful. In the past, he lacked such courage and could only helplessly watch as his untouched girlfriend left with another man. But now everything was different. Observing Han Feng's already defeated demeanor, Su Chen suddenly lost interest in engaging in idle chatter with him, finding it quite tedious. He mused, on such a beautiful moonlit night, wouldn't it be more delightful to discuss romance? Let us go, my darling Yuner. We shall head to the hotel now. Su Chen spoke to Zhao Yun at a normal volume, deliberately letting Han Feng overhear. This was an act of flaunting. Zhao Yun remained silent, her lovely face flushed with embarrassment, knowing full well what was about to unfold that day. Yet, she did not object. Deep within, she was filled with anticipation. With that, Su Chen and Zhao Yun climbed into the Lamborghini. To be honest, this royal model was truly exceptional. Su Chen, you little insignificant being, just wait and see. Han Feng shouted angrily as he watched Zhao Yun follow Su Chen away. To the hotel? What could a man and a woman do alone together? The thought of the woman he yearned for being conquered by another man filled him with rage and resentment. Just as he was about to reach for his car to pursue them, the Mercedes suddenly ignited and exploded. In one swift motion, following that, Han Feng lost consciousness. The money was swept away in the explosion. A small portion burned, while the rest was immediately scattered by the wind. Quick, grab the money. So many red bills. Hurry and seize the cash. Once someone dialed 120 and had Han Feng rush to the hospital. After a series of emergency treatments, he survived. However, he would be rendered infertile for life, and moreover, both of his limbs were amputated, leaving him permanently disabled. A worthless being. No, Su Chen, I will have my revenge. I will exact vengeance. Upon realizing his predicament, Han Feng went mad, fully aware that all this was orchestrated by Su Chen. The Lamborghini sped down the highways of Jiangnan City, with Su Chen pushing the speed to 320 kilometers h. Zhao Yun sat in the car, finally understanding why those gold-digging women would say it is better to cry in a BMW than to laugh on a bicycle. This experience was truly unique. The 50 million renminbi supercar, regardless of its interior, space, or design lines, was nothing short of perfection. This was not merely a vehicle. It was a piece of art. On the elevated ring road of Jiangnan City, Su Chen showcased the difficult skill of driving with one hand, while the other rested on Zhao Yun's thigh, caressing it. A sensation that could only be described as intoxicating. Zhao Yun felt a rush of nervousness. Her face flushed. Ding, ding, ding. Just then, the phone rang. Su Chen reluctantly withdrew his hand, answering the call, which displayed Luya from Beauty Magazine's front desk. Luya, what is the matter? He inquired upon answering. Su Chen, there will be a meeting tomorrow at 3:00 p.m. Please be sure to attend punctually, Luya informed him. What is happening? What meeting requires an intern like me to be present? Su Chen questioned. I don't know the specifics, but it's important, so just make sure to attend, Luya insisted before hanging up. In truth, no one was supposed to inform Su Chen about this meeting, but she knew its significance. Hence, she took the liberty to notify him. Everyone struggles to make a living. Any assistance is worthwhile. Su Chen did not dwell on it. Upon seeing that Luya had hung up, he decided not to think further. He intended to resign from this job, as his primary focus would be gaming. Zhao Yun sat atop the several million in cash, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, yet also relishing the unique experience. Do you like me? Su Chen suddenly asked. Huh? Of course I do, Su Chen. Zhao Yun, lost in her thoughts, was caught off guard by Su Chen's question. Feeling flustered and unsure how to respond, she worried that Su Chen might perceive her as materialistic or vain. In a rush, she exclaimed, Su Chen, I truly understand my mistake. Please forgive me. Don't leave me. Yuner, please don't panic. I meant no offense. I was merely asking. Although Su Chen harbored some reservations, he cared for Zhao Yun. After all, they shared a deep emotional foundation, not to mention a man's inherent sense of resentment. For years of relationship nearly led him to be cuckolded. He vowed to himself that he would have Zhao Yun. No, once would not suffice. In the future, he would ensure that this woman would be utterly devoted to him, becoming his exclusive possession. Chapter 0007. The Grand Recharge Event. Thank you, Su Chen. I realize I was in the wrong this time. I promise I won't repeat it, Zhao Yun assured after calming down. Su Chen found himself at a loss for words. His heart was quite complicated. Perhaps there was still love for Zhao Yun, but even more so, there was a thrill of revenge. With newfound wealth, he realized he was becoming akin to those he once despised. Rest assured, I truly have nothing with Han Feng. I am willing to give you my first time, Zhao Yun said shyly, lowering her head and speaking softly. Ah? Su Chen exclaimed in surprise, his heart swelling with joy. With a delicate beauty speaking like this, how could he remain composed? No, something must happen tonight. Otherwise, it would be too wasteful. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the novice task. The woman of a tycoon cannot be provoked. Comprehensive evaluation, a grade. Host, task rewards are being distributed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning the affection of the beautiful Zhao Yun. Upon usage, Zhao Yun will become the host's eternal lover. Loyal and unwavering. Receiving such a reward left Su Chen speechless, thinking to himself, what a peculiar reward. Nonetheless, he felt quite pleased. With this reward, Zhao Yun would never betray him, remaining forever devoted. What man would not cherish such a reward? Ding ding. A series of urgent alerts sounded. It was the system notifying. Emergency announcement, emergency announcement, in light of the host becoming the first owner of the super rich recharge system. This system is specially launching the inaugural Grand Recharge event. Recharge 1 renminbi for the first time, and the host's miracle account will be instantly leveled up to 150. Don't miss out on this opportunity. Recharge 99 renminbi for the first time. Receive a 1999 star pet, the Golden Sacred Dragon. Recharge 199 renminbi for the first time. Receive a 2,999 star pet, the Nine Nether Phoenix. Recharge 299 renminbi for the first time. Receive a 2,888 star pet, the Fortune Golden Pig. Recharge 388 renminbi for the first time. Receive a set of top-tier attack artifact with elemental attributes, fire, delivered to your home. Recharge 188 renminbi for the first time. Receive a complete set of the Eternal Dominator's holy artifact, fire. Recharge 1,888 renminbi for the first time. Receive a complete set of 3-star top-tier divine fire with ancient ruins. Recharge 1,288 renminbi for the first time. randomly draw from the Heavenly Emperor's treasure vault, with a high chance of obtaining a territory token. The car sped along the highway, racing like a lightning bolt. In his mind, a series of mechanical system prompts echoed incessantly. Su Chen was genuinely elated, filled with astonishment. These miracle items were what he had longed for. Previously unattainable, they were now within reach, requiring only a small amount of money to unlock. With such exceptional items, equipment, and pet companions, Su Chen knew that his combat power would undergo a profound transformation. He would bid farewell to the title of cannon fodder. Although he was unsure of his final combat power, he believed it would be an astonishing enhancement, allowing him to undoubtedly break into the top 500 of Miracle worldwide. In the Miracle game, an account with a combat power of 5,000 is valued at a minimum of tens of millions of RMB. The composition of a Miracle player's combat power primarily consists of base level, 3 pet star levels, equipment, magic tools, divine fire. Among these, the primary combat power derives from the star levels of the 3 pet companions. A 1-star pet equates to 1 combat power. Subsequently, Su Chen activated the spending mode, fully committing to the recharge. With a quick scan on WeChat, he directly recharged 100,000 RMB. Now that he had the funds, these small amounts were inconsequential. Transforming money into gaming power, he embarked on a conquest to dominate the game. Host has spent 100,000 RMB, exceptionally completed the task rating SS level. Rewards will be distributed shortly. 5 seconds later, the system prompt sounded. Congratulations to the host for completing the inaugural major spending task, receiving a privilege gift package. Following the prompt, Su Chen opened the gift package in his system backpack, labeled as Privilege Gift Package. Upon opening it, there were 5 privileges. Privilege 1. Items dropped in the game have a certain chance of being extracted to the real world. Privilege 2. Game currency can be redeemed at a certain ratio, supporting fee-free transfers. Privilege 3. 2 entry tickets to the Alama Secret Realm each week. Privilege 4. 2 additional attempts for the Divine Fire dungeon each week. Privilege 5. Equipment will not drop upon death permanently. However, Su Chen temporarily set aside these gaming matters, as he was consumed with a singular thought: to win over Zhao Yun, the Jiangnan Universal Star Hotel. This was the most prestigious hotel in Jiangnan. Yun, shall we go to the hotel for a bite? I'm famished, Su Chen said, a knowing smile gracing his face. I'm all ears, Zhao Yun replied. Upon arriving at the Jiangnan Universal Star Hotel, Su Chen and Zhao Yun made their way to the restaurant. They ordered a selection of dishes and a bit of wine. As they dined, it seemed that due to nerves, Zhao Yun drank quite a bit, while Su Chen, having trained in the art of the flying dagger, found his physique had changed. Despite consuming a fair amount, he felt no effects, vibrant and spirited. In the end, Su Chen had to support Zhao Yun as they headed to the pre-booked room. Carefully, he laid her on the bed. Afterward, he walked to the door and locked it. As he removed his outerwear and hung it on the coat rack, he approached the bed, where Zhao Yun lay, striking an incredibly alluring pose. Long legs, a delicate face tinged with a rosy hue, those sensuous red lips, and that perfect curvaceous figure. Su Chen could not help but acknowledge that his initial judgment had been spot on. Zhao Yun was indeed an exquisite beauty. The reason she hadn't been crowned as the campus belle was not only due to the abundance of beautiful girls at their school, but primarily because of her family's less fortunate circumstances and his own financial constraints. If she were to don a well-fitted dress, she would undoubtedly secure a spot among the top 10 beauties of the school. Suddenly, Zhao Yun let out an enticing sound, causing Su Chen to feel as if his bones were melting. In that room, it was just the two of them, an isolated male and female, both alone together, and there were also a couple, with one being intoxicated. This scenario felt all too familiar, and the next step should be gulp. Su Chen felt his lips dry, a primal flutter stirring deep within. To engage or not to engage. For 4 years, Su Chen had longed to possess Zhao Yun's body, yet he hesitated. Out of financial insecurity, he feared that a moment of reckless passion might lead Zhao Yun to abandon him. But, upon arrival, his thoughts were solely focused on conquering Zhao Yun and making her his. Regardless of how resolute he had envisioned his intentions, when it came to the final moment, he found himself wavering. Ultimately, he couldn't bear to. Gazing at the peacefully sleeping Zhao Yun, Su Chen felt no resentment, only a deep affection. In the end, it was that love that triumphed over his desires. Yunner, do you know how much I love you? I won't let you leave me, he murmured softly, As he spoke from the depths of his heart, he gently caressed Zhao Yun's porcelain-like face, his gaze brimming with tenderness. Chapter 0008. Newbie Task Reward. Su Chen did not realize that these heartfelt words fell upon Zhao Yun's ears. Zhao Yun was taken aback by the depth of Su Chen's love for her. In a room alone together, with a young and beautiful girl present, he refrained from any overt actions, instead choosing to express his emotions profoundly. This was undoubtedly true love. After about 5 minutes of heartfelt conversation, Su Chen used the bedside phone to request another room in the adjacent space. Afterward, Su Chen got out of bed, preparing to turn and leave. Zhao Yun, peeking through a narrow slit of her eyes, saw Su Chen about to depart and immediately panicked. She thought to herself, having come this far, you think you can escape? Even if it means taking the initiative, I will have you tonight. To be honest, Su Chen was her best option at the moment. Firstly, there was an emotional foundation. Secondly, Su Chen was a member of a prominent family, owning a supercar and possessing a fortune exceeding $1 billion. Choosing a 5-star hotel for their stay, he booked a presidential suite costing tens of thousands of RMB without a second thought. Such a person was one she had to keep close. There was no way she could let him slip away. Once this opportunity was gone, it might never come again. With this thought, Zhao Yun let out a soft sound and, in a sudden turn, grabbed Su Chen's right hand, pulling him towards her. In a moment of urgency, she did not anticipate that Su Chen would lose his balance and his hand would inadvertently land on her chest. The unexpected contact caused a sharp sensation, but it was swiftly followed by an electric thrill coursing through his body. It was quite exhilarating. However, Zhao Yun had no time to ponder these sensations. As she tugged at him, she slurred, "Su Chen, don't go, stay with me." At that moment, she was genuinely intent on securing Su Chen. The ultimate catch, with all her might. The outcome was utterly unexpected for her. Su Chen lingered in a state of stupor for less than a minute before he broke free from Zhao Yun's grasp, his face a mask of anxiety. The earlier kiss and embrace had been spurred solely by Han Feng's provocation. Now, having regained his composure, his innate kindness could not reconcile with such abrupt actions. Nevertheless, deep within, there was a particular exhilaration. He could hardly fathom that he had just touched Zhao Yun's chest, and his heart raced uncontrollably. Thump, thump, escalating ever faster. He realized he must withdraw his hand immediately. Continuing in this manner was perilous. Just as he was about to leave, a pair of arms suddenly encircled him from behind, accompanied by a waft of rose fragrance that invaded his senses. This scent was one he recognized well. It was Zhao Yun's essence, a unique aroma of rose-scented body wash that he adored. "Su Chen, are you not a man? I've gone this far, and yet you remain as rigid as a block of wood?" Zhao Yun complained playfully from behind him. Su Chen's expression faltered, and he turned to find her glaring at him, her face flushed with anger and a hint of inebriation. "Huh? You're not drunk? Then what was that just now? If I weren't pretending to be drunk, would you have had the chance? Huh?" Su Chen stepped back, a wave of apprehension washing over him, his heart racing even more in their close proximity. "Am I not beautiful?" Zhao Yun advanced a step closer, her delicate face nearly brushing against his, her gaze intense. "Beautiful? Su Chen swallowed hard. Do my legs not look appealing? Don't they feel nice to touch?" Zhao Yun teased, lightly biting her lip as she caressed her long legs. Those legs were nothing short of lethal, leaving Su Chen breathless and his cheeks warming. Delightful. His mind was nearly overwhelmed, filled with thoughts of Zhao Yun's every smile and frown. "Yet you remain unmoved, fool." Zhao Yun lightly scolded before leaning in to kiss him fervently. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback, his eyes wide in disbelief, breath caught in his throat. No, we cannot proceed like this. Come on, baby. Conquer me with fervor." What followed was a tumult of emotions, unsuitable for youthful ears. By the next morning, at 10:30, a ray of sunlight filtered through the curtains. Su Chen awoke, reflecting on the events of the previous night, feeling as though he had been caught in a dream. At that moment, Zhao Yun stirred, lazily resting her head on his arm, her fingers drawing circles on his chest, radiating bliss. "What are you thinking about?" she inquired. Su Chen discreetly swallowed. "I was pondering whether I truly, well, did that with you last night. It feels like a dream. After such exertion last night, I'm still sore, and you dare question if it was a dream? You're heartless." Zhao Yun playfully pouted, her cheeks instantly turning crimson, creating an atmosphere of acute embarrassment. Su Chen, too, felt a flush creeping onto his face. Last night had been pure joy. The exquisite sensations were intoxicating. He mused to himself. No wonder the wealthy are enamored with beautiful women. He was beginning to crave such experiences. System. I wish to utilize the heart of beautiful Zhao Yun. He mentally contacted the system, ready to redeem his beginner task reward. Host, are you certain you wish to use the heart of beautiful Zhao Yun? The system inquired. Affirmative, Su Chen replied. Please hold on. The heart of beautiful Zhao Yun is now in effect, the system announced. As he gazed at Zhao Yun, the first woman of his life, stunning and fair as snow, at the age of 22, the pinnacle of femininity. Her beauty rated at least a 92. To have such a woman in his life, Su Chen silently expressed gratitude to the super-rich system for allowing him to rise from obscurity. Ding! The effect of the heart of beautiful Zhao Yun has been activated, with a lasting effect, for all eternity. Upon hearing this final notification, Su Chen felt reassured. His heart brimmed with greed. Turning to Zhao Yun, he had no doubts about the system. From this moment forth, she would be utterly devoted to him, unwavering in her loyalty. Su Chen called to arrange for Yi Rongtian to collect the car, leaving the keys at the hotel front desk. Darling, do I have flowers on my face? Zhao Yun, bashfully embodying her new role as a wife, looked adorably charming. No, it's just that I was wondering if you have class today. Su Chen fabricated a casual excuse. No, my thesis defense has already been passed. However, I'm still awaiting news on my internship report. I was planning to go to Han. Zhao Yun halted abruptly, as mentioning Han Feng was a taboo topic that Su Chen would not take lightly. Don't worry, I want to be jealous of a useless person. Su Chen asuret. Ah. Zhao Yun nodded, cautious not to provoke him. The two indulged in each other's company for an hour before heading to the hotel restaurant for lunch. Su Chen then took a taxi to return Zhao Yun to school. Darling, I'm leaving now. In the taxi, Zhao Yun's smile was radiant, her voice melodious like the tinkling of silver bells. Su Chen opened his phone and accessed WeChat, locating Zhao Yun's username, Lucky Yun. He initiated a transfer. Simultaneously, Zhao Yun's phone chimed. WeChat has received 10,000,000 RMB. 10 million. Zhao Yun was left speechless, overwhelmed with astonishment and joy. Happiness had arrived unexpectedly, revealing to her the truth that a woman can indeed change for wealth. Chapter 0009. The corporate layoff turmoil. Finding a wealthy man is truly delightful. Earning money while reclining is blissful. Working is tiresome, and the earnings are slow. The taxi driver was equally astonished. Initially, he noticed, but now he observed Su Chen's ordinary attire contrasted with Zhao Yun's radiant beauty. He expected Su Chen to be such a lavish spender, transferring 1,000,000 at a whim. Who knew what wealth he possessed? Yunner, keep the money. This is my reward for you. Remember, if you obey, I will provide you with everything you desire. Understand? Su Chen taktit. Darling, my heart only belongs to you. I want to seek anyone else. Besides, as long as my husband is wealthy, why would I look elsewhere? Zhao Yun replied cheerfully, planting 2 quick kisses on his cheek. Go on, and I'll buy you a car someday. You can spend this money however you wish, but you must not support a gigolo. Understood? Su Chen wouldn't. Don't worry. I want tea, Zhao Yun declared, her spirits high as she exited the taxi, her mind racing with thoughts on how to spend the 10 million RMB. Moreover, that Wu Fei in her dorm, who often flaunted her family's wealth and belittled Zhao Yun, would finally get a taste of retribution. Just thinking about it brought Zhao Yun immense satisfaction. 10 million RMB was a sum she could never hope to earn in several lifetimes. Moreover, those who used to look down on her for dating a poor man would now surely be envious. With that thought, she strutted towards her dormitory, her demeanor radiating confidence. Driver, to the Exine building, Su Chen instructed as he settled into the taxi, en route to the company. On a weekend, he was unsure what meeting the company would hold. Luya was equally perplexing, not sharing the truth with him. All right, the taxi driver spoke cautiously, eager not to offend Su Chen, a man of considerable wealth. He likely hoped to earn a tip. 15 minutes later, they arrived at the Exine building, and Su Chen stepped out of the vehicle. A sum of 1,000 yuan RMB was left in the car, which delighted the driver immensely. The Liren Fashion magazine is situated on the 37th floor of the Exine building. As it was the weekend, there were few individuals taking the elevator. Upon reaching the 37th floor, it became evident that they were not the only company occupying this level. The first one was Yongxing Media, which seemed to be engaged in short video production and had signed several notable streamers, gaining a modest reputation in Jiangnan. Among them was a particular individual named Lin Shui, who possessed an appealing image and an extraordinary physique, coupled with an untainted background, at least for now, unmarred by the harsh realities of life. Su Chen had previously held Lin Shui in high regard, but alas, she seemed indifferent to him, likely due to his financial struggles. However, the current situation was different. You heartless capitalists, after 8 years of toil, you dismiss me without a second thought. My wife is gravely ill and unable to work. She requires expensive imported medication. And I have 2 children in school, all depending on me. Now that I've been fired, what will happen to my family? You wicked capitalist. Liu Dong. See no path ahead. Today I will fight back. As he spiraled into his thoughts, Su Chen was startled by the loud shouting of his colleague, Lu Ge, whose voice was anything but quiet. Uncertain about what chaos had unfolded, his close friend Lu Ye slipped out, phone in hand, poised to make a call. Su Chen approached her and inquired, Lu Ye, what is happening inside? Su Chen, you have no idea. Lu Dong has gone mad. He has taken President Jiang and HR Supervisor Lu Hong hostage, claiming he will take them down with him. Why on earth? Su Chen asked, bewildered. What else could it be? The boss deemed Lu Dong's salary too high and fired him, intending to replace him with a few newly arrived interns. Lu Ye expressed her sympathy for Lu Dong's plight. This time, no matter what, Lu Dong was finished. Hostage-taking was a serious crime, one that would land him in prison. What would happen to his family after this? What? Laid off? The bosses are truly tyrannical. Su Chen had never anticipated such a scenario. Lu Dong was undoubtedly in deep trouble, and it was certain he would face incarceration. It was his family that would suffer the consequences. Sigh, all bosses are the same. There are no good ones. They are all capitalists, solely interested in exploiting their employees, Lu Ye lamented. Is there no room for negotiation? Su Chen guided. Unless the boss decides not to pursue it, but how likely is that? He must be eager to send Lu Dong away, both to vent his anger and save on severance costs. Lu Ye shook her head, indicating the improbability of leniency. Su Chen mater. To persuade the boss not to pursue it, one would need leverage against him. But at this point, he had formulated a plan. Liu Da, catching on to his intent, understood that acquiring evidence against the boss would not be an easy feat. Su Chen, I sincerely advise you not to act recklessly. You might end up in a perilous situation, she cautioned kindly. Don't worry, he replied confidently before stepping inside. Lu Ye refrained from calling the authorities, knowing that once she did, Lu Dong would be doomed. She figured she could concoct an excuse later, perhaps claiming she had merely been frightened and forgotten to report it. As Su Chen entered the company's premises, he was greeted by a cacophony of voices. Inside the editor-in-chief's office, Lu Dong brandished a gasoline canister in one hand and a lighter in the other. With a mere spark, an explosion could ensue. Although the canister was small, it guaranteed that everyone within the office would meet a dire fate. Everyone stepped back, Su Chen urged as he pushed through the crowd to approach Lu Dong. Su Chen, don't come any closer. It's dangerous. Wang Jie, a colleague from the magazine, warned him. Wang Jie, rest assured, I'm just going to talk to Lu Ge. This is not worth it. It's a crime that could land you in jail. If something happens to him, what will happen to my sister-in-law and his 2 children? Su Chen Disen. He had a good relationship with Lu Dong, as it was Lu Dong who had guided him upon his arrival as an intern. Lu Dong was an honest man, gentle in nature and sincere with others. Yet he was gifted, though sadly unrecognized. Thus, Su Chen felt a deep sense of compassion. Sigh. How foolish, Wang Jie sighed. Everyone was aware of Lu Dong's struggles, yet such actions were unjustifiable. Su Chen took another step closer, and this time he could see Jiang Boren and Lu Hong, visibly terrified, cowering in a corner, trembling and devoid of their usual arrogance. A wave of satisfaction washed over him. Su Chen, don't approach. If you do, I'll detonate it, Lu Dong shouted nervously upon spotting him. Liu Ye, I know you've had too much to drink. You're joking, right? Put down what you're holding. We can figure this out together, Su Chen urged. This isn't your concern. Leave now. I've had enough of this scoundrel Jiang Boren and that vile Lu Hong. They've left me no escape. I'll take them down with me. Lu Dong's agitation was palpable, his hands wavering dangerously with the potential for catastrophe. Lu Ge, I understand they're despicable, but you don't need to perish with them. What goes around comes around. They will face their own consequences, Su Chen reassured him. What? You dare speak to me like that? Jiang Boren glared at Su Chen, his tone aggressive, while Lu Hong seethed with rage. Yet, when they saw Lu Dong's fierce glare directed at them, they quickly fell silent, epitomes of cowardice. Su Chen, I know you mean well, but I truly see no way out. After nearly a decade at this magazine, they think a mere 10,000 yuan severance will suffice? Isn't that just bullying? Lu Dong seethed, his eyes burning with fury, wishing he could consume them whole. What? 10,000 yuan severance? That is utterly inhumane, Jiang Boren exclaimed in disbelief. Glancing at Lu Hong, immediately grasping the situation. Wasn't it originally set at 100,000? How had it dwindled to a mere 10,000? It must have been pocketed by Lu Hong. This woman was indeed insane. Lu Dong, don't be impulsive. There must be a misunderstanding. I initially stated 100,000, not 10. Lu Hong, that greedy woman, has pocketed the funds, Jiang Boren accused, pointing at Lu Hong. What? Lu Dong glared at Lu Hong with malice. His intentions clear. No. Lu Dong, don't be angry. Let me explain. My brother is getting married, and I need the money. I truly have no choice, Lu Hong stammered, fear evident in her voice. Your brother's wedding? Why should I finance that? What kind of logic is this? Today I want to let you off the hook. You're finished, Lu Dong shouted, his fury reaching a boiling point as he prepared to ignite the lighter. Seeing this, Su Chen had no other options left. In a moment of desperation, he acted with unprecedented speed, snatching the lighter from Lu Dong's grasp and tossing it far away. You've lost your mind, Lu Dong shouted angrily at Su Chen. The madman is you. You're not thinking clearly. It's just money. What is the big deal? If you need help, come to me. There is no need to gamble with your life. You have a wife and children. You may feel liberated now, but what about your sister-in-law and the kids? Su Chen implored. I am useless. I'm utterly useless, Lu Dong lamented, collapsing to the ground in tears. A grown man overwhelmed by despair. Lu Gu, trust me. I will ensure you are safe. Just remember, you are merely drunk, all right? Su Chen reassured him. In the midst of everyone's unawareness, the gasoline can was stealthily concealed. Lu Dong was somewhat perplexed. At that moment, several security guards burst in and promptly apprehended Lu Dong, subsequently escorting him to the authorities. Su Chen, you have truly achieved a significant accomplishment this time. I will instruct the finance department to grant you a raise, Jiang Boren remarked, having narrowly escaped death. Jiang, I wish to discuss something privately with you. Su Chen stated. Oh, very well. All of you may leave. Lu Hong, you two step outside. We will address your matters shortly, Jiang Boren commanded. Yuan, somewhat disgruntled, exited the room. This time, she was aware of her transgression. However, she was unafraid. All it would take was a little sacrifice of her charm to spend the night with Jiang Boren, and all would be well. As everyone departed amidst a chorus of sighs, they inevitably lamented Lu Dong's fate. In the editor-in-chief's office, only Su Chen and Jiang Boren remained. Su Chen, I never anticipated that despite your frail appearance, you possessed such remarkable skills, Jiang Boren said, seated in a lavish office chair worth over 20,000 yuan. Regaining his authoritative demeanor, which starkly contrasted with his earlier timidity. Jiang, I wish to plead for Lu Dong, Su Chen interjected. A criminal? What grounds do you have to plead for him? Su Chen, I will promote you and increase your salary, and shortly, I shall inform finance to issue you a bonus of 2,000 yuan, Jiang Boren stated. Jiang, you know Lu Dong has made contributions to the company. This incident arose for a reason. Moreover, you are aware of his family's circumstances. I kindly implore you to exercise mercy. As long as the company does not pursue charges, I believe you will be fine, Su Chen added. Jiang Boren, puffing on a large cigar and exhaling clouds of smoke, retorted without hesitation. Su Chen, one must understand the nuances of give and take. My kindness towards you, my respect, is due to the fact that you saved me. But do not mistake my courtesy for weakness. Lu Dong has offended me, and I shall ensure he serves his sentence to the fullest. Jiang, your change of heart is swifter than turning a page. Nevertheless, if you refuse, so be it. Lu Dong is not of any significance to me. His life or death is of no concern to me, Su Chen replied. Precisely. He is merely an outsider. Focus on your work, and I shall not treat you unfairly. Jiang Boren said, pleased. Su Chen exited the office and returned to his workspace. Just as he sat down, Luya rushed over. Is something the matter? Jiang Buren hasn't he done anything to you, has he? After all, you did speak ill of him this time. You are quite the gossip. What is it to you? I was merely inquiring, Liu replied. So, what is the outcome? I fear you may be disappointed. I'm about to be promoted, and Jiang has promised me a raise along with a 2,000 yuan bonus. Is that true? When did he become so generous? Enough of that. Let me ask you this. Do you still have any surveillance equipment and miniature cameras and logistics? Su Chen certainly could not let this matter rest. That is not his way. What are you planning to do? Liu Dengguoyir. Jiang has a significant secret news story, and I have been tasked with monitoring it. Su Chen explained. I see. I will retrieve it for you shortly, Liu said before leaving. Although she had not been at the company long, she was aware of the clandestine dealings between Jiang Bo-run and Lu Hong. This time, with Lu Hong as corruption, she would undoubtedly stage an inappropriate scene with Jiang Bo-run that night. With Lu Dong now apprehended and detained, resolving his predicament necessitated persuading Jiang Bo-run to withdraw his accusations. Therefore, nevertheless, he found a phone number for a housekeeping service. He dialed, paying a premium to send the best housekeeper to Lu Dong's residence. With Lu Dong temporarily absent, his sister-in-law and 2 maidservants required care. That evening, in room 2812 of the Tianhong Hotel, Lu Hong and Jiang Bo-run arranged to meet, oblivious to Su Chen tailing them. Thus, they confidently entered the hotel, their demeanor intimately familiar. After disguising himself, Su Chen followed, locating their room number. Seizing the opportunity while they dined in the hotel restaurant, he procured a universal room key from a cleaning staff member. He then entered to install the surveillance equipment and cameras before leaving the hotel. Throughout, he made no missteps. All equipment was connected remotely via his mobile phone. Sitting in a garden outside the hotel, he adjusted the camera angles through a mobile app, awaiting the arrival of the main characters. 20 minutes later, Jiang Bo-run and Lu Hong returned to the hotel, engaging in explicit acts, revealing their clandestine activities. In summary, the evidence was sufficient to ensnare both Jiang Bo-run and Lu Hong, compelling their compliance. The following day, once they vacated the hotel, Su Chen checked into room 2812 to dismantle the cameras and surveillance gear. Afterward, he checked out and departed the hotel. Armed with this video evidence, Su Chen was eager to witness Jiang Bo-run's true colors in response. He hailed a taxi back to the company, directly heading to Jiang Bo-run's office. Jiang Bo-run was in high spirits, having reveled in the youthful form of Lu Hong the previous night. He lit a cigar, took a puff, and exhaled a smoke ring with nonchalance. Su Chen entered without knocking. Is there something you need? Jiang Bo-run, in a good mood, did not mind Su Chen's breach of etiquette. Su Chen approached and played a captivating video, with the male lead being none other than Jiang Bo-run himself. Initially unfazed, Jiang Bo-run's expression quickly turned ashen. He reached for his phone, attempting to delete the video. Alas, Su Chen was quicker, leaving Jiang Bo-run grasping at air. Chapter 0011. Threat you. Jiang, shall we have a proper conversation now? Su Chen inquired. You spied on me? Such evidence is inadmissible. Jiang Bo-run glared at Su Chen, his gaze menacing. Rest assured, Jiang, my intentions are harmless. I merely wish for you to show leniency towards Lu Dong. Su Chen stated directly, revealing his purpose. You would go to such lengths for Lu Dong? Is he truly worth it? Jiang Bo-run was taken aback. Jiang, Lu Dong has had a tough time. I've been under his wing since I joined the company. I cannot bear to see him face such a fate. You may dismiss him if you wish, but I do not want him imprisoned, as that would spell disaster for his family, Su Chen asserted. So simple. Jiang Bo-run recognized that he currently held no leverage. If the video were to surface, his career would be irreparably damaged. Moreover, he had built his fortune on his wife's success. She was the true financial backer of the company. Thus, this matter must remain concealed from her, or he would face dire consequences. Jiang, we harbor no animosity towards one another. Immediately wish to assist Liu Dong, Su Chen reiterated. At this juncture, he sought solely to resolve Lu Dong's predicament, avoiding direct conflict with Jiang Bo-run. Jiang Bo-run fell silent, contemplating. For now, he must swallow his pride and pacify Su Chen, planning to take action against him later. Anyone who dares to scheme against Jiang Bo-run is merely courting disaster. A previously grim countenance broke into a smile. Su Chen, you are correct. We have no deep-seated enmity. There is no need for mutual destruction. I will promptly withdraw the charges and ensure Lu Dong receives a severance pay of 100,000 yuan, Jiang Bo-run declared with a smile. Su Chen had not anticipated Jiang Bo Ren's profound cunning. Despite the situation's evolution, he still managed to smile. He was no fool and could deduce the other party's intentions, which were merely to settle scores later. However, at present, he cared little. One must simply take things one step at a time, beginning with saving Lu Dong. Jiang, you can rest assured. As long as you fulfill your promise, I will ensure the deletion of this video, Su Chen assured him. Su Chen, I trust you. I will now notify finance to settle your bonus alongside your salary. Additionally, I will grant you 5 days off. Attend to Lu Dong's matters and return to work afterward. Jiang Bo Ren stated. Thank you, Jiang. I will head to finance now and await your news, Su Chen replied, taking his phone and exiting. As Su Chen stepped outside, Jiang Bo Ren's face darkened ominously. With a malevolent tone, he declared, Su Chen, you are truly courting death. Daring to threaten me, Yang Borin, will lead you to bitter regret. No sooner had he uttered these harsh words than he dialed a number, informing the investigating officer Yi Hong, responsible for Lu Dong's case, of his decision to withdraw the case. Simultaneously, he contacted Sister Wang from the finance department to fulfill a prior promise. After collecting the money from Sister Wang, Su Chen returned the borrowed equipment. Upon exiting the finance office, his phone rang, displaying the name, Dear Yun Air. After connecting, the two exchanged a few words, arranging to meet later that evening at the Rose Affection venue. Tonight, Su Chen intended to go online, eager to experience the newly acquired equipment pets and divine fire from yesterday's recharge. In Jiangnan City, at the North District City Defense Office, Lu Dong was confined therein. With the company's withdrawal from the case and the lack of substantial evidence, Lu Dong was about to be released. After a day of confinement, he had regained his composure. The matters of wealth were inconsequential. All he desired was to live peacefully alongside his wife and 2 daughters. Upon exiting the city defense office, he spotted a familiar figure in the distance. Liu Dong smiled, recognizing Su Chen. Lu Dong was not foolish. Having spent time with Su Chen, they had become both mentors and friends. He recalled the day Su Chen had recklessly intervened on his behalf, and the subsequent disappearance of the oil canister. It was clear to him that Su Chen was behind it. Adversity reveals true friendship. Lu Dong felt immensely grateful to have such a friend. Lu Gu, let us go home, Su Chen said as he jogged over, without hesitation taking Lu Dong towards a taxi. His own car was still under repair, reportedly needing 10 days to a fortnight. Traveling was inconvenient, so he planned to purchase a new vehicle for commuting soon. Throughout the journey, Lu Dong remained silent, feeling a profound gratitude that required no words. Upon returning home, Lu Dong found the place in order. Anxious, he rushed to the bedroom to check on his wife's condition, only to find an unfamiliar woman tending to her. Mr. Su. The woman greeted Su Chen. Lu Dong immediately understood that this was arranged by Su Chen. You go ahead and attend to other matters. Yes. The housekeeper proceeded to prepare a meal, as the 2 children were soon to return. Lu Dong's wife, Tong Xin, was a delicate beauty, a quintessential Jiangnan woman. However, since the birth of their 2 children, she had been worn down by exhaustion and illness, leaving her rather haggard. I know. I will finish my work and return to you and the children, Lu Dong reassured her, feeling a sense of relief at not having to worry about home anymore. Lu Ge, you and your wife should have a good chat. I'll go pick up Xiao Yu and Xiao Ting, Su Chen suggested, recognizing the need for the couple to converse privately. At Chuanxi Road High School, not far from Lu Dong's rented apartment, a 5-minute walk awaited Su Chen as he set out to collect the girls. Lu Yu and Lu Ting were both high-achieving students, one in her 2nd year and the other in her 1st. At that moment, on the school playground, a tall and handsome young man was confessing his feelings to the graceful Lu Yu, kneeling with a bouquet of 99 red roses in hand, a rather romantic gesture. I'm sorry, Wang Shuai, we are still young. Academics are the priority. Lu Yu hesitated before declining, for in her heart, there was already someone else. Wang Shuai was taken aback, finding the reason rather trivial, yet he had no counter-argument. Sis, let us go home, Lu Ting called out. Sorry. My sister is calling me back. Lu Yu seized the opportunity to excuse herself. Wang Shuai remained half-kneeling with the flowers, looking adorably foolish. The sisters held hands as they walked home. Just as they reached the school gate, they spotted Su Chen standing there, a teasing smile gracing his face. Xiao Yu, I didn't realize you were so popular at school, Su Chen jested. Though he was a university student, a few years older than Lu Yu, they shared a comfortable rapport, free of generational gaps. and he did not oppose young love as long as it did not interfere with their studies. Lu Yu, blushing, found herself at a loss for words. Sudago, what brings you here? Lu Ting chimed in. Your father is home. I came to pick you up. Su Chen blade. Papa's back. Lu Ting and Lu Yu exclaimed joyously. Indeed, your father completed a day's work in just one. Eager to see you both. He's been working hard. You must study diligently and aim for a good university. Understood? Su Chen emphasized. Understood. My sister can take the college entrance examination this year. She will definitely get into Jiangnan University, Lu Ting declared, pouting slightly. Xiao Yu, Sudaga believes in you. Keep it up, Su Chen encouraged, aware of the close bond they shared due to their similar ages. He knew Lu Yu had consistently excelled academically, often studying third-year material ahead of time. Her performance in several simulated college entrance exams have been outstanding, making her prospects for a good university bright. Thank you, Sudagi. Lu Yu replied, somewhat bashfully. Su Chen thought nothing of it, attributing it to the nature of young girls. The three of them returned home together, enjoying a harmonious meal. Afterward, Lu Yu and Lu Ting went for their afternoon nap while the housekeeper tidied up. Su Chen and Lu Dong retreated to the study, Lu Dong's workspace at home. Su Chen, tell me how Jiang Bo Rin managed to withdraw the case. It must have been your doing, right? Lu Dong inquired straightforwardly. Liu Yi, it was a trivial matter. No need to dwell on it, Su Chen replied nonchalantly. Don't give me that. I know Jiang Bo Rin well enough. For you to convince him to withdraw the case surely took considerable effort and thought. I will remember this favor, Lu Dong said earnestly. Liu Yi, you have been the most supportive of me since I joined the company. You're a good person, and your wife and the girls have never treated me as an outsider. You're all my family. If I do not help you, whom should I assist? Su Chen stativ. Lu Dong regarded him seriously, saying, Su Chen, great kindness deserves acknowledgement. However, the expenses you incurred this time must be accounted for. Although I am currently unemployed, principles must be upheld. Of course, I have no objections to that. However, I have already secured your severance compensation from General Jiang. I will transfer it to you now, Su Chen mentioned, promptly sending 100,000 RMB via WeChat. Ding! 100,000 RMB has been deposited. Lu Dong's phone chimed with the transfer notification. Su Chen, how did you manage that? Jiang Bo Rin and Lu Hong are notoriously stingy. They wouldn't tea. Lu Dong was taken aback. They didn't make any unreasonable demands, did they? Su Chen chuckled. Not at all. What could they do to me as an intern? Seeing this, Lu Dong remarked, Su Chen, I truly don't know how to thank you. By the way, let me reimburse you for the babysitter expenses. Just tell me the amount. Forget about that. You and Fong Jie can negotiate it. I merely made a phone call, and you're unemployed now, so you need to be frugal, Su Chen advised. I'll find a new job tomorrow. As long as I'm willing to work hard, I'll surely find something suitable, Lu Dong replied with optimism. You're right. If you encounter any difficulties, remember to call me, Su Chen reminded him. The two continued their conversation for a while before Su Chen took his leave. Exiting the community, he hailed a taxi and headed to the Rose Affection Internet CAF. Today, Xiaomei donned a sailor outfit, radiating charm and cuteness. Su Chen couldn't help but steal a few glances at her. Su Chen, you're here so early today. Xiaomei greeted with a smile. Book me a private room. Su Chen blade. Xiaomei whispered, what is this? Have you struck it rich, being so extravagant? You wouldn't believe it. I've been incredibly lucky these past couple of days. I actually made some money, Su Chen chuckled. Is that true? Xiaomei asked, somewhat skeptical. Is it so easy to get rich these days? Am I joking with you about such matters? I promise to treat you to a meal. Pick a good place another day, Su Chen said generously. Did you really get rich? Xiaomei inquired. Of course. I am now a billionaire with a fortune of 10 billion. Xiaomei, you should be a bit more courteous to me from now on, Su Chen feigned arrogance. 10 billion? Why don't you say that Alibaba S. Ma Yun is your father? How ridiculous. A dissonant voice suddenly interjected. Su Chen turned to see that the speaker was Tang Feng, a frequent patron of the Rose Romance Internet CAF. This fellow had always been at odds with Su Chen. Coming from a wealthy family with both parents being executives at a listed company, Tang Feng had always looked down upon Su Chen, a student from the countryside. Tang Feng, have I offended you in any way? Why do you feel the need to butt in? Su Chen frowned and asked. I just can't stand listening to others brag. Tang Feng scoffed, dismissively eyeing Su Chen. Is bragging a crime? Who are you to tell me what to do? Su Chen retorted. In my eyes, you're breaking the law by bragging, Su Chen. What are you going to do about it if you disagree? Dan fin completely disregarded Su Chen. A typical bully? Not worth my time. Su Chen ignored him, as he had important matters to attend to this evening. After chatting a bit more with Xiao Mei, he made his way toward his private room. Tang Feng realized he was utterly dismissed, feeling quite displeased. He couldn't swallow this anger. His gaze grew increasingly fierce. Without purchasing anything, he returned to his seat, picked up his phone, and found a WeChat account named Shuppy666. He opened it and typed a message, then sent a photo of Su Chen. Su Chen, let us wait and see. After completing these actions, he let out a cold laugh and returned to his gaming station, starting to play Divine Legend. He had just recharged 20,000 RMB and was currently grinding in the Alama Secret Realm, known for dropping the Alama Soul. It was said that the highest level obtainable here could reach level 99, though the chances were exceedingly low and the price exorbitant. Presently, the highest level was the Alama Soul level 18, which had skyrocketed in price. Since Divine Legend launched 3 years ago, only 20 had ever been released, with each fetching bids of 5 million renminbi. In room 6, there were 10 gaming stations and 2 beds. Su Chen had never dared to play here before due to the high costs. A private room was 500 renminbi per hour, not including additional expenses. He casually selected a machine, booted it up, and skillfully opened the Divine Legend client, logging in via WeChat scan. Upon entering the game, he opened his mail and claimed the items he received from the recharge event. As soon as he claimed them, he found his level skyrocketing from 128 to 150. In his inventory, 6 pieces of top-tier equipment shimmered with brilliant auras. Su Chen clicked to inspect them, and indeed, each was a 5-slot ultimate attack artifact. With elemental attributes of 20 and fire, excitement surged within him. Just this set of equipment alone, he believed, would cost several tens of millions of RMB if luck didn't favor him. He proceeded to equip the gear, followed by the complete set of 8 pieces from the 3-star top Ancient Divine Fire and the Eternal Overlord artifact Fire. He also combined his 3 pets, each above 1,000 stars. Opening the player attributes panel, he checked his stats. Base attributes, health, 1, 250, 000, 0001, 250, 000, 000, 1,250,000,000 element. Fire 188 attack. 5, 560, 001, 250, 000 defense. 880, 000 dodge. 1, 880, 000, additional attributes critical damage. 9999 maximum life bonus. 1999 holy damage. 999 maximum. Total battle power 9799. Chapter 0013. Slaying monsters can also lead to wealth. The top player in the Divine Legend Hall of Fame, the formidable Ziege, boasted a battle power of 9,899. Compared to him, Su Chen was only 100 power points behind. However, given his superior equipment, artifacts, and divine fire, he was absolutely confident in defeating him in a duel. Moreover, Su Chen's 6 pieces of ultimate artifact gear hadn't even been embedded with the Alama Soul. This item significantly boosts base attributes and battle power, but its price was exorbitantly high. Ziege had embedded 6 level 18 Alama Souls, each adding 60 to battle power and 45 to base attributes. Besides this, there were other ways to enhance battle power, such as joining a guild for additional boosts. Oh my, 9,799 battle power. I am going to defy the heavens. Su Chen mused, gazing at his account, feeling an exhilarating sense of superiority over all heroes. He couldn't help but chuckle. Divine Legend officially launched its public beta on November 11th, 3 years ago, and within 3 days, it became the most popular online game globally, with registered players nearing 15 billion. For narrative purposes, the global population is set at around 5 billion. Its operating company, Divine Legend Tianyu, skyrocketed to become a top-tier gaming firm valued at over $1 trillion. On its most successful day, Divine Legend reportedly achieved a net profit of 20 billion renminbi. Unlike other online games, Divine Legend operates on a single server, allowing users worldwide to play together. Its server technology, capable of infinite capacity, became the subject of intense interest within the global tech community and among various nations, yet no country succeeded in replicating it. Thus, it became one of the greatest unsolved mysteries. Ding, ding, ding. Congratulations to player 3-Eyed God, battle power 9799, ranking second in the entire server. Rewarded with a cash red envelope of 50 million renminbi. Su Chen's frenzied battle actions immediately set the Divine Legend official game server ablaze with excitement. The entire server exploded with activity. Everyone can currently check Su Chen's player information. Unfortunately, aside from his total battle power, all other details were hidden. Players could not view them. The chat zone was buzzing with lively discussion. Player Su Samba's pig kidney. Who is this three-eyed god? I've never heard of him before. How did he suddenly rise to prominence? Player Amazon's penguin. Now this is a true big shot. 3 years of silence. Now making a stunning debut. A bow in admiration. Player steamed fish in a pot. 50 million renminbi? What a generous reward. I feel envious and resentful. Player bald Daoist. No need to envy. To achieve a battle power of 9,799, you need to invest at least several billion. For him, this is merely a consolation prize. Player barking dog Meng Changja. This is the world of Divine Legend. If you have money, everything is possible. The emergence of this big shot is bound to shatter the current dominance of the crazy Laughing Sky guild led by Zeech. Player expecting business 666. Honestly, I've never liked how crazy Laughing Sky guild monopolizes everything. With such a formidable big shot appearing, it seems Divine Legend will get even more exciting. Looking forward to it. Player Dong. The clash of two top-tier big shots, I wonder who is stronger? It seems the difference in battle power is just 100. I just don't know if my 1890 battle power can withstand a blow from these giants. Player I love Yang Guifei, with that frail physique of yours. You are nothing more than a target for instant defeat. I just perused the profile of the esteemed three-eyed deity, and to my astonishment, this individual has yet to join a guild or legion, nor has he forged any equipment spirits. Let us not even mention the fact that he might be financially secure. Even if he were financially challenged, crafting a few Alama souls would easily surpass the might of Bakijiga in mere moments. Player part-time Grim Reaper, Bakijiga is bound to meet his demise. Player Laughing Dragon Song. It seems a storm is brewing. A server-wide announcement echoes. The three-eyed deity of battle has suddenly gained fame throughout the realm. Ding! Mr. Su Chen. Your bank account ending in 9875 has received a real-time deposit of 50 million RMB. Construction Bank, a notification chimes in. It is the instant payout from the gaming battle rewards. Glancing at the swift influx of 50 million, Su Chen couldn't be more elated. The 10 million RMB he gave to Zhao Yun 2 days ago has been recouped, plus an additional profit of 40 million RMB. It's no wonder that the affluent keep growing wealthier with their expenditures. Indeed, I am not deceived. Returning to the game, Su Chen is eager to test just how formidable his strength has become. This holds great significance. The Void Tower is his first choice. He previously halted at the 88th floor, and today, he intends to discover how far he can ascend. Engaging the 88th floor of the Void Tower, Su Chen materializes in the domain of the Flame Warlord class, surrounded by searing red magma, where the heat is intense enough to scorch one at the slightest misstep, resulting in continuous damage. The boss information for this level is as follows. Name: Flame Warlord class level. Elite boss skills: 1. Scorching. 2. Class's Triple Strike. A fierce individual who speaks little. Upon arrival, he activates boss slaying mode and releases the boss seal. Roar! A thunderous roar reverberates through the air, and suddenly the flames in the magma stir violently, followed by a crimson spear descending towards Su Chen. Class's Triple Strike. The skill of this elite boss is triggered at this moment, filling the screen with a flurry of attacks. In this confined space, evasion is nearly impossible. Since dodging is out of the question, let us engage. Su Chen adeptly maneuvers on the keyboard while simultaneously locking onto the boss with his mouse. Sword dominating the heavens, defensive skill activated. Upon use, it summons 99 long swords within a designated area to form a defensive sword array. Players within the sword array's range are immune to all damage for a duration of 15 seconds. Cooldown time, 60 seconds. Just as the sword array is unleashed, the boss, Flame Warlord class, unleashes his attack. Boom! Accompanied by a terrifying explosion, the entire magma trembles violently. The protective shield of the defensive formation illuminates, safeguarding Su Chen. 15 seconds is ample time for Su Chen to launch a new offensive skill. All swords return to the sect. At the moment the skill is activated, countless beams of sword light are summoned, sweeping towards the Flame Warlord class, who begins to lose health rapidly. Ding! In the blink of an eye, the boss, Flame Warlord class, collapses amidst a wail of despair, dropping 2 treasure chests that gleam with a bronze hue. Is this boss made of paper? So feeble? And what are these treasure chests? They were never present in the Void Tower before. Clicking on the 2 bronze chests with his mouse, a dialog box appears. Do you wish to open the treasure chests? Open the treasure chests. Su Chen selects. Congratulations. The host has obtained a cash red envelope of 128,888 renminbi from the treasure chest. Congratulations. The host has obtained a property deed for residential unit 2802, building 8, Tianfu Garden. 2 prominently marked notifications sweep across the screen. Strikingly vivid and eye-catching. A cash red envelope of 128,888 renminbi? A residential unit in Tianfu Garden? This all feels like a dream. Su Chen is indescribably exhilarated. While he knows the system has provided similar notifications in the past, witnessing the possibility of obtaining cash and property from monster hunting is a surprise beyond words. Items and cash obtained from treasure chests within the game directly enter the system's inventory, available for immediate withdrawal. Swift, secure, and exceedingly convenient. Chapter 0014. 3 Rare Pets the Host. Any gameplay within Miracle has a chance to drop treasure chests. The chests are categorized into black iron, bronze, silver, gold, and diamond. Each chest can yield various items. The higher the difficulty of the gameplay, the greater the likelihood of obtaining higher-tier items. System feedback. Bronze chests have the potential to yield properties and cash. What might silver and gold drop? Su Chen chooses to continue. Just as he is about to click into the 89th floor of the Void Tower, his phone vibrates. Checking the caller ID, it's Zhao Yun calling. After answering, Su Chen gently inquires Yuner. Where are you? Darling, I'm right here at the bar. Where are you? Zhao Yun replies sweetly. Come to room 6. I'm here, Su Chen says. Room 6? Oh, I understand. Zhao Yun's outfit today is charming and alluring. Yesterday, she and several roommates went shopping at the largest Wanda Mall in Jiangnan City, extravagantly spending 300,000 RMB in a single night, indulging in high-end brands like LV bags and designer clothing. They even treated themselves to a luxurious spa at a renowned international beauty establishment, making quite a splash. Although her roommates were somewhat taken aback by her lavish spending, faced with Zhao Yun's 10 million RMB balance on WeChat, they ultimately conceded, Sister, we admire you. Especially one roommate from a well-off background, who had no grounds for complaint. Even if she felt envious, she knew that casually producing 10 million is not something an ordinary person can do. She wouldn't dare provoke Zhao Yun, for who knows what the consequences might be. You're Su Chen's girlfriend? Xiao Mei ishks. You know me? You know Su Chen? Zhao Yun eyes Xiao Mei with a hint of hostility. With Su Chen's wealth now, at 10 billion, and his status as a scion of a wealthy family, she is not keen on being overshadowed. Yes. He waits for you every time he comes here. Xiao Mei smiles, sensing Zhao Yun's animosity. Really? My Su Chen treats me exceptionally well. Zhao Yun responds. We all envy you for that. Su Chen is a good man, very devoted, Xiao Mei adds. Is that so? Zhao Yun beams at Xiao Mei, but internally, she gauges her figure and appearance. This is the nature of women. When they stand together, the measure is not work or salary, but beauty, figure, and family background. Youthful and stunning, with a devilish figure. In terms of beauty, Zhao Yun feels she is not inferior. Especially in terms of grace, she senses she may even overshadow her. Thus, she is particularly concerned. Of course, every time he visits, he often mentions he has a beautiful girlfriend. Meeting you today, indeed, you are exceptionally beautiful. Su Chen is truly fortunate, Xiao Mei says with a bright smile. Is that so? Zhao Yun asks, delighted. Absolutely. This sentiment is not mine alone. Many here know it. Xiao Mei assures. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhao Yun heads towards room 6. Upon entering, she sees Su Chen engrossed in his game. It is evident that he is playing Miracle. This game is now widely recognized. She seldom plays it, as enhancing one's power without spending money is quite challenging. Silently, she approaches Su Chen's side. In the game Divine Miracles, her class is that of a sorceress, yet her combat power is somewhat lacking. With a mere 656 combat strength, not to mention her subpar equipment, she lacks both sacred artifacts and divine flames. Her pet, too, is a pitiful creature with only 30 stars of proficiency. At this moment, Su Chen is sweeping through the 99th floor of the Void Tower, having effortlessly cleared 2 levels in succession, finally gaining a rough understanding of his own strength. For him, all the boss guardians are no more than a simple slash. Instantly vanquished. At last, San has risen to prominence. Su Chen is now completely dominating the Void Tower. When he cleared the 92nd floor, he personally tested his damage output, and the actual figures left him astounded. Such damage has inexplicably bolstered his confidence. A combat power of 9,799? What on earth is happening? Zhao Yun covered her mouth, unable to believe her eyes. Though she is a novice in divine miracles, she understands what a combat power of 9,799 signifies. She is utterly astonished. Furthermore, he possesses 3 top-tier pets, each at the pinnacle of their class: the Golden Holy Dragon, the 9 Nether Phoenix, and the Fortuitous Golden Pig. Each of these is a limited edition pet, with only one existing on the entire server. Based on her preliminary estimates, Zhao Yun deduces that Su Chen's gaming account must be worth a fortune. Now, she is even more convinced that Su Chen could very well be a member of a billion or trillionaire family. After all, who else could create such an account? It is no wonder she thinks this way, as no one would anticipate the existence of such systems in this world. For instance, Bachi Zegu hails from an elite family with immense power and influence. Watching Su Chen sweep through the Void Tower, effortlessly slaying each boss with a single stroke, is nothing short of thrilling, ferocious, ruthless, terrifying. Standing beside Su Chen, within 2 minutes, he is pushed through 23 levels. Ultimately, he halts at the 122nd floor. No further ascent. Opening his game backpack, he discovers he has collected 15 bronze chests, 5 silver chests, and 26 black iron chests. Just as he is about to open the chests, a waft of fragrant air tickles his nose. Recognizing the familiar scent, Su Chen knows Zhao Yun has arrived. He removes his headphones, stands up, and turns to face Zhao Yun, his face alight with joy as he exclaims, "Yun Air, when did you arrive? Why don't you give me a heads up?" Approaching her, he wraps his arms around her. "Darling Yun Air, I've missed you." Holding Zhao Yun close, Su Chen's gaze burns with an intense, almost primal fervor. The moment he embraces her, a certain masculine aura seeps into her being, igniting a restless stir within her. Her intellect is sharp, and it is clear to her that Su Chen's intentions are unmistakable. He desires her. Although she does not oppose it, the surroundings cause her to feel somewhat constrained, her breath becoming erratic. Su Chen releases her and strides to the door, locking it securely. "Darling, is this really appropriate? Perhaps we should go to a hotel instead. What do you think?" Zhao Yun's cheeks flush with color, and she appears exceedingly anxious, aware of what is to come. A mix of anticipation and trepidation courses through her. "Darling Yun Air, I cannot wait any longer. Rest assured, I frequent this place often. The soundproofing materials here are top-notch. No one outside can hear a thing." Su Chen approaches, his gaze fixed intently on Zhao Yun. Today, her ensemble elevates her allure to new heights. "Darling, have you taken a shower?" Zhao Yun murmurs, her lips enticingly red. Since becoming a wife, the desires within her have surged forth like a torrential flood, uncontrollable and overwhelming. "Don't worry, there's an en-suite bathroom. I'll be done shortly. Just wait for me." Su Chen hurriedly makes his way into the bathroom. Zhao Yun, with a delicate demeanor, sits on the edge of the bed, taking a moment to steady her emotions before rising to remove her outer garment. Chapter 0015. The frenzied unveiling of chess, a brief separation, feels like a fresh marriage. Su Chen, having tasted the exquisite delights of youthful femininity for the first time, finds himself utterly captivated. 3 minutes later, he emerges from the shower, donned in a bathrobe, wiping droplets from his hair while assessing Zhao Yun's outfit. The top features a fresh, ruffled collar shirt, loose and stylish, while the bottom showcases a short pleated skirt that perfectly accentuates her long, alluring legs. Su Chen gazes in awe. Zhao Yun, though materialistic and vain, is undeniably beautiful, youthful, vibrant, and possessing an enviable figure. Such a woman is certainly worthy of being a lover. "Darling, shall we begin?" Su Chen declares, pouncing on Zhao Yun with fervor. "Husband, be gentle. I fear it might hurt." Zhao Yun is taken aback by Su Chen's eagerness, yet a sense of pride swells within her. After all, Su Chen's fascination with her body is a testament to her allure. An hour later, the storm of passion finally subsides. Su Chen holds Zhao Yun close, inhaling the scent of her silky hair, utterly enchanted. "Husband, you are truly remarkable." Zhao Yun, as docile as a kitten, traces small circles on Su Chen's chest with her delicate hands. "Yun Air, let us unlock a new position next time. I promise to leave you even more satisfied." Su Chen whispers intimately in her ear. You naughty husband, always picking on me, Zhao Yun playfully retorts. Her faux sulk endearing and charming. Su Chen envisions cultivating Zhao Yun into the multifaceted lover he desires, unrestrained by any limitations. By the way, Yunair, have you spent any money these past few days? Let me tell you, giving you money is meant for you to spend freely. Su Chen inquires. Husband, I'm aware of that. Love you. Zhao Yun exclaims excitedly, planting a couple of kisses on Su Chen's lips. Don't save money for me. Buy whatever you like. If you're out of cash, just come to me. Su Chen dispense generously. At this moment, he is truly unburdened by financial constraints. As long as he plays the game and defeats monsters, money flows in abundance. He has grown to adore this system. Godly rich. Just the sound of it invigorates me. Thank you, husband. I adore you. Zhao Yun replies, her heart entirely consumed by thoughts of Su Chen. After a period of tender intimacy on the bed, Zhao Yun recalls Su Chen's gaming account and says, Husband, with such high combat power and divine miracles, you must take me along sometime. I'm quite inexperienced. You play divine miracles too? What class? Su Chen asks, somewhat surprised, as he had never noticed this before. I'm a mage, level 98, with a few hundred combat power, quite pathetic. Zhao Yun pouts. No problem. I'll take you along shortly. How about we get married in the game? Su Chen proposes. What? Zhao Yun gasps, astonished that Su Chen loves her to such an extent that he wishes to claim her in the virtual world as well. Her heart races like a startled deer, her eyes sparkling with delight. What, are you not pleased? Su Chen inquires. No, not at all, husband. Let us go play now. Zhao Yun responds. The two change into their attire. Zhao Yun had prepared a seductive nightgown, provocatively revealing, a sight that could make anyone's heart race. Su Chen can hardly tear his gaze away, his excitement palpable, though he eventually refocuses on the game to regain composure. Nevertheless, his eyes dart back to Zhao Yun repeatedly, indulging in the view, which prompts Zhao Yun to stifle giggles behind her hand. After logging into her account, Zhao Yun appears in the main city of Jizhou. She uses a teleportation master to arrive at Su Chen's location in the main city of Yongzhou. They agree to meet near the Market District warehouse. Upon meeting, they exchange friend requests. Su Chen and Zhao Yun team up and head to the NPC for marriage. They hold a simple ceremony and become husband and wife. Husband, I wish to take you as my mentor. Thus, I may share your formidable prowess. Within the private room, Zhao Yun remarked, apprenticeship, a master-disciple romance? This flavor is rather intense. However, I do enjoy this vibe, Su Chen responded. As they spoke, he opened the apprenticeship interface in the game, clicked to accept an apprentice, and subsequently selected the player Zhao Yun, known as by Jin Tiannu. Truly, she is, as her name suggests, gold-digging. Upon Zhao Yun's confirmation, the apprenticeship was successfully established. Wow! Darling, I shared your 4,800 combat power, and now my strength has surpassed 5,000. Zhao Yun exclaimed joyfully. Su Chen had not anticipated such a significant boost from the sharing, but upon careful calculation, it made sense. After apprenticeship, a disciple can share 49 of their master's combat power. With nearly 10,000 combat power, the augmentation was indeed substantial. Yun, use your funds to purchase a set of superior equipment. As for the divine fire, take your time. This is not something to rush, Su Chen advised. Zhao Yun now felt particularly exhilarated. Previously, lacking funds to enhance her combat power and being of low level, she had been easily defeated. Now, she felt empowered. Once she acquired a better set of exquisite equipment, she believed her combat power would rise even further. Contemplating this, she felt a surge of excitement. Zhao Yun sought out the game's built-in remote stall to browse. After a round of searching, she found no suitable equipment, primarily due to her low level. 98-level equipment was essentially non-existent. The mainstream equipment currently hovered around level 125. Ultimately, she sent a message in the global channel, willing to pay a high price for 3D equipment usable by mages at level 98. Interested sellers, please contact me. Meanwhile, Su Chen was fervently opening treasure chests. This time, his method was somewhat frenzied, opting to open all the chests simultaneously. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a cash red envelope of 8 yuan from the black iron chest. Ding! The black iron chest has been successfully opened. The host enjoys great fortune, receiving the property deed for residence number 2602, Unit 6, Building 8, Block A of Tianfu Garden. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a cash red envelope of 666,666 yuan. Congratulations to the host for receiving a cash red envelope of 66 yuan from the black iron chest. Congratulations to the host for receiving a cash red envelope of 22 million from the silver chest. I've struck it rich. Cash and property deeds in hand. The system provided detailed statistics. A total of 46 treasure chests were opened, yielding approximately 150 million in cash red envelopes and 15 property deeds. Additionally, he acquired 2 special items, Stock Market Operation Guide and Complete Development Collection of Super Light Brain Operating System. Su Chen did not delve into their details, assuming they were worthless trinkets. He turned to see Zhao Yun still engaged in her equipment search and chose not to disturb her. Feeling his flat stomach, he realized it was getting late. Picking up his phone, he noted the time, 21:32:26. He opened the door and approached the front desk, where Xiao Mei was eating instant noodles. Still eating instant noodles? This is not nutritious and detrimental to your health, Su Chen cautioned. Mind your own business. Why are you out here instead of accompanying your girlfriend? Xiao Mei replied, a hint of jealousy in her tone. She is currently playing a game. I stepped out for some fresh air. I know you have the number for Tianyi Seafood Restaurant. Please order 3 servings of seafood fried rice A for me. I am starving, Su Chen said, patting his stomach. The seafood fried rice A meal costs 588 yuan RMB. I hope you starve. You've been in there for ages, messing around. Xiao Mei muttered under her breath, clearly annoyed. Huh? What did you say? Su Chen asked, having not caught her words. It's nothing. I'll call them to deliver it now, Xiao Mei said, her voice tinged with melancholy as she resumed her noodles, which, despite being usually delicious, now tasted bland to her, leaving her feeling inexplicably sad. Xiao Mei, you should just throw that instant noodle cup away. I've ordered 3 servings of seafood fried rice A, one of which is for you. Stop eating this junk food daily. It's bad for your health, Su Chen expressed with concern. He then snatched the cup of noodles and tossed it into the nearby trash bin. What are you doing? I hadn't finished yet. Such a waste. Xiao Mei protested. Su Chen replied, what is there to waste? Don't worry, I'll compensate you with a serving of seafood fried rice. Xiao Mei knew she couldn't win against Su Chen and chose not to argue further. Su Chen scrutinized Xiao Mei, noting her black and white sailor uniform, which was quite alluring. Yet, his gaze was most drawn to her long, slender, and fair legs. He couldn't help but wonder if he had a penchant for beautiful legs. What are you staring at? Pervert! Xiao Mei noticed Su Chen's lingering gaze and playfully reprimanded him. Xiao Mei, don't misunderstand. I was merely appreciating, Su Chen stammered, scratching the back of his head awkwardly. Stop with the nonsense. I know you. Whenever you lie, you scratch the back of your head, Xiao Mei pointed out, exposing Su Chen's facade. Ah, no. Please don't misunderstand. I truly was admiring, without any ulterior motives, Su Chen replied, feeling somewhat flustered and wishing to clarify. All right, I believe you, Xiao Mei said. Just then, an abrupt, thunderous roar echoed from outside, the sound of a supercar's engine. Soon, a red Ferrari parked right in front of the internet CAF. Who is this? So extravagant. Parking outside your establishment, Su Chen remarked. Don't be ridiculous. It's our boss returning, Xiao Mei whispered. Is that the legendary beautiful campus belle? Su Chen inquired, curiosity piqued. Just then, another supercar, an imported silver Porsche, pulled up outside. Su Chen thought, what is happening today? Encountering 2 wealthy heirs. Keep your voice down, and don't speak carelessly, Xiao Mei cautioned. Su Chen raised his hand, signaling an okay, as he watched the figures entering the CAF. Song Tingyu, can you hear me out? My relationship with Tang Lina is not what you think. She has been persistently pursuing me. I had no idea she would appear tonight. A voice echoed as a striking couple entered Su Chen's view. The beauty was exquisite, embodying the essence of a spoiled heiress. Arrogant, noble, and elegant. In terms of appearance, she slightly outshone both Zhao Yun and Xiao Mei. Is this the campus belle, Song Tingyu? A melodious name, paired with an even more enchanting visage. Li Tianfan, please stop pursuing me. Tonight, I am merely here at my family's insistence to meet you. Since you have a girlfriend, there is no need to waste time, Song Tingyu said, her brow slightly furrowed. Song Tingyu, can you not be so domineering? Allow me to explain, will you? Your unreasonable behavior is exhausting. Li Tianfan's patience seemed to reach its limit. If you don't like it, you can leave right now. Song Tingyu, am not holding you back, she retorted. You'd better remember, your family's business is facing financial troubles. Without our Li family's investment, It will soon face bankruptcy. I wonder what arrogance you'll have left then, Li Tianfan exclaimed. Li Tianfan, you can leave now. Song Tingyu's emotions flared, and she shouted in response. You will regret this, Song Tingyu. I guarantee that you will come to me begging later, Li Tianfan declared ominously before turning to leave. Song Tingyu took a couple of deep breaths, forcing herself to regain her composure. Boss, are you all right? Xiao Mei approached with a glass of water. After taking a few sips, Song Tingyu said, Xiao Mei, please post a notice that the internet CAF is up for transfer. Transfer? Boss, are you closing down? Why? Xiao Mei inquired, surprised. You heard it just now. My father's company is experiencing some financial issues. I intend to transfer the internet CAF and the Ferrari parked downstairs to assist my father. However, rest assured, I will endeavor to negotiate with the new owner to retain all of you. Song Tingyu remarked. Thank you, boss, Xiao Mei said with a hint of sadness. Her concern was not about finding new employment, but rather the emotional attachment she had developed for this place. She was reluctant to part with it, especially since there were individuals here she longed to see. As she thought of this, she cast a glance at Su Chen. The meaning behind her gaze was unmistakable. Su Chen, however, remained oblivious to this subtlety. Initially, he had merely stood by to observe the unfolding drama. But upon hearing that Song Tingyu wished to transfer the Rose Affection Internet CAF, a plan began to form in his mind. He contemplated acquiring this establishment, not only to create an additional revenue stream, but also to secure a venue for his gaming endeavors. After all, ever since he bound himself to this system, he had forged an unbreakable bond with gaming. Moreover, Zhao Yun was on the cusp of graduation and in need of employment, making her the perfect candidate to help manage the business. With Xiao Mei's assistance, he believed she would be more than capable. Of course, the primary motivation was the fact that the previous owner was somewhat naive and financially indulgent. Miss Song, may I inquire how much you intend to sell the CAF for? Su Chen asked. Su Chen, do not be foolish. This CAF requires a significant investment, Xiao Mei interjected, believing Su Chen to be overstepping his bounds. Little brother Xiao Mei is right. This establishment is not inexpensive, Song Tingyu remarked, her eyes scrutinizing Su Chen's attire, which appeared rather ordinary. Miss Song, feel free to state your price. If it exceeds my means, I shall graciously withdraw, Su Chen replied. Do you truly wish to proceed? I advise you to think carefully. It will take no less than 30 million, Song Tingyu cautioned. Oh, is it merely 30 to 40 million? I thought it was in the billions. Su Chen chuckled. Rest assured, should Miss Song be willing to sell, we can draft a transfer agreement right now. I can provide the funds at any moment. With his wealth, such a sum was negligible. The Rose Affection Internet CAF spanned 5 floors, and considering the computers, decor staff, and permits, 30 million was indeed a reasonable price. Do you truly possess such financial capability? Song Tingyu inquired, still skeptical of Su Chen's unassuming appearance, yet intrigued by his confident demeanor. Miss Song, would I jest about something so serious? Su Chen deblade. May I ask your surname, sir? Song Tingyu looked at Su Chen, and surprisingly, she began to trust him. You may call me Su Chen. Mr. Su, please, let us discuss this further upstairs, Song Tingyu suggested. As for her newfound trust in Su Chen, she could not quite articulate it. It was simply an instinct. Ding! Main quest. Become a shareholder of Tingda Technology, holding at least 10 of the shares. Completion reward. 45 shares in Tingda Technology. The system issued a new task. Tingda Technology? Su Chen was not particularly familiar with the company and had no idea of its operations, but since the system instructed him to become a shareholder, he would comply. Su Chen, what are you pretending for? You, a rural country bumpkin, do you truly have money? At that moment, the obnoxious Tang Feng approached, his face twisted with mockery and disdain. Su Chen merely smirked, choosing not to engage in a rebuttal, instead coldly observing Tang Feng's antics. Song Tingyu remained impassive, but unlike Su Chen, she scorned Tang Feng's words, her belief in Su Chen subtly strengthening due to her intuition. Xiao Mei stood nearby, emitting a discontented snort. She harbored a strong dislike for Tang Feng and could not fathom the source of his arrogance. As if he were the only wealthy person in existence while everyone else was destitute. Su Chen, why are you silent? Have you been rendered speechless by the truth of your situation? I'll tell you, a poor wretch is destined to remain poor. You must learn to accept your fate. Tang Feng continued, oblivious to the ridicule he faced. You are exceedingly loquacious. Is your family truly wealthy? Su Chen retorted with a derisive smile. Of course. My parents are executives at a publicly traded company, and their combined annual income exceeds 2 million. We own 3 residences in Jiangnan and a luxury imported Mercedes. Tang Feng boasted, reveling in his ostentatiousness. If you are so affluent, why not purchase this internet CAF? Su Chen replied coldly. In an instant, Tang Feng was left speechless, his face flushed with indignation. You, he stammered, glaring at Su Chen with venomous eyes. What is wrong? Are you, the wealthy Tang Feng, unable to produce the funds? Su Chen tonteeth. Indeed, you claim Su Chen is broke. If your family is wealthy, then surely you can afford to buy this internet CAF. Xiao Mai chimed in, defending Su Chen. Su Chen, this CAF. Tang Feng now realized he had become the fool in this scenario. Miss Song, I will offer you 40 million flat, and I can transfer the funds immediately, Su Chen declared. Mr. Su, the market value of this CAF is only 32 million. If you give me 32 million, I will throw in the Ferrari outside as a bonus, Song Tingyu replied. Although she was in need of money, she was not the type to be swayed solely by financial gain. Very well, Miss Song, your straightforwardness is appreciated. Can we process a card transaction? Su Chen asked, pleased by Song Tingyu's integrity, which earned her his respect. Xiao Mei, please fetch the card reader. Song Tingyu instructed. Certainly, Xiao Mei responded, though she felt a wave of anxiety. Did Su Chen truly possess such wealth? This was over 30 million. She retrieved the card reader and, with a hint of nervousness, handed it to Su Chen. Rest assured, as I mentioned, I have struck it rich, he reassured her. Xiao Mei remained silent. Su Chen produced his bank card and swiped it. Payment completed. Ding. Payment successful. Remaining balance, 285 billion. At this moment, the card reader emitted a notification, leaving everyone in stunned silence. What? Did I hear correctly? 285 billion? Heaven above! Xiao Mei stared at Su Chen, utterly speechless. Song Tingyu's eyes sparkled with disbelief. How can this be? It must be a hallucination. He is merely a pauper. How could he possibly have such wealth? Tang Feng was left utterly humiliated. Xiao Mei, I am now your employer, and from this point forward, you shall be the manager of this establishment. The red Ferrari outside is a gift for you. Su Chen proclaimed grandly. What? Xiao Mei's jaw dropped in astonishment. Song Tingyu had not anticipated Su Chen's extravagance. Her Ferrari, worth 2 million, had only been in her possession for 2 months, and now Su Chen was casually offering it to Xiao Mei. The costs of courting a woman were indeed steep. We are good friends, and since I have come into wealth, how could I forget you? Allow me to transfer some funds to you as an activity budget for the CAF. My only condition is for you to spend freely. We are not lacking in money. Su Chen opened WeChat to initiate a transfer. Ding! WeChat transfer of 10 million renminbi received. The sound of the high-value transaction echoed, capturing everyone's attention. Wow! At that moment, 3 young men approached, their expressions a mix of astonishment and disbelief. Su Chen, how could you transfer such a sum? I can't possibly use all of this. It's too much, Xiao Mei hurriedly exclaimed. You, Tang Feng, now thoroughly embarrassed, recalled his earlier arrogance, boasting about his family's wealth. My parents earn 2 million annually. We have 3 houses, an imported Mercedes. The disparity between his former bravado and his current humiliation could not have been more stark. Darling! Suddenly, a playful voice interrupted the scene. Zhao Yun, clad in a robe and draped in Su Chen's coat, emerged, her alluring figure capturing the attention of all the young men present. Yunner, please return inside. I am currently engaged in important discussions, Su Chen stated. No, I was relentlessly beaten by that boss in the 18th level of hell, especially on the 5th level. You must help me seek revenge, Zhao Yun said in a sweet, charming voice. The listener felt their bones go weak. Darling, behave. Hurry back. I've ordered seafood mixed rice for you, and it will arrive shortly, Su Chen replied with a stern expression. He couldn't bear to see his woman gazed upon by another man, feeling discomfort in his heart. Got it, so hurry up. I still need you to help me get revenge, Zhao Yun said coquettishly. No problem, Su Chen responded. Zhao Yun swayed her alluring hips, striding towards room 6 with an enchanting gait. Upon witnessing this, Song Tingyu's impression of Su Chen plummeted. A notorious philanderer, such a label was swiftly affixed to Su Chen. Xiao Mei also wore a face full of jealousy. Inwardly pondering, see, I knew they were up to no good. Scoundrel! Tang Feng clutched his wounded heart. thinking to himself how foolish he was to flaunt his wealth in front of him. Wasn't that akin to stepping on a stone while moving house? However, that beautiful lady earlier was quite enticing. He longed to caress those legs. Miss Song, shall we finalize the paperwork tomorrow? Su Chen inquired. Certainly. I'll have my lawyer handle it tomorrow, Song Tingyu replied. She harbored a somewhat immature thought, but needed to discuss it with her father. If a deal could be struck, it might resolve her father's financial crisis. Alright, Su Chen agreed. Just then, a man in uniform entered, a delivery person from Tianyi Seafood Restaurant. 3 portions of seafood mixed rice A. Xiaomei hurriedly stepped forward to receive the food and promptly scanned to pay. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Feng stealthily slinked away, like a rat crossing the street. After exiting the internet CAF, he called off the plan to deal with Su Chen. Chapter 0018. Song Tingyu's stepmother. Lin Qing with a fortune of several billion. A figure like Su Chen was someone he dared not provoke. This world is truly insane. Su Chen picked up 2 portions of seafood mixed rice A and strode confidently towards room 6. Ultimately, he would perish at the hands of a woman. What a scoundrel. Opening 1 portion of the seafood mixed rice, the aroma wafted up. Xiaomei started eating with displeasure. It must be said one gets what one pays for. The 588 yuan seafood mixed rice was indeed abundant, featuring scallops, shredded fish and Beijing sauce, and a dozen large shrimp. Song Tingyu, having lost both the rights and ownership of her Ferrari, could only take a taxi home. SHNGSH Hu Tiying, the most upscale villa district in Jiangnan City. Villa número 8. Song Tianhao was still awake. A major project at the company had gone awry, causing a disruption in the financial chain. He had already borrowed money from numerous individuals, but those brothers and friends he usually relied on had offered no assistance. Sitting on the sofa, he felt utterly helpless, simmering with frustration. Darling, I just called Lee's company. They are willing to invest 5 billion, but they demand 25 of our Tongda Technology shares and insist that our daughter must marry Li Tianfan, Lin Qinger stated. She was quite young and was not Song Tingyu's biological mother. Previously, she was a student of Song Tianhao. After the death of his wife, Shin Ryu, she married Song Tianhao, being only 3 years younger than Song Tingyu. What? Lee's company has such grand ambitions. 5 billion for 25 of Tongda Technology shares, and they also want my daughter. Their greedy intentions are all too clear. Song Tianhao, now 62 years old, exclaimed. Darling, that project at the company was manipulated by the Li family. Their aim is to covet the project we've devoted ourselves to developing, Lin Qinger said. I won't let them succeed, Song Tianhao declared. This project was his life's work. Dad, where are you? At that moment, Song Tingyu cheerfully walked in. Upon seeing Lin Qinger, her expression soured. She knew that the woman who married her father must have ulterior motives. However, over the past 2 years, Lin Qinger had behaved herself, showing no desire for her father's money, which only heightened her concerns. If she was not after the Song family's wealth, what could her intentions be? The thought sent shivers down her spine. Tingyu, didn't you go to that esports CAF of yours? Why are you back? Song Tianhao asked. Dad, I know you need money right now. I don't have much to help, so I'll sell the esports CAF. I'll transfer the money to you right away. Song Tingyu said obediently. What? You've sold the esports CAF? Song Tianhao asked in astonishment. He was genuinely touched, never expecting his daughter to part with her beloved career. Dad, money can be earned again, but I cannot let anything happen to you. Though it's not much, only 32 million, I have thought of a way to resolve our company's predicament, Song Tingyu asserted. What could a little girl like you possibly do? Song Tianhao, seeing his precious daughter being so considerate and caring for her father, felt immense joy. No, Dad, how much does your company need? Song Tingyu inquired. At least 5 billion. I've borrowed from everyone I could, but no one is willing to lend me money, especially the Li family, who wants to take advantage of our plight. 5 billion for 25 of our shares. Song Tianhao fumed. Dad, if it's only 5 billion, I actually have a candidate. This person is incredibly wealthy. Song Tingyu thought of Su Chen. Hearing that Su Chen had won 2 billion in his account today, she conceived this idea. Who is it? Which company? Song Tianhao asked. Lin Qing's expression slightly changed as she perked up her ears to listen closely. It's the person who bought my esports CAF. He is quite wealthy. We could invite him to invest, Song Tingyu explained. The one who bought your esports CAF. Which family does he belong to? Song Tianhao inquired. Tongda Technology is merely a well-known company in Jiangnan City, with a market value barely reaching 30 billion. I truly don't know, Song Tingyu replied. You're still so reckless. How about this? I will meet him tomorrow, Song Tianhao decided. Let us take a chance. Lin Qing, upon hearing this, walked into the kitchen, sliced some fruit, and brought a fruit platter over. Tingyu, come, have some fruit. Your favorite dragon fruit, she said. I wouldn't dare to eat. Song Tingyu replied, showing no courtesy towards Lin Qing. Song Tianhao frowned and said, What are you saying, Tingyu? Your stepmother means well. How can you treat her like this? It's improper. Darling, it's fine. Tingyu is so sensible now. I'm already very grateful. Lin Qing feigned generosity. Song Tingyu looked at Lin Qing's hypocritical demeanor, suppressing her rising anger, and turned to head upstairs. She truly could not tolerate the woman's facade. After a few years, despite hiring numerous private detectives, she had found no issues. Carrying the seafood mixed rice, she entered the private room. Xiaoyan was not seated at the computer. Instead, she was sprawled on the bed, reaching down to pick up her phone from the floor. Dressed in a nightgown, her posture swayed her pert figure, and the split in the gown revealed a glimpse of whiteness, leaving Su Chen blushing and his heart racing. Xiaoyan retrieved her phone and sat on the bed, flipping it over to check for any damage. Oh, darling, when did you come in? She asked upon noticing Su Chen. Just arrived. I ordered food, seafood mixed rice. The very dish you've always craved, Su Chen replied. Really? I must say, I'm starving. Xiaoyan exclaimed joyfully. The seafood mixed rice from Tianyi Seafood Restaurant was renowned for its deliciousness, holding a prestigious reputation in the Jiangnan region. It smells incredible. Xiaoyan relished the meal with delight. Su Chen too found the seafood mixed rice exquisite. It was no wonder it cost 588 yuan per serving. One only realizes its worth after tasting it. You know, I have something to tell you. I bought this internet CAF, Su Chen finally revealed. Whenever you have some free time in the future, please come over and check on the lovely May at the bar. She's my friend and the manager. Su Chen advised. Oh, got it? Xiaoyan replied cheerfully. The establishment comprises 5 floors. The first to third floors are designated as the gaming area, while the 4th floor and above serve as accommodation. You can find a room on the 4th floor, where May and her companions also reside, Su Chen remarked. Oh, understood, Xiaoyan responded. She had been worried about not having a place for her internship, and now she could conveniently gain work experience here. Darling, can you help me level up later? My level is too low. I need to quickly reach level 125 to upgrade my equipment and enhance my damage, Xiaoyan said. 2 minutes later, Su Chen and Zhao Yun returned to their computers, initiating their operations. Form a party. Defeat monsters. Player Gold Digging Queen has invited you to join a party. Su Chen received a party request and chose to accept. Where are we going now? Zhao Yun inquired. Given her limited experience with Miracle, she was unfamiliar with many aspects of the game, hence her questions directed at Su Chen. We'll follow your lead. Let's head to the 18th level of Hell and grind at the 7th level, where there are plenty of monsters and quick respawns, Su Chen suggested. Chapter 0019, Monster Grinding. Hell of Blade Mountains Hell. The 18th level. Within the game Miracle, this is the prime locale for monster grinding and leveling up. There are no limitations on the number of attempts. Players can grind as extensively as they wish. The only constraint is the combat power limit. For the first level of Hell, the minimum combat power requirement is 1,000 to 1999 combat. When in a party, the average combat power must meet this criterion. Zhao Yun, as the party leader, utilized the game's automatic search function to locate the task NPC, the Hell Messenger. Captain Gold Digging Goddess invites you to battle in the 7th level of Hell. Do you agree or disagree? A dialog box appeared on Su Chen's game interface. He clicked agree. The map transitioned, and the two entered the 7th level of Hell, the Hell of Blade Mountains. Su Chen, having researched the conditions of this level, was aware that the primary monsters here included ordinary Blade Warriors, Elite Blade Warriors, and the Lord-level Blade Warrior, along with the ultimate boss, the Lord of Blade Mountains. Activating the team voice chat, Three-Eyed Deity announced Yunner, the physical attacks in this level are quite fierce. Make sure to stay behind me. Gold Digging Goddess responded, understood, darling. Let's go. They were currently situated in a safe zone. Stepping outside would prompt the monsters on this level to attack. Additionally, healing potions and healing skills could not be utilized in Hell. Three-Eyed Deity, Yunner, keep close. Gold Digging Goddess, okay. With that, she dashed forward. Su Chen continually unleashed the Swordmaster's area attack skill, Dragon Dance. Dragon Dance. Upon casting the skill, the player could manipulate 36 flying swords to swirl and dance within the attack zone, inflicting 220 physical damage to all enemies within that area. The attack duration lasted for 15 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. In the blink of an eye, his dragon dance obliterated all the blade monsters before him. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered the system task Celestial Shift. Within 30 minutes, the monster-killing experience gained by your player account can be converted into the host's inner strength cultivation, with the conversion ratio generated randomly. Task reward, random. Note, the more monsters you defeat, the higher your inner strength cultivation will be, and the better the rewards you receive. Given that this is the host's first time triggering this task, a mysterious grand prize awaits. Keep it up. What? Amazing. This setting is quite extraordinary. Inner strength cultivation can be played this way. Su Chen was genuinely thrilled. After all, who wouldn't desire to enhance their inner strength and potentially receive rewards? Zhao Yun attempted to attack an ordinary blade warrior, but found her damage output to be minimal. Clearly, she could not inflict damage on these 7,500 combat monsters at her current level. Thus, she could only follow Su Chen to absorb experience. Nevertheless, the experience gain was substantial. With her preliminary estimates, at this rate, she could reach level 125 in just 2 days. After receiving the task, Su Chen was invigorated and entered a frenzied monster grinding mode. His 3 combined pets immediately disengaged, summoned anew, and switched to an aggressive attack mode. Ding, ding, ding. The 3 pet companions, the Golden Sacred Dragon, the 9 Nether Phoenix, and the Fortuitous Golden Pig, each possessed formidable attack power. Defeat ordinary blade warrior monsters 10. Reward, 1,000 inner strength cultivation points. Defeat elite blade warrior monster 1. Reward, 10,000 inner strength cultivation points. Defeat ordinary blade warrior monsters 5. Reward, 500 inner strength cultivation points. The experience soared upwards like a rocket, while the inner strength cultivation points increased rapidly. Simultaneously, his cultivation progressed, reaching 10,000 cultivation points, officially advancing to yellow rank lower level. Ding! Congratulations! Level increased to 99. Ding! Congratulations! Level increased to 100. Su Chen's relentless monster grinding also propelled Zhao Yun's player, Gold Digging Goddess, to level up continuously. Ah! Human, you recklessly slay our kin. I, the great lord of blade warriors, Orno, shall personally take your life. At that moment, a colossal monster, the blade warrior lord, with a silver label above its head, appeared, wielding a blood-red battle blade. Bloodblade kill. It swung towards Su Chen. Unable to merge in time, he was struck and lost 123,666 health points. Almost 1% of his health was obliterated. The sheer power of such an attack startled Su Chen. After merging, he had the defensive power of his pets, yet this blade warrior lord's strike infuriated him. To be met with such a powerful blow upon their first encounter was quite vexing, especially as it drained so much of his health. Now, Su Chen was determined to retaliate. After merging with his 3 pet companions, he activated the Golden Sacred Dragon's exclusive skill, Golden Sacred Flame. At the same time, he triggered the pet's passive skill, Holy Sword. This provided a buff state. Golden Sacred Flame is an active skill, a wide-area attack that deals 22,800 damage to enemies, lasting for 20 seconds with a cooldown of 60 seconds. Holy Sword is a passive skill that randomly triggers a 30-second Holy Sword state every minute, enhancing the player's and all deployed or merged pets' basic attack and damage by 25,000. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Gold Digging Goddess. Darling, what skill does your pet have? Such impressive damage enhancement. 3-eyed deity is just average. This is the Golden Sacred Dragon's Holy Sword, a passive skill. Gold Digging Goddess. Darling, I, as a sorceress, possess a blessing from the Elemental Goddess, which can enhance all elemental attributes by 20 points for 30 minutes. Come closer. Let me bestow it upon you. 3-eyed deity, Yun. You are incredible. As he approached Zhao Yun, a radiant halo of the Elemental Goddess enveloped him, creating a state of elemental enhancement. The 20 points of elemental attributes would dramatically elevate his total damage. With numerous buffs in effect, Su Chen charged directly at the Blade Warrior Lord. One skill after another was unleashed without restraint. The ordinary Hell Blade Warriors posed no challenge, instantly disintegrating under the overwhelming damage of his skills. Even the elite Blade Warriors could not withstand the assault. Only the Blade Warrior Lord managed to endure, yet its health was visibly depleting at a rapid rate. Su Chen could ascertain that the Blade Warrior Lord's strength was undoubtedly several times greater than the boss guarding level 121 of the Void Tower. However, upon careful calculation, this level and difficulty seemed reasonable. After all, the Blade Warrior Lord Orno was the Lord-level boss of the 7th level of Hell, a top-tier boss that could only be approached by players with a combat power exceeding 7,000. At present, within Miracle, only those among the top 5 in the Hall of Fame would dare to venture here for a challenge. Upon reflection, the Guardian boss of the 121st level of the Void Tower, 1500-2000 battle, can indeed be defeated. The disparity between the two becomes evidently apparent upon comparison. Sword and Blade's return. Su Chen continuously pressed the corresponding release shortcut key for this skill on his keyboard. Skill activated. Su Chen entered a state of invincibility. Countless golden flying swords filled the entire screen, as if manipulated by Su Chen himself. Once the sword technique was unleashed, the myriad flying swords danced furiously like a tempest. These golden swords descended upon the Lord-level boss, Aorno, with reckless abandon, simultaneously annihilating all the ordinary melee soldiers that had just respawned. Impressive. Team Channel. Materialistic Goddess. Darling, you are so amazing. Keep it up. I've checked, and this dungeon hasn't been cleared by anyone yet. We are about to become famous. The rewards are quite generous. Chapter 0020. Buddhist Divine Ability. Heavenly Eye, this dungeon hasn't been cleared yet. What are the rewards for clearing it? Upon receiving this information, Su Chen, nearly frenzied, significantly increased his damage output, as if invigorated. What he desired was the first clear of this dungeon. Such an accomplishment might yield a top-tier treasure chest. After a round of frenzied assaults, Lord-level boss Aorno's health bar dropped below 15. The first clear was within reach. Time elapsed from the start until now, 1 minute and 12 seconds. At this pace, in another 20 seconds, they would surely succeed. Zhao Yun skillfully dodged the attacks from the minor monsters, closely following Su Chen. It must be said that her reflexes were remarkably sharp, as she managed to keep pace with Su Chen's movements. Ding! Congratulations! Level increased to 105. Ding! Congratulations! Level increased to 106. 11250000. While dealing damage frantically, Su Chen's previously diminished health was fully restored. The reason being the Soul Revival skill? Soul Revival is one of the basic passive skills across all classes. Activation requirement. Automatically activated when battle power exceeds 1000. It is an initial skill that allows for automatic health recovery. Every 5 seconds, a corresponding proportion of health is restored. 10001999. 1 health restored per second. 20002999. 2 health restored per second. 30003999. 3 health restored per second. 90009999. 9 health restored per second. Thud. After depleting the last drop of health, the massive body of Melee Lord Aorno crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. Killing Melee Lord Aorno rewards 1,000,000 internal power training points. System notification. Internal power training points reached 50,000, promoting to Yellow Tier Middle. Internal power training points reach 100,000, promoting to Yellow Tier Upper. Internal power training points reached 300,000, promoting to Mysterious Tier Lower. Internal power training points reach 1,000,000, promoting to Mysterious Tier Upper. Team Channel. Materialistic Goddess. Darling, we just defeated that big boss, earning 58 billion experience points. I'm now leveled up to 119. Thank you. Darling. Love you lots. Three-eyed Divine Lord. Is there anything else? Equipment? Treasure chests? Materialistic Goddess. Yes. A level 153 slot warrior bracelet, and the rest are 2 slot equipment. 2 skill books. Plus, I got my hands on a limited edition pet egg. By the way, darling, that treasure chest contains magic stones, totaling 2,000,000 magic stones. Three-eyed Divine Lord. Got it. Keep the rest. And if you don't want them, sell them to a merchant. Later, trade me that limited edition pet egg. I'll take a look. Materialistic Goddess. Sure thing, darling. As the two conversed, the Miracle server issued a full-screen red announcement. Ding! Congratulations to player Materialistic Goddess and Three-Eyed Divine Lord's team for defeating the Lord-level boss Aorno, clearing the 7th layer of Hell. and each receiving a cash red envelope of 2 million. The entire server erupted once again. The chat area ignited a discussion centered around the three-eyed Divine Lord. However, Su Chen paid no heed to it. Previously, in addition to the experience reward, he had also obtained a golden treasure chest. Excitedly, he chose to open the chest. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Buddhist divine ability. Heavenly Eye from the golden treasure chest. System notification. Upon receiving this prompt, Su Chen was overwhelmingly exhilarated. He knew of this divine ability. Many novels mention that possessing this ability allows one to perceive the very essence of all things, uncovering their origins and details. In simpler terms, it grants the power of X-ray vision. He had read numerous novels featuring this kind of vision, and his experience was quite extensive. Removing his headset, Su Chen approached his bedside. At this moment, he was eager to discover the wonders of the Heavenly Eye. He located the book on the Heavenly Eye in his system backpack and chose to extract it. As usual, a dialogue box appeared. Do you wish to learn Heavenly Eye? Su Chen selected yes. Buzz! The book on Heavenly Eye transformed into two beams of golden light, piercing into his eyes. Following this, a wave of pain surged through him, causing considerable discomfort. Mysterious lights flickered within his eyes, revealing stars, all things, demons, and spirits, along with peculiar symbols. These visions materialized before his eyes, and suddenly, a sharp pain struck his head, plunging him into unconsciousness. When Su Chen awakened, he found himself in a special care unit in the hospital. It turned out that last night, upon discovering him unconscious, Zhao Yun had promptly dialed 120. He was taken to the hospital, and after examination, the doctors found no issues. His body was in excellent condition, with all indicators normal. Ultimately, the cause of his fainting was attributed to mental exhaustion from excessive gaming. Water. Su Chen noticed his lips were somewhat parched and spoke to Zhao Yun, who was keeping him company at his bedside. Darling, you're awake. Water. I'll get it for you right away. Hearing Su Chen's voice, Zhao Yun hurried to fetch water. Her actions were genuinely heartwarming, exhibiting qualities of a devoted partner. Zhao Yun returned with water. Darling, be careful, it's hot. Approaching the bedside, she delicately used a small spoon to carefully feed Su Chen water. After a few sips, Su Chen's lips were finally quenched, and a smile graced his lips. He recalled how Zhao Yun had once cared for him in a similar manner. Once, when they traveled out of town, he had an upset stomach and a fever. It was Zhao Yun who took care of him, bustling about, bringing tea and water and feeding him. Yet, how had they ended up breaking up? Was it merely due to money? No, surely there was more to it. At the very least, he had forgotten the kindness Zhao Yun had shown him. Perhaps it was a matter of time. Time had caused them to tuck these precious memories deep within their hearts, only to be recalled at specific moments. Tears welled in the corners of Su Chen's eyes. Darling, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Zhao Yun said anxiously, fearing that perhaps the water had scalded him. Me fine. Just reminiscing about the past when you took such care of me. I believe I had an upset stomach then, Su Chen replied. As he spoke, a faint golden light flickered in his eyes, imperceptible to ordinary people. Then, when he looked at Zhao Yun again, he was astonished to find her clothing had inexplicably vanished. At that moment, Zhao Yun's perfect figure was clearly revealed before him, with no barriers. Her snow-white skin, flawless physique, and that 36D, rising and falling smoothly, with a fair and smooth chest, along with a noticeable mole on her chest, were all vividly visible. What was happening? X-ray vision? Heavenly Eye? Su Chen believed this was the only explanation. He could think of no other reason. Realizing he had obtained the power of X-ray vision, he felt an exhilarating surge of excitement. With such an ability, he could now openly admire beautiful women. What a splendid boon. Ding! Task Celestial Rotation completed. Comprehensive Evaluation A. Reward: Copper Skin, Iron Bones, Strength of Endurance. Due to Su Chen losing consciousness, the system delayed the issuance of his reward. Huh? Copper Skin, Iron Bones, Strength of Endurance? Su Chen was somewhat taken aback by this task reward. Now distributing task rewards. The system prompts. Su Chen lies on the hospital bed, sensing a peculiar force suddenly circulating within his body. This force is transforming him. Transformation countdown. 5 hours, 59 minutes, 26 seconds. Darling, let us cherish our future together. I promise I won't make you angry again. Zhao Yun is not made of stone. In that moment of Su Chen's unconsciousness, all the fragments of their shared memories came flooding back to her. She had never realized how profoundly important this boyfriend, whom she almost lost, was to her heart. Chapter 0021. Super Synthetic Silicon Crystal Knock, Knock. The sound of the door echoed in the ward. Soon after, Song Tingyu entered with an elderly man and a beautiful woman. "Who are you?" Zhao Yun inquired. "Yunner, this is Song Tingyu, the owner of Rose Romance," Su Chen explained. Song Tingyu's visit undoubtedly pertained to the financial crisis of Tingda Technology. The old man bore a striking resemblance to Song Tingyu, making their relationship abundantly clear. Tingda Technology? What could possibly warrant the system's attention? Not only did it prompt him to invest in Tingda Technology, but it also insisted that he take control of this publicly listed company. This certainly warrants reflection. "Hello." Zhao Yun greeted the trio and went to fetch water. The intensive care unit was quite spacious, with 2 rows of sofas and a small tea table. The 3 of them took their seats. "Miss Song, may I ask who these 2 are?" Su Chen questioned. "This is my father, and this is my stepmother," Song Tingyu replied. Outside, Song Tingyu remained composed and aware of the broader context, refraining from causing any discord. "Hello, Mr. Song, Mrs. Song. Thank you for visiting me," Su Chen remarked. "Mr. Su, no need to be so formal. You and Tingyu are friends. It is only right for us to come and see you," Song Tianhao responded. "Friends with Tingyu? What an absurd statement. How superficial." Su Chen believed that had he not possessed wealth to assist Tingda Technology through its financial turmoil, Song Tianhao would undoubtedly reveal a different visage. Su Chen saw through the facade, but chose to remain silent, as this was simply the unspoken rule of adulthood. Personal preferences had become increasingly insignificant, replaced instead by hypocrisy, pleasantries, and compromises with reality. "Thank you," Su Chen said. The 2 engaged in a polite exchange for a while, avoiding any mention of the investment in Tingda Technology. Zhao Yun returned with water and approached Su Chen's bedside, appearing exceedingly obedient. Lin Qinger, with her beautiful eyes, quietly observed Su Chen, her gaze sparkling with an unusual light. One could only wonder what thoughts were brewing in her mind. After 10 minutes of silence, Song Tingyu, still youthful, had run out of patience. She addressed Su Chen, saying, "Mr. Su, I wonder if you have heard of Tingda Technology?" "Tingda Technology? What about it?" Su Chen fei units. Tingda Technology is a company founded by my father, dedicated to the research and development of semiconductor components. Currently, it holds a substantial market share in the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd generations of semiconductor raw materials and has consistently been engaged in the development of 4th-generation semiconductor materials. Once successful, it will become the global leader in 4th-generation semiconductor materials, Song Tingyu elaborated. "Research and development of semiconductor components?" Su Chen murmured. He had little knowledge of this field, only aware of the fierce competition it entailed. It was a foundational materials industry, serving as a robust support for electronic information technology. Each significant leap in semiconductor materials could lead to tremendous advancements in electronic information technology. "Yes, my father's company is currently facing a financial crisis, and I know Mr. Su that you have funds available and are seeking your investment," Song Tingyu stated. "To be honest, I am not well versed in this industry," Su Chen replied. "Mr. Su, I understand your concerns. Here are the materials pertaining to our company's core project that we have been developing in secret. You may review them. I believe after you peruse them, your perspective will shift," Song Tianhao said, retrieving a document from his briefcase labeled MO56 RD Project Core Data. "Mr. Su, please grant Tingda Technology an opportunity, as well as one for yourself," Song Tingyu implored, biting her red lip, appearing pitiful. Should this financial crisis prove insurmountable, Tingda Technology would inevitably be forced to file for bankruptcy, leaving no chance for recovery. "I will take a look first," Su Chen thought to himself, overwhelmed. The allure of a beauty like Song Tingyu, once she resorted to such a charming and vulnerable demeanor, was undeniably potent. Nevertheless, Su Chen maintained an outwardly unaffected demeanor. Reaching for the project report, inadvertently, he brushed against Song Tingyu's delicate hand, its coolness providing a pleasing sensation, causing his heart to flutter unbidden. Song Tingyu also felt a slight awkwardness, her face flushing, as a peculiar sensation emerged within her. She was typically reserved, rarely allowing physical contact with the opposite sex. Upon glancing up and seeing Su Chen's expression unchanged, she dismissed it as a normal touch, not dwelling on it further. As Su Chen examined the project report, he was struck with realization. The system's insistence on his investment and control of Tingda Technology became clear. This research report revealed a precious new type of semiconductor synthetic material. The accompanying data indicated that the superiority of this synthetic material far surpassed that of the third generation. Within the report, this material was referred to as super-synthetic silicon crystal. The document contained numerous chemical equations, providing only a general overview without core algorithms. It also noted that the production costs of this super-synthetic silicon crystal were remarkably low, and that the synthesis equipment merely required minor modifications to existing second and third generation equipment to be operational. Mr. Song, I would like to inquire about the status of the patent rights for this research, Su Chen asked. The patent rights are under the name of Tingda Technology. Song Tianhao replied. Is that so? Su Chen responded. Indeed, all patent rights belong to the company, Song Tianhao affirmed. Su Chen began to formulate a plan. If what Song Tianhao claimed held true, then this business deal was indeed viable. Mr. Song, I would like to inquire, somewhat presumptuously, about the progress of this new materials development, Su Chen pressed. Mr. Su, it is as follows. This was originally a company secret, but I will make an exception today. The project has reached the final performance testing phase. Once testing is complete and the relevant performance criteria are met, it will be ready for market release, Song Tianhao explained. Su Chen approached this information with skepticism. If it were truly that promising, he believed it would have been completed long ago. Though he harbored doubts about Song Tianhao, he decided to trust the system's directives. Mr. Song, I have some idle funds available, and I am open to investing in this project. However, let us discuss the terms of our partnership, Su Chen proposed. That sounds wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Su. We can discuss the collaboration plan right now, Song Tianhao replied enthusiastically. Su Chen nodded, stating, Mr. Song, I will need at least 15 equity. How much do you think I should invest for that? 15? Mr. Su, isn't that a bit excessive? Song Tianhao questioned. Whether it is excessive or not depends on the amount I invest, Su Chen replied. Consider it, Mr. Song. How much would I need to invest to be entitled to that 15 equity? Song Tianhao hesitated. Just as Su Chen had pointed out, the value of that 15 equity was directly correlated with the investment amount. Mr. Su, here's what we can do. I have 15 equity under my name. I will transfer it all to you for 500 million, Song Tingyu suggested. I don't quite understand this approach, Su Chen replied, curious about Song Tingyu's reasoning. Tingyu, don't be foolish, Song Tianhao admonished. Chapter 0022. Controlling Tingda Technology. A 15 stake in Tingda Technology is no trifling matter. Based on his business acumen, Su Chen is certainly not the type who is short on funds. At this juncture, he could very well afford to adopt a lion's share approach, and undoubtedly, it would not be limited to merely 500 million. Father, this time you must heed my advice. The shares are mine to decide, Song Tingyu declared, disregarding Song Tianhao's words and resolutely opting to sell her shares for 500 million. Miss Song, I greatly appreciate your sincerity. Let us proceed as you suggested. I will acquire your 15 stake in Tingda Technology for 500 million, Su Chen stated. Mr. Su, when can we expect the funds to be transferred? Song Tingyu inquired softly, her primary concern now being the money, fully aware of the implications of Song Tianhao's earlier intervention. However, she recognized Tingda Technology's pressing need for this 500 million. Should excessive greed lead to the loss of Su Chen, a significant benefactor, the repercussions would be dire. It was worth noting that the Li family's terms involved 500 million for a 25 stake, along with the demand for her to marry Li Tianfan. Comparatively, Su Chen's offer of 500 million for a 15 stake was not unreasonable. Moreover, Song Tingyu aspired to cultivate a relationship with Su Chen, this affluent benefactor. One could only imagine the background of someone with over $1 billion in cash assets. Such individuals are undoubtedly formidable. It is essential to forge connections with such influential figures. Although Song Tianhao was visibly angered, he refrained from expressing his frustration, recognizing that this was not the time for outbursts. If this deal fell through, it would be akin to losing both the chicken and the rice. Let us proceed to sign the share transfer agreement. As for the funds, they will be transferred immediately upon signing, Su Chen proposed. Mr. Su, you are indeed magnanimous. I will have my personal lawyer prepare the share transfer contract right away, Song Tingyu exclaimed excitedly, having not anticipated that matters would unfold so smoothly. She promptly contacted her lawyer. Song Tianhao's face darkened, as if he had suffered a grave loss. In contrast, Lin Qinger regarded Su Chen with a gaze that hinted at ulterior motives, the nature of which remained unclear. Honey, here, have some water? Zhao Yun said as she poured Su Chen another glass. He took a couple of sips, closed his eyes, and gradually succumbed to sleep. Time passed, And when Zhao Yun gently roused him, a strikingly sophisticated female lawyer had appeared in the room. Her attire was simple yet professional, exuding an air of elegance. From a distance, she embodied the essence of an intellectual, beautiful, and fashionable career woman. "Who is this?" Su Chen asked, rubbing his eyes. "This is my personal lawyer, Su Xiaoye, a senior partner at Jiangnan Dingtian law firm, well-versed in international and domestic commercial law. Here is the prepared share transfer agreement," Song Tingyu explained. Su Chen took the document and scrutinized it carefully. The contract was concise, spanning only 3 pages, yet it encompassed all relevant scenarios. This demonstrated the formidable expertise of the beautiful lawyer, Su Xiaoye. It was no wonder she had achieved the status of a senior partner at such a prestigious law firm at a young age. He had always envied these elite individuals, particularly this lawyer, who possessed both beauty and intelligence, igniting his keen interest. "Very well. Let us proceed as stipulated," Su Chen declared. Song Tingyu signed the agreement, and he sat up to do the same. The contract would take effect immediately upon the transfer of funds to the designated account. "Pleasure to cooperate," Song Tingyu said. Su Chen replied with a smile. "Indeed, a pleasure to cooperate." The contract included Song Tingyu's specified account, and he proceeded with the transfer of 500 million. The operation was straightforward, and the funds were instantaneously credited. "Ding! Ms. Song Tingyu, 500 million RMB has been credited to your account ending in 8,978. Please check your balance. For any inquiries, please contact our customer service." Her phone chimed with a notification. Seeing this, Song Tianhao sighed in relief, putting aside any lingering resentment. "Thank you so much, Mr. Su." Song Tingyu expressed her gratitude. "There's no need for thanks. This is merely our initial collaboration. Should your company require further funding in the future, I would be willing to invest again," Su Chen remarked. "Mr. Su, if we need capital, we will certainly seek your partnership first," Song Tingyu replied with a light laugh. "I hold great promise for your supersynthetic silicon crystal project. Rest assured, focus on your research and development. If funds are required, I will continue to invest," Su Chen stated generously, and his sincerity was evident. With the system's endorsement of the project, it indicated its viability. "Thank you, Mr. Su," Song Tingyu said gratefully. Su Chen smiled lightly. "No need for such formality. We both stand to gain. You receive funding, while my investment will yield returns as well." "Indeed, Mr. Su, you are correct. Tingda Technology will not disappoint you," Song Tingyu affirmed. Su Xiaoye stood elegantly with her briefcase, awaiting the next instructions. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring a 15% stake in Tingda Technology. Main task completed, and you are now rewarded with an additional 45% stake in Tingda Technology." Beep, beep, beep. Given that the host now possesses 60% of Tingda Technology, you are now the de facto controller, with the authority to restructure the board of directors. Su Chen received the system notification, confirming his acquisition of 45% in rewards, in addition to the 15% from Song Tingyu, culminating in a total of 60% ownership, thereby granting him absolute control over the company. However, he preferred not to become the overt major shareholder of the publicly listed Tingda Technology, as this could easily attract unwanted attention. Maintaining a discreet influence over the company was, in fact, a prudent strategy. Subtlety is the key. After concluding the transaction, Song Tingyu and her associates departed from the ward, having achieved their objective, and thus had no reason to linger. Outside the hospital, a luxury imported Mercedes with a license plate, Jiangnan J68888, awaited them, valued at approximately 268 million. "Tingyu, why did you stop me earlier?" Song Tianhao questioned from the car, adopting a tone that suggested he was tallying the costs. "Father, what is the point of dwelling on it? We now have the funds to repay our debts. Is that not sufficient?" Song Tingyu retorted. "This is a matter of principle. I ask you again, why did you not heed my advice? You could have sold for at least another 100 million. Why settle for 500 million and part with all your shares?" Song Tianhao pressed. "Father, I have my own considerations. Given our company's current circumstances, is my 15% stake truly worth 500 million? Selling now for 500 million is already a substantial profit," Song Tingyu clarified. "Honey, Tingyu is right. Our foremost priority is securing financing. With this 500 million, we can alleviate our immediate financial crisis," Lin Qinger added. "Indeed, father, let us not forget that apart from Su Chen, no one is willing to invest in our company, especially considering that the Li family is seeking to acquire 25% of our shares for 500 million. If we were to let greed cloud our judgment and jeopardize this financing opportunity, the consequences could be dire." I trust you understand that, Song Tingyu articulated. Is that so? Song Tianhao began to calm as he absorbed this information. The potential fallout from a failed negotiation was indeed daunting. Chapter 0023. The correct approach to stock trading hiss. Upon realizing this, Song Tianhao instinctively gasped, a cold sweat breaking out on the back of his head. Moreover, father, I have personally witnessed Su Chen's account holding 1.2 billion in cash. Do you comprehend the implications of that? Song Tingyu countered. What are you implying? Song Tianhao inquired. Father, I suspect Su Chen is a scion of a wealthy family. Otherwise, who could possibly have such vast liquid assets at their disposal? Song Tingyu elaborated. At that moment, Su Xiaoya's phone rang. She is not merely the personal attorney of Song Tingyu. She also serves as the legal advisor for Tengda Technology. Once the call connected and a few words were exchanged, her expression shifted dramatically. After hanging up, Su Xiaoya reported, President Song, just now, Minister Liu from the investment department called to inform me that there has been a frenzy of buying in the secondary market. Our company's stock has surged by 120, with a transaction price of 45.6 yuan per share. What? How could this happen? Such a significant increase. What was the exact volume traded? Can we ascertain who was behind the acquisition of our company's shares? Song Tianhao's expression grew tense as he inquired. It appears that retail investors and certain institutions have been completely wiped out of their holdings, with at least 40 of the equity being absorbed, Su Xiaoya replied. Although she was not well versed in the stock market, she understood the implications. If the entity acquiring this 40 stake were Su Chen or the Li family, it would spell a catastrophic blow to Tengda Technology. Lawyer Su, is the information accurate? Song Tingyu asked, her awareness of the gravity of the situation dawning upon her. Absolutely. Mississippi. The investment department has already compiled the data, Su Xiaoya confirmed. First, we can rule out the Li family. They simply lack the capacity to absorb 40 of our stock while simultaneously driving the price up so high, Song Tingyu concluded. Then it must be Su Chen? Su Xiaoya speculated, struggling to reconcile the seemingly harmless Su Chen with such profound cunning. He had quietly amassed enough shares, and if he were to restructure the board, the Song family could potentially lose control over the company. How could this be? Song Tingyu found it hard to accept this reality. This matter has reached a critical juncture. I suggest we refrain from overthinking it. Su Chen does not fit the profile of a fraudster. Furthermore, the situation surrounding these shares necessitates thorough investigation. We must maintain our composure, Song Tianhao advised. Song Tingyu chose not to voice any further thoughts, while Lin Qinger remained silent. President Song, shall I notify the investment department to continue their in-depth investigation? Su Xiaoya asked. Yes. Instruct them to provide me with the most detailed report before the market opens this afternoon. I want to uncover who is plotting against Tengda Technology, Song Tianhao commanded. In the intensive care unit, Su Chen knew that the Song father and daughter would soon learn about the frenzied acquisition of 45 of Tengda Technology shares in the secondary market. If they were astute enough, they would suspect him and subsequently track all stock accounts involved in the aggressive buying of Tengda Technology. However, such an endeavor would ultimately prove futile. The system's intervention left no trace. Su Chen recognized that if the project involving super-synthesized silicon crystals succeeded, it would exponentially increase his net worth. More importantly, it represented an opportunity to establish a foothold in the real economy. The intensive care unit was staffed with dedicated doctors and nurses, and Su Chen's condition was stable, requiring only intermittent checks from the medical staff. Zhao Yin accompanied Su Chen for lunch, but received a call from Xiao Mei regarding an urgent matter at the store, prompting her to leave. Seeing that Su Chen was fine, she took a taxi, as her driver's license had yet to be issued. She had only just passed her road test last week, and would have to wait another week to receive her license. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the body transformation and acquiring the strength of a bronze-skinned, iron-bone titan. Host, you now possess the strength to lift 1,000 pounds with a single hand. Note, this strength pertains solely to physical prowess, independent of inner strength. Warm reminder. Host, your current body is impervious to ordinary blades and bullets. Exercise caution against sniper rounds and high-intensity weaponry. With time to spare, Su Chen decided to retrieve a book to read. He remembered he had a book titled Stock Trading Guide, which he had obtained from a treasure chest. Extracting it from the system's inventory, he found it unremarkable, about the size of a standard notebook. Upon opening it, he discovered a search bar in the center of the first page. Enter stock name or code. Was this truly a guide? Was this akin to Baidu? Su Chen attempted to input Alibaba, and click search. Available usage count, 2 times. Note, dear Mr. Su Chen, the stock trading guide provides 1 query per month. Would you like to consume 1 usage? Agree. Information on Alibaba stock is currently being searched. Please wait. Approximately 5 seconds later, Su Chen noted that the stock trading guide revealed all pertinent information regarding the Alibaba company. The data continued to load, causing the book to thicken, ultimately generating over 50 pages. As he perused the information, he found it contained internal details about Alibaba, as well as the latest financial statements. Flipping to the last page, he encountered the optimal investment strategy, which detailed the stock performance trajectory for Alibaba over the next year, along with comprehensive operational guidelines. At that moment, Su Chen grasped the value of the stock trading guide. No wonder it only allowed 1 query per month. Even with 12 queries in a year, if executed correctly, it could yield a substantial profit. After attentively studying the projected stock price movements for Alibaba over the next year for half an hour, Su Chen was thrilled to discover that in 3 days, Alibaba would experience 5 consecutive days of price surges, with the stock climbing from 22.6 yuan per share to 122.6 yuan per share, a staggering increase of 100 yuan per share. Moreover, the lowest price during this period, especially after the market opens tomorrow afternoon, would see Alibaba's stock plunge from the current 78.8 yuan per share down to 22.6 yuan per share. Was this an opportunity? A once-in-a-lifetime chance to make a fortune? Having just injected 500 million into Tingdao Technology, he could now invest in Alibaba for a short-term operation to pocket some gains. But how to register an account? Engaging in large volume transactions with a single account would easily attract scrutiny, thus necessitating the use of several dispersed accounts, perhaps a dozen or even 30 or 40 from various locations. Ding! Main mission. Fishing for gold in the stock market officially launched. During the mission, the more profits earned from stock investments, the higher the score, leading to greater random rewards. Ding! Congratulations, host! The Fishing for Gold in the Stock Market series of premium tasks has commenced. Invest 10 million renminbi. Reward a world-class trading team. Invest 50 million renminbi. Reward a world-class legal team. Invest 100 million renminbi. Reward a world-class asset management team. Note: any teams acquired through premium investments will have a permanent loyalty rating of full value. System: I choose to invest 200 million renminbi, Su Chen declared. Ding! The system automatically deducts 200 million renminbi from the host's personal account, and corresponding rewards will be issued automatically. Please check your account. System notification. Chapter 0024. Codename Wolf Star. According to statistics, the host has invested 200 million, exceeding the system's premium task requirements. Rewards will be issued. Ding! Special rewards. A world-class trading team. Blood Angels. For contact details, please refer to the system's internal communication network. Reward. A world-class legal team. Contact details available via the system's internal communication network. Reward. A world-class asset management team. Contact details available via the system's internal communication network. Su Chen was now elated. With the support of these 3 elite teams, making money would undoubtedly be a breeze. He opened the system's communication channel, which contained 3 groups: Trading Team Blood Angels, Fortis Law Firm, and Fenghua Asset Management. Upon entering the trading team, he discovered files detailing the relevant operational procedures. It turned out that he merely needed to issue commands, and the trading team would act on their own accord. The trading team is currently divided into various stations: Europe, North America, Asia-Pacific, the Middle East, and Summerhua. Su Chen has commenced issuing commands for this operation, codenamed Tianlang. The first phase involves building positions, targeting Alibaba with an investment of 500 million. The task is to begin preparations immediately and by tomorrow afternoon to simultaneously acquire shares of Alibaba through the European, North American, Summerhua, and Asia-Pacific stations. As soon as the directive was released, Su Chen left a message in the group. Acknowledged, reply 1. The leaders of each station swiftly responded. European Station, 1. North American Station, 1. Asia-Pacific Station, 1. Summerhua Station, 1. Group Leader, Action. Before long, 500 million was deducted from Su Chen's private account, leaving a balance of 22 million. A pressing need for funds was evident. While this super-rich funding system is indeed unparalleled, Su Chen realized that the expenditure was also of colossal proportions. The path to profit is paramount. Following the release of the task directive, Su Chen temporarily set aside this matter and tucked away the stock trading guide. He called for a nurse to arrange a sumptuous lunch for him. Zhao called back, indicating that there were matters to attend to at the Rose Romance Internet CAFE sports venue, and thus could not come for the time being. In the afternoon, the Summerhua stock market officially opened at 1 p.m. At Ting.Technology's Technology's investment department, Song Tianhao, Song Tingyu, Lin Qinger, and Su Xiaoya were all present, listening to Minister Lu's summary of the investigation. So, our company's stock price was rated this morning, not by a single person or institutional force. Song Tianhao inquired. President, I have investigated through connections, and these accounts originate from several small nations in Europe, North America, and Asia-Pacific, with no possibility of manipulation from behind. I surmise that some institutions have become aware of our company's research direction, and someone aims to seize the opportunity to acquire shares. Lu Chuanfang replied. Who is behind this? Do they not realize the serious consequences? Song Tianhao retorted, filled with indignation. A mere Jiangnanli estate is already so difficult to deal with. Once we attract the attention of international giants, how can we defend ourselves with such modest means? Dad, since it is not Su Chen's doing, what shall we do now? Currently, aside from your 20, Lin Qing's 2, and Li's 9, as well as Su Chen's 15, there is less than 9 of our company's stock available in the market. Should we reclaim all of it? Song Tingyu inquired. It is imperative that we do so. I must absorb enough shares to maintain control of the company. We cannot allow those international giants to take charge, Song Tianhao asserted. Supersynthesis silicon crystal is of utmost importance and must not be leaked. Minister Lu, how much funds does your investment department currently have? Song Tingyu asked. Miss, we currently have less than 50 million, Lu Chuanfang responded. In that case, Dad, let us first transfer my borrowed 32 million into the company account for emergency use. At the very least, we must repay that 500 million to the bank immediately to avoid a credit default, Song Tingyu proposed. That is the only course of action we can take now. You may proceed, Song Tianhao concluded, departing from the group. He took a dedicated elevator down to the company's 7th underground level, which housed the secret research and development center. No one knew that the R&D center was located here, purchased under the guise of the Weichuang long-lasting storage company, leaving no room for suspicion. Upon stepping out of the elevator, one was greeted by numerous warehouse items. Subsequently, Song Tianhao made his way to the restroom in the northwest corner, using a key to enter the storage room. Inside was an electronic door equipped with high-level security measures requiring retinal and fingerprint recognition. Indeed, it was a sophisticated research center. Once the electronic door opened, it revealed one of the world's most advanced research laboratories, staffed by at least 56 highly paid researchers. President Song. Many greeted him. Song Tianhao exchanged pleasantries with everyone before heading to the office of the project chief engineer. Qian Boson, a postdoctoral mentor in semiconductor materials at Yenjing University in Summerhua, had previously studied at renowned universities in North America and Europe, acquiring advanced semiconductor knowledge. He was invited by Song Tianhao to participate in the synthesis R&D experiment of the supersynthesis silicon crystal. 9 years had passed since then, but the preparation had taken a full 20 years. Song Tianhao had always believed in the semiconductor industry. Yet Summerhua's initial progress was so limited that it garnered little attention. He was determined to become the father of semiconductors for Summerhua, aiming to bridge this gap and liberate the nation from foreign monopolies and blockades in the semiconductor domain. Old Song, you're here. How is the company's debt crisis? Is there a solution? Qian Boson inquired with concern. Rest assured, it has been resolved, Song Tianhao replied. Is that so? That is excellent news. Our project is at the final stage, and if successful, I believe it will astonish the world, Qian Boson remarked. How are the performance tests progressing? Song Tianhao, who was also an expert in semiconductor materials, having graduated from Jiangnan University with a major in materials science, asked. The results are not satisfactory. I am exploring ways to rectify the situation. It seems there is an issue with the equations, but I have yet to pinpoint it, Qian Boson explained. Old Qian, our time is running short. There are already those eyeing our project, so we must expedite our efforts, Song Tianhao urged. I'll do my best, Qian Boson responded, fully aware of his old friend's pressure. Over the years, most of Ting.Technology's funds had been invested in this project. The potential losses if the R&D did not yield results were unfathomable. With others acquiring shares in the company and the new shareholders also being formidable, these individuals were all here for this project. We cannot let them succeed, Song Tianhao asserted. If all else fails, we could report to the government. With their support, it would be easier to complete this project, Qian Boson suggested. That is not an option. I am unwilling. Once they intervene, we will lose control. Song Tianhao shook his head. Your concerns are valid, Qin Bosun acknowledged, understanding the drawbacks of government involvement. We must accelerate the RD process. If I am ousted from management, the project will be perilously compromised, Song Tianhao declared. I understand. I have already formed 3 teams to investigate the performance-related flaws, Qin Bosun stated. Chapter 25. The luxury residence priced at 1 billion, having indulged in a hearty meal. The sole driving force for Su Chen now was the pursuit of wealth. He needed to act quickly. After all, it was quite embarrassing for a wealthy individual to have no funds in his account. Gaming? This had become his quickest avenue for generating income. Staying in the hospital was no longer an option, and the Rose Romance venue was also inconvenient. He decided to return to his own villa, recalling that he owned a residence at Tang Chun Epin. Ding ding. At that moment, his phone rang. Checking the number, he saw it was Yi Rongtian calling. Hello. This is Su Chen. Mr. Su, your car has been repaired. Great. Where are you now? I will come to meet you. I am at the Shuguang Hospital University Town branch. Please bring the car over. Hearing that the car was ready, Su Chen felt elated. Finally, he could go charm some ladies. All right, I'll be there shortly, Yi Rongtian replied. 20 minutes later, after completing his discharge procedures, Su Chen stood at the hospital entrance. With a thunderous roar, a Lamborghini Royal pulled up in front of him. Yi Rongtian emerged from the car with a smile. Mr. Su, what brings you to the hospital? I hope you are well. I'm fine, just too excited from gaming. Are you busy right now? Su Chen responded. Mr. Su, is there something you need? Yi Rongtian inquired. Yes, if you're free, please take me somewhere. I'm not familiar with the route, Su Chen requested. Of course, it would be my pleasure to assist you. May I ask where you wish to go? Yi Rongtian asked. Just a moment, let me check. Su Chen replied as he pulled out a brand new property deed from his belongings. It was precisely one of the novice gift packages bestowed by the system, a villa in the esteemed Tangchen Epin. Yi Rongtian recognized this property deed, for it bore the exclusive emblem of Tangchen Epin. I possess a villa, do I not? However, I am unfamiliar with the way. Could you guide me? Su Chen inquired. Yi Rongtian, feeling a surge of excitement, responded, of course, that is not a problem at all. Mr. Su, may I take a look at the property deed? Su Chen shrugged nonchalantly. Here, take it. What is the big deal? It's just a property deed, after all. Yi Rongtian remained silent, but inwardly mused. Truly, it is easy to speak when one is not in need. The villa in Tangchen Epin is undoubtedly a behemoth among residences in Zaiwaguo. Any villa here is worth hundreds of millions, far surpassing mere apartments. Upon opening the deed, he saw Tangchen Epin Difu Garden, Lake Villa. Total area of 2,000 square meters. Unit price 500,000 per square meter. Total price 100,000,000 yuan. Gulp. Yi Rongtian was genuinely taken aback. He had not anticipated that this legendary lake villa would be in front of him. A billion-dollar villa. Few in Jiangnan City could afford such luxury. Yet it unexpectedly belonged to this young man. What could his identity possibly be? This is truly extravagant. Mr. Su, may I ask what exactly you do? To purchase such an expensive villa so casually, Yi Rongtian could not contain his curiosity. Manager Yi, you should know that some matters are best left unasked. Such inquiries can lead to trouble. Su Chen's tone turned slightly displeased as he issued a warning. Mr. Su, I apologize. I shall not dare again. Yi Rongtian hurriedly expressed his contrition. He understood that affluent individuals are often sensitive about others prying into their affairs. Countless peers have vanished for being too inquisitive about the affairs of the wealthy. No further discussion. Let us go, Su Chen stated. Understood, Yi Rongtian replied, stepping forward to open the car door for Su Chen. Be more mindful in your future endeavors, Su Chen remarked as he settled into the car. Yes, indeed, Yi Rongtian affirmed. Many passers-by at the hospital cast envious glances at Su Chen's top-tier Lamborghini Royale, wondering about the identity of such a dapper young man, whose family must possess considerable wealth. That Lamborghini must be worth at least 2 million, right? Your perspective is too narrow. This is a Royale, globally limited, valued at around 50 million, someone interjected. What? Is it truly that expensive? You cannot fathom the world of the affluent. Nowadays, if one drives a car worth 2 or 3 million, who would still dare claim to be wealthy? Upon arriving at Tangchen Epin Difu Garden, Yi Rongtian escorted Su Chen to the premises, where top-tier security personnel were stationed. Initially, the attitude of the security guard was rather imposing, But upon discovering that Su Chen was the owner of the lake villa, his demeanor underwent a complete transformation. Warm greetings, bowing, and smiles, akin to a devoted canine. Li Goshen, pay more attention in the future. Do not be so foolish as to overlook a Lamborghini Royale. It is worth tens of millions. Can we afford to offend such individuals? The head of security admonished. Yes, Captain, I understand. Li Goshen replied repeatedly, casting envious glances at Su Chen's supercar. Do not dwell on it. Give up on that dream. You will never become a wealthy individual, the head of security sighed. He, too, had once been like Li Goshen, young and brimming with dreams, believing that hard work would lead to success, driving sports cars, living in luxury, marrying a beautiful and affluent woman, ascending to the heights of life. Now, he had long since given up dreaming, bowing his head to reality, merely striving to make a living. Li Goshen remained silent, simply gazing at the departing vehicle. Upon reaching the lake villa, Su Chen felt equally astonished upon realizing the value of this billion-dollar mansion. He silently mused, the system's rewards truly never disappoint. A billion-dollar mansion as a gift. Mr. Su, the environment here is truly splendid, Yi Rongtian remarked enviously. Though he possessed some wealth, it barely amounted to 10 million. Such a prestigious residence was beyond his reach, not to mention the astronomical daily expenses. Manager Yi, how about you consider switching jobs to work for me? I assure you, you will one day reside in such a villa, Su Chen proposed. Lacking capable individuals beneath him, he sought to recruit Yi Rongtian. Mr. Su, are you serious? Yi Rongtian exclaimed with excitement. Despite the allure of his current position at the supercar club, with a fixed annual salary and various incomes totaling at least 3 million, the potential for advancement was limited. Indeed, I am serious. Yi Rongtian, come work as my personal assistant to help manage daily affairs. I will offer you a salary of 10 million, along with year-end bonuses. What do you say? Su Chen stated. 10 million? Is that true, Mr. Su? Yi Rongtian said, exhilarated. Setting aside the matter of year-end bonuses, this salary alone equated to his income over the past 3 years. More importantly, working alongside, Su Chen offered potential for advancement. It was evident that this young man could be a representative of his family, and aligning himself with Su Chen might enable him to build his own influence, leading to future prosperity. Manager Yi, do you think I have nothing to do? Su Chen inquired. No, Mr. Su, that is not what I meant, Yi Rongtian stammered. I understand this may come as a surprise. Take your time to think it over. I will give you 2 days to decide, Su Chen said. All right, Mr. Su. Shall I accompany you inside? Yi Rongtian asked. Sure, and I will help you find some staff to manage things here, Su Chen replied. Sounds good, Yi Rongtian exclaimed. Chapter 0026. The Beautiful After-Sales Manager. Lin Ruoshi, hello. At that moment, a light blue sightseeing vehicle approached. As it drew near, a woman in her late 20s alighted from it. With an oval face, fair skin, and striking beauty, she possessed long legs and a touch of makeup, embodying the quintessential female elite. She wore a white shirt beneath a white blazer, paired with a white A-line skirt and black lace stockings that accentuated her alluring legs. Her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and as she approached, a subtle fragrance wafted through the air, reminiscent of Gucci's Gardenia Blossom Eau de Parfum. With a charming sway to her hips as she walked, she was undeniably captivating. Overall rating, 89 points. Who are you? Su Chen, always courteous towards beautiful women, especially those of such exquisite caliber, greeted her warmly. Mr. Su, hello. I am Lin Ruoshi, the after-sales department manager of Difu Garden. Welcome to our esteemed community, she said, extending her delicate hand with a gentle smile. Hello, my name is Su Chen. I look forward to your guidance in the future, he replied. Su Chen's primary impression of Difu Garden was its expansive greenery. Since entering the community, he had noted this aspect. It is no wonder that many online discussions suggest that what distinguishes high-end villa areas is not merely the houses, but the trees. The more trees in the community, the more valuable the villas. In light of the escalating environmental issues, affluent individuals have begun to shift their residential preferences towards serene, green, and eco-friendly communities like Difu Garden, where nature thrives. Lin Ruoshi smiled warmly. Mr. Su, you are too kind. It is my honor to serve you as one of our distinguished clients. The Lake Villa, valued at 10 billion, had remained unoccupied since its construction due to its exorbitant price. Countless super-rich individuals had hesitated to make a move. However, just days ago, a transaction occurred. Upon receiving the report from the security personnel, she rushed over to personally attend to such a diamond bachelor. How could she possibly let this opportunity slip away? Moreover, she was not averse to the potential for an intimate relationship. "Greetings, Ms. Lin. I am Mr. Su's personal assistant. If possible, may we exchange contact information? Additionally, could we add each other on WeChat?" Yi Rongtian inquired. "Hello. Certainly. I am Lin Ruoxu, and here's my business card." Lin Ruoxu replied. The two exchanged contact details, including WeChat. Su Chen realized that Yi Rongtian's actions signified an implicit agreement to assist him. The beautiful manager, Lin Ruoxu, exhibited commendable social skills, and what was particularly remarkable was that she remained untouched. As a martial artist of the Xin level upper tier, he could sense that her primordial Yin energy had yet to dissipate. Moreover, he noticed that the manager subtly cast glances in his direction, indicating the potential for deeper development. "Mr. Su, allow me to introduce the details of this villa," Lin Ruoxu said with a smile. "Thank you," Su Chen responded. Engaging in conversation with a beautiful woman, he found quite delightful. Yi Rongtian trailed behind them. "Mr. Su, this villa is an expansive unit, with 3 sides facing the lake. The main area spans approximately 600 square meters. It comprises 3 stories above ground and 1 basement, featuring a total of 22 guest rooms and 6 master bedrooms. With excellent natural ventilation and large floor-to-ceiling windows on the lake-facing side that provide ample light," Lin Ruoxu explained. "How many parking spaces are there?" Su Chen inquired. "Mr. Su, this villa boasts 20 underground parking spots," Lin Ruoxu replied. As Su Chen listened to the introduction, he developed a general understanding of the property. Lin Ruoxu guided Su Chen and Yi Rongtian, allowing them to experience and explore the villa in detail, articulating its finer points with great expertise. This beautiful after-sales manager truly exuded professionalism. Approaching the villa, Su Chen felt an aura of grandeur. This villa, built on 3 sides adjacent to the lake, reflected beautifully on the crystal-clear water, which was bordered by stone embankments. Along the embankments were quaint lamp fixtures interspersed with wooden benches nestled among the trees, complete with rain shields, a remarkably thoughtful design. Su Chen mused that he could come out in the evening, sit there, and appreciate the beauty of nature. The swimming pool was rather large, surrounded by one-way glass, allowing visibility from inside to the outside while ensuring privacy for those within. "Mr. Su, we have dedicated staff to maintain your garden and swimming pool at very reasonable rates," Lin Ruoxu stated. "Money is not an issue," Su Chen replied. "Indeed. Now, let us proceed inside to take a look. This villa features fully automated smart home systems. We utilize the High-Air Smart Home System 4.0, designed to provide you with the utmost quality of living experience," Lin Ruoxu elaborated. As they reached the entrance, the electronic door required a password or a specialized access card to open. Upon entering, both Su Chen and Yi Rongtian were awestruck by the opulent interior design. The overall aesthetic was one of luxury and grandeur, exuding an air of elegance. The flooring was uniformly adorned with marble, complemented by lavish crystal chandeliers, and sofas and coffee tables crafted from premium mahogany. A row of exquisitely handcrafted artistic bookshelves displayed a selection of meticulously chosen artifacts. "Mr. Su, we are currently on the ground floor, which features a custom-designed kitchen, a postmodern living room, a small conference room, and a banquet hall," Lin Ruoxu informed. "What is the layout of the basement?" Yi Rongtian asked. The first basement primarily houses leisure and entertainment facilities, including a bar, billiard room, private cinema, and gym, especially featuring a 200-square-meter private wine cellar, Lin Ruoxu described. "Manager Lin, I require a top-tier chef as well as some support staff. Does your company have any recommendations?" Su Chen inquired. "Rest assured, Mr. Su, we are professionals and can arrange for qualified personnel at any time," Lin Ruoxu replied with a smile. She had previously accompanied various affluent individuals, including wealthy women and financial elites, to view properties and had developed a genuine fondness for this place. She once dreamed of residing here herself, becoming the mistress of this grand estate. After touring the 2nd and 3rd floors, Su Chen thought it prudent to properly establish himself here and stay for a few days. The 3rd floor could be described as the owner's private sanctuary, complete with a small kitchenette, which perhaps was fate, as it conveniently featured a game room connected to the master bedroom, designed with large windows. Su Chen was quite satisfied with this arrangement. Observing all this, he could not help but conclude that one gets what one pays for. The 10 billion price tag indeed held its worth, particularly with the presence of Manager Lin, a rare and enchanting beauty. "Manager Lin, please recommend me some maids and professional security personnel. I prefer that the majority of the staff be female, a preference you should understand," Su Chen stated. Mr. Su, I comprehend. There are distinctions between the sexes, Lin Ruoxu replied. For specific details, you may contact my personal assistant, Su Chen suggested. Understood, Mr. Yi, Lin Ruoxu acknowledged. Manager Lin, Assistant Yi, I wish to take a rest now. If there are any details to discuss, please feel free to step outside, Su Chen announced. Preparing to log off. Understood, Mr. Su, Lin Ruoxu responded, though a hint of disappointment lingered in her demeanor. She wondered if her charm was insufficient. Typically, men, both young and old, would leap at the chance to approach her, yet Su Chen remained unaffected. This was perplexing. She exited the bedroom, while Yi Rongtian was summoned by Su Chen. Approximately 2 minutes later, he too departed the third floor. Subsequently, Lin Ruoxu and Yi Rongtian engaged in discussions regarding the pertinent details. In the game room, Su Chen settled into an expensive massage chair, activated the power, and initiated the massage function. He opened his computer, launched the Miracle client, logged in, and opted for the Void Tower's push tower. After 40 minutes, he acquired 28 treasure chests. Upon opening them, he received 9 property deeds and 35 million in cash, alongside 2 martial arts manuals, the Yellow Tier Superior Iron Sand Palm and the Xian Tier Intermediate 8 Extremes Fist. Today's yield was better than nothing. Ding! Mr. Su, your bank card ending in 9875 has received a real-time deposit of 35 million renminbi from Construction Bank. Upon hearing the notification, Su Chen opened his WeChat banking app to check his balance. 57 million. He sighed, earning money is truly challenging. If anyone were to learn that he had amassed 35 million in a mere 40 minutes, yet still lamented about the difficulty of making money, they would undoubtedly pursue him with fervor. Based on today's earnings, he calculated that he could potentially earn 350 million monthly, totaling 12 billion annually, all in cash. Yi Rongtian had officially assumed his role, and after coordinating with Lin Ruoxu, arranged for the chef and maid services. Michelin-starred chef Shen Rian would be joined by 5 female maids: Lu Xiaojie, Meng Yiran, Tang Yu, Tang Yuru, and Zhang Yixue. Yi Rongtian ensured that all selected were of at least 75 points in appearance, well-educated, healthy, and importantly of good character. All 6 women had undergone professional training from the globally renowned housekeeping firm, Junyu International Housekeeping, which was highly esteemed in the industry. Their accommodations were arranged in the guest rooms on the 2nd floor, with each woman receiving her own room. The chef would earn an annual salary of 2 million, while the other 5 would receive 800,000, along with paid leave of 4 days each month and additional benefits. Sister Rian, do you know who the owner of this place is? I've heard this villa is worth 10 billion. If I had that much money in the bank, I could live comfortably off the interest, Tang Yu remarked, the youngest of the 6 at 22 years old. I am unsure. Ruoxu did not disclose that information to me, was Shen Rian's response. In the phone call, I sensed that she seemed rather unhappy, Shen Rian remarked. Unhappy? What happened? Has she suffered a heartbreak? Dan Yu Inqui? It's unclear. In any case, it's quite strange, Shen Rian responded. Ladies, please take note of the time. It's already dinner time. Let us get moving. If our boss becomes upset, none of us will fare well, Yi Rongtian stated. Assistant Yi, what exactly does your boss do? Tang Yu, being particularly fond of gossip, pressed on. Tang Yu, you are the most troublesome among us. I must remind you that our boss does not appreciate inquiries into his personal affairs, so it would be prudent for you to speak less and act more. Do you understand? Yi Rongtian admonished with an air of authority. He has already called to resign from the Supercar Club. Oh, Tang Yu pouted adorably. Upon witnessing this, Yi Rongtian found himself quite taken with her charm. At the age of 40, he was in the prime of his life, and it was only natural to harbor certain thoughts while gazing at these young and beautiful girls. However, the thought of his wife at home quickly brought him back to reality. Shen Rian was remarkably efficient in her work, having already arranged a week's worth of nutritious menus. In addition to being a chef, she also held a national first-class nutritionist certification, making her quite versatile. Ding! Host, you have a chance to draw from the Heavenly Emperor's treasury. Would you like to proceed with the draw now? Upon hearing the prompt, Su Chen recalled that there had indeed been such a reward during the previous high-stakes recharge event, though he had forgotten about it amidst the busyness of life. Let us commence the draw, Su Chen declared. He remembered there was a considerable chance of obtaining a precious territory token. Territory token once used, it would allow the owner to claim a permanent territory over the counties, prefectures, or certain important strongholds outside the super city. As the lord, one would enjoy a 15 share of the income from that city. A 15 share of the income? That amounts to a considerable sum. The income from a city is substantial, encompassing player teleportation fees, transaction fees, and taxes from the production values of the city's NPCs. All of these revenues could represent a significant fortune, especially for a game like Shinji with hundreds of billions of players. Note, all income will be converted into in-game currency, magic stones. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, the Shinji official server erupted with the familiar sound of notifications. Subsequently, a full-screen message in red began to scroll. Congratulations to player Sanyan Shinjun for winning the Shinji Holy Light City Territory token in the Heavenly Emperor's Treasury draw. The official reward for Sanyan Shinjun is 10 million magic stones. Additionally, a level 10 guild upgrade token. Ding! In light of the first territory token appearing across the entire server, a new gameplay feature, the territory offensive and defensive battle, will commence in 3 days at 1930, lasting for 30 minutes. During this time, all players and legions may attack the territory, and upon success, there is a 100 chance of dropping a territory token. Should all players fail in the offensive and defensive battle, the Holy Light City territory will permanently belong to Sanyan Shinjun. Kind reminder, the first lord born from the territory offensive and defensive battle will receive 1 equity in the operating company of Shinji free of charge. The continuous stream of official messages elevated the name, Sanyan Shinjun, to unprecedented heights of fame. Everyone knew it, everyone was aware. A 1 equity stake in the Shinji operating company, Shinji Tianyu, that represents an astronomical fortune. Su Chen was genuinely exhilarated. Compared to the small sums he had received before, acquiring this 1 equity would mean hundreds of billions in wealth for him. Only then could he truly consider himself a wealthy magnate. The Shinji game operating company, Shinji Tianyu, is listed on the Nasdaq in the United States with a market value reaching $1 trillion, meaning that 1 equity translates to $10 billion. Based on the current exchange rate between RMB and USD, $10 billion equates to 100 billion renminbi. Gulp! Su Chen found himself overwhelmed by the enormity of this sum. How should he put it? His emotions were in turmoil. This lordship must be secured. Currently, Su Chen's greatest adversary was Baki Zij. In terms of combat strength, he still lagged behind his rival. 100 billion renminbi. He could only imagine the uproar this would cause. Su Chen could nearly envision how fierce the upcoming territory offensive and defensive battle would be. Yet, that was precisely what made it exciting. Challenges breed enjoyment. Gulp! Su Chen's stomach began to protest. Checking the time, it was already 7:35 p.m. He wondered how Yi Rongtian and Lin Ruoshi were faring. Had the chef and servants been organized? If they hadn't tea, he would have to dine out. Chapter 28, Zhao Yun's abduction. Missed calls. 36. Oh no! This is troublesome. Su Chen realized that he must not have heard his phone ring earlier while wearing his headphones. Opening WeChat, he found dozens of unread messages. Darling, I'm at the hospital. They said you've already checked out, but you're not answering your phone. I'm quite worried. Please respond as soon as you see this. Darling, what's wrong? Are you okay? I'm going to report this. But the officer said you haven't been missing for 24 hours, so they want to file a report. Su Chen felt a wave of guilt wash over him as he read the messages. He dialed Zhao Yun's number. Hello, darling? Is that you? Zhao Yun's anxious voice came through once the call connected. Yunia, I am so sorry. I was online earlier, and I didn't hear your calls, Su Chen replied, his tone filled with remorse. I'm glad you're okay, Zhao Yun said. Where are you? I want to see you, Su Chen said almost instinctively. I'm back at the dorm, Zhao Yun answered. I'm coming to find you. I miss you, Su Chen said. No, that is not necessary. We can. Zhao Yun hadn't finished her sentence when the call abruptly disconnected. A sweet sensation filled her heart, knowing that Su Chen must be hurrying to see her. Thus, she took great care in her appearance, which naturally invited a playful teasing from her roommates. After hanging up, Su Chen hurried downstairs, where he fortuitously encountered Yi Rongtian. Boss, dinner is ready. We can eat now. Where are the car keys? I need to head out, Su Chen said. The keys are with me, Yi Rongtian replied. Hand them over. I want to be having dinner. You all can figure it out, Su Chen said, taking the keys and opening the door without looking back. What is going on? Yi Rongtian asked curiously. Hearing the commotion, Tang Yu emerged from the kitchen. Assisting Yi, where's the boss? The boss just stepped out for something. He said for us to eat on our own, Yi Rongtian explained. Oh, Tang Yu felt a tinge of disappointment. She had wanted to see what their boss looked like and whether he was handsome. Tang Yu, tell Ruyan that I want to be eating either. You all keep an eye on the house, Yi Rongtian said, and then left the villa. 20 minutes later, at the entrance of the Drama Academy at Jiangnan University, Su Chen parked his supercar and excitedly dialed Zhao Yun's number. However, the phone rang unanswered. Is she in the shower? What is going on? After waiting another 10 minutes, he tried calling again, but still received no response. A sense of foreboding washed over him. He was about to get out of the car to inquire upstairs when Zhao Yun's call finally came through. Yun'er, where are you? Su Chen answered, asking. You are Su Chen, right? Don't panic. Zhao Yun is safe in our hands, a man's voice responded from the other end. Who are you? What do you want? Su Chen felt an ominous sense of dread creeping in. Is it revenge or abduction? He couldn't be certain. I am a friend of Han Feng. He is in a terrible state now, permanently disabled and unable to care for himself, the man on the line stated. Is that not his own doing? He has no one to blame but himself. I warn you, if a single hair is harmed on my Yun'er, I will not spare you. You shall pay a grievous price. Su Chen declared. Truly audacious. I must admit, even I, Ego, find you somewhat admirable. The other party teased. I will pay you. Name your price. 10 million and release her. I shall not hold you accountable for the past, Su Chen stated. 10 million? How wealthy you are. For a mere woman, you are willing to part with such a sum? Alas, Ego is not one to be swayed by money. You have harmed my brother, and I shall ensure you pay the price, the other party replied. What do you want from me? Su Chen inquired. Navigate to Hongxing Machinery Factory. In 30 minutes, if I do not see you, my brothers and I will sample your little beauty. Ha ha. The call ended. Su Chen's countenance darkened ominously. Ego, you are courting death. Su Chen activated the navigation system, pinpointing the location. Exit Jiangnan University. Proceed straight for 200 meters, turn left, and enter the Ring Expressway. Caution, there is a speed camera 100 meters ahead. Current speed, 288 kilometers h. Severe speeding, please reduce your speed. Unfortunately, Su Chen paid no heed to these warnings. His sole focus was on rescuing Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun must not come to harm. Hongxing Machinery Factory. This place has been abandoned for years. Rumor has it the owner went bankrupt due to stock market failures and fled with his sister-in-law. In a certain processing workshop, Zhao Yun dangled in midair. She was clad in a provocative mini-skirt and a fresh, casual jacket, her shoes having fallen to the ground. With light makeup, she appeared refreshingly exquisite. At that moment, the terrifying scene left her pale and speechless. Zaha Yun, Zheng Yi, Hanfeng's good brother? Have you heard of me? The man on the phone asked. There were 5 other men surrounding Zhao Yun, brandishing iron rods and uttering vile words. I have not heard of you. What is it that you intend to do? This is a crime. I advise you to cease your actions before it is too late, Zhao Yun said. Oh, you wish to reason with me? What of Han Feng? What has he done wrong? Now he is left a lifelong cripple, unable to care for himself. And you dare to strip him of his manhood? Do you not find that cruel? Zheng Yi retorted. I. Zhao Yun struggled to respond. Rest assured, Su Chen, I will not kill him. However, I shall repay Han Feng for the injuries he has suffered. As for you, we will cherish you dearly. Zheng Yi smirked, resembling a devil. You must not act recklessly. I will report this, Zhao Yun said, her face paling in fear. She could imagine the horrifying outcome. Did you get the cameras I had you install ready? Soon, I intend to personally cater to our lovely lady in front of Su Chen, Zheng Yi inquired, disregarding Zhao Yun's threat of reporting. Rest assured, Ego, it is all set. 5 ultra-clear cameras, 360-degree rotation, capturing every angle, a perfect surveillance, one of the men replied. At that moment, a rotund man grinned wickedly. This man was none other than Lao Wu. You can be assured, once I am finished, you will have your chance to perform, Zheng Yi said. Thank you, Ego. The 5 men chorused. They were never good men to begin with. And with Zhao Yun's alluring attire, high beauty, and enviable figure, they were particularly lustful for her long legs, fantasizing about the sensation of touching them. Ego, how do you plan to handle this little beauty? Lao Wu asked playfully. What wicked thoughts are you entertaining? Zhang Yi questioned it. How about, once we are done, I take this woman and lock her in my basement? If anyone misses her, they can come by for a visit. Lao Wu suggested. Your basement already has a few lovely ladies, does it not? I have heard from Lao Si that they are quite stunning. Furthermore, you have your ex locked up there as well. Does your wife not know? Zheng Yi, aware that Lao Wu was a pervert, recognized that he had been betrayed by his girlfriend and had since become obsessed with the idea of imprisoning beautiful women. Little do they know, while others think of me as a paragon, I am planning to ensnare my aging mother-in-law as well. When the time comes, I will invite my brothers to join in the fun, Lao Wu said. Chapter 0029, True Identities Revealed. Lao Wu, I have never admired anyone, but you are quite something. Zheng Yi praised, giving a thumbs up. Lao Wu merely chuckled stupidly, saying nothing. He understood it to be a taunt, but he did not care. Lao Wu, remember to inform me. I prefer those a bit older. Exciting, Lao San remarked. Lao Wu nodded vigorously. They were unaware that all these conversations were being recorded. Remember to edit that video from today and send me a copy. I want it for keepsakes, Lao San said. Filming a video? Zhao Yun's face turned ashen, wondering what manner of fiends these men were. Are they all devils? My husband, you will come to save me, will you not? She placed all her hopes on Su Chen, thinking that as a member of a prominent family, he must possess formidable bodyguards akin to those in novels. These bodyguards could rescue her. At that moment, Zheng Yi was fixated on the tablet in his hands, which displayed real-time surveillance footage from the Hongxing machinery factory. He had previously instructed Lao Wu to install numerous cameras at strategic points. Ego, do we really need to be this cautious about a small fry? Lao Wu questioned, feeling it was a bit excessive. What do you know? Caution is the mother of safety. The reason we are still alive today is due to my vigilance. Zheng Yi replied. Ego, since there is still plenty of time, why don't we enjoy ourselves a bit? Lao Wu suggested, eyeing the suspended Zhao Yun with a lascivious lick of his lips. Lao Wu, suppress your lewd thoughts. We must first deal with Su Chen. Do not lay a finger on her until he is dead. Zheng Yi warned sternly, a clear admonition. Lao Wu could only nod helplessly. Zheng Yi held considerable sway over the 5 men, and they all feared him. Zheng Yi could not understand why, despite never having seen Su Chen. He felt an unsettling peculiarity about him. Just in case he used Zhao Yun as a shield. Should anything happen to her, she would lose her value. Threatening Su Chen would become exceedingly difficult. Ding! Host, the system has detected cameras within 1,000 meters ahead. A detailed 3D map is being generated. Please wait. 3D map generated. Please check. Reminder. On this dark and windy night, please take care to conceal yourself and leave no evidence behind. As Su Chen drove his Lamborghini into the vicinity of Hongxing Machinery Factory, he received the system's alert. Subsequently, he obtained the 3D map information, gaining a thorough understanding of the situation inside the factory. He also uncovered Zheng Yi's sinister plot and malicious intent. The 3D map clearly indicated the locations of the cameras and the positions of Zheng Yi and his 6 accomplices. Zheng Yi, I do not know who you are, but you dare to lay hands on my woman. This time, I shall send you on your way. Though Su Chen had never taken a life, at this moment, he appeared devoid of the respect for life that one ought to possess, and he felt no fear of worldly loss. What could be the reason? Perhaps it was due to the system. With the strength of a high-tier martial artist, coupled with his formidable defense and immense power, dealing with these 6 men was child's play. With the precision of a flying dagger, this secret technique was inscrutable. Possessing such a skill, even when facing firearms, one could remain unperturbed. In the capital of Xiaohuagua, Yanjing, at the Red Powder Beauty Club, the Ice Queen Su Jiwei gazed at the Hall of Fame leaderboard, unable to calm herself as she beheld the second-ranked, 3-eyed deity. In recent days, this individual has become the talk of the town within the realm of miracle, dramatically ascending to the 2nd position in the Hall of Fame, leaving seasoned players far behind. Following the previous skirmish, she had contemplated recruiting 3-eyed deity into the Red Rose Guild to bolster its elite combat capabilities. Regrettably, before she could take action, the territory token incident erupted. This time, she took the matter seriously, willing to pay a steep price to obtain some foundational information about 3-eyed deity from insiders at Miracle. In this territorial offensive and defensive battle, the Red Rose Guild found itself compelled to confront the Laughing at the World Guild once more, for the stakes were exceedingly high. Should the Laughing at the World Guild seize the territory token, the repercussions would be dire, leaving the Su family in an even more precarious position. Sister Zhui, I've already inquired through contacts. The Laughing at the World Guild is also aware of 3-eyed deity, information, and their outreach officer has already headed to Jiangnan City. Our time is limited. Lin Ming'e, the guild's female strategist, spoke with a grave expression. Thank you, Ming'e. I shall depart immediately. Please keep an eye on the guild matters. We will stay in touch via phone if necessary, Su Jiwei responded, a sense of inexplicable urgency washing over her, compelling her to set off for Jiangnan City. I will. Lin Ming'er nodded. After Su Zhiwei finished speaking, she hastily left the guild, her pace brisk. She firmly believed that if they could secure a powerful player like Three-Eyed Deity, the Red Rose Guild could turn the tide against the persistent pressure from the Laughing at the World Guild. If they also managed to acquire the territory token, it would be even more perfect, positioning them to potentially dethrone the Laughing at the World Guild as the top guild in Miracle. Player nickname, Three-Eyed Deity real name, Su Chen identity information, student at Jiangnan University, having spent $2 million. She had only acquired these two pieces of information. Yet they were sufficient for her to locate Su Chen. Hello, Minister Kong. This is Su Zhiwei. I am heading to Jiangnan City. Please contact the airport immediately. I will arrive in 20 minutes, Su Zhiwei instructed as she dialed the Family Logistics Department minister. Rest assured, young lady, I will make the arrangements right away. We will depart on time in 20 minutes, Minister Kong replied, fully aware of the significance of Su Zhiwei, the pride of the Su family, one of the top noble clans in Yanjing. After hanging up, he promptly arranged for a private jet to Jiangnan City. Outside the Red Star Machinery Factory, amidst the dark night, a figure swiftly evaded the surveillance cameras. This individual moved with agility and keen reflexes. As the camera drew closer, it was revealed to be Su Chen. Unbeknownst to him, his personal information had already been leaked by insiders at Miracle. Not only was Su Zhiwei, the president of the Red Rose Guild, personally coming to Jiangnan City to find him, but the outreach officer from the Laughing at the World Guild had also arrived on the fastest flight. Both parties sought to recruit Su Chen and acquire the territory token he possessed. In the dim light, Su Chen utilized the 3D schematic provided by the system to evade all surveillance, emerging outside the workshop. In a concealed corner, he observed the movements within, then pinpointed the optimal route for attack using the 3D map. 6 throwing knives were poised for action. Zheng Yi and his 5 companions remained oblivious to the impending doom, failing to detect any signs of an intruder through the surveillance feeds. As the 30-minute countdown was about to conclude without any sign of Su Chen, Zheng Yi began to fidget. Brother Yi, do you think that kid Su Chen has backed out and is too scared to come? Old Five remarked. That shouldn't be the case. He is not that kind of person. Could my intel be wrong? Zheng Yi muttered. Brother Yi, since that kid is so wealthy, this woman, though beautiful, doesn't he seem worth the risk to him? I don't think he'll show up, Old Five responded. You make a valid point, Old Five. I hadn't considered that possibility earlier. It was my oversight, Zheng Yi reflected. Ding ding ding. At that moment, the 30-minute countdown reached its end. No, I don't want this outcome. I'm still young. Zhao Yun's face turned pale, her heart filled with despair. 1. Su Chen had not come to rescue her. 2. The inhumane experiences awaiting her were looming. Zhao Yun, you see it for yourself. In Su Chen's eyes, you are worthless. So, Old Five, the show can begin. Go check your cameras. Don't let me down when it becomes crucial. Understood? Zheng Yi commanded. Brother Yi, you can count on me, Old Five replied with an okay gesture. Let us get to work. Tonight, we will unleash all our frustrations on this beautiful college student. Zheng Yi declared, his mood sour. He despised being mocked. Su Chen, concealed in the shadows, witnessed the scene inside the workshop, realizing he could no longer remain hidden. Wait, I'm here now. Release Zhao Yun, and I can grant you a swift end. He stepped out from his hiding place. His appearance instantly put Zheng Yi and his companions on high alert. You are Su Chen? Zheng Yi questioned it. Indeed, Su Chen affirmed. Didn't you call me earlier? How did you get in? Why didn't the surveillance detect you? Zheng Yi put sit. That's my secret. It's of no concern to you, Su Chen replied coolly. Su Chen, I don't know what abilities you possess, but I hope you can see the reality of the situation. It seems you are not in charge here. Zheng Yi retorted. Irritated. On what basis do you make that assumption? Su Chen countered. What? Aren't you afraid we'll harm this lovely lady? Zheng Yi brandished a short blade as a threat. Try it. Let us see if you have a chance. Su Chen's hand discreetly grasped a throwing knife, ready to strike. With his current skills, he required 3 breaths to launch 6 knives. That would be more than sufficient to deal with 6 adversaries. Su Chen, I don't know where your confidence comes from. We have 6 people here, and you are alone. How do you intend to win? Zheng Yi challenged. Soon, you'll find out, Su Chen said, his right index finger swaying as he smirked. Darling, it's all my fault. Zhao Yun's heart reignited with hope upon seeing Su Chen. Yunner, I am here. I will protect you. If they dare to bully you, I will make them pay with their lives, Su Chen vowed fiercely. He had never been a good person. If you treat me well, I will repay you tenfold. But But if you harm those I care for, I will make you pay 100-fold. Such arrogance. Aren't you afraid of your tongue getting caught in the wind? Look at this. Zheng Yi discarded the short blade and drew a gun, aiming it directly at Su Chen. I despise it when someone points a gun at me. Su Chen stated. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His throwing knives were unleashed. In the span of 3 breaths, 6 knives flew through the air with precision. I'll kill you. Zheng Yi fired his gun. Bang! The gunshot echoed as a bullet sped towards Su Chen's chest. Ugh! The 6 flying knives never missed their mark. With a single throw, the 5 fell to the ground, clutching their throats, unable to utter a word. Only Zheng Yi remained standing, gasping for breath. Is this the 6 flying knives? Zheng Yi stared at Su Chen in disbelief. That previous display of throwing knives was nothing short of magical. He hadn't even seen it happen before he was struck. Surprised? Su Chen inquired. How is this possible? Isn't that a plot from a novel? How could it happen in reality? Zheng Yi's face was a mask of horror, as if he had seen a ghost. Haha. I want to tell you. I take pleasure in allowing my enemies to perish in confusion and ignorance, Su Chen replied. You, Zheng Yi, overwhelmed by rage, succumbed to the pressure, and in a single breath, he passed away. My dear husband, you. Zhao Yun's exquisite eyes now reflected an expression of sheer disbelief. She could hardly fathom that she had just witnessed a real-life version of the legendary Xiao Li Fei Dao. In an instant, a glimmer of cold light appeared, and within moments, the throats of the 6 fiends were pierced by the flying daggers. We must leave this place. I will explain everything to you later, Su Chen stated. Oh! Zhao Yun numbly nodded in agreement. Su Chen gently set her down, draping his clothing over her shoulders and offering a few words of comfort. He then meticulously tidied the crime scene, dismantling the surveillance equipment and cameras. The tablet was stowed away in his system backpack, awaiting an opportune moment for destruction. As for the wounds of the 6 deceased, he was at a loss as to how to conceal them and decided to leave it be. After all, he thought, let the officers investigate. Ding! Esteemed host, the system offers you a professional-grade perfect cleanup service to erase all evidence and traces, as well as the best framing service. All for the mere price of 999 yuan. At that moment, the system chimed in with a notification. Deal. Deduct the amount. If spending a bit of money could resolve all troubles, Su Chen would naturally not object. After the deduction, approximately 2 minutes later, the system confirmed that all evidence had been eliminated. The deaths of Zheng Yi and his companions were framed as the work of their adversary, Dongxing Shi Defei. Defei, known for his prowess with flying daggers, was notorious for claiming lives within 100 paces. Once assured that there was no lingering threat, Su Chen finally carried Zhao Yun away from the scene. They found a vehicle and drove off. In the dark of night, in such a secluded location, no one would take notice. After 20 minutes, they returned to the city. At this hour, the two had nowhere to go. They checked into the Huanyu Star Hotel. In the presidential suite, Zhao Yun, still shaken from the night's events, took a shower and then burrowed beneath the covers, remaining silent. Su Chen lay beside her, quietly keeping her company. He could empathize with the profound anxiety that gripped Zhao Yun's heart. What she needed now was tranquility. The impact of the night's events was something she had to process alone. No one could assist her. Su Chen, I want you to love me. Just before dawn, Zhao Yun suddenly threw herself onto Su Chen. She became assertive, indulging in him, greedily seeking pleasure. Su Chen, though curious about her sudden shift, found it difficult to think of anything else in the face of such beauty, and thus he willingly complied. An hour later, as the storm began to abate, Zhao Yun lay in Su Chen's embrace, murmuring, "Husband, I want to go to England." "Why?" Su Chen asked, astonished. "What happened yesterday frightened me greatly. I wish to change my surroundings. Additionally, I want to study acting and enhance my skills." Zhao Yun seemed resolute in her decision. "I respect your wishes. Do you have a preferred destination? I can assist you with arrangements. But when will you return?" Su Chen felt a twinge of reluctance, as the woman before him was an irreplaceable part of his heart. Yet he was unsure how to retain her. "I don't know, perhaps a year, or maybe after graduation. But, my husband, I will always belong to you. Remember to come see me when you can. I will always be your lover. I will wait for you." Though Zhao Yun was somewhat materialistic and vain, she was not foolish. She understood she could never be the woman Su Chen cherished most or the ideal candidate for marriage in his eyes. The events of that night made her acutely aware of her own frailty and helplessness. Thus, she resolved to grow stronger. The current Su Chen felt like a stranger to her, possessing incredible wealth and an enigmatic skill with flying daggers. Was he truly the real Xiao Li Fei Dao? She dared not ask. At present, she felt unworthy of him. She recognized that to stand by Su Chen's side in the future, she must cultivate her strength. Hence, she decided to study abroad, aspiring to become a top-tier star, so she could, in some measure, match his stature. I will visit you often. Just tell me when you leave and which school you prefer. I will arrange everything else. Su Chen respected Zhao Yun's wishes, but as a man, he was determined to provide for her. Husband, I will depart as soon as I receive my diploma. I want to attend the Royal Academy of Dramatic Art in England. I know you can help me with this. Zhao Yun stated matter-of-factly. She viewed him as her own, expecting her man to assist her with such matters, as if it were only natural. Rest assured, Yunner, I will make the necessary arrangements, Su Chen replied confidently. As the conversation drew to a close, Zhao Yun clung to Su Chen, unwilling to part with him. Yet there was no alternative. In the realm of adulthood, temporary separations were merely a prelude to a more profound reunion. Exhausted, Zhao Yun finally succumbed to sleep by 9 in the morning. Su Chen, however, remained awake, contemplating the woman in his arms, lost in a myriad of thoughts. This woman was destined to leave him. Sighing softly, he opened the system's main interface. Locating the group chat for Fortis Law Firm, he posted his requirements. 1. Study abroad slot at the Royal Academy of Dramatic Art in England. 2. Purchase a luxury residence near the academy, complete with security, cleaning, and culinary services. 3. Hire a professional lawyer. Within a minute, the head of the Fortis Law Firm's London branch responded, arrangements will be made. Now, all that remained was to await further news. With the influence of Fortis Law Firm, Su Chen was confident that his requests would be fulfilled. The presidential suite was equipped with the latest computer. With no inclination to sleep during the day, Su Chen approached the desk, powered on the computer, and logged into the game Miracle. Upon entering, he was transported to Daqin Imperial City, one of the 3 major super cities in Miracle, alongside Holy Roman Empire in the European region and Capital of Freedom in North America. These super cities represented 3 formidable powers: the Daqin Empire, the Holy Roman Empire, and the North American Free Federation. Within the market district of Daqin Imperial City, he approached NPC Xingchen, the secret envoy, preparing to venture into the Alama's secret realm. He clicked on the NPC and selected to enter the Alama's secret realm. Upon confirmation, the map shifted, and he found himself within the Alama's secret realm. Ding! Due to the host using a special entry ticket, there is a high probability of dropping a rare item, the Alama Soul of level 28. Upon receiving this message, Su Chen felt a surge of delight. He now comprehended why items of level 18 or higher from the Alama Soul were rarely dropped. It seemed that the entry requirements for the Alama Secret Realm played a significant role in this. Typically, players would spend 10,000 RMB to enter the realm, which was the most basic method. Hence, the highest rewards would only yield Alama Souls of level 18. Su Chen, utilizing a complimentary entry ticket, was afforded a slightly superior experience compared to the regular recharge method, allowing him to potentially acquire Alama Souls of level 28 and below. It appeared that level 99 Alama Souls truly existed, but obtaining them would require some precious item. The monsters within the Alama secret realm were not particularly formidable. In fact, even novice players could easily defeat them. Here, it was not a matter of combat strength or damage, but rather one of chance and luck. He sought the respawn point of the fastest reviving monsters. Su Chen summoned his pet, the Golden Fortune Pig, and called forth the Golden Holy Dragon and the 9 Nether Phoenix to engage in monster hunting. With only 30 minutes of monster hunting time, what he could obtain was purely reliant on luck. The Golden Holy Dragon and the 9 Nether Phoenix activated their hunting modes, while Su Chen employed a small coin on the keyboard to execute his area attack skill, eliminating the need for manual operation. The outcome of the hunt? All depended on fortune. The presidential suite boasted a high-end wine cabinet, stocked with an ample selection of fine wines, including both white and red varieties. In this place, there exists a rare treasure, 30-year-old Cat's Tower liquor, a vintage that is nearly impossible to procure from the outside market. Its label boldly inscribed with 350,000 RMB. I selected a bottle of the 1982 Lafite, priced at 120,000 RMB. Upon opening it, Su Chen poured the deep red wine into a goblet. Raising the glass, she gently swirled it, the crimson liquid resembling the pure and unblemished blood of a maiden. Holding the glass, she settled onto the sofa, sipping it delicately. Embracing her phone, she indulged in humorous videos, occasionally bursting into light laughter, reveling in the sheer comfort of life. At noon, precisely 12:30, 6 corpses were discovered within the Red Star Machinery factory by a vagrant, who promptly reported the incident. In the Jiangnan City Police Headquarters, the Criminal Investigation Department's 6th group was tasked with unraveling this heinous murder case, led by Captain Chen Shi. Upon arriving at the scene, Chen Shi addressed the deputy leader. Li Chen, what is the situation? Boss, the deceased is Zheng Yi, along with his 5 companions. They were all killed by a flying knife, each with a single stab to the throat, Li Chen reported. Zheng Yi, is this a case of revenge? Chen Shi inquired. Preliminary assessments suggest so, and we have obtained Zheng Yi's last call, which was to Defei of the Dongxing Society, replied Li Chen. Defei of the Dongxing Society? I've heard that this fellow wields his flying knives with remarkable skill, Chen Shi remarked. Boss, this is no mere legend. It is a fact. Those in the know jest that his flying knives have reached the level of Xiao Li Fei Dao, Li Chen asserted. Li Chen, do you genuinely believe such hearsay? It's merely a matter of knife throwing. Have you ever seen Xiao Li Fei Dao? Chen Shi scoffed. Boss, I am not exaggerating. I have witnessed Defei's knives. They can even curve mid-air, Li Chen insisted. All right then, continue the investigation. I doubt this matter is as straightforward as it appears. There is certainly something amiss, Chen Shi instructed, unconvinced by Li Chen's claims. Curving knives? Such nonsense. She approached Zheng Yi's corpse, observing the wide-eyed expression of terror, as if he had encountered something profoundly frightening. Officer Liu, what is the situation? Chen Shi queried. We can ascertain that the cause of death was a fatal blow from a flying knife. However, the murder weapon has not been found at the scene. I suspect the perpetrator took it with them. Moreover, I discovered gunshot residue on the deceased's right hand, the esteemed forensic chief, Liu Songren, stated after his preliminary examination of Zheng Yi's body. This indicates he fired a weapon before ultimately succumbing to the knife. Yet, there are no other bloodstains at the scene. Either he missed his target, or the assailant was not acting alone, as someone may have taken the wounded away. Chen Shi analyzed. This is the current situation, Liu Songren confirmed. Chen Shi then examined the other 5 bodies, all displaying expressions of shock, as if they had encountered something unimaginable. She could not help but ponder. What could have terrified them so? After conducting her investigation, she summoned Li Chen, and they drove to meet Defei. Although uncertain of Defei's culpability, he was undoubtedly a considerable suspect given the circumstances. Boss, are we going to confront Defei, just the 2 of us? Li Chen asked nervously. Defei of the Dongxing Society is undoubtedly one of the most formidable figures in Jiangnan City. This man once single-handedly injured over 40 individuals and subsequently served 3 years in prison for assault. Upon his release, he ascended to become the master of the Dongxing Society. Are you afraid of him? Chen Shi inquired. Yes, boss. I truly fear him, Li Chen admitted. Chen Shi shook her head in disbelief. I disdain you. You are an official of the Xiahua Kingdom. Why fear someone of such lowly stature? Boss, you don't understand. My build is not imposing enough. If I offend Defei, he could easily eliminate me, Li Chen lamented. Does he dare? Chen Shi proclaimed with authority. Li Chen realized the gravity of Chen Shi's backing and felt somewhat reassured. Not to mention Defei, even Hong Wantong, the Dongxing Society's enforcer, would think twice before provoking this formidable lady. Ding! Host, you have purchased 250,000 shares of Alibaba stock at 21. 2 renminbi per share. Ding! You have acquired 750,000 shares of Alibaba stock at 22. 1 renminbi per share. Host, you have purchased 500,000 shares of Alibaba stock at 22. 0 renminbi per share. Ding! Host, you have acquired 200,000 shares of Alibaba stock at 22. 2 renminbi per share. While engrossed in amusing videos, Su Chen suddenly received a notification from the system. Checking the time on her phone, it read 13:15. The stock market of the Xiahua Kingdom had opened, and according to the agreement, this was the designated time for stock accumulation. Previously, she had been invited by friends to open a stock account, signing with the brokerage firm Huaxing Securities, which charged a commission of 0.05. The Link Bank card was won from the construction bank. After launching the Huaxing Securities app and logging in with her password, she transferred 5 million RMB from her bank account. Searching for Alibaba stock, the price chart and transaction board promptly appeared. The drastic drop in Alibaba's stock price was attributed to last week's news of the chairman, Ma Yun, stepping down, which triggered a significant decline. Observing the plummeting sell orders, Su Chen felt elated. Presently, everyone was on the sidelines, as the founder and soul of the company had retreated, a major negative development. Although the newly appointed chairman, Zhang Yong, was also reputable and capable, he could not quite measure up to his predecessor. Upon opening, the stock price had collapsed from 78.8 renminbi per share to 22.6 renminbi, and it continued to fall. In the large trading room of Guohua Securities in the deep-sea city of Xiaohua, Han Guobao of the Han Private Equity Fund was incensed. Who is buying up all the shares? Find out now, he bellowed. Capitalizing on last week's unfavorable news regarding Alibaba, he had unleashed a massive amount of funds to drive the price down, effectively having it before the Alibaba Group and other institutions could react. Yet, before he could scoop up shares at a low price, he discovered that others had already entered the market to seize the opportunity. Boss Han, what should we do now? The stock price has begun to recover, and we have managed to retrieve less than 1/10 of the shares we sold, the renowned trader Guowei reported. Buy. Acquire as much as you can. Han Guobao gritted his teeth. The most crucial task now is to gather enough shares. Only then can we profit from this stock market upheaval. Understood? Guowei responded enthusiastically. Han Guobao seethed with anger. The shares he lost amounted to at least 50 million, and while he would eventually recover them, he could have earned much more. Who was it that had robbed him in the midst of this fleeting battle? This person possessed extraordinary vision, managing to snatch away his profits in such a brief moment. He was filled with admiration. Alibaba, 22.5. Alibaba, 22.6. During the stock price's rebound, the market's panic had not dissipated. Many remained unaware of the true situation, misjudging this as a mere flicker of hope, leading to severe sell-offs. Su Chen paid no heed to the actions of the Blood Angel team. She was focused on her own maneuvers. After channeling all 50 million from her personal account, she had acquired 2.5 million shares at a price of 22.5 renminbi each. Now, her account balance stood at merely 7 million, necessitating a halt to her acquisitions of Alibaba stock. The stock price of Alibaba was set to undergo a 3-day adjustment period, during which buyers and sellers would engage in a fierce battle. After 3 days, the adjustment period would conclude. The newly appointed chairman and his assembled management team are set to hold a press conference, announcing a substantial investment of 150 billion in market support. In the ensuing 5 days, stocks experienced a continuous surge, ultimately surpassing the 100 yuan mark and concluding at 122.6 yuan. Closing the Huaxing Securities app, Su Chen, with a wine glass filled to the brim, strides to his computer and settles into his executive massage chair. Upon clicking the mouse, he finds himself transported from the amass secret realm. Opening his game inventory, he discovers it filled with amass souls, the majority being of level 10 or below. When Su Chen hovers the mouse over the brilliantly radiant spirit, it displays amass soul, level 28, combat power bonus, 120. Base attributes, 95. Within his inventory, he possesses a total of 7 level 28 amass souls. After embedding them into his equipment, he retains 1 for potential sale. However, he is reluctant to part with such a high-value commodity. The level 18 amass souls are currently scarce in the market, their price skyrocketing to 5 million each. Thus, the level 28 amass souls should fetch at least 50 million each. Additionally, he possesses amass soul, level 18-10, amass soul, level 19-2, amass soul, level 25-4, and amass soul, level 27-3. As for the rest, they are merely ordinary spirits of level 10 or below, which he promptly sells through the Miracle Celestial Market. In the Great Qin Imperial City, Market District, Forging Station. Here, Su Chen finds the forging NPC to embed the spirits. All 6 pieces of equipment are adorned with amass soul, level 28. After embedding the spirits, Su Chen equips the 6 formidable artifacts, and in an instant, his total combat power reaches 10,520. Chapter 0033. A message from Su Jiwei. Are you free? Miracle Special Announcement. Congratulations to player 3-Eyed God for surpassing 10,000 combat power, earning the new title, Eternal Holy King. In light of player 3-Eyed God's achievement as the first player to surpass 10,000 combat power in Miracle, a cash reward of 1 billion is granted. The Emperor of the Great Qin Empire has bestowed upon 3-Eyed God the title of General of the Great Qin Empire, granting 500 Great Qin Golden Fire Cavalry. The entire server is abuzz. This time, the domineering Zegu from the Laughing to the End Guild and the illustrious Wen Shixiang from the prestigious Yanjing family are left speechless. Who exactly is this three-eyed god? How did he achieve such prowess? The surge in combat power is astonishing. Opening the Hall of Fame leaderboard, he checks the information of the already ranked first three-eyed god. Alama Soul, level 28 His. Wen Shixiang can hardly believe this reality. It must be a cheat. Otherwise, how could this be possible? As the top-ranked player, three-eyed god, as hidden attributes are revealed. When Wen Shixiang sees the 5-slot attack artifact and those exquisite supreme divine fire attributes, he is left dumbfounded. This is blatant insider information. The 8 slots of Immortal Star Soul Divine Fire are all 3-star premium attributes, with 5 golden critical strike attributes, truly perfect. Just these 8 divine fire pieces are worth a fortune. Others are observing this as well, including Lin Ming'er from the Red Powder Beauty Guild. Meanwhile, Su Chen, having just arrived in Jiangnan City on her family's private jet, received several WeChat screenshots from Lin Ming'er. First is the combat power chart of Three-Eyed God, showcasing 520 combat power, the first player in the entire server to reach such heights. Next, the reward of 1 billion. The last 2 images depict the exceptional attributes of the divine fire and equipment, along with the Alama Soul, level 28. Su Jiwei realizes she has underestimated Su Chen, and she begins to ponder whether he is a plant within Miracle. It's quite alarming. How are they to compete with him? With such a rapid growth rate, the gap in the future will only widen. With a mixture of emotions, she exits the airport and boards a vehicle sent by Su Corporation in Jiangnan City. Misu, I have results regarding the person you wanted me to investigate. However, the individual has not been at school during this period. The person picking her up is Xiang Wanqing, head of the Human Resources Department at Su Corporation in Jiangnan City. Director Xiang, I do not want this answer. I want to see Su Chen today. Su Jiwei states with an undeniable tone. She is concerned that Su Chen might be signed by the Laughing to the End Guild. Such a situation would be untenable. Su Chen is now the eternal Holy King, dominating the entire server. Any guild that acquires such a player will certainly be coveted. If the Red Powder Beauty Guild possesses a player like Three-Eyed God, the title of the top guild would be within reach. Understood? Xiang Wanqing has no choice. She is well aware of the young lady's decisive nature. Where is the accommodation you arranged for me? Su Jiwei inquires further. Miss Su, I know you prefer quieter locations, so I have arranged for you to stay in a property under the company's name. The community? The Imperial Garden. It is a villa specifically prepared for Miss Su. Tang Chunyi Pin, Imperial Garden? I recall this is a villa district jointly developed by our Su Corporation and Tang Chen Group. Initially, we owned 20 units, correct? Misu, your memory is impeccable. Indeed, we own 20 properties, and the president has instructed us not to sell them, but to keep them for hosting and guest reception. Xiang Wanqing replies, that's typical of my father. Let us go. I need to rest. I hope that when I am well rested, you will bring me good news. I will not disappoint you, Miss Su, Xiang Wanqing assures her. Once she is settled in, she promptly contacts Lei Ying, a bigwig in Jiangnan City. In truth, these top-tier enterprises often collaborate with influential figures in the underworld, as it is known that a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Moreover, certain matters are more suitably handled by these individuals, such as land acquisition, debt collection, and other affairs. Despite her delicate demeanor, Xiang Wanqing is a well-known figure in both the black and white markets of Jiangnan City, famously dubbed versatile. Another 1 billion reward. What extravagance! The Miracle Company is indeed a true powerhouse, a giant that he cannot currently compete with. These are mere side notes. The main point is that Su Chen is genuinely elated. He is in dire need of funds. However, with such a substantial sum directly credited without hesitation, he allocates all the money to his stock trading account to operate this round of Alibaba stocks. Ding! Great boss, hello. The task you assigned has been completed. The enrollment at the Royal Academy of Dramatic Art in the UK, along with all accommodations and security personnel, have been arranged. We await the arrival of your designated individual. The London head of Forte's law firm replies. Thank you all for your hard work. I appreciate it immensely. One note. The person traveling to the UK is my woman. You should understand what that entails, Su Chen responds. Understood. We will take good care of the lady. Ending the call, Su Chen arranges a discussion with the Blood Angel operation team to redeploy the new plan, although the overall direction remains unchanged. Making money. 15 billion is merely a small investment for such a top-tier operation team, making their work quite straightforward. A message from the player, Ice Queen, has arrived. At this moment, a private chat window pops up in the game, resembling a WeChat chat interface. Su Chen, I am Su Jiwei, president of the Red Powder Beauty Guild. I wonder if you have some time? We could arrange a meeting to discuss matters. Here is my phone number, which is also my WeChat ID. Upon reading this message, Su Chen realizes she is attempting to recruit him, and he has indeed heard of this guild, currently ranked 5th among the major guilds in Miracle. In the realm of divine miracles, the foremost guild, undoubtedly, is the Laughing to the Horizon Guild, whose prowess stands unrivaled across the entire server. This supremacy is indisputable, as the guild boasts formidable factions under its banner, such as the Laughing to the Horizon, Mingjiao, Maple Leaf Flowing Light, and Who Can Compete, all renowned and powerful legions. Not only does it possess the largest membership, but its players also exhibit unparalleled combat strength. The primary reason for this dominance lies in the fact that the Laughing to the Horizon Guild is home to the original top player of the entire server, Dominant Siege. His extraordinary combat power serves as the cornerstone for any guild survival. With a total combat strength of 9,899, one can only imagine that such might, in the age of cold weapons, would render him capable of single-handedly toppling nations, akin to the invincible figures of Shichu Ba Wang and El Bu. The second-ranked guild is the Statue of Liberty Guild, primarily comprised of players from M country. These individuals are affluent, often described as wealthy magnates. Were it not for the limitations imposed on merging pet companions, they would undoubtedly unleash their financial prowess to astonishing heights. Following closely is the Odin's Divine Kingdom Guild, predominantly made up of European players. Europe, being a bastion of wealth, ensures that its players are all super rich, engaging in lavish expenditures with reckless abandon. Next in line, ranked 4th, is the Heavenly Society, hailing from the prosperous southern coastal regions of Shihua country. Its members are primarily scions and young ladies from prominent families and publicly listed companies, boasting considerable wealth. In terms of overall strength, it remains quite formidable. It is said that 60 of its members are professional players, employed by the Heavenly Society, thus endowing them with remarkable combat capabilities. After all, wealth affords one a certain audacity. The Red Beauty Guild ranks 5th among the great guilds of divine miracles. Distinct from others, this guild consists entirely of female players, each a paragon of beauty. Rumor has it that its members are renowned heiresses and princesses from illustrious families within the realm of Huaxia. Enthusiastic players have leaked that the guild's WeChat and QQ groups are replete with private photographs of these enchanting members. Su Chen, once a mere underdog, yearns to join such a guild, not solely for the allure of beauty, but for the extraordinary benefits it offers. It is said that if he could align himself with one of these esteemed ladies, his life could be transformed, granting him the opportunity to rise as a CEO, marry a wealthy beauty, and ascend to the pinnacle of success. Chapter 0034. A Date with the Beauty President. The Red Beauty Guild is a veritable haven of beautiful players, each either a scion of an illustrious family or a princess of wealth. Su Chen, once a lowly individual, is determined to join this prestigious guild, captivated by the myriad benefits it promises. He fantasizes that by becoming a member of this elite circle, he might one day win the affection of a charming heiress and elevate his status. Unfortunately, the guild does not accept male players, thus extinguishing his hopes. The guild's president, the Ice Queen Su Jiwei, is a well-known beauty and a powerful player in divine miracles. Combining strength and beauty, she has garnered the admiration of countless admirers. Ranked 5th in the Hall of Fame, her combat strength reaches an impressive 76/99. Su Chen once harbored a secret affection for her, yet she remains a distant star, radiant and unattainable, while he is but an inconspicuous speck of dust. Their disparate statuses render any intersection of their lives implausible. However, fate is unpredictable, and Su Chen never anticipated receiving an invitation from the very goddess he admired. Should he attend or decline? Su Chen finds himself in a quandary. Though this is the woman he once cherished from afar, he remains grounded, aware that the purpose of Su Jiwei's invitation is merely to recruit him into the Red Beauty Guild. While he has long harbored intentions of collaborating with the guild, it is solely due to the enmity between the Ice Queen and Dominant Siege that he contemplates this union. As a former cannon fodder player in Divine Miracles, Su Chen is well acquainted with the history between Dominant Siege and the Ice Queen. Their past is a widely known tale, Dominant Ziege had once dominated the server, claiming the top spot in the Hall of Fame, while the Ice Queen stood as the unrivaled female champion. Many players believed they were a match made in heaven. Yet the top player was ultimately spurned by the Ice Queen. This rejection led to a fierce backlash, with the Laughing to the Horizon Guild launching a campaign against the Red Beauty Guild, an upheaval that lasted 2 months and drew in players from across the server, severely disrupting the order of divine miracles. Eventually, the higher-ups had to intervene to mediate the conflict, which, while settled, left lingering animosity between the two factions. Over the years, the Laughing to the Horizon Guild has persistently oppressed the Red Beauty Guild. After much deliberation, Su Chen resolves to meet with her to discuss potential cooperation. Despite his impressive combat strength, he understands that he cannot take on the vast numbers of the Laughing to the Horizon Guild alone. Thus, seeking reliable allies becomes imperative. With deft fingers, Su Chen types a message in the chat box. Player, Three-Eyed God, I am honored to receive President Su's invitation. Please feel free to set the time and place. I shall be there without fail. The siege of the Holy Light City is set to commence tomorrow evening at 7:30. Su Chen is acutely aware that time is of the essence, and he hopes their meeting can occur sooner rather than later, allowing both parties ample preparation. The stakes of this siege are monumental. Beyond the immediate benefits of becoming the Lord of Holy Light City, the prospect of acquiring a one stake in the 100 billion RMB valued divine miracles represents a staggering fortune. With such a lucrative prize at stake, Su Chen remains cautious. He suspects that the tranquility of the moment may herald an impending storm. Ding! A new message arrives. Su Chen opens the chat interface to find a response from the Ice Queen. Clicking on her avatar reveals her message. Player, Ice Queen, Mr. Su, I am genuinely pleased to receive your message. This evening at 8 o'clock, I, Su Jiwei, will host you at the Hero Hall of the Jinjiang Hotel. I eagerly await your arrival. Su Chen types out his final reply. Player Three-Eyed God, receive, I will definitely be there tonight. After confirming the time and location for their meeting, Su Chen closes the chat interface and engages with the NPC Star Messenger. He utilizes a secret realm entry ticket to re-enter the Alama secret realm for the second time. Following the same procedures as before, he locates the monster resurrection point and positions himself accordingly. Once everything is set, he pulls out his phone. The time reads 2:15. Feeling a pang of hunger, he calls the hotel's dining service to order a few specialty dishes while continuing to peruse short videos. Meanwhile, Su Jiwei, residing in Villa 26 of the Imperial Garden, feels a surge of happiness upon receiving Su Chen's message. With the siege of the Holy Light City looming tomorrow night, she knows that both of them are equally anxious. Among the various guilds available for collaboration, she recognizes that he is indeed the best candidate. After arranging for her assistant, Xiang Wanqing, to book the Hero Hall, she also instructs her to arrive early to pick her up. The evening's meeting is of utmost importance, and Xiang Wanqing readily agrees. Now she was eager to expedite the affairs of this esteemed ancestor, so that she could send her back to Yanjing. The Hero Hall at the Jinjiang Hotel was no easy reservation to secure, yet the Su Enterprise was not composed of ordinary individuals. Being part of Yanjing's elite, Xiang Wanqing was far from an ordinary human resources director. Her methods were undoubtedly formidable. Ultimately, she managed to wrest the Hero Hall from a wealthy tycoon of Xiangbei. Following this, Xiang Wanqing ordered a cessation of the search for Su Chen's whereabouts. Nevertheless, she arranged for security personnel at the branch to ensure Su Jiwei's safety at all times. She could not afford to let this young lady encounter any mishap on her territory. Otherwise, the prominent figures of the Su family would ensure her disappearance. It was no easy task being a working person. At 2:30, the hotel's catering department delivered the exquisite meal ordered by Su Chen to his room. 3 ladies were present, with the leader being a stunning beauty whose smile was enchanting. Sir, I wish you a delightful meal, this beauty said with a smile. Here are 30,000 yuan. Each of you receives 10,000 as a tip from me, Su Chen declared, tossing 3 stacks of red 100 yuan bills to the trio. Thank you, boss. The 3 delivery ladies exclaimed joyfully. 10,000 yuan was equivalent to their 2-month salary. How could they not be elated? They mused internally. The wealthy truly can do as they please. You may all leave now, and kindly close the door behind you, Su Chen instructed loudly. The 3 women pushed the serving cart out. After they departed, Su Chen approached the bedside, where Zhao Yun was peacefully asleep, her breathing even and serene, her face reflecting contentment. If time had permitted, and if he were not in need of nourishment, he would have truly hesitated to awaken her. Darling, what are you doing standing there? At that moment, sensing someone at the bedside, Zhao Yun opened her eyes lazily and gazed at Su Chen. Little lazy pig, get up quickly. There are delicious treats. Su Chen querido. Chapter 0035. 1982 Law Fight and Turtle Soup Delicious Treats? Where? I'm so hungry. Upon hearing of the delectable offerings, Zhao Yun immediately sat up, changed her clothes, and in an instant appeared at the dining table, gazing at the sumptuous dishes, licking her lips as if drooling. Slow down. No one is competing with you, Su Chen said while advising her, moving towards the wine cabinet. He retrieved a tall glass and poured a red wine. Gently inhaling the unique aroma of the 82 La Fight, it was a different kind of sensation. Approaching Zhao Yun with a glass of red wine, he said with a hint of affection, Dearest Yun, come and savor this 82 La Fight. Let me know how it tastes. The 82 La Fight? Darling, that wine must be quite expensive, right? I remember in a movie about some beautiful fish, the wealthy character played by Deng Chao once treated other rich tycoons to a meal. Opening a bottle of red wine that cost 2 million, Zhao Yun said with a tinge of regret. Don't worry, this bottle isn't nearly that expensive. It only costs around 100,000, Su Chen said nonchalantly. Given his current income rate, he could afford to drink this wine daily without issue. Darling, earning money isn't easy for you. I think we should save some in the future, Zhao Yun said, feeling a pang of concern. All right, I will heed your advice, Yun. Su Chen blade. The two clinked their glasses, enjoying the red wine while indulging in the delicious food, which included both meat and vegetables, along with turtle soup, a nourishing delicacy. Su Chen had expended considerable energy recently and desired to replenish himself. Once a person achieves wealth, the most crucial task is to ensure one's health. Yun, this turtle soup nourishes the blood and qi. It's beneficial for your body. Drink more, Su Chen instructed as he served Zhao Yun a small bowl. Thank you, darling, Zhao Yun said with delight, sipping the turtle soup while still holding onto the drumstick of the beggar's chicken. Yun, I've arranged everything for your accommodation and schooling in England. Are you ready to go? Do you want me to escort you? Su Chen inquired. So soon? Darling, how did you manage to arrange all this so quickly? Zhao Yun asked, astonished. The Royal Academy of Dramatic Art in England was one of the world's premier artistic institutions. She understood that gaining admission there was quite challenging. Initially, she thought it would take Su Chen 10 days or more to help her, but to her surprise, it had been accomplished in such a short time. She felt she might have underestimated Su Chen's family connections. Could he truly be part of one of those illustrious Yinjing families? Or perhaps he belonged to a powerful commercial giant, akin to Hong Kong's wealthiest, Li Jiaqing, or a top-ranking noble family from Xiaoguo. Otherwise, how could he secure her admission to the Royal Academy of Dramatic Art in such a brief period? This was the only explanation. Yet, the more Zhao Yun thought about it, the more inexplicable pressure she felt. She wondered if the gap between such top-tier families could be bridged by mere effort. For instance, she could aspire to become a top celebrity, but would Su Chen's family accept her? Traditionally, those truly affluent families look down upon actors. They favor women of virtue and talent. Yin, I have some lawyer friends there who help me out. You know lawyers have extensive networks. Su Chen certainly wouldn't reveal the whole truth to her. He would never disclose his system to anyone. That was his lifeline. Oh? Then I truly thank them. Zhao Yun replied with a smile. I will convey your gratitude to them, and when I go to London in the future, I can invite them to dinner. Su Chen added. Darling, if you were to ask me to stay, I would agree, Zhao Yun said, gazing at Su Chen. She truly found it hard to part with him. Now, Su Chen was affluent, responsible, capable of shielding her from storms, providing her with an inexplicable sense of security. Yun, you know I want you to stay, but I cannot be selfish. Your decision is the right one. You need to have your own career and achievements. Only then can you be more confident and charming. Su Chen shook his head. Darling, you must promise me to come and see me whenever you can, all right? Zhao Yun said, choking back her emotions. Her heart felt heavy, truly reluctant to part ways. Perhaps this was the price of adulthood. Too many things were beyond one's control. Yun, hurry and eat your meal. Once you're done, we have a place to go, Su Chen said mysteriously. Where are we going? Zhao Yun asked. I know that the conditions where your uncle and aunt live are quite poor. So is your man and their future son-in-law. I plan to buy them a residential property and a few shops, providing them with a better living environment and income source. This way, you won't have to worry about them. Su Chen candidly shared his intentions. In truth, this was also to ensure Zhao Yun could study in peace in England. However, that was just a superficial reason. The real motivation was to deepen his bond with Zhao Yun through kindness towards her parents. Darling, you are so good to me. I don't know how to repay you. Zhao Yun pouted her alluring red lips and said. In truth, she had never considered what would happen to her parents if she went to study abroad. Yet Su Chen had already thought ahead for her, addressing these concerns. She was genuinely touched. At that moment, she would unhesitatingly shield Su Chen from any bullets if necessary. Su Chen, with a touch of sentimentality, said, Haven't you already given me your most precious gift? In my eyes, you are priceless. So, don't mention repayment. Our love for each other is enough. You. Zhao Yun was so shy she could hardly articulate her thoughts. She simply could not endure Su Chen's eloquent tongue, yet she found herself captivated by his sweet nothings. 15 minutes later, Zhao Yun caressed her slightly protruding belly, a contented smile illuminating her face. Darling, shall we go view the properties now? She inquired after their meal. After all, it was for the purpose of purchasing some assets for her parents, providing them with a stable foundation for their lives. Let us take a moment to digest before we set off. It's currently 2:50. We'll leave at 3:30, Su Chen replied, reclining comfortably on the bed and gently stroking his abdomen. All right then, we shall rest a bit before heading out. Zhao Yun agreed, her slightly rounded belly leading her to the computer, where she noticed Su Chen's gaming account still logged in. Curiosity piqued, she sat down to take a look. To her astonishment, she discovered the account boasted a staggering 10,520 battle points. When did this happen? A 10,000 battle account? Opening the character attribute panel for Three-Eyed God. Zhao Yun meticulously examined the equipment, artifacts, and divine fire. Exceptional, extraordinary, remarkable. Every item was of the highest quality, boasting the most perfect attributes. She truly could not fathom how Su Chen had achieved such a feat. The most precious of these items was undoubtedly the 5-slot attack artifact equipment. In the game, Miracle, the mainstream top-tier gear typically featured 3 slots, yet Su Chen's had 5. How was this possible? The special items required to unlock the 4th and 5th slots were the Enhanced Sacred Moonlight Treasure Box and the Super Sacred Moonlight Treasure Box, neither of which could be purchased from the official store. Such items could only be acquired through substantial spending in the Heavenly Emperor's treasury, where a single draw cost $1 million. Darling, did you obtain the 4th and 5th slots through the Heavenly Emperor's treasury? Zhao Yun asked, her face a picture of astonishment. Yes, what of it? Surprise, are we? You have no idea how much I spent on those 5-slot and 4-slot items. It's truly heartbreaking to think about. Su Chen fei nid so do. Honey, you should play less and focus more on managing your business, Zhao Yun advised gently. I'll heed your counsel, Yuner, Su Chen replied. Zhao Yun was genuinely taken aback by how obedient Su Chen was given his current status and wealth, regardless of whether he truly intended to follow her advice. His attitude alone moved her deeply. If he did not care for her, how could he act in such a manner? As she opened his game backpack, she was astonished to find numerous Alama souls within. These were precious items that could be embedded in all equipment to enhance combat power and basic attributes. Darling, how did you acquire so many? Here are level 26, level 22, and even level 28. Oh, there are 6 level 18 Alama souls as well. Zhao Yun exclaimed, a mix of envy and curiosity gracing her features. What? Another level 28 Alama soul? How many do you have? Su Chen, reclining on the bed while scrolling through short videos, suddenly inquired, not expecting to come across another level 28. There are 2 level 28s, but you have 3 level 27s. Darling, could you craft a set of equipment for me someday? My gear is utterly subpar, and my damage output is abysmal, Zhao Yun pouted, her charming lips forming a slight frown. Rest assured, give me some time, and I shall procure everything you desire. Look, Yuner, I have money coming in again. A single level 28 Alama soul is certainly worth a handsome sum. Therefore, do not hold back. Spend lavishly. My woman deserves nothing less, Su Chen remarked nonchalantly, exuding an air of ancient wisdom that regarded wealth as trivial. Little did anyone realize that his fortune had come too swiftly and abundantly. Darling, ISNT level 18, Alama soul already the highest tier? How can there be level 28? Zhao Yun questioned. Allow me to enlighten you, my dear. The Alama soul series features a total of 99 levels, but obtaining them is no simple task. It requires luck, and I've simply hit the jackpot this time. Otherwise, don't even think about seeing anything above level 10, Su Chen explained earnestly. Ah, I see. This is my first time hearing about it, Zhao Yun said, realization dawning upon her. Previously, she had paid little attention to the relevant information and strategies for the game, Miracle, which had left her in the dark. No wonder she felt like a mere pawn. Darling, are you planning to sell these high-level spirits? They must be worth a fortune, Zhao Yun mused. Selling is certainly an option, but the question lies in to whom and for how much. That is the true art, Su Chen replied, contemplating the potential selling price, particularly to the Rose Society. If he could reach an agreement with Su Jiwei and join the guild, it would serve as a unique token of allegiance. Darling, does my account now hold considerable value? Zhao Yun inquired. I'm not entirely sure, but it must be at least in the 100 billion range, Su Chen replied. However, that was just the current valuation. Once he became the Lord of Saint Light City and secured a 1% stake in Miracle, he believed the worth of the three-eyed god account would increase geometrically. Darling, you are now the eternal Saint King of the Miracle server, holding the top spot on the Hall of Fame leaderboard. Will you continue to level up and enhance your pets? Zhao Yun asked, her curiosity piqued. Of course. My three-eyed god account is essentially a money tree. Why wouldn't I continue to level up? Currently, I stand at 520 battle points, with a midterm goal of reaching 50,000, ultimately aiming for 100,000, Su Chen stated, scrolling through short videos featuring beautiful women dancing provocatively, stirring feelings of restlessness within him. Darling, are you truly aiming for 100,000 battle points? How is that even possible? Zhao Yun gasped in disbelief. Achieving a 10,000 battle account was already exceedingly rare. Reaching 100,000 was unimaginable. Should Su Chen actually create a 100,000 battle account, he would undoubtedly be revered as a true deity within Miracle. Of course it's possible. I have immense confidence in this endeavor. Trusme, Su Chen assertive, brimming with self-assurance. In the past, he would have doubted such a possibility, but with the super-wealthy spending system at his disposal, he believed it was all within reach. Darling, you are truly remarkable, but do you think it's worth it? To create a 100,000 battle account requires astronomical investments. Wouldn't it be more rewarding to engage in tangible business? Zhao Yun raised her voice. Yunner, let us not dwell on that. Let us go view properties for my future in-laws, Su Chen suggested with a smile. All right, where shall we go? Zhao Yun responded enthusiastically. Though she knew that following Su Chen might not yield an official title of marriage, she still wished to provide her parents with the best material comforts. If they were to buy, it must be the finest. We are headed to the University City commercial area. There lies Jiangnan University, Nanhu Business School, the National Water Resources Planning Bureau, and the National Science and Technology Exhibition Center, along with numerous commercial establishments and residential complexes. I believe purchasing a property here would offer excellent appreciation potential, and the commercial shops are equally promising, Su Chen explained. Darling, this place is quite expensive. Zhao Yun hesitated. You know, my money is easily earned. Besides, these residences will be in your name. Consider my gift to you, Su Chen said with a smile. He felt no burden regarding this expenditure, especially since it was for the woman he cherished most. Thank you, darling, Zhao Yun replied, understanding that this was a reflection of his love. They did not hesitate to proceed with the purchase. After descending the stairs, they notified the security to bring the car around. When the Lamborghini Royale arrived at the hotel entrance, its extraordinary presence captured the attention of all onlookers. Oh my goodness, is that the Royale? This is the new limited edition supercar from Lamborghini. I had the privilege of seeing one up close, exclaimed a lady from M Country. Unbelievable. Is this the vehicle of that prominent figure from Xiaoguo? Is it Mr. Ma Yun from Alibaba? The blonde companion of the lady appeared somewhat composed. Mr. Ma Yun? The wealthiest man from Xiaoguo? Is he staying at this hotel? How wonderful. I've always admired him. If I were fortunate enough to see him, it would be my honor. Ladies, this is the vehicle of a young gentleman, not the affluent Mr. Ma you speak of, declared the security guard who had just stepped out of the car. Nanny, not Mr. Ma's car? Then whose is it? Who else in Xiaoguo possesses such immense wealth? Could it be some affluent second-generation heir? At that moment, Su Chen and Zhao Yun, a golden couple, emerged from the hotel. What a stunning pair, attracting the attention of countless onlookers. Su Chen gallantly opened the door to the passenger seat, smiling gently as he said, Dear Yuna, please. What are you doing? There are so many people watching. Hurry up, let us go. Zhao Yun shyly replied. What is there to fear? You are my woman. Isn't it only natural for me to open the door for my woman? Su Chen responded. You just love to talk nonsense. I'm ignoring you now. Let's hurry and leave. Zhao Yun, realizing she couldn't argue with him, decided not to engage further. Chapter 0037. Encounter with an old rival, Sun Feng. Returning to the driver's seat, Su Chen fastened his seatbelt. Vroom! As the supercar roared to life, the distinctive sound of the engine was exhilarating. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, Su Chen drove the supercar away from the hotel, merging into the distant flow of traffic, heading towards the university town. "The lines of this car are truly beautiful," exclaimed a designer in admiration. "I wonder which young master owns it. He is so handsome. How wonderful it would be if I could become his girlfriend." A girl nicknamed Dinosaur Sister gushed. "Sister, you should really go home and take a look in the mirror. With your figure and appearance, you might scare him away," retorted a scruffy uncle, revealing a hint of rebellious spirit. "What did you say? Do you even understand beauty?" "A fortune teller told me I have the fate of Yang Guifei," Dinosaur Sister shot back defiantly. "If that fortune teller said such things, she surely will face retribution." The scruffy uncle replied, "You, what is it to you? You want to bite me? Come on, I'm not afraid of you." While the two were bickering, the rest of the crowd had already dispersed, each returning to their respective homes. 25 minutes later, at the Tiandi real estate agency, top agent Lin Yujuan was responsible for attending to the two. Upon seeing the multi-million-dollar luxury car, Lin Yujuan was secretly thrilled. "My sales for the month are secured. Mr. Su, Mrs. Su, what are you looking to see? Commercial properties or residential?" Lin Yujuan asked enthusiastically while pouring water. I'm not Su," Zhao Yun began. But upon hearing Mrs. Su, her heart fluttered with sweetness. However, she worried that Su Chen might be displeased and wanted to clarify. At that moment, Su Chen took her delicate hand, wearing a warm smile, and said to Lin Yujuan, "We would like to see both commercial and residential properties. We want the best locations and the finest floors." Zhao Yun, not foolish, realized that Su Chen had intentionally prevented her from explaining. "What does this mean? Does he not mind being addressed as Mrs. Su?" "Mr. Su, you are incredibly fortunate. We just happen to have the finest 3 storefronts available for sale, all prime locations." "Let us go take a look," Lin Yujuan said. "Certainly, thank you," Su Chen replied politely. "No problem, it's our duty," Lin Yujuan said. Tiandi Real Estate Agency had its own small sightseeing vehicle. Lin Yujuan drove in the front, while Su Chen and Zhao Yun sat in the back. 10 minutes later, they arrived at a bustling area. After careful observation, Su Chen found that the location was indeed quite good. "Mr. Su, this storefront has 2 floors, with a total area of 258 square meters. It is a prime location, right next to the northern entrance of Nanhu Business School. Just 700 meters ahead is a high-end residential complex. Additionally, if you head east and take a turn, you will find Taiha Building, an office building housing numerous companies." Lin Yujuan explained. "What is the situation with this property? Please tell me in detail." Su Chen expressed his interest. "The original owner faced business failure and needs funds for circulation. Hence, they are eager to sell," Lin Yujuan replied. "Given the prime location, why hasn't it sold yet?" Su Chen probed for the crux of the matter. "The storefront cannot be purchased in installments. The owner requires full payment up front. However, rest assured, Mr. Su, the owner has mentioned that there is a discount for full payment," Lin Yujuan assured. "Are the paperwork complete? There is no mortgage on this property, right?" Su Chen inquired. "You can rest assured, our Tiandi Real Estate Agency provides guarantees. If there are any issues, our company will bear all losses. This can be included in our contract," Lin Yujuan stated earnestly. "Your company bears the risks?" Upon hearing this, Su Chen was somewhat surprised. Few real estate agencies today are willing to take on such responsibilities. Given that Tiandi Real Estate Agency is willing to shoulder this risk, it seems the owner of the company has considerable integrity. Thus, he felt a degree of affinity towards this agency. "Indeed, our company has a dedicated risk fund, ensuring client interests are fully protected," Lin Yujuan stated with remarkable confidence. "Let us discuss the price," Su Chen said. "The total area of the property is 258 square meters, and the current price per square meter is 42,000 yuan. The total price is 10,836 million yuan. If Mr. Su can finalize the decision now, the owner is willing to sell at a discounted price of 9 million, Lin Yujuan informed. 9 million? That price is indeed somewhat steep. Su Chen realized why it hadn't sold yet. "Mr. Su, the location here is truly excellent. If I had the funds, I would purchase it myself. Previously, it was a restaurant with average business, but the annual rent was 2 million. In that case, the investment could be recouped in 5 years, after which it would be pure profit," Lin Yujuan calculated meticulously for Su Chen. Hearing such calculations, Zhao Yan also found it quite appealing. Just as she was about to speak, Su Chen shook his head and said, "Tell the owner I am offering 8 million. If he agrees to sell, I will sign the contract now and the transaction could be completed immediately. 8 million? Mr. Su, your bargaining skills are quite impressive. Lin Yujuan chuckled ruefully. She hadn't anticipated Su Chen to be so astute, seemingly seeing through her initial low offer. In fact, her high initial price was a tactic to prevent him from negotiating, but she never expected him to see through it. 788 million. That is the lowest price the owner has listed with our agency. If she could sell for more, the excess would mean higher commissions for her. Initially, she assumed Su Chen was young and wealthy, thinking she could easily profit from him, only to find him unexpectedly shrewd. Miss Lin, I am aware of the market price, and there is still room for you to earn, Su Chen asserted. Mr. Su, you truly have a knack for business. All right, I will take charge. Let us settle at 8 million, Lin Yujuan said with a smile. In reality, at 9 million, there would surely be interested buyers. But the owner demanded full payment and had a tight transaction timeline, altering the circumstances significantly. Hey Su Chen, Zhao Yun, is that really you? At that moment, a white BMW X5 came to a stop by the roadside, and a young man stepped out. The ages of Su Chen and Zhao Yun are roughly comparable. The other party is adorned with a thick golden chain around their neck, unmistakably of considerable value, suggesting a certain level of affluence. The individual is a young girl with a slender waist, wearing sunglasses and possessing a rather petite stature, standing at approximately 163 meters. Su Chen scrutinized the person before him, momentarily failing to recognize her, and asked with suspicion, "Who might you be? No way. Have you forgotten me so soon? After all, I did pursue Zhao Yun back in the day." The other person released the rather attractive girl beside her and removed her sunglasses. It was at this moment that both Su Chen and Zhao Yun recognized her. She was from Jiangnan University, though she had since dropped out. Her name seemed to be Sun Feng. This individual, after all, had some connections with Su Chen, as they hailed from the same township, though not from the same village. They were from neighboring ones. Initially, they were strangers, but their shared pursuit of Zhao Yun during their university days had brought them together. "Now you recognize me? I'm Sun Feng from the business management department. To be frank, what brings you here?" he inquired. However, this fellow was inherently unsuited for academic endeavors. His enrollment at university was merely a financial decision made by his family. It was rumored that he even donated a library amounting to several million. Yet, during his sophomore year, he withdrew from school to venture into business. Over the past 2 years, he had managed to accumulate a modest fortune, using over $1 million in initial capital from his family. Chapter 0038. Buying a store? Just based on you? Just browsing around? Su Chen remarked. Su Chen, I hear you are graduating this year. Have you found an internship yet? If not, you could join my company. Given our relationship, I could offer you a desirable salary. Sun Feng continued, casually showcasing his wristwatch, his intentions all too obvious. Thank you, but that won't be necessary. I'm currently interning at a magazine, Su Chen responded politely. Zhao Yun, sharp as ice, quickly discerned that Sun Feng was deliberately trying to flaunt his wealth to undermine Su Chen. However, she understood that it wouldn't be wise to engage with him. With Su Chen's substantial wealth, he would hardly be affected by the pretensions of a small-time businessman like Sun Feng. Not to mention, the BMW X5 he flaunted was but a mere fraction of Su Chen's Lamborghini Royale. Yet, she chose to remain silent. A magazine? An intern? How much can you possibly earn from that? We live in a materialistic society. You may endure poverty, but how can you allow Zhao Yun to suffer alongside you? Sun Feng continued his ostentatious display, oblivious to the widening chasm between them. Look, that's my newly purchased BMW X5. Would you like me to take you for a spin? Sun Feng persisted in his self-indulgent arrogance, digging himself deeper. Su Chen merely smiled faintly, choosing not to engage in conflict, as their current statuses and positions were worlds apart. With a fortune exceeding 100 billion, if he were to secure the position of Lord of Xinguang City, his worth would soar even higher, potentially reaching the thousands of billions. Lin Yujuan, standing nearby, wisely refrained from interjecting. Having navigated through society for years, she possessed a keen insight. She could easily see that Sun Feng was foolishly flaunting his wealth in front of a true magnate, unaware that Su Chen's supercar started at 50 million. A BMW X5 was hardly impressive in comparison. Moreover, a glance at the women accompanying both men revealed a stark difference in caliber. The woman beside Sun Feng exuded an air of vulgarity and bore no resemblance to Zhao Yun's beauty. On a scale of attractiveness, a mere 65. Just barely passing. Let us move on. We still have more to explore. Su Chen politely declined, though his expression betrayed his displeasure. Internally, he mused, this little peasant, is he blind? Can't he see I'm barely containing my anger? If he provokes me further, he shall see the consequences. Zhao Yun shared similar sentiments, thinking you keep criticizing my man. Are you looking for trouble? Darling, let us ignore these two paupers. Weren't you planning to take me shopping for a handbag? The woman next to Sun Feng chimed in, her demeanor dripping with a certain frivolity. All right, we will go shortly, Sun Feng reassured her, then glanced back at Su Chen and Zhao Yun, lingering particularly on Zhao Yun. In that moment, he felt as though he was embracing something far less desirable. A wave of resentment surged within him. He thought, you pathetic in turn, why do you deserve a beauty like Zhao Yun with her fair skin and long legs? It's such a waste. Previously, his academic shortcomings prevented him from competing with Su Chen in front of Zhao Yun. But now, having entered the workforce, he believed that the materialistic principles of society would dictate success. He was convinced that if he showered Zhao Yun with financial gifts, this delicate beauty would eventually cast aside her reservations and fall into his arms, at his mercy. With this thought, a despicable smirk crept across his face, eliciting disdain from the woman he held. She thought, I am naturally exquisite. If not for your filthy money, who would choose to be here with you? Zhao Yun and Lin Yujuan both recognized this and felt their fondness for Sun Feng plummet to the depths of disgust. Su Chen had never anticipated that Sun Feng would sink to such depths of shamelessness, eliciting nothing but derision from him. Miss Lin, please contact the property owner. I wish to sign the contract and complete the formalities immediately, Su Chen instructed. Rest assured, Mr. Su, I have already notified the owner. Lin Yujuan replied with a gentle smile. Zhao Yun, entwining her arm with Su Chen's, whispered, that guy is so annoying. His gaze is utterly repulsive. Just ignore people like him. Su Chen consoled her. What do you need to see the property owner for? Not thinking of following in others' footsteps to start your own venture. Are you? I must remind you, such properties command annual rents in excess of $1 million. It's not something a person of your caliber can manage. Sun Feng sneered. Not at all. I simply wish to purchase this property, Su Chen clarified. Buy a property? Based on you? Ha ha ha. Sun Feng laughed mockingly. Others may be unaware, but he knew Su Chen's family situation well. Though both of Su Chen's parents were employees of state-owned enterprises, they earned only modest salaries. Furthermore, they had a younger sister and brother, leaving little financial capacity for Su Chen to consider purchasing a commercial property. Had it been anyone else, he might have entertained the idea, but for Su Chen, he could not bring himself to believe it. This was Jiangnan City, a second-tier city in Zaiwaguo. Yet its growth was on par with some first-tier metropolises. Notably, the headquarters of Alibaba Group was situated in Jiangnan City, which had significantly propelled local property values. A mere 80 to 90 square meter apartment here easily starts at over $1 million. Such wealth could easily procure several of the second-hand BMWs he drove. Yes, you heard correctly. This BMW was indeed pre-owned. A new BMW X5 starts at a minimum of $650,000, while this second-hand model was acquired for around $260,000. Purchased from a bankrupt real estate developer in urgent need of cash, hence the bargain price. Sun Feng, what is with your attitude? What is wrong with my husband? Zhao Yun exclaimed, unable to contain her frustration. I'll tell you this. If you continue with your condescending tone, I will not let this go. Zhao Yun, it's not me. Your eyesight must be faulty. Back when I was wealthy and well off, you chose to be with a poor boy like Su Chen. Tell me, what does he possess? Just some writing skills and decent grades? Can those feed you? Now, I offer you a chance. Leave Su Chen and accompany me, and I will buy you a residence. What do you say? Sun Feng brazenly tore off the facade, openly disparaging Su Chen and attempting to undermine him in front of Zhao Yun. It must be said, he was treading a perilous path. Su Chen's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on Sun Feng and said, yes, that is right, it is me. I not only wish to purchase this shop, but I also intend to acquire a residence. What is the matter? You have money. Why don't you return home and buy your ancestors? These words were already laced with irritation. Internally, I thought, you may have said a few things about me, yet I, in my magnanimity, shall not stoop to the level of some loquacious beasts. However, you dare to blatantly disregard my presence and directly offer a price for my woman to leave with you. Such behavior is utterly unbecoming. Thus I, Su Chen, shall not hold back. Su Chen, how dare you insult my ancestors? Do you believe I won't find someone to end your life? Sun Feng retorted angrily. Sun Feng, allow me to remind you one last time. You are no longer a child. It is time to act like a decent human being. Furthermore, remember that Zhao Yun is my woman. If you continue to speak without restraint, I shall not hesitate to tear that foul mouth of yours apart. Su Chen did not regard Sun Feng's threat with any seriousness. Instead, he retaliated fiercely. Chapter 0039. The Shop. A fixed price of 8 million Su Chen. I truly did not expect that after attending a prestigious university for a few days, you would develop such a temper. But what gives you the audacity to challenge me? Sun Feng? Do you know who I am? My wealth could crush you. Sun Feng, also a young man filled with vigor, raised his eyebrows at Su Chen's provocation, ready to engage in a serious contest. Initially, he had merely intended to greet Su Chen and Zhao Yun while showcasing his current success. Although he had not studied diligently in the past, that hardly mattered. He was still earning substantial money, driving a BMW, and frequently changing women. Little did he expect Su Chen to audaciously state his intention to buy this shop worth over 10 million. How could he believe such claims? Thus, they began to confront each other aggressively. Su Chen stared coolly at Sun Feng, choosing silence. This individual needed a lesson on how to conduct himself. Zhao Yun regarded Sun Feng with a cold smile. Deep down, she was inherently kind, yet witnessing Sun Feng bully Su Chen ignited her resentment. Truly, the tiger does not show its might, and you assume I'm a sickly cat? Was it not Su Chen who rendered Han Feng a lifelong cripple? Previously, she had felt that perhaps Su Chen was being too cruel, but now it seemed this was merely a necessity. After all, the tiger harbors no ill will towards the man, yet the man may harbor malice towards the tiger. Had Su Chen not been sufficiently strong, perhaps the one left crippled would not have been Han Feng. Today, I shall see what qualifications you possess to purchase this shop. Will you be making installment payments? Do you have enough for the down payment? Sun Feng inquired. At this moment, the woman beside him coldly laughed. Two deadbeat fools. Do you really think you can compete with my darling? You are truly unaware of your own insignificance. You. Zhao Yun fumed. Su Chen looked at Sun Feng and said, I had no intention of exposing you, but you have asked for it. Expose what? Spare me your theatrics. If you cannot produce the money, you may plead with me to borrow Zhao Yun for a couple of days, and perhaps I shall lend you some funds to save you from embarrassment. Sun Feng sneered, his gaze wandering over Zhao Yun. Sun Feng, this is your own doing. You may mock me as you wish, but to covet my woman and speak disrespectfully, that is a capital offense. Su Chen was enraged, having reached his limit. Capital offense? Who do you think you are? A poor kid from the backwoods. What do you understand? Let me tell you, this world is all about money. With wealth, you are treated like a lord. Everyone will cater to you. Without it, you are nothing but refuse. I, Sun Feng, am wealthier than you. Therefore, I can bully you. What can you do about it? Sun Feng was utterly pleased with himself. Wealth? Sun Feng, others may be oblivious, but do you truly think you can deceive me? You claim to drive a dilapidated second-hand BMW, yet your pockets are empty. What are you trying to flaunt here? What sense of achievement is this? Sun Feng, know your limits, or I shall ensure you meet a fate worse than death. Su Chen coldly issued his final threat. Second-hand BMW? What nonsense are you spouting? Sun Feng's expression suddenly changed, and he spoke somewhat sheepishly. He had no idea how Su Chen had discerned this or how he had come to such a conclusion. Zhao Yun and the woman in Sun Feng's embrace also noticed that Sun Feng's demeanor was somewhat off, both filled with doubt. Could it be that Su Chen was indeed telling the truth? Was that car truly secondhand? Sun Feng was not a wealthy man. He was merely a facade, pretending to be prosperous. Su Chen was about to expose him when he had already discovered through his keen observation that the vehicle had been submerged in water. Many of its electronic components were rusted. Could such a car be considered new? Hello, Miss Lin, who is interested in purchasing my shop. At that moment, a rough voice interrupted. The five turned to see a middle-aged man with the appearance of a nouveau riche entering their view. Mr. Su, greetings. This is Mr. Su and Mrs. Su who wish to view your shop. Please open the door so we may take a look. Lin Yujun smiled as she spoke, exhibiting her professional demeanor while gesturing towards Su Chen and Zhao Yun. Can you afford this? I warn you not to waste my time, or I, Su Dabong, will not spare you. This middle-aged man scrutinized Su Chen and Zhao Yun, concluding that neither resembled wealthy individuals. Su Chen replied nonchalantly, if you wish to sell, cease this dilly-dallying. Quickly open the door so I can inspect. Su Dabong raised his eyebrows, saying, Kid, you're rather arrogant. Fine. I have plenty of time to play with you today. With that, he produced a key and unlocked the shop's door. Upon Su Dabang's arrival, Sun Feng suddenly fell silent, seemingly avoiding something. Although Su Chen noticed he had no time to attend to him, inspecting the shop took precedence. He had a date that evening and needed to finalize matters quickly. Upon entering and carefully assessing the interior, Su Chen found nothing amiss. The layout seemed quite reasonable. Yun, what do you think? Su Chen inquired. Not bad, though the price is a bit steep. Zhao Yun expressed her satisfaction. However, 8 million was no small sum. You need not concern yourself with finances. We are not lacking in funds, Su Chen declared grandly. Sun Feng, overhearing this, secretly scoffed. 8 million? Aren't you quite the pretender? I shall see how you manage to come up with that amount shortly. Yet, while mocking him, he was still astonished by the high property prices. 8 million for this two-story shop? Reflecting on how he toiled year-round, begging and pleading, only to earn a meager 30 to 40,000. He realized he had been deceiving himself. In comparison, he felt utterly insignificant. Su Chen approached Lin Yujun and whispered a few words, then leaned towards Zhao Yun to discuss further. Lin Yujun nodded and then smiled, saying Mr. Su and Mrs. Su have agreed on a price. 8 million. When shall we proceed with the paperwork for the transfer? You truly intend to purchase my shop? Su Dabong exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. After all, Su Chen appeared to be merely a student. Where would he acquire such funds? This was 8 million, not 800. He was filled with skepticism and a hint of curiosity. Sun Feng, witnessing this, felt a jolt of anxiety and then asked Su Chen, this shop costs 8 million. Do you have the money? Sun Feng, open your eyes and observe closely. Su Chen disdainfully shot back. Then, turning to Su Dabong, he affirmed, I am certain. Su Dabong, observing Su Chen's calm demeanor, began to feel unsettled. Could this young man truly be playing the fool to catch the tiger? However, he had heard that this tactic was currently in vogue among the genuinely wealthy, who often enjoyed such roles, claiming it was a means to experience the life of ordinary people in search of pure love, untainted by money and interests. Mr. Su, will you proceed with the transaction or not? I have matters to attend to, Su Chen urged, somewhat impatient with the delay. Very well, 8 million it is. However, it must be stated in advance that I require full payment and do not support installment plans. Su Dabong gritted his teeth and said, certainly no problem. Su Chen nodded in agreement. Sun Feng realized he had become invisible, unnoticed by anyone. May I first verify your financial capability? Please understand, I truly do not wish to waste time. Su Dabong insisted on a capital verification. No problem. This is quite convenient. Our mobile phones can check the balance now. Su Chen did not oppose. He felt this was hardly an issue, despite his account holding merely around 30 million in cash, which was somewhat tight, yet sufficient for purchasing this store. After the verification, Su Dabong immediately changed his demeanor. Chapter 0040. System Revenge Protocol activated. This is the stark reality, a world that values wealth. If you possess money, you are the master. You can make any arrogant person bow and flatter, throw themselves at your feet, and submit to your authority. Previously uncertain of Su Chen's affluence, Su Dabong had exhibited an arrogant attitude, looking down on him. However, now he greeted him with a smile, behaving courteously. Boss Su, shall we proceed with the formalities now? Su Chen was unbothered. Zhao Yun, however, understood the situation well. She recognized the power of wealth. After all, money can make the world go round, let alone people. Su Chen and Su Dabong proceeded to inspect the water and electricity meters and subsequently, in front of Lin Yujuan, they signed the purchase agreement. The formalities were swiftly completed, and the transfer was entrusted entirely to Lin Yujuan. Thereafter, Su Chen scanned the code to transfer the funds. Ding! WeChat transfer of 8,000,000 yuan received. Su Chen, did you actually buy this store? Sun Feng was taken aback. He still felt as though he were trapped in a dream. How could he have anticipated where Su Chen had acquired such funds? Su Chen's family was indeed impoverished. How could he afford an 8 million yuan store after 4 years of college? Had he not personally heard the notification of the transfer, he would never have believed it was real. However, Su Chen paid him no mind. Had he not been in a good mood, he would not have let Sun Feng off so easily today. I remember now. You are the owner who bought my BMW. What is this? Are you friends with Mr. Su Dabong joyfully clutched the money. After his bankruptcy, he had been overwhelmed with stress while trying to repay debts. Now, with this 8 million, he could nearly settle his accounts. Finally, he could rest peacefully. No, you've mistaken me. I don't know you. Sun Feng did not expect the retribution to come so swiftly. No way. This car is indeed my water-damaged vehicle. At that time, I remember you said you lacked funds. But upon learning of my car's condition, you still chose to buy it. Su Dabong stated these words as he walked away, leaving Sun Feng in a state of disarray amidst the wind. In truth, the moment he spotted Su Dabong earlier, he had felt a surge of fear, terrified of being recognized. Alas, he was still identified. Instantly, his face flushed with embarrassment. Son, how could you use a second-hand junk car to deceive me? I will not serve you anymore. Furthermore, the bag you gifted me will be considered compensation for the loss of my youthful days with you. Remember, do not seek me out again. The woman in Sun Feng's arms tossed out this remark without looking back as she departed. This is reality. Ding! Sensing the host has suffered inexplicable humiliation, the system's revenge protocol has been automatically activated. Sun Feng's family fortune is entirely wiped out, costing 200,000. Sun Feng faces a lawsuit, costing 500,000. Sun Feng kneels to apologize, costing 1,000,000. 3 options in total, compared to Han Feng's situation initially. This revenge protocol seems relatively mild. Su Chen speculated that it was related to the degree of enmity between him and his adversary. In Han Feng's case, he genuinely wished to cripple the opponent, leading to those severe revenge options. However, Sun Feng's incident had not escalated to such a level of hatred. Su Chen did not wish to be so ruthless. After all, they hail from the same place. Yet, Sun Feng's intent on Zhao Yun was something he could not overlook. Thus, he decided to teach Sun Feng a lesson. System, I choose to spend 1,000,000. He replied. The automatic deduction was successful. Host, please wait. The protocol is currently in effect. The system issued an automatic prompt. However, he was curious about what the outcome of spending 1,000,000 would entail. As he opted to spend such a sum, beep beep beep, a video exposing Sun Feng delivering gifts to the village chief of Luo in Kechexiang to secure a project has gone viral on Xinlang.com, with shares exceeding 1 million. This has drawn significant attention from the relevant authorities, and the Luo village chief has already been investigated, uncovering over 12 million in illicit funds and 20 properties. The situation continues to escalate. Sun Feng's contracted project has serious quality issues, and forged evidence has been submitted to the relevant departments, with some already uploaded to Xinlang.com. A portion of the video showing Sun Feng in a hotel with a minor has also been uploaded to Xinlang.com, ranking among the top 5 trending topics. As he observed these system notifications, Su Chen's mind buzzed in confusion. He genuinely did not comprehend the situation. Is this what it means to make Sun Feng kneel and apologize? Surely not. This feels akin to a death sentence. Su Chen, this is all your fault. You. Sun Feng glared at Su Chen, filled with rage. He attributed all of this to Su Chen. This has nothing to do with me. You created this mess yourself. Su Chen retorted, irritated, thinking to himself, I shall not bear such blame. Sun Feng, cease your nonsensical entanglements. I warn you, Su Chen is my man. If you bully him again, I will fight you. Zhao Yun stepped forward, positioning herself in front of Su Chen. Fight me? How do you intend to do that? How about this? You made off with my woman. You can accompany me for a couple of days, and we will call it even. What do you say? Sun Feng was still courting disaster, oblivious to his current predicament, unaware that Su Chen could determine his fate. Sun Feng, seeking death. Upon hearing these words, Su Chen could no longer remain seated. He swiftly raised his leg and delivered a kick, sending Sun Feng sprawling to the ground. I warn you to refrain from causing trouble. I am associated with Brother Hua from the Black Tiger Hall. If you provoke me, there will be no good outcome. Sun Feng boasted arrogantly, relying on his connections. In his view, Su Chen might possess some wealth, but in this world, it was still about relationships and connections. Thus, he felt quite pleased with himself. I know not what connections you possess, but I advise you to take a look at Xinlang.com. You are now famous. Su Chen grind wikili, oferinari mainder. Xinlang.com. What are you talking about? Sun Feng asked. Look now, there are quite a few news articles and videos about you. I never imagined your life was so eventful. Su Chen sneered, his expression filled with schadenfreude. Now he finally understood why the system had set the cost of making Sun Feng kneel and apologize at 1,000,000. Because he was too kind-hearted to recognize Sun Feng's malice. But the system saw through it all, discerning the truth. thus employing such ruthless methods to utterly ruin Sun Feng. Lin Yujuan curiously opened Xinlong.com and soon discovered the information Su Chen had mentioned, now pinned at the top. An official from a certain village accepted high-priced cat wine from the Sun contractor, along with a bank card containing 500,000. The official has been investigated and has confessed to numerous illegal activities involving this Sun contractor. According to the relevant judicial departments investigating the videos released online, this case is factual. A certain law enforcement agency has filed a case and is seeking the arrest of Sun for questioning. Such disclosures have become a hot topic on Xinlong.com. Sun Feng opened Xinlong.com, and upon viewing the videos and news, he realized that he was utterly doomed. He could hardly fathom the years of imprisonment that awaited him, and an overwhelming sense of dread consumed him. Damn it, who could be responsible for this? It had initially seemed foolproof. But why had it come to this? Could it be that he had been secretly recorded? Yet, many of the transactions had taken place in the bathhouse, where surveillance shouldn't have been an issue. Thus, he was filled with curiosity. Sun Feng pondered which aspect had gone awry, and ultimately, his gaze fell upon Su Chen. He had a nagging suspicion that Su Chen's thoughts ran deep and were unfathomable, giving rise to a terrifying notion in his mind. Who exactly was Su Chen? What was his background? Chapter 0041. Those who touch my reverse scale shall die. Panic. Terror. A chill ran down his spine. Such were the thoughts racing through Sun Feng's mind. He had never anticipated that Su Chen would be so fearsome. Without an astonishing background and power, acquiring such information would be akin to chasing phantoms. Now, he was filled with deep regret. Why had he provoked Su Chen? Sun Feng, do you find these videos and news reports intriguing? I just didn't expect you to be so reckless. Furthermore, you should understand that none of these matters have wronged you. Right? Su Chen, do you truly intend to proceed with this? I recognize that I should not have crossed you. I am here to apologize. I implore you to forgive me. Please spare me. Sun Feng implored, fixing his gaze on Su Chen. Zhao Yun was also watching those videos, her heart shaken. She gained a deeper understanding of the world. Humanity could be truly grotesque. Despite the facade of civility, in the shadows, people would resort to anything. Greed, ugliness, malice. Nearly every negative term could not encapsulate her contempt for Sun Feng and his ilk. Previously, someone had claimed that capital was tainted. Back then, she had not comprehended. Yet now, she began to understand. Su Chen, I am now apologizing to you. Will you grant me mercy? Sun Feng was seething with anger. Yet when faced with Su Chen, he had no choice but to bow his head, hoping for forgiveness. Otherwise, this calamity would surely see him languishing in prison. Why should I spare you? You should never have entertained thoughts about my woman, nor dared to speak of her in such a disrespectful manner. Women are my reverse scale. To touch them is to invite death, Su Chen coldly replied. In an instant, the immense power of his Xuanzhi Shangwei was unleashed, creating an indescribable pressure that weighed heavily on those nearby, a manifestation of martial might. Su Chen, do not go too far. There are times to show mercy. Sun Feng ground his teeth, emitting a grating sound. Su Chen ignored him. This man had become a mere husk, unworthy of further attention. Grasping Zhao Yun's delicate hand, he turned and boarded the sightseeing vehicle. Lin Yujuan followed suit without hesitation. Sun Feng wished to act, but upon hearing the distant wail of police sirens, fear gripped him, and he fled. Honey, what kind of identity do you possess? You have quietly obliterated Sun Feng, leaving him with no chance of recovery, Lin Yujuan inquired. Drive. Su Chen commanded. Lin Yujuan complied, starting the car and departing. A minute later, she cautiously asked Mr. Su, do you still wish to view the residential properties? Checking the time on his phone, Su Chen noted it was already 4:30. However, with urgency, they could still make their evening appointment. Miss Lin, kindly select a community that offers facilities for the elderly. We are purchasing for our family elder, ensuring they have proper care, Su Chen instructed earnestly. Mr. Su, I actually have an excellent recommendation. There is a community called Holy Light Apartments, specifically designed for the elderly and equipped with the finest medical team. Affiliated with Xiaohua Country, as top real estate firm, Ronghua Real Estate, Lin Yujuan replied. Ronghua Real Estate? Is that the Shen Ronghua? Zhao Yun interjected. Indeed, he is the third-ranked individual on the Forbes list, Lin Yujuan confirmed. I have heard he is from Jiangnan, and the headquarters of Ronghua Real Estate is also located in Jiangnan City, Zhao Yun remarked. Mrs. Su, you are quite knowledgeable. Indeed, Mr. Shun is from Jiangnan. and his corporate headquarters is situated at 88 Longhua Street, Jiangnan, within the Ronghua building. Lin Yujuan elaborated. If it is Ronghua real estate, then it is credible. After all, such a vast enterprise provides assurance, Zhao Yun softly added. Shen Ronghua? With a personal fortune of 150 billion renminbi, the third richest individual in Xiaohua country. He controls the Ronghua real estate group, valued at 20 trillion, as well as the largest hotel brand, MT. He is a legendary figure in Xiaohua country. However, despite his fame, his son, Shen Sikong, is the epitome of a privileged heir, not only academically accomplished but also notorious for his rapid succession of girlfriends, many of whom are top-tier influencers. Since Yunner deems it acceptable, let us proceed. We shall go and take a look now, Su Chen declared. Very well, Mr. Su. Lin Yujuan agreed. Subsequently, they drove to the Holy Light Apartments. Upon arrival, they first visited the sales office and, guided by a saleswoman, inspected 2 units before ultimately purchasing both. After directing the payment to the designated contract account, Su Chen entrusted the related paperwork to Lin Yujuan. Returning to the real estate agency, Su Chen retrieved his sports car and departed with Zhao Yun. As it approached 6 o'clock, he had an appointment with Su Jiwei. After dropping Zhao Yun off at the hotel, he turned to leave. The Jinjiang restaurant, the premier dining venue in Jiangnan City, known for its high-end clientele. Those who dined here were either wealthy or influential. As Su Chen's Lamborghini Royale, valued at over 50 million, came to a halt, it instantly attracted considerable attention. Many had never seen such a vehicle, but were well aware of its significance. Who is that? Which young master is he? What an impressive license plate. Indeed, it's quite remarkable. To afford such a luxury sports car, one must possess a fortune of at least 100 billion, right? Amidst the murmurs, Su Chen stepped out of the car, exuding confidence as he faced those once regarded as big shots without an ounce of trepidation, for he was their superior. Do you know him? Someone asked. Never seen him. As the discussion swirled around him, Su Chen tossed the car keys to the security guard and strode into the lobby. Welcome, sir. May I inquire if you have a reservation? A charming and graceful lobby manager, clad in a black and white uniform, inquired with a smile. The Hero Hall. Su Chen replied nonchalantly. The Hero Hall? At that moment, many present recognized the name, aware of the significant event that had transpired in Jiangnan's business community the previous day. This narrative revolves around the Hero Hall, where the formidable steel magnate Hong Shifan from Xiangbei was unceremoniously expelled. In the aftermath, inquiries revealed that the individual who compelled Hong Shifan to bow was none other than a prominent figure from the Yanqing Su family. The Yanqing Su family is a colossal entity, which explains why Hong Shifan was forced to concede. This young man, dining at the Hero Hall, is likely a guest of the Yanqing Su family. What could his status be? Why would someone so youthful warrant such solemn attention from the Su family? Chapter 0042. Beautiful lady, may we connect on WeChat? Before long, an individual emerged, a woman of exceptional poise, striking beauty, and an impeccable figure, exuding an aura of distinct charisma. She was the epitome of a savvy professional, clearly a corporate elite. This woman was none other than Xiang Wanqing, the human resources director of the Su Corporation's Jiangnan branch, who was there to receive Su Jiwei. Director Xiang? Exclaimed someone in astonishment. Isn't she the head of the human resources department at Su Corporation in Jiangnan? It seems she is hosting this young man. With her capabilities, backed by the illustrious Yanqing Su family, even the likes of Hong Shifan from Xiangbei must yield. A bald man arrogantly remarked. No wonder she is hailed as a goddess of the business world. Her physique is truly remarkable. I hear she is a trusted confidant of Su Han. A man in his 30s remarked with envy. Su Han, a member of the Su family's collateral line, currently oversees Su Corporation's operations in the Jiangnan region. Mind your words. You know Su Han's temperament. If he catches wind of this, you won't end well. Are you Mr. Su Chen? Xiang Wanqing inquired politely. She was well aware that this was an important figure whom Su Jiwei wished to meet, and she could not afford to offend him, hence her courteous demeanor. Upon seeing the beautiful director, Su Chen jestingly asked, Beauty, may we connect on WeChat? Xiang Wanqing was momentarily taken aback, never expecting such a casual greeting upon their first encounter. She raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat displeased. Frivolous was the first impression Su Chen left on her. Mr. Su, our young lady is awaiting you, Xiang Wanqing replied. Let us proceed. I am also eager to witness the renowned Ice Queen's grace, Su Chen said. displaying an unruffled demeanor in the presence of these so-called upper-class individuals. Xiang Wanqing, once a goddess in the eyes of many, was merely a woman in Su Chen's perspective now. The young lady, the Ice Queen, murmured a group of affluent individuals from Jiangnan, their hearts racing upon hearing these titles. Could it be that the legendary pearl of the Yanqing Su family is visiting Jiangnan and hosting a banquet for an unknown young lord? Stop staring. If we alarm that pearl of the Su family, our fate will be no better than Hong Shifan's, one warned. Indeed, let us depart. I shall treat you all to drinks today. With that, they hurriedly made their way to a private room on the upper floor. Mr. Su, please, Xiang Wanqing said courteously. She had investigated Su Chen's background, discovering nothing particularly notable. Until just a few days ago, he was a struggling man without a car, house, or savings, hailing from an ordinary working-class family. Yet, how had he suddenly risen to prominence? Not only did he drive a Lamborghini, but he was also rumored to have devastated the family of a rival who had pursued his girlfriend. Furthermore, he had recently acquired a 15% stake in Tingda Technology for $500 million, a company currently making waves in the tech industry. Moreover, his ex-girlfriend Zhao Yin had returned to him, and his gaming account had skyrocketed in value just days prior. How had he amassed such wealth? She discovered that it was all through legitimate means, helping an elderly lady cross the street who turned out to be a discreet billionaire, resulting in a $10 billion reward, and finding a certain mogul's beloved cat, fetching him millions. These seemingly absurd claims were, upon verification, indeed true, leaving no room for doubt. Xiang Wanqing recognized that this was no mere coincidence. Su Chen's background was anything but ordinary. She had also uncovered that the villa in Lake Thompson was one of his properties, valued at $10 billion. It was evident that Xiang Wanqing possessed exceptional capabilities, adept in both the shadows and the light. May I know your name, fair lady? Su Chen inquired as they walked. Mr. Su, I am Xiang Wanqing, she replied. Although reluctant to converse with him, she ultimately acquiesced, as he was a distinguished guest of the young lady. Xiang Wanqing? What a beautiful name. I like it, Su Chen said, nodding appreciatively. Thank you, she responded politely. Do you have a boyfriend? Su Chen asked. Xiang Wanqing did not answer. Do you not have a boyfriend? He pressed. Mr. Su, that is my private matter. I must respectfully decline to disclose, she stated. How tall? Su Chen observed, deciding not to pursue the matter further. Though their conversation was limited, he had gleaned enough about her character to refrain from irritating her again. Inside the Hero Hall, Su Jiwei was dressed somewhat casually, given that it was not a formal banquet or gathering. She wore a hand-tailored casual suit from the world-renowned brand Aloes, adorned with violet flowers. The upper half boasted a fitted British-style jacket that accentuated her elegant silhouette, while the lower half featured tailored, ultra-short wide-leg shorts that showcased her long, slender legs. Though this was merely Su Jiwei's casual attire, upon seeing her, Su Chen was instantly captivated. Her clothing and presentation were merely superficial. What truly dazzled was her breathtaking beauty and the regal aura of a noble princess. Hello, Mr. Su, Su Jiwei greeted as she rose, extending her hand with a smile. Hello. Before this enchanting leader, he was entirely respectful, wary of any inappropriate behavior. Please, take a seat. Thank you. Once seated, they engaged in casual conversation. Xiang Wanqing, observing from the side, realized that Su Chen had deliberately provoked her earlier. Now, faced with Su Jiwei, he was the epitome of decorum, revealing himself as a two-faced hypocrite. She vowed to keep a close watch on Su Chen in the future. Director Xiang, please notify the kitchen to serve the dishes, Su Jiwei instructed after chatting for a couple of minutes. Understood, young lady, Xiang Wanqing replied, turning to inform the waitstaff. She then returned to the private room, quietly awaiting further instructions from Su Jiwei, her gaze towards Su Chen filled with animosity. If Su Chen were to discover that her earlier irritation was merely a jest, it would surely leave him in a predicament. Director Xiang, may I add you on WeChat? Su Chen suddenly addressed the sulking Xiang Wanqing during their conversation. Mr. Su, that may not be convenient, she stammered, caught off guard by his unexpected approach. Unsure how to refuse, she glanced hopefully at Su Jiwei, wishing for her to intervene. She truly did not want to be associated with Su Chen, whom she regarded as a scoundrel, notorious for deceiving women. President Su, I simply find Director Xiang to be an impressive and capable individual. It would be beneficial to have her contact information for any future communications, Su Chen stated, presenting a seemingly valid reason. In that case, Director Xiang, do add Mr. Susichet. If I cannot reach him, I would appreciate your assistance in relaying messages. Su Jiwei's words were indeed reasonable, making it difficult for others to refuse. With some hesitation, Xiang Wanqing began to speak. She was well aware that Su Jiwei was deliberately leveraging her connection with Su Chen. But why? Chapter 0043. The collapse of cooperation. What value does Su Chen hold? Is he truly worth the esteemed Su Jiwei of the prominent Yin Jing family advocating for him and requesting his WeChat ID? Thank you, Director Xiang. Rest assured, once I add you on WeChat, I will only discuss official matters, nothing else. Su Chen dared not have any ulterior motives towards Su Jiwei, but he was quite interested in pursuing Xiang Wanqing. Xiang Wanqing thought bitterly. She despised being coerced. Yet, in the end, she succumbed to reality. She had to give face to the Su family's princess. After mutually adding each other on WeChat, she sulked in a corner, ignoring them. At that moment, Su Chen and Su Jiwei formally commenced their discussion on the topics that concerned them most. President Su, I understand your intentions. As you mentioned, the territorial defense battle for Holy Light City tomorrow night is crucial for both of us. I would like to know your conditions, Su Chen stated, addressing the matter directly, without any circumlocution. Su Chen, here is my proposal. I invite you to join our Red Powder Beauties as the vice president. With an annual salary of 5 million, Su Jiwei declared. It seemed a tad premature for such discussions. President Su, I wish to know what your thoughts are regarding the Holy Light City territory, Su Chen inquired. Su Chen, on behalf of the Su family and the Red Powder Beauties Guild, I will fully support you in achieving victory this time. However, once you become the Lord of Holy Light City, the rewards, including equity and privileges, will be evenly split between the Su family and you, Su Jiwei replied solemnly. Are you implying that the expenses for Holy Light City's territory and the one equity of the divine revelation will see the Su family claiming 50 of the profits? Su Chen questioned. He was taken aback by Su Jiwei's audacity, not only wanting to share in the territorial profits and the one equity, but also demanding an equal split. Unfortunately, Su Chen did not take this lightly. His value far exceeded such terms. Thus, he earnestly addressed Su Jiwei. Miss Su, if your conditions are set this way, then there is no need for us to discuss cooperation. The Holy Light City and the one equity of divine revelation are imperative for me, and I will not share them with anyone. Mr. Su, do you truly believe you can consume such a substantial pie all on your own? Astonished by Su Chen's ambition to monopolize this opportunity. In her view, was he not concerned about choking on it? Miss Su, do you understand what the 10520 battle represents? Su Chen asked sharply. Mr. Su, I am aware of the 10520 battle, but do you think it realistic to confront the Laughing Across the Horizon Guild and the entire server single-handedly? Su Jiwei's tone began to wane. The 10520 battle is the pinnacle of the entire server. It is an undeniable force of dominance, a form of invisible capital. However, this is not the reason for Su Chen's desire to monopolize the pie. No, you underestimate my worth. You are unaware of the terror of the Wanzhong account and my unwavering resolve. How can you be certain I do not possess the strength to dominate the entire server? My Wanzhong account has yet to engage in combat. I do not even know my own limits, Su Chen proclaimed loudly, growing increasingly domineering. Misu, let me clarify that I cannot refute what you say, but this does not justify your claim to the entire pie, Su Jiwei countered. Misu, I must insist that you have misunderstood the essence of my words. It appears I have overestimated you. Your perspective remains rather limited. Since we cannot reach an agreement, there is little point in continuing this meal, Su Chen declared as he prepared to rise and leave. Su Chen, you are far too arrogant, do you not realize? If I leave you, if I abandon the Red Powder Beauties, victory will elude you. Consequently, those rewards will also become irrelevant to you, Su Jiwei retorted with indignation. Misu, you have an inflated view of the Red Powder Beauties and yourself. If such words came from the Laughing Across the Horizon Guild, I might concede, for they possess that kind of strength. But does your Powder Beauties possess such capability? To put it bluntly, I can walk away from you, but if you lose me, you will not only forfeit this opportunity for rewards, but also the chance to dominate the entire server in the future. Su Chen's words were piercing, devoid of any hint of compromise or concession. With that, he exited the Hero Hall without a backward glance. Halfway out, he beckoned the hall manager who was patrolling, intending to book a private room. To come to Jinjiang restaurant and not enjoy a meal was aggravating enough. This young lady from the Su family had frustrated him to no end. So Su Chen sought to transform his indignation into appetite. Sir, how may I assist you? The hall manager inquired as he approached. Are there any private rooms available? Su Chen asked. Currently, there are 5 halls available for booking. May I ask which one you would prefer? The hall manager replied. Whichever is fine, Su Chen said. The hall manager proceeded to lead him to the Meiwa Hall, located on the same floor as the Hero Hall. Upon entering, he was immediately struck by 2 famous lines of poetry related to plum blossoms. The sharpness of the sword is honed through grinding. The fragrance of the plum blossom comes from enduring the bitter cold. The literal meaning of this ancient text conveys that the sharp blade is forged through continual sharpening, and the plum blossom's fragrance emerges after it has weathered the harsh winter. The true implication is that all precious things must undergo rigorous trials before they can be attained. In the traditional culture of Xiahua country, the plum blossom symbolizes noble qualities such as integrity, resilience, and humility. It blooms before all other flowers in the harsh winter. Standing alone in the spring, I'm hungry. What signature dishes do you recommend? Su Chen casually selected a seat and sat down. Sir, are you dining alone? The hall manager inquired. Is it prohibited to dine alone here? Or is there a minimum spending requirement? Su Chen replied, somewhat displeased. Sir, I mean no offense. Our private rooms have no minimum spending, but this room costs 100,000 for the night, the hall manager said with a polite smile. Do you think I cannot afford it? Su Chen retorted, slightly annoyed. Despite having only 600,000 left in his personal account, he could easily cover the expenses. Sir, that is not my intention. I was merely considering your needs, the hall manager explained. Enough with the excuses. I'm hungry. Hurry and take my order. I'll leave right after, Su Chen stated, growing impatient. Understood, sir. The hall manager summoned several servers responsible for that area to begin taking orders. Meanwhile, in the Hero Hall, Su Jiwei's face was frosty, her expression far from pleasant. She was furious. In her entire life, no one had dared to disregard her so openly, especially not by walking out of her meal without a second thought. Xiang Wanqing, meanwhile, was too preoccupied to concern herself with the grievances caused by Su Chen. Now feeling a sense of trepidation, she worried about what actions this young lady might take in her anger and nervously swallowed. Director Xiang, what is your perspective on this matter? Miss, I am afraid I have no insight into this situation, so I truly do not know how to evaluate it, Xiang Wanqing replied. Su Jiwei then proceeded to recount the general situation to Xiang Wanqing. She recognized that her emotions were somewhat clouding her judgment, and thus, she sought an outsider's perspective to gain clarity. After listening to the overview, Xiang Wanqing grasped the basic outline of events. At this moment, she had formed some judgments but was unsure whether or not to voice them. Chapter 0044. Su Jiwei's Self-Reflection and Resolve. Director Xiang, could you kindly provide an objective assessment of my mistakes? This matter is of utmost significance to the strategic positioning of the Su family, Su Jiwei stated earnestly. Miss, I fear that my words may not be to your liking. Xiang Wanqing prefaced cautiously. Do not hesitate to speak. I shall not hold it against you, Su Jiwei replied with a nod. Nervously, Xiang Wanqing continued, Miss, if I were in Su Chen's position, I would undoubtedly make the same choice he did. Why is that? Su Jiwei inquired, taken aback. Miss, from beginning to end, you have been an expendable party, while Su Chen holds the reins of authority. Your Powder Beauty Guild may possess considerable strength, yet it lacks the capability to dominate the entirety of the Divine Mark server. You have no trump cards or bargaining power to negotiate distribution with Su Chen, Xiang Wanqing explained earnestly. Yet without me, Su Chen would. Su Jiwei began, but she quickly grasped the crux of the issue. With a deep sigh, she said, I understand now. It has always been my arrogance that clouded my judgment. In truth, I am the one reliant on Su Chen, not the other way around. Miss, I believe it would be wise to relinquish immediate gains that do not truly belong to you and collaborate with Su Chen. If successful, his future association with the Red Powder Beauty Guild would yield tangible benefits. Conversely, should you antagonize him and he aligns with the Laughing at the Horizon Guild, the predicament of our guild would be dire, Xiang Wanqing advised. This issue is fundamentally my own fault. Director Xiang, your suggested approach is indeed the most prudent way to resolve this matter. Su Jiwei began to reflect on her misjudgments. Miss, you are merely enveloped in the fog of your own situation. I, as an outsider, possess greater clarity, Xiang Wanqing remarked. You are correct. I have been somewhat presumptuous. Su Chen is right. It is I who cannot afford to lose him, not the reverse. I realize now that my previous tone was overly assertive. Not recognizing this was my error, Su Jiwei conceded. What should we do now, miss? Should we attempt to bring Su Chen back? Xiang Wanqing asked. From the earlier dialogue, she had already discerned that the situation was not promising. Bring him back? How? You are unaware of the difficulty I faced in arranging this meeting through the game's chat feature. I do not even possess his phone number to track him down. Su Jiwei lamented, her expression wrought with distress. Despite her self-proclaimed brilliance, she found herself at a loss on how to resolve the predicament with Su Chen. Regret weighed heavily upon her. Miss, do not fret. As long as Su Chen remains in Jiangnan City, I can swiftly locate him, Xiang Wanqing confidently asserted. Seeing her determination, Su Jiwei asked, Director Xiang, do you truly have the confidence? This matter concerns the very survival of the Su family. Besides, miss, your concern may be clouding your judgment. I observe that while Su Chen is indeed upset, he has not entirely severed ties with the Red Powder Beauty Guild as a potential collaborator, Xiang Wanqing analyzed. This woman truly exemplified the acumen of a business elite, her analytical mindset and perspective on issues distinctly exceptional. It was no wonder she had ascended to the position of Director of Human Resources at the Jiangnan branch of the Su family enterprise. If what you say is true, there is indeed a possibility, Su Jiwei replied, now feeling somewhat unmoored and seeking guidance from Xiang Wanqing. I believe there is still room for negotiation. Based on my rough estimates, Su Chen should still be at the Jinjiang Hotel, waiting for us to find him, Xiang Wanqing suggested. Is that really possible? I find it hard to believe, Su Jiwei responded skeptically. Xiang Wanqing smiled. Miss, this is merely an instinct of us workers. I will inquire momentarily and soon ascertain Su Chen's whereabouts. However, miss, you must consider whether you are willing to meet his demands. If not, we need not expend our energy. Director Xiang, you are entirely correct. I have come to a decision. I intend to fulfill his requirements. It would be foolish of me to use something that does not rightfully belong to me as leverage in negotiations, as it would lead to a missed opportunity. Miss, I truly admire your courage. I believe few would be willing to forego such significant benefits, Xiang Wanqing expressed sincerely. Though her words were eloquent, she understood that speaking and acting were two entirely different matters. Having never encountered the world of divine mark, she was now beginning to grasp the enormity of its market potential. It was no wonder that Miss Su had traveled such a distance by plane to reach this place. The struggles for territory in the realm of Holy Light City and matters concerning territory tokens entailed vast interests. The equity of one divine mark's destiny was valued in the hundreds of billions. Xiang Wanqing felt as though she had been disconnected from this world, realizing the enormity of the market she had previously overlooked. Director Xiang, please refrain from flattering me. I am quite aware of my own limitations. If I were born to an ordinary family, I might not have achieved what I have today, Su Jiwei humbly replied. Miss, you are far too modest. I will go and find someone now, Xiang Wanqing stated before exiting the Hero Hall. She promptly sent a voice message to Su Chen via the WeChat number they had just exchanged. Mr. Su, where are you? Our young lady has changed her mind. She agrees to all your requests. After sending the message, she summoned the lobby manager to inquire about any updates. Director Xiang, how may I assist you? The lobby manager inquired. Do you know where the gentleman who just left our private room is? Xiang Wanqing asked. Director, that gentleman is currently dining alone in the Plum Blossom Hall across the way. However, I noticed that he seemed rather agitated, the lobby manager replied. Keep an eye on him and ensure he does not leave. Notify me of any developments, Xiang Wanqing instructed. Understood, Director, the lobby manager affirmed. In the Plum Blossom Hall, upon receiving Xiang Wanqing's voice message, Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Su Jiwei would relinquish all her interests to fully support him in winning the lordship of Holy Light City. His perception of the young lady from the Su family began to shift. Just as he was about to respond to the message, expressing his eagerness for collaboration, the door of the Plum Blossom Hall swung open, and an unexpected guest entered. Who are you? Su Chen addressed the newcomer, his tone notably cold. After all, one would not be pleased with an uninvited entrance. Mr. Su, please do not be angry. I am your benefactor, the man, dressed in a sharp suit and possessing a certain handsome demeanor, replied. Benefactor? What nonsense are you spouting? Speak quickly or leave me be. Do not disturb my meal. Su Chen retorted without hesitation. Mr. Su, allow me to introduce myself. I am Chen Xingfan, an attorney from the Yanjing Hongxing law firm. I am here on behalf of the Laughing at the Horizon Guild to discuss a collaboration with you, the man stated with a smile. You are the lawyer sent by Laughing at the Horizon? What do you wish to discuss with me? Su Chen, already anticipating that other guilds would reach out to him, yet surprised that Laughing at the Horizon had also chosen to send someone for negotiations. Chapter 0045. A new turning point in collaboration. Mr. Su, I present to you a contract for the transfer of player accounts. Our client, Wen Xiao, offers 5 million RMB for the acquisition of your account, Chen Xingfan declared with a grin. As he spoke, he retrieved a pre-drafted contract from the briefcase he held. 5 million? Are you certain you are not jesting with me? Upon hearing such a price, Su Chen felt a wave of displeasure wash over him. 5 million RMB? How absurd! Why not just go rob a bank instead? Mr. Su, please do not misunderstand. We have verified that your equipment and pet companions hold little value. Therefore, regarding this price is one that only our guild can afford, Chen Xingtian stated earnestly. I advise you to leave at once. I fear I might lose my composure and strike you. Su Chen halted his chopsticks midair, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Xingtian. Mr. Su, I urge you not to misinterpret. This price is indeed quite generous. I believe no one else would offer you a better deal. Chen Xingtian nodded. Please, with a modicum of grace, take your leave. Fury ignited within Su Chen. Mr. Su, if you continue to insult me, I shall take legal action for defamation. I kindly ask you to. Chen Xingtian began. Get out! Su Chen shouted. The Laughing at the Horizon Guild? Wen Xixiong? Just wait and see. How dare you belittle me, Su Chen? I will ensure you all regret this day. What do you have to be so arrogant about? Is it merely the influence of your family? Is it simply because you possess some wealth? Just wait. One day, I shall return the favor tenfold for how you have treated me today. Mr. Su, you are unaware of the facts. The core members of the Laughing at the Horizon Guild are either affluent or noble. These forces and families are not something you can contend with. The Liu family, the wealthiest in Jiangnan City, is but a vassal of the Wen family, so I hope you understand the importance of discretion. Otherwise, know the consequences of offending them, Chen Xingtian threatened. Chen Xingtian, is it? Go back and inform Wen Xixiang that your conduct is quite unbecoming. And if you dare prattle on, I will not hesitate to end you, Su Chen replied sharply. Mr. Su, I hope you will choose your words with civility. Otherwise, I may have to accuse you of intimidation, Chen Xingtian retorted, resorting to legal threats against Su Chen. Then can I sue you for intruding into my private space? Su Chen replied with evident distaste. You! Chen Xingtian exclaimed furiously. Over the years, ever since becoming the legal advisor for the Laughing at the Horizon Guild under Wen Xixiang, he had never encountered anyone as audacious as Su Chen, who dared to speak to him so disrespectfully, causing him great ire. Do you not comprehend human speech? I commanded you to leave. Su Chen showed no signs of yielding. You are courting death. Do you realize? Offending Wen Xiao will lead you to regret it, Chen Xingtian warned. Go back and tell your Wen Xiao that tomorrow night, I shall make him suffer. Let him prepare himself. I will defeat him thoroughly in the game, Su Chen declared formally, issuing a challenge to Wen Xixiao. You madman, you are digging your own grave. No one dares to treat our Wen Xiao in such a manner, Chen Xingtian retorted. Then perhaps you should take a good look and see if I am truly so vulnerable, Su Chen replied with a wicked smile. In the past, he might have submitted to the might of a top-tier noble like Wen Xixiao, but not now. With the super godly wealth system at his disposal, money rendered the Laughing at the Horizon Guild inconsequential, and the Wen family no more than a footnote. Su Chen, you shall soon find yourself regretting this, Chen Xingtian threatened, pointing a finger at him. Oh, whose dog is this, running around barking and posturing without a leash? Suddenly, the door to the Plum Blossom Hall was pushed open, revealing Su Jiwei accompanied by Xiang Wanqing. That blind fool dared to insult me, Chen Xingtian. He should quickly kneel and apologize, or else. Chen Xingtian, filled with pent-up anger, was about to explode when he heard someone call him a dog. However, upon seeing the speaker, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he began to stutter. Miss Su, what brings you here? Slap. Su Jiwei raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap across Chen Xingtian's face, instantly leaving it red and swollen. Miss Su, I had no idea you were here. I spoke thoughtlessly. Please forgive me. The once arrogant Chen Xingtian now knelt before her, pleading for her forgiveness. Chen Xingtian, were you not quite arrogant towards my friend just moments ago? I, Su Jiwei, would not dare to trouble you. After all, if Wen Xiao were to become angry, Would our Su family not be left with nothing? How frightful! Su Jiwei's words pierced through Chen Xingtian, leaving him too terrified to breathe. She abhorred individuals like him, who, despite being mere dogs in another shadow, acted with unwarranted bravado. Slap! Slap! Chen Xingtian began to strike his own face, tears streaming down as he admitted his faults. Xiang Wanqing, standing beside Su Jiwei, dared not utter a word, fully aware that the situation had escalated into a conflict between the Su and Wen families. 2 minutes later, Su Jiwei furrowed her brows and declared, "You are an eyesore. Get far away from me. Also, inform Wen Shixiang that Su Chen is a member of the Su family. If he or his sycophants dare to obstruct him, I, Su Jiwei, will not hesitate to declare war." "Yes, yes. I shall not forget what Miss Su has commanded." Chen Xingtian nodded vigorously, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, and scurried away like a dog. With Chen Xingtian's departure, the Plum Blossom Hall fell silent. Su Jiwei took a moment to compose herself before approaching Su Chen, bowing slightly in apology. "Su Chen, I must express my regrets for my earlier actions. I sincerely apologize." Su Chen quickly rose to support Su Jiwei's arms, saying, "Miss Su, there is no need for such formality. My earlier behavior was also due to my own agitation, and I owe you an apology." After exchanging apologies, the lingering displeasure dissipated as they shared a smile. "Miss Su, I am grateful for your timely intervention. Rest assured Su Chen, am not one to disregard reason. Let us each make a concession. Should we prevail in the upcoming territorial defense battle, I shall not yield on the one equity in the divine miracle covenant, but we can divide the profits from the Holy Light City territory equally." Su Chen proposed this compromise primarily to express gratitude for Su Jiwei's assistance. "Since you have offered such a gesture, I, Su Jiwei, am not one to be petty. I shall exchange 5 equity in the Red Powder Beauty Guild for 50 of the profits from the Holy Light City territory." By doing so, Su Jiwei aimed to secure Su Chen's allegiance to her cause, recognizing his immense value. The 50 profit share from Holy Light City represented a significant sum. The exact figures unknown, but likely substantial. Moreover, with a player of Su Chen's caliber on her side, any future territorial endeavors would undoubtedly favor the Red Powder Beauty Guild. "President Su, I believe this arrangement is rather inappropriate," Su Chen replied, genuinely unimpressed by the 5 equity in the Red Powder Beauty Guild. He also wished to keep a certain distance from the Su family's affairs, accepting that equity would tie their interests together, a bond that held potential benefits but also considerable drawbacks. Standing nearby, Xiang Wanqing, perceptive and astute, recognized Su Chen's concerns, prompting her to regard him with newfound respect. If it were someone else, they would eagerly wish to align themselves with the Su family, as it would undoubtedly grant them the family's protection. However, Su Chen's ability to resist such temptations already indicates that this seemingly frivolous rogue possesses considerable wisdom and extraordinary insight. "Su Chen, if you have any further questions, feel free to voice them," Su Jiwei inquired. "President Su, I shall speak candidly. I simply wish to collaborate with the Red Powder Beauties Guild without entangling myself too deeply with the Su family," Su Chen stated straightforwardly. "Rest assured, the Red Powder Beauties Guild is merely an organization formed by myself and a few like-minded friends, without significant ties to the Su family. The only connection is that I am a member of the Su family," Su Jiwei elaborated. "If that is the case, we can indeed collaborate. Now, let us discuss the offensive and defensive strategies for tomorrow night's event," Su Chen suggested. In truth, Su Chen, currently there is no specific strategy. According to the official rules for the upcoming siege warfare, our primary task is to defend the core area of Holy Light City and ensure that the Lord does not fall within 30 minutes. That alone suffices, Su Jiwei explained. Holy Light City has gates on both the east and west, and players cannot attack from the sky. Thus, we must concentrate our forces to defend the gates. Additionally, the NPC guards within Holy Light City will also assist us in the defense, she continued. Listening to her detailed exposition clearly indicated that she had done her homework, demonstrating ample professionalism. Xiang Wanqing, who was unfamiliar with the game, found herself in agreement with the discussion. Su Chen listened intently, as he had also conducted research and found that her assessment was largely accurate, though lacking the detail that Su Jiwei provided. However, it was anticipated that the number of players attacking would be quite substantial, so our forces must not be too weak. "I will reach out to other guilds regarding this matter," Su Jiwei stated. "President Su, I possess a batch of high-level amass spirits. I can sell them to the guild at market price. With these spirits, I believe our top-tier combat power will be significantly enhanced, Su Chen remarked. Alama spirits? What levels are they? I currently have 2 at level 18 and the rest at level 17, Su Jiwei inquired. I have spirits above level 18. I am confident they will bolster our combat strength considerably, Su Chen replied. What? Above level 18? That's impossible. Although the official statement claims Alama spirits can reach level 99, currently, the highest available on the entire server is level 18, Su Jiwei asserted. It seems President Su has not checked my account. You can take a look. All of mine are Alama spirit level 28, Su Chen stated confidently. What? Su Jiwei exclaimed as she pulled out her phone, opened the mobile version of the game, logged into her account, and checked the leaderboard. Finding the top-ranked, three-eyed Divine Lord, and confirming the equipment listed as Alama Spirit level 28. You? How did you manage that? You're not actually a plan, are you? She asked, astonished. What are you thinking? I merely received some official rewards in the form of entrance tickets to the Alama Secret Realm. These tickets allow one to obtain Alama Spirit level 28, Su Chen disclosed without reservation. So that is how it is? Su Chen, you must not tell anyone about this. We can control the sales of high-level Alama spirits. How many do you have? And how do you plan to sell them? Our guild has several wealthy young ladies, Su Jiwei queried. Currently, the price for Alama Spirit level 18 is between 3 to 5 million. So I intend to set the price for Alama Spirit level 28 at 15 to 20 million. As for the intermediate levels, I will establish a tiered pricing system. Su Chen explained. Alama Spirit level 28 at 20 million? That seems a bit low, but it is quite reasonable at this price point. After all, pricing it too high would be counterproductive. Gamers must weigh their options, Su Jiwei commented. President Su, how about this? I will hand over all the Alama Spirit stones to you. You handle the sales, and I will give you a 5% commission, Su Chen proposed. Deal. From now on, you can entrust your high-level spirit stones to me. I will ensure you receive a good price. Moreover, I already have a cunning plan in mind, Su Jiwei said with a sly smile. Su Chen felt a bit uneasy at her expression. Xiang Wanqing shared a similar sentiment, finding this young lady rather intimidating. Wasn't this the kind of scenario where one smiles while delivering a double-edged knife? I will contact some guilds now. We all need to be online by 6 o'clock tomorrow evening, Su Jiwei instructed. Su Chen logged into his mobile game account without hesitation and traded all his high-level Alama spirits to Su Jiwei, who was utterly astonished by the transaction. Su Chen, are you really sure you're not a plant? Su Jiwei asked incredulously. President Su, I assure you, I am not, Su Chen replied, knowing it would be difficult to explain, but maintaining his stance. The two exchanged contact information, and he also obtained Xiang Wanqing's details. After a simple meal, everyone returned to their respective homes. Unbeknownst to Su Chen, someone was watching him from an inconspicuous gray sedan, where two men, having disguised themselves, observed. Su Chen drove his Lamborghini back to the hotel, while Xiang Wanqing summoned her bodyguard and subsequently escorted Su Jiwei home. What do you think of Su Chen? Su Jiwei inquired. Miss, he seems all right, Xiang Wanqing replied ambiguously. What do you mean by all right? You know you have some reservations about his behavior, particularly that he seems rather frivolous, correct? Su Jiwei pressed. Miss, Xiang Wanqing quickly attempted to clarify. Do not be so tense. Yerbo no intentions. I merely wish to convey that I am not the type to exploit my employees for business gains, Su Jiwei stated. Earlier, when Xiang Wanqing sought a connection with Su Chen, he had not responded, a matter she felt compelled to clarify. Not for any other reason than her own peace of mind. Xiang Wanqing expressed her confusion. I understand that you perceive Su Chen's behavior as frivolous and thus assume he is a bad person. However, I see clarity in his eyes. While his demeanor may be lighthearted, he is also forthright, not the kind of hypocritical individual one might suspect. Su Jiwei expressed her favorable impression of Su Chen. Miss, although Su Chen appears to be fine, I can't shake the feeling that he looks at me with a peculiar gaze, which unsettles me, Xiang Wanqing admitted. If men aren't lecherous, what is the point? How are you? Furthermore, it's only natural for men to notice you given your beauty. If you had a face full of blemishes instead of radiance, I assure you that even with money, no one would pay you any mind, Su Jiwei remarked, leaving Xiang Wanqing speechless. Mississippi. Xiang Wanqing felt at a loss for words, realizing that such comments were rather trendy. Clearly, this young lady had spent considerable time watching short videos. Director Xiang, I know you are perceptive, but I must caution you that one cannot rely solely on appearances. Nowadays, Many people wear a veneer of false benevolence, Su Jiwei advised. Xiang Wanqing agreed, but sensed that Su Jiwei was subtly advocating for Su Chen. Was this merely her imagination? Have you heard the story of the Eastern Bed son-in-law? I've heard of it. It pertains to the renowned calligrapher Wang Shiji and his wife during the Eastern Jin dynasty, right? Xiang Wanqing, being from a prestigious school and a graduate student, was familiar with some of the notable anecdotes from the history of Zaiwaguo. So, do you know how Wang Shiji's father-in-law chose him among so many sons of the Wang family? Chapter 0047. The Moulin Rouge Bar, my lady. If I recall correctly, as she began to speak, Xiang Wanqing fell silent, suddenly comprehending the implication of Su Jiwei's words. She was suggesting that Su Chen was akin to Wang Shiji, who had, amidst the pretense of courtship, displayed genuine character, unadulterated and sincere, unlike the hypocrisy surrounding him. Surely, the young lady did not intend to orchestrate a match between herself and Su Chen? God, that simply could not be allowed. Setting aside her lingering reservations about Su Chen, she was already enamored with another. But how to articulate this? After all, the object of her affection was... Director Xiang, do you believe Su Chen is a plant? Reflecting on those high-tier Alama souls, Su Jiwei found it hard to believe. That was an immense fortune. An official entry ticket as a reward? Yet, had anyone ever uncovered such a scenario? Was there perhaps another triggering mechanism? For instance, did it require exceptionally remarkable achievements? A character ranked number 1 on the Divine Fire list? A Lord's token? Money? Recharge? Su Jiwei's deductive reasoning was indeed top-notch, quickly leading her to a general direction. Could Su Chen have ascended to such heights in such a short time? Surely, recharging was a significant factor. Was this even feasible? Miracles had never engaged in such practices, nor did they require such measures. Moreover, the existence of such a plant seemed illogical. Had Su Chen truly disrupted the normal operations of the game? I firmly believe that this is not the outcome desired by Miracle's official. Thus, it seems somewhat unfounded to claim that Su Chen is a mere plant. Xiang Wanqing had a unique perspective. However, the exquisite equipment from 5 caves, the complete set of exceptional divine fire eternal star souls, and those heaps of Alama souls? How could one possibly explain these? Was it all mere luck? My lady, I have never played the Miracles game, yet I am aware that some individuals are simply fortunate. For instance, Su Chen, his wealth stems from his luck. Though reluctant to admit it, Xiang Wanqing recognized this as an undeniable truth. Could it truly be luck? Is your investigation thorough? My lady, there is absolutely no doubt. Xiang Wanqing assured her. How did Su Chen acquire such an account? Even if it were indeed luck, it requires capital, does it not? You know that the value of his account alone cannot be less than 100 million RMB. Your data states he comes from an ordinary family. How could he possess such wealth? My lady, I have investigated the sources of Su Chen's wealth. His account has seen frequent transactions recently. Yet every single one is entirely legitimate, Xiang Wanqing replied. Legitimate? Such as? My lady, for instance, Su Chen once assisted an elderly lady across the street, and she rewarded him with 10 billion as a token of gratitude. What? How is that even possible? My lady, I too found it hard to believe at first, but after my investigation, I can confirm it is indeed true. The elderly lady in question is Ms. Meng Xiaoyi, a major shareholder of Huasi Commercial Bank, Xiang Wanqing explained. To think it would be that elderly lady? Is there anything else? Su Jiwei asked, somewhat astonished. Regarding Ms. Meng Xiaoyi, her reputation is well known. She is a legendary figure in the business circles of Zaiwaguo. Once a worker in a textile factory, she later borrowed funds to purchase it when it faced closure, introducing new production lines and profit-sharing models, thus reviving the business. Within 3 years, it evolved into a large textile factory exporting to over 30 developed nations, with the Swan brand becoming a leading name in the global textile industry. As for Huasi Commercial Bank, during the economic crisis of '98, it teetered on the brink of bankruptcy until Ms. Meng Xiaoyi, then 50, invested and acquired a 51 stake, saving the institution. Although she has never accepted Forbes rankings, everyone is aware of her immense wealth. My lady, there is also the matter regarding Mr. Shui from Xingchen Technology. He lost his mistress's cat, and upon Su Chen finding it, Mr. Shui rewarded him several million. Xiang Wanqing recounted her findings. Rewarding several million for a mere cat? That's utterly ridiculous. Since when have the tycoons of Jiangnan become so generous? especially Shui shining from Xingchen technology, notorious for being a miser. Would he truly part with such a sum? Director Xiang, are you certain these are mere jokes? Su Jiwei vehemently protested, finding these explanations to be exceedingly absurd. She considered herself a rational individual, impervious to such nonsense. My lady, I acknowledge the absurdity, yet I have diligently verified every detail, and it is undeniably accurate, Xiang Wanqing responded, having once harbored doubts herself, but found no ground to contest after thorough investigation. Su Jiwei fell silent, enveloped in confusion, ultimately deciding against further discourse on this subject. Xiang Wanqing refrained from pressing further. Upon returning to the hotel, Zhao Yun eagerly requested to explore the surroundings. Unable to refuse her, Su Chen acquiesced and accompanied her. For convenience, they opted not to drive themselves, but summoned a taxi at the hotel entrance. As they embarked in the taxi, Zhao Yun entwined her arm with Su Chen's, their demeanor exceptionally intimate. She was acutely aware that such tender moments were fleeting. The process for her admission to the Royal Academy of Dramatic Art in England was already underway. "Darling, will you miss me when I'm gone?" Zhao Yun inquired, her tone tinged with reluctance. "Of course I will. I promise to visit you whenever I can," Su Chen replied. "Did you catch the news today? Han Feng's parents and Sun Feng appeared on television. Sun Feng was sentenced to 15 years in prison. Han Feng's father received 10 years, while his mother was sentenced to 8 years. Zhao Yun stated, her excitement palpable. In her view, these individuals were deserving of their fates. Their misdeeds had caught up with them. Indeed, Su Chen affirmed, when you're not around, you must be cautious. Now that you've crossed these individuals, they may seek retribution. Zhao Yun warned, her concern extending particularly towards Zheng Yi and his associates, who were clearly nefarious characters. Though many had been rescued, she feared that remnants of danger lingered. Should these men discover that Su Chen had eliminated Zheng Yi and his ilk, she believed he would be in grave peril. "Rest assured, you know my strength. I won't be easily harmed," Su Chen reassured her. Zhao Yun couldn't help but recall the incident when Su Chen had dispatched Zheng Yi and his gang with a flying knife. She suspected he was akin to the ancient martial arts masters depicted in novels. This thought momentarily put her at ease. As they rode in the taxi, it came to a halt in front of a bar. After scanning to pay, they exited. Su Chen took Zhao Yun's delicate hand, which felt as soft as silk, and gazed at the bar before them, its prominent sign proclaiming, Moulin Rouge Bar. This was Zhao Yun's choice. She claimed it to be the most popular bar in Jiangnan, albeit one with exorbitant prices. Previously, she could scarcely afford such luxuries, but now, with Su Chen by her side, she wished to enjoy herself thoroughly before her departure. Upon entering the bar, the pulsating rhythm of heavy metal music enveloped them, stirring an irresistible urge to dance. The atmosphere was boisterous, as it was the peak hour for revelry, with men and women alike losing themselves in the fervor of the dance floor, liberating and venting the stresses of the day. "Let us head to the bar." Upon entering, Zhao Yun eagerly led Su Chen towards the counter. "Good evening. What can I get for you too?" A handsome server greeted with a smile. Chapter 0048. The night of turmoil at the bar. The little prince, a cocktail, please. Su Chen declared. In truth, he was merely making a random choice. This was his first visit to such an establishment, and he lacked experience, having no inkling of what drinks were available. The notion of a cocktail was something he had gleaned from television dramas and movies. "Let us open a bottle of vodka. We prefer our drinks on the stronger side," Zhao Yun interjected, halting Su Chen's words. "Vodka? Yunner, that's quite potent," Su Chen sighed. He was reluctant to let Zhao Yun indulge in such a drink, knowing how easily one could become inebriated. "It's all right, darling. You're here with me," Zhao Yun insisted with a hint of mischief in her tone. Seeing her determination, Su Chen chose not to press the matter further. "Just a moment, please," the dashing bartender chimed in. Before long, the bartender prepared the drinks and handed them over. Su Chen scanned the QR code to make the payment, and then he found a spot with relatively few patrons, where he and Zhao Yun settled down to observe the dancers on stage. At that moment, 5 voluptuous women were captivating the audience with their youthful, alluring movements, showcasing the charm of their vivacity. "Husband, I find the bar quite entertaining," Zhao Yun exclaimed, her excitement palpable as it was her first visit to such a place. She discovered that the music seemed to ignite a fire within her, the rhythm compelling her to dance spontaneously. Su Chen, however, furrowed his brow, aware that such venues often attracted reckless individuals seeking solace in indulgence. Already, he noticed a few wandering eyes directed toward them. Yet this was hardly surprising. After all, Zhao Yun's beauty and alluring figure naturally drew the attention of predatory gazes. Those ravenous wolves, accustomed to prowling bars in search of prey, were stirred by the sight of a prime catch like Zhao Yun, and they were not inclined to let her slip away easily. Su Chen felt a pang of discontent. Zhao Yun's outfit today was provocatively charming, which undoubtedly contributed to the attention they were receiving. "Husband, this drink is quite strong and bitter," Zhao Yun remarked, taking a tentative sip, a joyful smile gracing her face. "Is it not bitter? How can you still be smiling?" "Su Chen inquired. I'm just happy," Zhao Yun replied with simplicity. "Promise me you won't come here alone in the future, all right?" Su Chen questioned. "Oh, I understand. If I ever come, I'll make sure to bring you along," Zhao Yun assured him. She was not naive. She recognized the chaotic nature of bars and had always exercised restraint. Tales circulated at Jiangnan University of senior sisters who had lost their virtue after visiting with friends, some even succumbing to despair. Thus, she had always regarded such places with trepidation, viewing them as a veritable den of iniquity. However, with Su Chen by her side today, she felt secure. "Hi there, beautiful. You look unfamiliar. Is this your first visit?" A rather handsome man approached from the distant bar, cocktail in hand, striding with casual confidence toward Zhao Yun, his tone suave. He did not cast a glance at Su Chen, completely disregarding his presence. "Yes, it is my first time here," Zhao Yun replied, fully aware of his intentions. And thus her demeanor was frosty. "Beautiful et image. May I invite you to dance?" the charming man suggested, inadvertently flaunting a luxurious watch on his wrist, clearly signaling to Zhao Yun that he was affluent. "I don't dance." Zhao Yun decisively rejected him. "Ah!" Upon hearing this, Ma's expression faltered. He was known as the Little Prince of nightclubs, and no girl had ever successfully resisted his handsome visage and esteemed status. Reluctant to accept defeat today, he smiled and said, "It's all right if you don't know how. I can teach you. I'm quite the dancer. You're being quite bothersome. I've made my refusal clear, yet you continue to pester me. Have some dignity, will you?" Zhao Yun retorted, emboldened by the vodka's influence. "Ah?" This time, Ma's face was genuinely strained, anger simmering beneath the surface. Yet he managed to mask it, retreating with a begrudging demeanor, though his eyes glinted with malice. Su Chen was aware that Ma would likely seek revenge, but he was unfazed, even finding satisfaction in Zhao Yun's spirited rebuke. "Husband, did I perform well just now?" Zhao Yun inquired, setting her glass down and linking her arm with Su Chen's. "Next time someone approaches you like that, just slap him. I'll always have your back," Su Chen replied with a grin. "Thank you, darling. Now let us dance," Zhao Yun exclaimed, already pulling Su Chen toward the dance floor. Once on the dance floor, enveloped by the rhythm of the music, Su Chen danced with professional flair, synchronizing with Zhao Yun. She too had a knack for dancing, and together they moved in perfect harmony, with one hand clasped with Zhao Yun's and the other resting on her curvaceous waist. Su Chen reveled in the sensation of her smooth, elastic skin, heightened by her choice of a short skirt. Unable to resist, he gently squeezed, reveling in the exquisite feel. Zhao Yun, acutely aware of Su Chen's actions, felt her cheeks flush, radiating an irresistible allure. "Rascal, focus on dancing and refrain from mischief," she warned, pouting slightly as she leaned closer to Su Chen. Obeying her cue, Su Chen settled down, and the pair resumed dancing, immersing themselves in the music, lost in their rhythm. Their performance drew applause from onlookers. Meanwhile, at the bar, Maju observed the couple with a fiery gaze, his expression contorted with frustration. "Ma Xiao, what is troubling you? You look like a wilted eggplant," a man in a tailored suit approached, teasingly. "Dejang, are you mocking me?" Maju retorted, irritation evident in his voice. "Not at all. Just trying to lighten the mood. I'm here to help you win that lovely girl over," Lin Jiang replied with a smirk. "What do you propose?" Matzi inquired. Intrigued, perhaps spurred by his earlier rejection, he was now particularly intent on claiming Zhao Yun as his own to alleviate his wounded pride. "Just a typical couple. How hard can it be?" Lin Jiang mused, his demeanor menacing. "I urge you to keep things discreet," Maja cautioned, aware of Lin Jiang's unscrupulous methods and his penchant for underhanded tactics. "Rest assured, I know my limits," Lin Jiang replied nonchalantly, his eyes narrowing as he plotted ways to deliver Zhao Yun into Ma's clutches. Kidnapping? Spiking her drink? Or perhaps bribery? His eagerness to please Maja was far from altruistic. He had heard whispers of a lucrative project that Maj's father was bidding on, and he was keen to secure an advantage. Chapter 0049. The bar brawl. The bar reverberated with explosive, heavy metal music. In the dance floor, both men and women swayed freely, indulging in the release of their pent-up frustrations. After all, most patrons were weary office workers, seeking to shed the burdens of their day-to-day lives. Some girls, clad in nonconformist attire, embraced their freedom, bearing their youthful exuberance as they danced with abandon, fully expressing their spirited vitality. Most of these young girls are in a rebellious phase. The last type is a couple like Su Chen and Zhao Yun, who are here to enhance their relationship. "Darling, isn't your dancing quite remarkable? Was it arranged by your family?" Zhao Yun expressed surprise at Su Chen's dancing skills. Her own dance proficiency is certified at a professional level, yet Su Chen proved to be equally adept. It is indeed a rarity for a young man to execute such a dance to this extent. "Really? Just average, I suppose," Su Chen modestly replied. In truth, he too possesses a certification, albeit a rather impressive one, third in the world. "Darling, you're not implying that your certification is anything but modest, are you?" Zhao Yun keenly picked up on the key words in Su Chen's speech. "No, really, it's just average," Su Chen jested. At that moment, 3 young ruffians with dyed blonde hair began to approach Zhao Yun and her companions. One of the blonde youths, after sizing Zhao Yun up several times, suddenly reached out to touch her rear. It's been ages since such a stunning girl appeared in the bar. Her figure is truly commendable, especially that rear. So perky, he thought lewdly as he extended his hand. However, before he could make contact, his filthy hand was seized, and with a powerful force, he was flung away. "Friend, your hand seems to be reaching a bit too far." Su Chen, having noticed the blonde youth's actions, swiftly intervened. "What is it to you, punk? If you value your life, back off." The blonde youth, feeling humiliated, began to angrily curse. As he spoke, he swung his hand towards Su Chen. "If you wish to keep your hand, you better leave with the most graceful exit," Su Chen coldly remarked as he caught the youth's hand mid-swing. "Let go, or we'll make you regret it," the blonde youth threatened viciously. Yet no matter how he struggled, he could not escape Su Chen's grasp. His 2 companions shouted from the side, "Kid, if you know what's good for you, let our brother go, or we'll take you down." "I'm sorry. Your voices are quite loud. It startled me. Therefore, some must face consequences," Su Chen replied with a slight smile, tightening his grip on the blonde youth's hand, eliciting a scream akin to a slaughtered pig. "You're courting death." The 2 ruffians charged at Su Chen, fists raised. Unfortunately for them, in the presence of Su Chen, who was at the shin-level upper tier, they were as insignificant as ants. As they approached, Su Chen calmly lifted his leg and struck twice, sending both youths hurtling backward with a pair of thunderous crashes. They flew out of the dance floor, soaring over the heads of the crowd, and landed with a resounding thud on the bar counter, shattering several freshly prepared drinks, much to the dismay of the handsome bartender. The sudden altercation startled the dancing patrons, causing them to scatter in fear of being caught in the crossfire. Soon, the dance floor was cleared, and the pulsating music came to a halt. In no time, a group of over a dozen dyed youths surrounded Su Chen and Zhao Yun, each exuding a menacing aura, unmistakably up to no good. A burly bald man stepped forward, clad in a black vest adorned with a tattoo of a black dragon on his chest. "Darling, these individuals seem rather formidable," Zhao Yun said, her voice tinged with apprehension. "Fear not. With me here, they cannot stir trouble," Su Chen assured her confidently. The bald man, clearly a figure of authority, glanced at the 2 incapacitated underlings with a frown before fixing his dark, brooding gaze on Su Chen. "My friend, did you injure these 2? Upon hearing this, Su Chen realized that these blonde ruffians were likely under the bald man's command, explaining their audacious behavior, as they were indeed part of the bar's crew. "Didn't you hear? Our brother Grey Hawk is addressing you." One of the ruffians, irritated by Su Chen's silence, yelled. "Silence." Su Chen's fierce glare silenced the youth, infused with the shin-level upper-tier martial intent, rendering the ordinary man utterly powerless. The ruffian felt as though a massive mountain was pressing down on him, and in a moment of panic he lost control of his bladder. "No," he whimpered before fainting. "Waste! Someone, drag him away!" Grey Hawk commanded upon witnessing the scene. Su Chen effortlessly tossed the ruffian aside, who landed on the ground, and then placed his foot upon him. With his internal energy augmented, the ruffian felt as though he was pinned by hundreds of pounds, unable to move or even speak. "So you are Grey Hawk?" It was your men who I struck down. They dared to lay hands on my woman, and this is the consequence of their actions. Su Chen showed no fear of Grey Hawk, recognizing him as merely an ordinary individual, not a match for him. Grey Hawk, upon hearing this, finally noticed Zhao Yun, and his eyes gleamed with interest. Such a beautiful woman. It's been ages since I encountered someone like her. Perhaps I could enjoy her company tonight. He lewdly eyed Zhao Yun, who instinctively stepped behind Su Chen. Grey Hawk, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Retract your thoughts, or I shall render you incapacitated, Su Chen warned with a fierce tone. As he spoke, he kicked the ruffian he had subdued, sending him crashing into the bar once more, unconscious. My apologies, it seems I mistook this fellow for my brother. I shall extend my apologies to you and this lovely lady, Grey Hawk replied dismissively, underestimating Su Chen's might. Su Chen remained silent, aware that Grey Hawk had more to say, allowing him to continue. However, you cannot cause a ruckus in my domain without repercussions. Let this beautiful lady spend a night with me, and I shall overlook this incident. Unbeknownst to him, this request could cost him dearly. Care to repeat that? Su Chen retorted with a cold laugh, baffled by the audacity of these thugs who would so casually demand a woman-esque company without considering who they were confronting. Chapter 50. A trial of skill in the bar's main hall. All the patrons watched the unfolding drama with skepticism for Su Chen and Zhao Yun. They were up against Grey Hawk of the Black Tiger Hall, a man who thrived in Jiangnan City, adeptly navigating both the official and underworld realms. No one dared to disregard him. It was rumored that a certain CEO once disrespected him, only to have Grey Hawk personally take revenge by abducting the man's beautiful wife and breaking his leg. Subsequently, the CEO's company collapsed, and his wife now served as a courtesan under Grey Hawk's control, earning the notorious moniker Little Peach Blossom. My friend, you may not be aware of my moniker, the Grey Eagle. Perhaps you might inquire about it. Before I could finish my words, I found myself struck resoundingly across the face by Su Chen. The sound of the slap was deafening. Silence. Gulp. Everyone stood dumbfounded, pondering what had just transpired. How could the formidable Grey Eagle of Jiangnan City be so humiliated? A sense of foreboding gripped them. What the hell? Those unruly youths, regaining their composure, immediately surged towards Su Chen. Stop right there, the Grey Eagle commanded. The young delinquents exchanged bewildered glances, wondering what had befallen their leader. The Grey Eagle, with a darkened expression, touched his injured face and said, "You have some nerve, kid. I shall grant you an opportunity. Reveal your identity and see if you can instill fear in me. Otherwise, you shall not leave here on your own 2 feet today." Without a moment's hesitation, Su Chen replied, "I am someone you cannot afford to provoke." Upon uttering these words, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. They regarded him with expressions akin to that of observing a fool, questioning the consequences of challenging the Grey Eagle. The mere thought of the wrath that might ensue was terrifying. Huh? In Jiangnan City, is there truly anyone the Grey Eagle, cannot intimidate? How amusing, he retorted, seething with rage, yet mocking. Grey Eagle, is it? Let me offer you a piece of advice. Do not be overly arrogant. Ultimately, you are merely a dog under someone else's command. Do not strut about as though you are invincible. There are many in Jiangnan who could easily eliminate you. Su Chen replied with a cold sneer. This lad must have escaped from a mental institution. How dare he label the Grey Eagle as another's dog? Such words were akin to pouring gasoline on a fire, and indeed, today, because of that statement, I shall ensure you do not leave through that door. The Grey Eagle laughed, though his mirth was frigid. Likewise, in the past, Su Chen would have never dared to confront a figure of the Grey Eagle's stature. Yet now, armed with formidable martial skills, he felt no fear. Besides, he had ample resources at his disposal. Dealing with the Grey Eagle was merely a matter of a few words for him. The crowd trembled in fear of the Grey Eagle, for their strength fell short. But Su Chen was not among them. Kid, now I am curious to see if your bones are as resilient as your bravado. The Grey Eagle glared at Su Chen and then bellowed into the bar, "Mengzi, come out and get to work." Soon, a burly man emerged, bare-chested and with a physique that suggested he was not to be trifled with. His face bore 2 prominent scars, enhancing his menacing appearance. The young women present gasped in fright. Zhao Meng, known by the moniker Mengzi, he was dubbed the human bulldozer among his peers, a testament to his sheer brutality. "Boss," Zhao Meng grumbled. The Grey Eagle pointed at Su Chen, sneering, "Mengzi, kill him." However, as soon as the words left his lips, he quickly amended, "No, let us not make it too easy for him. First break all his limbs. I intend to sleep with his woman in front of him later. Upon hearing this, the gathered crowd wore twisted smiles, reveling in the anticipated cruelty. Some even harbored a perverse hope that such an event would unfold, as if it would fulfill some dark psychological need. You dare provoke my boss's ire? I shall crush every bone in your body. Zhao Meng, robust yet simple-minded, adhered strictly to the Gray Eagle's commands. He swung his fist toward Su Chen, the air whistling ominously as it approached. If that punch connected with Su Chen's frail form, it was clear to all that the outcome would be dire. Zhao Yun, filled with concern, cried out, "Darling, dodge. It's dangerous." She feared for Su Chen's safety. "Yuna, do not worry. This is merely a trivial matter for me." Su Chen maintained an air of calm, as if the ferocious punch were but a trivial threat, unworthy of his concern. As Zhao Meng's fist neared, Su Chen extended his right hand, effortlessly grasping Zhao Meng's massive fist. "You!" Zhao Meng's previously fierce countenance shifted to one of astonishment. He could hardly believe that his punch had been so easily caught with a single hand. "Are you surprised that I could so effortlessly catch your punch?" Su Chen remarked with a smile. As he laughed, he tightened his grip, causing Zhao Meng's fist to contort under the pressure. Hiss! Even a man as formidable as Zhao Meng struggled to endure, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The Gray Eagle, realizing the truth, understood why Su Chen was so audacious. He was indeed a martial artist. However, what he did not know was that Su Chen not only possessed the skills of a high-tier practitioner, but also the strength of iron skin and bone, capable of exerting a force of 1,000 pounds with a single hand. Thus, despite Zhao Meng's might, he could only concede in the face of Su Chen's overwhelming power. "Kid, I will kill you." Zhao Meng, his right hand trapped, endured excruciating pain. Suddenly, his left hand transformed into a fist and aimed a blow at Su Chen's temple. Should that punch connect with an ordinary person, it would be lethal or leave them a mere shell of their former self. Since you refuse to adhere to the rules of combat and strike me so viciously, do not blame me for reciprocating. As Su Chen spoke, he released Zhao Meng's hand, then swiftly moved his right hand, striking Zhao Meng squarely in the chest. The latter was sent hurtling backward, propelled by an unrestrained force. Su Chen had not held back. 1,000 pounds of power impacting a human body was no jest. Despite Zhao Meng's robust physique, he was unceremoniously hurled to the ground before the Gray Eagle, utterly disheveled. "Mengzi, are you all right?" The Gray Eagle, witnessing the scene, commanded others to assist Zhao Meng and inquired with concern. Zhao Meng's complexion oscillated between pale and crimson, rendered speechless. The force of Su Chen's palm against his chest felt akin to a collision with a vehicle, displacing his internal organs. Suddenly, he could no longer restrain himself and spat forth a mouthful of blood. "You are ruthless, having severed my tendons." Zhao Meng glared at Su Chen, his voice laced with fury. With his tendons damaged, he was rendered powerless. He could no longer exert any strength, unable to bully others or even perform heavy labor. He was finished. "This is your own doing. Just a moment ago, did you not seek my life with such viciousness? Now, I have merely rendered you incapacitated. Consider it my mercy." Su Chen Goldly. Chapter 0051. The Gray Eagle is actually Han Feng's uncle? Very well. You possess courage, daring to incapacitate my brother. Today, I shall ensure your demise. Clap, clap. The Gray Eagle suddenly broke into a cold laugh, his hands clapping together. His face contorted in fury. For over a decade, he had ruled Jiangnan City, yet never had he faced such repeated humiliation. Now, he was determined to reclaim his lost dignity at any cost. "You have no one to blame but yourselves. Your past misdeeds have caught up with you." Su Chen paid no heed to the Great Eagle's threats. Empty threats from someone lacking power were merely a waste of breath. "Boss, no need to waste words with him. With so many of us, I refuse to believe we cannot kill him," a brazen young man clad in plaid boldly declared. The Great Eagle narrowed his eyes, hesitating for a moment before waving his hand, commanding, "In that case, attack together and eliminate him." Then, on sight, a group of 30 to 40 individuals immediately advanced towards Su Chen, wielding various sticks, clubs, and iron pipes. "Yinner, step aside for a moment. Allow me to handle them," Su Chen instructed, apprehensive that any reckless action might inadvertently harm Zhao Yun. He urged her to retreat towards the bar area near the dance floor. "Be careful, my dear," Zhao Yun cautioned. Su Chen nodded, then slammed his right foot against the ground and charged forward. transforming into a fleeting shadow as he plunged into the throng of the Gray Eagle's lackeys. With his bronze skin and iron bones, and the immense strength of Titan's might, his blows struck the ordinary youths with devastating force, leaving them either incapacitated or severely injured. Those weapons, knives, swords, or steel pipes, made contact with his body without leaving a single mark. Moreover, at his current speed, none could inflict even the slightest harm upon him. Amidst a cacophony of clashes, the unruly youths crumpled to the ground, most unable to rise, writhing in agony. Some suffered broken legs, others shattered feet, and many had their arms fractured. Almost every wayward youth had his limbs mangled by his blows. This served as a lesson. Were it not for the presence of so many witnesses, he would have certainly wished to eradicate these nuisances entirely. After all, he could confidently assert that these individuals were irredeemably wicked. Observing this scene, Lin Jiang and Ma Zhe swiftly abandoned their earlier impractical thoughts. Such a person was not someone they could afford to offend. Should Zhao Yun be harmed, Su Chen might genuinely resort to lethal measures against them. Zhao Yun watched in pride as Su Chen dispatched over 30 individuals in less than a minute. Her man was truly formidable, not only wealthy, but also an exceptional fighter, instilling in her a profound sense of security. Martial prowess? This was undoubtedly akin to ancient martial arts. She never anticipated this young man to be so powerful. Did he dare to challenge someone of Great Eagle's stature? I must become his disciple. Master, please accept me. Witnessing Su Chen's strength, everyone was taken aback, but more so astonished to see someone proficient in ancient martial arts. Approaching Gray Eagle, Su Chen spoke calmly. What other tricks do you possess? Feel free to unleash them. You may even call for reinforcements. Gray Eagle found himself at a loss for words, involuntarily swallowing hard. I told you before, you're merely a lapdog to others. Do you truly believe you are the ruler of Jiangnan City? You ought to take a good look in the mirror. What capabilities do you possess? Su Chen remarked, lightly tapping Gray Eagle's face. Gray Eagle glared fiercely at Su Chen, his expression shifting through various shades of white and blue. What do you intend to do? This man was indeed a local overlord. Despite the humiliation he faced from Su Chen, he managed to suppress his fury. However, he genuinely did not anticipate that his numerous capable subordinates could not defeat a single individual. Ancient martial arts? No wonder he was so formidable. Having dominated Jiangnan City for over 20 years, Gray Eagle had encountered many skilled fighters, but none quite like Su Chen. Tell me, how do you wish to address me? You dare to lay hands on my woman. What do you expect in return? Su Chen was not one to shy away, especially now that he wielded power and wealth, which had molded him into this kind of person. Friend, what is your name? We can sit down and discuss this matter amicably, Gray Eagle suggested. I have no fear of your retaliation. Remember the name of the one who struck you. Su Chen. Su from Suzhou, Chen from Star. You are Su Chen? Gray Eagle's expression morphed into one of incredulity. Is it really necessary to be so dramatic? Su Chen de Blade. Do you know Han Feng from Jiangnan University? Gray Eagle shot a venomous glare at Su Chen and inquired. I do. What is it to you? Did he offend you? Su Chen responded. Isn't it a stroke of fate that you were the one who caused my nephew and my sister's family to fall into ruin? Gray Eagle sneered at Su Chen. Han Feng? Nephew? My sister? Su Chen quickly pieced it together and then asked Gray Eagle, are you Han Feng's uncle? Su Chen. Today we settle both old and new scores. I intend to avenge my sister and nephew. This must be the Zhao Yun that my nephew fancies, correct? Rest assured, once I eliminate you, I will ensure she accompanies my nephew, Gray Eagle stated darkly. Your intentions are admirable, but on what grounds do you stand? Reveal your capabilities. If I, Su Chen, were to fear, I would write my name backward, Su Chen scoffed. Do not think that merely knowing ancient martial arts makes you exceptional. This is not the ancient era. No matter how skilled you are, you cannot withstand a bullet. Besides, in today's society, we are no longer in an age of brute force. Do you believe me? I could simply make a phone call right now to have you imprisoned for life. Gray Eagle, growing increasingly smug, retorted, having navigated Jiangnan City for over 20 years, it's not merely due to my ruthless subordinates. I have considerable backing in the political arena. Otherwise, I would have been dealt with long ago. Do you truly think this will intimidate me? You are mistaken. You may have connections, but I also have my own. Do you wish to test that? Su Chen furrowed his brow, harboring a burgeoning intent to kill Gray Eagle. Are you attempting to intimidate me? Do you think I, Gray Eagle, am easily frightened? Gray Eagle dismissed Su Chen's words entirely. His backing was substantial, associated with the illustrious Su family of Jiangnan. For years, he had been closely aligned with Su Daming, the second master of the Su family, which made him untouchable. "My dear, perhaps we should reconsider," Zhao Yun interjected, astonished that a night out at a bar could incite such turmoil. Approaching Su Chen, she tugged at his sleeve and softly urged him. However, she was most surprised to discover that they were entangled with a colossal entity like the Su family of Jiangnan. In Jiangnan City, it was impossible to find someone unfamiliar with the Su family's reputation. The Su family of Jiangnan was a renowned noble house, wielding influence across both military and political spheres in Jiangnan province. Although she was aware of Su Chen's formidable background, the mere mention of the Su family still left her feeling considerable pressure. "Yunner, have no fear. I shall handle this," Su Chen reassured her, unwilling to back down. Moreover, he understood that even if he wished to step back, Gray Eagle would not acquiesce, for their enmity was profound. The matters concerning Han Feng and the Han family could not be resolved with mere words. It was a vendetta of life and death. It was either he or Gray Eagle who would perish. Su Chen and Gray Eagle's thoughts aligned. They both sought to eradicate the other, intent on obliterating Gray Eagle. Beep! Beep! The sound of alarms blared outside. Shortly thereafter, 5 uniformed police officers entered, one of whom surveyed the scene and asked, "Who reported the incident?" "It was I. I am the owner of the bar, Song Jie." A man in a suit stepped forward and announced. "What is the situation?" Captain Zhao inquired, assessing the scene. Bar owner Song Jie pointed at Su Chen and Zhao Yun, stating, "Captain Zhao, the situation is as follows. This man and woman caused a disturbance and even injured people. Please take them away immediately." "Boss Song, are you not speaking in jest? How could these 2 young people possibly overpower so many of you?" Captain Zhao questioned. "Captain Zhao, I assure you, this is the absolute truth. I have not uttered a single falsehood. You can ask all the witnesses present. They can confirm it," Song Jie insisted. "Is that so?" Captain Zhao appeared bewildered, struggling to believe that these 2 youngsters could indeed be responsible. "Gray Eagle, what do you have to say?" Captain Zhao turned to inquire. "Captain Zhao, the evidence lies within. Let's discuss it inside," Hu Ying suggested, pointing towards a private room. Captain Zhao hesitated for a moment, but ultimately followed him in. Su Chen furrowed his brow. He was acutely aware of Hu Ying's intentions. Undoubtedly, he aimed to bribe Captain Zhao to frame him. Yet, the question lingered. How would Captain Zhao respond? "Darling?" Zhao Yun was no fool. Everyone could see that Hu Ying and Captain Zhao were not going to engage in any benevolent discourse. Although Su Chen was formidable and affluent, with powerful connections, how could they possibly alert the outside world? If they were falsely accused, the situation would become exceedingly precarious. "Yunner, fret not. Everything will be all right," Su Chen reassured her. Though his gaze narrowed, he activated his clairvoyance and super hearing, striving to eavesdrop on the conversation within the private room. Inside the room, Captain Zhao exclaimed, "Hu Ying, what on earth are you plotting? There are so many people around. Why did you call me in here?" "Zhao Dong, stop pretending to be the boss here. Remember, you're merely a small team leader, and in front of me, Hu Ying, your bravado means nothing," Hu Ying retorted, visibly irked. He flung a bottle to the ground, shattering it with a resounding crash. "Name, Zhao Dong. Position, team leader of the 5th Patrol Team, Jiangnan City South District Police Station. Rank, Sergeant Hu Ying. Please don't be angry. I apologize for my previous behavior. I beg for your understanding." Zhao Dong hurriedly smiled, trying to placate him. "Just know your place. We are all in this for survival. The most crucial aspect is understanding our hierarchy. From now on, do not act out of line. It's quite unbecoming," Hu Ying said coldly. Zhao Dong nodded repeatedly, aware that he could not afford to offend Hu Ying, a man with a notorious reputation. Rumor had it that countless colleagues had faced his wrath, either reassigned or worse, eliminated. No one dared to advocate for justice, as it was said that Hu Ying had powerful connections. Those who resisted or reported him often found themselves in dire straits, with their fates uncertain. Eventually, everyone learned to turn a blind eye. "That brat outside is my enemy. I want him imprisoned for life. You devise a plan for me, and once it's accomplished, I shall reward you with 500,000. Hu Ying lounged on the leather sofa, smirking. "Hu Ying, that seems unwise. If this comes to light, I will face legal repercussions." Zhao Dong expressed his concern. "What are you afraid of? Is my authority no longer sufficient? Let me be clear. If you do not assist me, I will annihilate your entire family." I've heard your wife is quite alluring, is she not? Huiying threatened. Huiying, let not the innocent suffer for my misdeeds. Zhao Dong stammered, visibly anxious. Enough of your excuses. If you wish to keep your wife safe from my associates, come up with a plan. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Huiying derided him, seeing Zhao Dong merely as a pawn. All right, I will think of something. Though reluctant, Zhao Dong recognized Huiying's uncompromising nature. Disobedience would surely lead to dire outcomes. Now we're talking. I prefer to do business with intelligent individuals. Rest assured, once the task is done, I will have 500,000 deposited into your private account. Huiying laughed heartily at Zhao Dong, who bowed his head. Zhao Dong quickly devised a scheme, whispering a few words to Huiying, though the specifics of their conspiracy remained unclear. Excellent. I never expected you to be so cunning beneath that seemingly innocent exterior. But I, Huiying, appreciate that. Huiying exclaimed, elated by Zhao Dong's plan. Outside, Su Chen couldn't discern the details of their plot, but Huiying's triumphant laughter indicated it was far from benign. Zhao Dong, however, was already envisioning how he would squander the 500,000 on gambling and indulgences. What treachery lay ahead? Su Chen was taken aback by Zhao Dong's willingness to betray principles. Even under duress, such actions were unforgivable. Before long, Zhao Dong emerged, loudly declaring, "Bring those two back to the precinct. The rest should be sent to the hospital. Remember to call for backup from headquarters. We must take their statements." Darling. Upon hearing they would be taken to the precinct, Zhao Yun felt a surge of anxiety. "Do not worry. I am here," Su Chen replied calmly. However, he did not remain passive. Instead, he utilized the system's built-in communication feature to dispatch a task to Xiaohuagua at the Jiangnan branch of Fote's law firm. As the clandestine proprietor of the firm, his directives were regarded as supreme. The esteemed lawyer Lin Yizhen and investigator Yi Xiu were dispatched to execute the task. Upon receiving Su Chen's instructions, they arrived at the bar to retrieve the surveillance footage. This was irrefutable evidence. As long as they secured the video footage, not only would Su Chen be exonerated, but Huiying and the Red Mill Bar would find themselves in jeopardy, along with the irresponsible officer, Zhao Dong. Yi Xiu, a former member of an international mercenary group from Tankman Island in the Middle East, had returned home to work as a security member for the law firm, eventually rising to the role of investigator. Given the potential dangers lawyers face while collecting evidence, it was essential to have capable personnel like Yi Xiu. Be cautious. These individuals belong to the Black Tiger Gang, deeply entrenched in the underbelly of Jiangnan City, much like the Dongxing Society, Lin Yizhen advised. Rest assured, I have emerged from the crucible of conflict. This will be a mere trifle, he replied before exiting the vehicle and stealthily entering the bar. Inside the bar, a pall of gloom hung in the air. Everyone anticipated such consequences, yet the reality of it left them disheartened. Only Huiying appeared jubilant. "Sister, my dear nephew, your vendetta shall soon be avenged." Haha. 30 minutes later, at the South District Police Station, Su Chen and Zhao Yun were separated for questioning. Zhao Dong and two officers were tasked with interrogating Su Chen. Name? Su Chen. Age? 22 years. Occupation? A senior student at Jiangnan University, currently interning at Liren Magazine. Why were you involved in a brawl today? 3 unruly youths in the bar were bullying my woman. They deserved a beating. So you admit to physically assaulting them? Zhao Dong seized upon this admission. Yes, Su Chen replied, without further elaboration. Then what about these pills we found on you? A total of 200 grams. As a university student, you must understand the implications, Zhao Dong asserted, lifting a picture from the table showing a small bag containing white capsules. Those are not mine. You must have made a mistake, Su Chen insisted. Not yours? Do you have proof? These were seized from your person, and all procedures were followed. I hope you will cooperate with our investigation. It may lead to a lighter sentence from the judge, Zhao Dong said earnestly, feigning righteousness. Had Su Chen not been aware of his collusion with Huiying, he might have been deceived. I'm sorry. Those do not belong to me, Su Chen reiterated, fully aware that admitting guilt would lead to severe consequences. Your refusal to confess is inconsequential. Our evidence is sufficient to report this to the authorities. And the judge will decide your fate, Zhao Dong warned. I will wait for my lawyer before saying anything further, Su Chen declared. Zhao Dong had not anticipated that Su Chen would actually have a lawyer. He mused to himself, what is this peculiar development? Are these two not merely ordinary students? Bang! Bang! The door of the interrogation room resounded. A police officer went to open it. A female officer stepped inside, handing over a file before exiting. Upon opening it, Xiaodong discovered the detailed investigation dossier concerning Su Chen from the Metropolitan Police Department's Intelligence Division. This document rivaled the intelligence in Xiang Wanqing's possession, and in fact, was even more comprehensive. A wealthy individual? Alexei Villa in Tankin Yipin, a Lamborghini Royale supercar, a shareholder in Tingda Technology. However, it did include records of Su Chen's internship at a magazine agency, which was perplexing. Was he merely experiencing life as a commoner? Or was he attempting to conceal his affluent nature while seeking a romance among ordinary folk? These considerations were of little concern to Xiaodong. What troubled him most was the possibility of underestimating Su Chen's capabilities, and that his various accusations might backfire. Once exposed, he knew the consequences would be dire. Imprisonment would be a mild outcome. More importantly, Grey Eagle would not let him off easily, nor would his woman, Qian Feng, a stunning beauty. Su Chen, what exactly do you do? The records indicate that you are but a child of a humble family. Yet where does your wealth originate? Xiaodong could not fathom the absurdity in the records. Claiming that one could acquire tens of millions by merely rescuing a cat. Such nonsense was even more far-fetched than winning the lottery. Who would believe that? In any case, he was not about to accept it. I'm sorry, but I have nothing to say. Once my lawyer arrives, I will speak. This is my right, Su Chen reminded him. You. Zhao Gao felt a surge of irritation, but restrained himself, as there were other officers present along with surveillance cameras. Any inappropriate behavior on his part would serve as strong evidence for the opposing side's complaints. Officer Zhao, I suggest you refrain from reckless actions. You must understand that the consequences of such behavior can be severe, Su Chen cautioned. Your concern is unnecessary. Zhao Gao realized that the interrogation could not proceed. At least until the opposing lawyer arrived, Su Chen would remain silent. The interrogation came to a brief halt. Zhao Gao exited the interrogation room and returned to his office, messaging Grey Eagle about the current situation. It was imperative to ensure that the surveillance footage on Grey Eagle's end remained secure, or the repercussions would be grave. In a luxurious room at a bar, Grey Eagle, entangled with two beautiful young women, paused his actions upon receiving the text. He picked up his phone from the bedside to check the message. His expression darkened as he read, furrowing his brow. Grey Eagle, what's so interesting on your phone? Come on, let's continue. One of the 17-year-old non-mainstream beauties cooed, her gaze intoxicating. Get out. All of you get out. Grey Eagle had no patience for such distractions. Without hesitation, he shouted angrily. The two young women, taken aback by his fury, though displeased, dared not protest. They quickly donned their clothing and exited, grumbling under their breath. Crazy man. After a brief moment, Grey Eagle still felt uneasy. He dressed and stepped out of the room, summoning a few of his subordinates stationed at the door, and headed towards the surveillance room. Upon arriving, they found the three personnel inside bound, their faces bruised, and their mouths stuffed with filthy socks. This is bad. Grey Eagle immediately sensed the gravity of the situation and shouted, quickly block all exits. No one is to escape. He dashed out of the surveillance room. Unfortunately, it was all too late. The surveillance footage had already been taken. At the very moment his orders were issued, Yi Xiu had dealt with the three thugs guarding the back door and strolled away nonchalantly. Back in the car, Lin Yijin drove away from the scene. How did it go? 10 minutes later, once they were safe, Lin Yijin inquired. Yi Xiu, handle my tasks with confidence. Everything is on this hard drive. Where do we go now? Yi Xiu replied proudly. Of course, we must meet our big boss. This is the perfect opportunity for us to shine. Today, as performance could lead to promotions and raises, Lin Yijin stated. Who exactly is this big boss? What is his background? How did he end up in Jiangnan City? The Fortes law firm has been around for at least a century. Wasn't it founded by a British businessman? Why is it now run by a fresh graduate? Yi Xiu asked curiously. I don't know either, and why should we concern ourselves with that? As long as there's money to be made, isn't that enough? Lin Yijin pragmatically responded. Isn't it a bit late now? Past 1 in the morning? Should we really go? Yi Xiu questioned it. Absolutely. We must go now to demonstrate our sincerity. The big boss is currently detained at the police station, and we need to rescue him, Lin Yijin asserted, her emotional intelligence evident as she understood how to express loyalty. What about the contents of this hard drive? It's unsafe to carry it with us. Yi Xiu voiced his concerns regarding the hard drive safety. Of course not. I've already sent it to a friend of mine. She's a super influencer. With her on board, these videos will soon go viral across the internet. Naturally, I'll ensure the big boss and his woman get a heads up, Lin Yijin smiled. You've thought of everything. I'll follow your lead, Yishio replied. Lin Yizhen sent out the video and also uploaded the files to a cloud storage service as a precaution. Before long, the upload was complete. Subsequently, Lin Yizhen drove to the South District Police Station, and after going through the necessary procedures, she quickly met Su Chen. Accompanied by Lin Yizhen, Su Chen provided a new statement. Strangely, this time Xiaodong did not seize upon the matter of the pills to make an issue of it. Can our client be bailed out now? Lin Yizhen inquired. I'm sorry. Our supervisor is unavailable, and we cannot process the paperwork at this moment. Perhaps tomorrow morning, Xiaodong declined. Unaware of the situation regarding the surveillance footage, he felt anxious and somewhat dispirited. Is that so? Let me call the chief of the South District and have him come over right now, Lin Yizhen said, evidently displeased. Ms. Lin, I understand that your Forte's law firm wields considerable influence, but this is the South District Police Station, and we operate according to protocol. You may make your call. We cannot obstruct your rights, Xiaodong replied somewhat disgruntled, thinking to himself, why should they be so arrogant and high-handed? Just because they have some filthy money? How ridiculous! Officer Zhao, you are indeed correct. This is our right. However, we must remind you that this is a police station representing fairness and justice. Not a den of corruption where certain bad apples profit, Lin Yizhen retorted, not giving Xiaodong any courtesy. She had reviewed the video before coming, which clearly depicted the conversation between Xiaodong and Grey Eagle. Fairness, justice, bad apples, profiting? Listening to Lin Yizhen's seemingly pointed remarks, Xiaodong, a seasoned officer with over a decade of experience in criminal investigation, felt a twinge of foreboding. His astute and bold intuition suggested that this was an ominous sign. Could there be an issue with the surveillance footage? The mere thought sent a shiver down his spine, causing cold sweat to trickle down his back. Ms. Lin, we are all law-abiding officers here. There is no need for intimidation, Xiaodong insisted stubbornly, hastily retreating to his office. Once back, he drew the curtains and retrieved another phone, dialing Grey Eagle's number. Grey Eagle, what is the status on the surveillance footage? Has it been dealt with? He quietly inquired. Xiaodong, I was just about to inform you that the surveillance footage has been stolen. Huiying is currently in a state of agitation, fully aware that this situation is likely to spiral out of control. What? How could this happen? Do you have any idea who is behind this? Xiaodong asked, now convinced that it was indeed linked to Lin Yizhen. He pondered, could this be the source of Su Chen's confidence? It was no wonder that Lin Yizhen's lawyer had made such a statement earlier. It appeared they had already viewed the video. What to do? Eliminate witnesses? That seemed implausible, as the opponent was a lawyer, and the imposing man beside her exuded an air of expertise. Moreover, they were affiliated with the Fortis law firm. Not only he, but even Huiying and the influential figure behind him, Hong Wantong, would not dare to touch them, lest they invite their own demise. Simultaneously, a video depicting a bar brawl and a private room conversation began to circulate wildly across major media platforms. Once released, there was no turning back. The protagonists of this video were none other than Zhao Dong and Huiying, while Su Chen and Zhao Yun had already been mercilessly ridiculed. Within a mere 5 minutes, the number of shares for the video surpassed 200,000, with views exceeding 20 million. In the Xinlong Net hot discussion area, netizens eagerly chimed in. User Shun Hui Bao exclaimed, in broad daylight, let justice prevail and restore fairness. Another, Kakashi's Little Plum Blossom, questioned, where is the moral compass? User Naughty Worm demanded, we must sanction that law-breaking captain. A rotten apple must not be tolerated. User Sun Zhao Zilong supported the previous sentiment, while the Mo Li Chao Gulang declared, let us uphold justice and defend fairness. We stand with the victimized couple. Fear not the powers that be. Our singular aim is to combat injustice. User Air Ligo's three-eyed mule expressed belief that justice, though perhaps delayed, would not be absent. User Xiao Go Li Xiangyu respectfully acknowledged the sentiments of others. And Wang Jia's Little Divine Doctor concurred. The barrage of comments rapidly escalated the situation into a major incident, with all attention swiftly directed at Huiying. While the netizens were unaware of his true identity, they recognized him as a formidable figure, prompting an enthusiastic online search. Soon, it was discovered that the incident had transpired at the Hong Mo Fong Bar in Jiangnan City, Jiangnan Province, and Huiying's reputation was meticulously unearthed and disseminated across the internet, capturing the attention of relevant authorities. In a villa on the outskirts of Jiangnan City, Su Daming lay in deep slumber, cradling a stunning young model in his arms. This enchanting creature possessed skin so smooth and delicate, it seemed capable of yielding moisture. Last night, she nearly exhausted him. Now, utterly drained, he was roused by the shrill ring of his phone, inciting a wave of irritation. However, upon seeing the caller ID was his elder brother, Su Yuege, his heart skipped a beat. His brother, Su Mingcheng, currently served as the chief of the judicial office responsible for legal affairs in Jiangnan province, while also holding the position of police commissioner. A call at this hour signified a grave situation. Su Daming, where are you fooling around? I've been trying to reach you. Do you realize the sky is about to fall? Su Mingcheng's furious voice echoed through the line, having been informed of the video's circumstances by his secretary. He immediately sought to clarify the matter and ascertain whether his wayward brother was entangled in it. After multiple failed attempts, he finally managed to connect. Brother, why are you frightening me at this ungodly hour? Do you think I'm joking? Check the homepage of Xinlong.net right now. Su Mingcheng's voice was laced with urgency. What is it, brother? Su Daming queried, opening Xinlong.net as he spoke. Watch the video and then call me back. Alright? Upon accessing Xinlong.net, he indeed found a viral video, instantly recognizing it as the Hong Mo Fong bar. He watched intently, not missing a single moment. Yet, as he finished, cold sweat began to drip from his forehead. That damned Huiying had managed to create such a colossal mess. Now, he was at a loss for how to rectify it. Just then his phone buzzed again. Brother, Su Daming's spirits were decidedly low. A look of despair etched across his face. Does this matter concern you? Brother, it does not. However, Huiying has been associating with me. Although I am not directly involved, there is a degree of connection. Su Daming spoke nervously, recalling previous clandestine dealings with Huiying. If Huiying were to get into serious trouble, it would spell disaster. I have warned you repeatedly to avoid mingling with such lowly individuals. You should focus on your business, but you refuse to listen. Now look where we are, Su Mingcheng retorted, having discerned the underlying implications. Brother, what should we do now? You can't just abandon me. You're my only brother. Su Daming, now utterly distraught, sought guidance. Listen closely. Do not answer any calls and remain in your villa. I will handle everything else. Understand? Su Mingcheng emphasized, acutely aware that for the sake of the Su family and his own future, the situation could not be allowed to escalate further. Thank you, brother, Su Daming expressed, knowing that as long as his brother intervened, everything would be all right. Take care of yourself, Su Mingcheng said tersely before ending the call. He then retrieved a locked black notebook from his desk drawer, revealing a series of numbers resembling mobile contacts. He dialed one of them, fully aware that despite his high-ranking position, he was no longer capable of managing the crisis alone. He knew that if this contact could not resolve the matter, it would spell doom for the Su family. The video soon vanished from all platforms, with no one knowing the reason behind its disappearance. The heads of these platforms claimed to the public that a bug had occurred within their systems, and that maintenance was underway. At the South District Police Station, Lin Yijin had not anticipated such an outcome. The thunderous uproar would yield little rain. She understood that a formidable force was orchestrating events from behind the scenes, but the identity of this force remained unclear to her. Su Chen, too, was taken aback by the turn of events, now acutely aware of the weight of power. Such a high-profile news piece disappearing without a trace was no mere coincidence. The claim of a bug was implausible, particularly as other topics on these platforms remained unaffected. While this particular video's topic faced an apparent malfunction, the reasons for which were all too evident. Chapter 55. The Jiangnan Su family intervenes at the South District Police Station. Director Dong Tao was abruptly awakened around 3 in the morning by a phone call. After listening intently, he hurried to the station, his expression grave. Director Dong. Lin Yijin recognized him, having dealt with him previously. Lawyer Lin, can we discuss this privately? Dong Tao was no fool. As the director of the South District Police Station, he was acutely aware of the considerable influence wielded by the Fortis law firm. Thus, he approached Lin Yijin with due caution. However, the individual who had called him was someone he could not afford to offend, so he sought to mediate. Of course, Director. Please, Lin Yijin replied. Dong Tao certainly did not let Zhao Dong off the hook and subsequently had him suspended and detained. However, the interrogation had not yet commenced. Upon entering the director's office, Dong Tao warmly poured tea for Lin Yijin, demonstrating utmost courtesy and flattery. Lawyer Lin, you see, if this matter continues to escalate, it will not be beneficial for anyone. I wonder how your client wishes to resolve this? Dong Tao asked with a smile, probing gently. Director Dong, we are friends. Please speak candidly, Lin Yizhen replied, having already discerned his intentions. It was evident that Director Dong was attempting to downplay the seriousness of the incident. Lawyer Lin, regarding Zhao Dong, the rogue within the police station, we will ensure a fair handling. As for that Gray Eagle, his background is rather complicated, and we are under considerable pressure, Director Dong stated. Director Dong, you know the rules. I wish to know who was behind this matter, Lin Yizhen insisted, feeling particularly indignant. The Fortis law firm had never been so intimidated. Now, she found herself at a loss and sought to understand the reasons behind it. I can tell you, but I hope you will keep it confidential, Dong Tao replied, visibly troubled. Lin Yizhen nodded in assurance. It is the Su family from Jiangnan, Dong Tao said earnestly. Su Eri from Kunping Group? And that high-ranking official from the province? Lin Yizhen realized why she was at a disadvantage. If these two were indeed behind the scenes, her defeat was not unwarranted. Now that you know the truth, Lawyer Lin, I hope you can persuade your client to accept a settlement. The Su family has indicated that this time, it will be treated as a personal favor, Dong Tao added. I will discuss this matter with my client. But there is one thing I wish to clarify. What is Gray Eagle's stance? My client has some grievances with him, Lin Yizhen inquired. We have conducted our investigation, and Han Feng's incident was purely accidental. It has nothing to do with Mr. Su. If Gray Eagle were to retaliate, we, the police, would not let him off lightly. Given this, Dong Tao found it difficult to provide any substantial assurances, for Gray Eagle was no ordinary person. He was one of the key figures in the Black Tiger Hall and a trusted confidant of the hall leader, Hong Wantong. Thank you, Director Dong, Lin Yizhen expressed. 15 minutes later, Su Chen and Zhao Yin left the South District Police Station, accompanied by Lin Yizhen and Yi Xiu. Thus, the uproar at the bar came to an inconclusive end. The fervor on the internet gradually subsided, and soon, no one paid attention to the topic. This time, Yi Xiu drove, while Lin Yizhen sat in the passenger seat and said to Su Chen, Mr. Su, I apologize. I failed to consider everything thoroughly this time. It has nothing to do with you. Let us put this matter to rest. As for Gray Eagle, I will ensure you can handle it. Su Chen understood that this incident did not concern Lin Yizhen. He had not anticipated the Jiangnan Su family would intervene. Yes, Lin Yizhen affirmed. Upon returning to the hotel, Su Chen and Zhao Yin took a shower and went to bed. The matter was temporarily settled. Not long after falling asleep, Su Chen got out of bed. Gray Eagle musti. Su Chen could not allow him to witness the dawn of another day. Avoiding the hotel surveillance, he left the premises. To evade detection by the street cameras, he took a detour of 2 blocks before hailing a taxi, disembarking near the bar. He paid in cash to ensure his whereabouts remained undisclosed. This operation was executed with utmost caution, leaving no traces behind. After disguising himself, Su Chen, in an effort to avoid all surveillance, climbed to the third-floor restroom from a blind spot in the bar's backyard, wearing gloves throughout. He had learned these techniques from various police and thief television shows, ensuring no fingerprints were left behind. On the third floor, room 3006, Gray Eagle's chamber, was luxuriously adorned. Presently, Gray Eagle was quite pleased, aware that the Su family had helped him cover up his misdeeds. Over the years, he had been closely associated with Su Daming, knowing that as long as he remained in Su Daming's company, he would be safe. The renowned police chief from the province would not allow his brother to encounter trouble that could jeopardize his own career. Having resolved his troubles, Gray Eagle felt elated. 3 beautiful university students, clad in various uniforms, danced and sang, while one fed him fresh dragon fruit. This was the essence of a pleasurable life. Although he had just received a call from Su Daming advising him not to provoke Su Chen, Gray Eagle was determined to enjoy himself. Naturally, he responded affirmatively to Su Daming's request, for he knew the consequences of defiance. However, the vendetta would not simply be dismissed. Su Chen had to die. Yet, he was aware of Su Daming's preferences and had already chosen a beautiful woman to accompany him. With her presence, even if he eliminated Su Chen, the repercussions would be minimal. Inside the restroom, Su Chen was cognizant that at least 30 elite henchmen of Gray Eagle were on that floor. As dawn approached, he ultimately made his move. With a swift flick of his wrist, he drew his flying daggers, striking true as he severed the surveillance lines with 2 precise throws. Who goes there? Upon exiting the restroom, over 30 henchmen immediately trained their gaze on him, filled with suspicion. I am here to take your lives. Su Chen declared, raising his hand to unleash 9 flying daggers that soared through the air. The blade struck with lightning speed, falling silently. Moments later, all the henchmen lay dead, each with a single wound to their throats from the daggers. Nanny? Is this the flying dagger? Am I seeing things? The last elite henchman to fall could hardly believe his eyes. It was utterly ludicrous. It's an illusion. Yes, just an illusion, he thought as he took his final breath. Ignoring him, Su Chen advanced directly into the private room, pushing the door open. What greeted his eyes was a scene filled with decadent music and alluring dance. A bevy of long-legged beauties in white uniforms caught his attention. Japanese schoolgirl outfits, nurse uniforms, and even flight attendant attire. He could hardly fathom that this scoundrel truly knew how to indulge. Gray Eagle, I never anticipated you to be such a connoisseur of pleasure. What kind of gathering is this? Role-playing, perhaps? Su Chen inquired, licking his lips in envy. The figures of the three women were indeed captivating. Had he not been on a mission, he would have relished the opportunity for deeper engagement. You truly seek death, not even realizing where you are? Allow me to enlighten you. I am Gray Eagle of the Black Tiger Hall. If you are wise, you will bow and leave. Otherwise, I will have you incapacitated. Do you believe it? Gray Eagle proclaimed with authority. Incapacitate me? On what grounds? Those useless fools outside? Su Chen retorted with a cold laugh. Chapter 0056. Call me husband first, let us share a kiss. You speak nonsense. Gray Eagle's expression darkened. He stood up and glanced towards the doorway, only to be confronted by the sight of his henchman sprawled across the floor. His face paled immediately. Who sent you? Was it Su Chen? I can pay you. How much did he offer? I can offer you more. Gray Eagle stammered, fear creeping into his voice. Sorry. We adhere to a code and do not easily deviate from it. Su Chen replied, shaking his head. I can offer you 10 million. And these three women, rest assured, they are untouched. I have not yet had my fun with them. I will give them to you. You should know, they are all from Jiangnan University, among the most popular in their class. I will give them to you, just spare me. In the face of death, the Gray Eagle now harbored no cares. Wealth and women were mere trinkets. Su Chen proclaimed loudly, What are you pondering? I have come solely to kill you. I am merely curious as to how you have ensnared these three enchanting ladies. Well, they owe me money, Gray Eagle hastily replied, and since they cannot repay it, they wish to settle their debts with their bodies. Trembling, he added, each owes 50,000, totaling 150,000 RMB. Where their IOUs? Present them to me, and on another day, I shall indulge in your lavish treatment, Su Chen stated. Gray Eagle quickly responded, I will find them for you. I will also procure those videos of them. Then hurry up and bring them forth, Su Chen urged, anxious. Truth be told, the appearances and figures of these three campus beauties were quite delightful. However, what surprised him was that all three remained untouched. He mused to himself that he must seize an opportunity in the future to thoroughly enjoy their company. Meanwhile, the three university girls huddled together, trembling in fear, having never witnessed such brutality, and were utterly speechless. Come here, all three of you. Call me husband and give me a kiss, and then you may leave, Su Chen commanded. What? Call you husband? And then kiss you? Has this person lost his mind? They thought incredulously. Given the circumstances, how could he dare to take advantage of them? Do you not wish to leave here alive? I must remind you, time is short. If you do not decide soon, those below will come up, and your fate will be. Su Chen insinuated, making a clicking sound with his tongue. Will we truly be allowed to leave if we comply with your demands? The girl in the school uniform timidly inquired. Indeed, it is true. Furthermore, any debts you owe him will henceforth be under my name. Remember, keep your phones on. I will reach out to you. And by the way, your dancing was quite impressive, Su Chen remarked with a grin. Seeing that Su Chen's attention was fixated on the three beauties, Gray Eagle felt a surge of delight. He had already concealed the gun he carried and handed over the IOUs and the hard drive containing the videos to Su Chen. You are quite obedient. This merits recognition. Otherwise, I might indeed have killed you, Su Chen expressed joyfully. Gray Eagle chuckled. Thank you, great hero, for your mercy. This card contains 20 million. I hope you will accept it. Su Chen replied politely, Gray Eagle, you possess a modicum of discernment. With that, he took the card. Gray Eagle, still smiling, remarked, the hero speaks true. However, if you were to draw your gun, I believe that would be even better, wouldn't it? Su Chen is mirket. You. Gray Eagle's smile faltered. Do you think I am blind? I can see your intentions clearly. No, if you truly believe that, I must say, you, my pathetic leader, are a failure. Naive, so very naive. So, you've been toying with me all along? Gray Eagle finally grasped the situation, glaring at Su Chen in anger. Bingo! Correct answer. Unfortunately, There is no reward. Su Chen shook his head. Gone. The three university beauties gazed at Grey Eagle, their expressions filled with dread. Since you have uncovered my intentions, I shall drop the pretense. Everyone, raise your hands, Grey Eagle commanded, drawing his gun and aiming it at Su Chen. Do you think having a gun can harm me? Su Chen challenged, locking eyes with Grey Eagle. With a cold sneer, Grey Eagle retorted, What are you thinking? I know you are a professional assassin, but can you outpace a bullet? You remind me. I have yet to try. I am quite eager to test it now. Su Chen replied nonchalantly. You lunatic. Do not think this will intimidate me. I, Grey Eagle, am not easily frightened. Holding the gun, Grey Eagle shook it slightly with a fierce expression, laced with arrogance. I am not trying to scare you. I speak the truth. You may fire your weapon now, and see if you can kill me, Su Chen said, for he had long wished to gauge the power of his copper skin and iron bones, to determine if he could indeed withstand ordinary bullets. He had already tested his immense strength, but this level of defense remained untested, primarily due to the absence of a firearm. Those ordinary knives and guns posed no threat to him. This man must have a screw loose. Could his mental circuits be short-circuited? Otherwise, how could he be foolish enough to invite someone to shoot him? The three university beauties regarded Su Chen, the assassin, with disdain. Foolish, idiot, and one more, shameless. Do not force my hand. Grey Eagle hesitated, genuinely afraid. He worried that if he missed, it would spell disaster. Despite others calling him Brother Grey Eagle, he was far from formidable. Without Zhao Meng by his side over the years, he likely would have been slain long ago. Thus, he was genuinely poor in solo combat, which was another reason for his reluctance to fire. With a swift motion, Su Chen struck Grey Eagle across the face, leaving him momentarily dazed and confused. You seek death? Do you really believe I will shoot you? Grey Eagle seethed in fury. Come at me. I see you as nothing but a coward without guts, wielding a gun yet unwilling to use it. You call yourself a boss? I think death would be a better option for you, lest you bring ruin upon your brothers. Su Chen sighed deeply. What did you say? Repeat that, and see if I do not kill you. Grey Eagle roared, finally provoked, shaking his gun menacingly. You are nothing but a coward. I bet you cannot satisfy your wife. She is likely cheating on you, isn't she? Su Chen intentionally provoked Grey Eagle, hoping to incite him to fire. You dare speak to me like that? I want your life. Grey Eagle, seemingly incensed, fired 3 shots in rapid succession towards Su Chen's chest. Ah! The three university beauties screamed, covering their ears, having never witnessed such a bloody scene. Bang! 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 Grey Eagle emptied the gun, reveling in his supposed victory as he gazed triumphantly at Su Chen. Did you expect otherwise? I truly have a gun, and I dared to use it. Today, it is an honor for you to die at my hands, he boasted. Unbelievable. You really dared to shoot. The girl in the flight attendant uniform exclaimed with disbelief. Huh? Did he really fire? Impressive. But it seems I have no other issues aside from a faint ache in the area where I was struck. Ah, a ghost. The girl in the nurse's outfit watched as Su Chen, seemingly unfazed, muttered incoherently before collapsing. Chapter 0057, The Death of Grey Eagle. You. The girl in the pink Japanese-style school uniform, her youthful appearance radiant as snow, covered her mouth in disbelief as she gazed at Su Chen. Gun! Wasn't this man just shot? How is he unharmed? What on earth? Is there something wrong with the bullets, or is this person extraordinary? The Grey Eagle stood there, gun in hand, utterly bewildered, unsure of how to react. Just moments ago, he had clearly shot Su Chen, yet here was Su Chen, lively and unscathed. He checked the firearm. There was no fault to be found. So, what could possibly be amiss? Grey Eagle, doing ligging me. How would you prefer to meet your demise? Su Chen's attire bore 6 gaping bullet holes, testimony to the fact he had indeed been hit. However, his physical resilience had reached the level of copper skin and iron bones. Thus he had escaped with his life intact. Yet, it was evident that such fortitude would struggle against a sniper's rifle. Are you human, or are you a ghost? Grey Eagle's worldview had been shattered. He was genuinely at a loss. If he could not kill Su Chen even with a gun, what other means did he have to survive? Silence. Step aside. I wish to converse with these 3 lovely ladies. Su Chen turned his attention to the trio of beauties, his mind lingering on the earlier topic of calling me husband and sharing a kiss. Yes, indeed. Grey Eagle was now completely intimidated. While he had confidence in battling humans, Su Chen was an entirely different matter. Ladies, what are your names? Let us exchange WeChat. Shall we? Get acquainted, for I shall be your new creditor. Su Chen oferta amiably. You? A new creditor? What? What are you implying? What do you want from us? Do you wish to? At that moment, the unconscious beauty stirred back to consciousness. The three women's faces paled, realizing they had narrowly escaped one peril only to fall into another. Could they truly not alter the fate of repaying debts with flesh? Upon witnessing their expressions, Su Chen teased, "What's the matter? Do you not fancy my type? Or do you prefer someone like Gray Eagle?" Upon hearing this, the trio turned to the unattractive, bald Gray Eagle, vigorously shaking their heads. "No, it's not like that. We acknowledge our debts." In comparison, they found Su Chen far more agreeable. "Su Chen, nadi, please. Now that is more like it. Stay with me, and I assure you find delicacies and delightful experiences." You wish to keep us?" The three ladies stammered. "Let us discuss that later. The ambience today is ill-suited for such romantic musings. For now, come closer, call me husband, share a kiss, add me on WeChat, and introduce yourselves. Then you may leave." Su Chen, donning a mask to evade detection, was wary of being discovered for his murderous vengeance. After all, such deeds were far from honorable and could lead to a lengthy prison sentence if revealed. The three beauties hesitantly complied with Su Chen's proposal, approaching him, each calling him husband and planting a kiss on his cheek, then introducing themselves as by Xiaoye, Tang Yueying, and Ling Ruoxue from Jiangnan University. Gray Eagle, now thoroughly subdued, had abandoned any rebellious thoughts. Faced with the impossibility of defeating Su Chen, he felt utterly defeated. After bidding farewell to the three women, Su Chen removed his mask. "It's you. Su Chen, how could it possibly be you?" Gray Eagle collapsed in shock. Despite his cunning, he had never anticipated that the person before him would be Su Chen. "Surprise, are we? Su Chen is native. How could it be you?" Gray Eagle seemed to grasp his impending fate. With Su Chen having sent the three beauties away and now revealing his true self, his intentions were unmistakable. There was no need for further elaboration. "You are a clever man. You must realize what I am about to do, correct?" Su Chen said with a sinister grin. "You truly intend to kill me? Spare me. I promise I will never trouble you again. I will be your dog from now on." Gray Eagle pleaded desperately, bowing his head. Though he knew death was imminent, he still clung to a glimmer of hope. "Gray Eagle, there is no need for such futile struggles. I will not show you mercy. I trust you would choose to eliminate threats if the roles were reversed, wouldn't you?" Su Chen replied, shaking his head. With a swift motion, he summoned a flying knife and advanced toward Gray Eagle. "Su Chen, Icurcio, may you never find peace." Gray Eagle spat, shedding his pretense. "That is of no concern to you. You want to be around to witness it," Su Chen retorted as he hurled the knife. Whoosh! The sound of slicing air echoed as the knife pierced Gray Eagle's throat, ending his malevolent existence. Observing the lifeless form of Gray Eagle, Su Chen felt no pity. This man had committed countless evils and deserved his fate. "Ding! Esteemed host, professional cleanup services at your disposal, erasing all traces of crime for a mere 2,990,000 MB. Agree. Beep. Payment successful. Ding! Honored host, cleanup in progress. Please hold. Beep. Cleanup complete." With the system's notification, Su Chen felt reassured and prepared to leave the scene, taking all valuables with him. He restored his disguise and vanished from the location. With the system handling the aftermath, there was no need for concern regarding subsequent issues. Nonetheless, he remained vigilant, avoiding all surveillance as he returned to his hotel room. "Husband, where have you been?" Upon entering, Su Chen was startled by the voice of Zhao Yun, a cold sweat breaking out across his body. "You're not. You're still awake?" Su Chen gasped, taking a deep breath. "Husband, what's wrong?" "You're sweating profusely," Zhao Yun said, wiping his brow. "It's nothing. I merely went out for a stroll," Su Chen explained. "Husband, tell me the truth. Did you go to kill that Gray Eagle?" Zhao Yun, perceptive as ever, immediately surmised Su Chen's motive. "Why would you think that?" Su Chen inquired. "It's only natural. If I were in your position, I would do the same. How could you endure such a threat lingering?" Zhao Yun stated. "Yunner, you are truly astute. You are correct. I did go to eliminate Gray Eagle. A man like him will not see the light of another day," Su Chen declared with conviction. "Husband, does this mean he is dead?" Zhao Yun asked incredulously. "Indeed, he is no more," Su Chen replied calmly. "Husband, this won't attract attention, will it?" Zheng Yi and the others are still unresolved. Zhao Yun expressed her concern. Su Chen spoke softly. "Yunner, Remember, no matter who inquires, you know what to say, correct? Husband, rest assured. I know how to handle it. I was with you the whole night, Zhao Yun said shyly. Yes. You must remember this, Su Chen emphasized earnestly. Zhao Yun nodded. Oh, I know what to do. I won't make any mistakes. Su Chen remarked. Furthermore, I will arrange for you to go to England as soon as possible. That way, they won't pursue you. Husband, I understand. Though Zhao Yun felt a twinge of reluctance, she recognized the necessity of the situation. After all, she was destined to go to England. Tonight, you should return home to spend a few days with your parents. I will send someone to your school to expedite your departure. Su Chen taktiv. All right, husband. I will follow your wishes. Zhao Yun replied obediently. The two then naturally indulged in a moment of intimacy, perhaps heightened by the impending separation, their passion igniting fervently. They reached an unprecedented peak of bliss before collapsing onto the ground, drifting into a deep slumber. Chapter 0058. Uncertain Weapon Material Law. There has been a murder. A piercing scream shattered the morning calm, alarming everyone in the bar. It was the shift personnel from the Red Mill bar who, while cleaning on the third floor, stumbled upon the gruesome scene and promptly reported it to the authorities. This case ultimately fell under the jurisdiction of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department's Investigation Team 6, led, of course, by Chen Shi. Upon inspecting the crime scene, she noted that the state of the victim bore no distinction from the previous incident, save for the fact that this time, a shooting had occurred, whereas the last had not. All the surveillance here has been destroyed, reported a police officer from the South District, named Du Yu. Are there any other findings? Witnesses? Chen Shi inquired. There are no discoveries, Chief Chun. All nearby surveillance footage has been reviewed, and nothing unusual was detected, Du Yu replied. I refuse to believe this. There must be something amiss. You must investigate immediately. Additionally, gather information on the victim's associates and any potential enemies, Chen Shi commanded. Chief Chen, we have a matter that I believe is related to the case. Approximately 4 to 5 hours ago, a brawl occurred here, which was later reported to our South District Precinct, Du Yu explained. Please elaborate, Chen Shi requested. Du Yu proceeded to recount the details of the earlier altercation. Upon hearing the name Su Chen, Chen Shi's seasoned investigative instincts kicked in. She sensed that this individual was suspicious. Are you familiar with Su Chen? She asked. I do not know. We are merely patrol officers, and such investigations are beyond our scope, Du Yu replied. Upon hearing this information, Chen Shi concluded that a visit to the South District Precinct was in order to delve deeper into the specifics. Li Chun, deputy team leader. He greeted as he approached Chen Shi. Boss, the wounds are identical to those from the last incident. Were they inflicted by a flying knife? Is there a murder weapon? None. Moreover, both the forensic team and the coroner have examined the scene and reported that no traces of a weapon were found, Li Chun stated gravely. What do you mean by no traces of a weapon? Chen Shi pressed. There were no materials left behind at the wound site that could be attributed to a weapon. Hence, Li Shen explained. What does that imply? Has someone cleaned the wounds? Chen Shi questioned, sensing a flaw in the reasoning. Boss, it means exactly that. In short, no remnants of any weapon material were detected. We cannot ascertain what type of flying knife was involved. Li Chun recounted the forensic team's statements. When he first heard this, he had shared Chen Shi's bewilderment, left utterly confused. What kind of situation is this? We cannot determine the weapon's material? Is this a jest? Could it be something akin to the mythical qi-infused knife? Chen Shi dismissed the notion, deeming it absurd and unreasonable. Boss, I understand your skepticism, but the fact remains that we have not uncovered any leads. This case is indeed peculiar. I suspect it may not be the work of an ordinary individual. Li Shen speculata. Li Chun, we are both educated individuals grounded in science. Do you truly believe in these supernatural notions? Chen Shi replied, her displeasure evident, perceiving it as an excuse. Boss, this is merely my hypothesis, Li Chen quickly clarified. The most crucial aspect of our investigation is evidence. Do not present me with such fanciful theories. I do not believe them. You continue your investigation here. I have a lead to verify at the South District Precinct, Chen Shi stated, her agitation palpable. Boss, please do not be angry. I was merely expressing my thoughts, Li Chen pleaded. Focus on your work seriously. When you have the chance, visit the Science Museum to broaden your knowledge and rid yourself of these superstitious beliefs, Chen Shi instructed. Li Shen siga, recognizing the futility of the situation, and watched as Chen Shi departed the bar. At the South District Precinct, Chen Shi sought out Dong Tao, who was already aware of the relevant information. However, She was taken aback by the shocking revelations regarding Su Chen's profile. It was nothing short of legendary. She intended to meet this individual as well as Zhao Yun. For reasons unknown, she had a strong intuition that something was amiss. After procuring Su Chen's contact information, she attempted to arrange a meeting, only to find herself thwarted. The number belonged to Su Chen's lawyer, Lin Yizhen, a notoriously formidable attorney. With no leads, she returned to the headquarters of the Jiangnan Metropolitan Police. As she pored over the details surrounding Su Chen, her instincts, honed through years of investigative work, told her that he was directly linked to the case. Yet the greatest challenge was that Su Chen appeared to have no direct involvement, as all pertinent evidence failed to implicate him. Nevertheless, her intuition had never led her astray. On her return, she had even instructed her team to scrutinize all surveillance footage and eyewitnesses in the vicinity of the crime scene to identify Su Chen, but to no avail. Instead, they discovered that Su Chen's vehicle had been elsewhere at the time of the incident, compelling the investigation to come to an abrupt halt. Seated in her office, she reviewed the statements concerning De Fei. Previously, they had located him, but he had an alibi. A flying knife? Neither Da Fei nor Su Chen. Who could it be? Was her judgment flawed? The case had reached a perplexing impasse. She was forced to admit that this was the most bizarre case she had encountered since her career began. The death of the Gray Eagle sent shockwaves through the Black Tiger Hall and its leader, Hong Wantong, who ordered an immediate manhunt for the perpetrator, offering a bounty of 1 million. All members of the Black Tiger Hall were mobilized to investigate, particularly focusing on those who bore grudges against the Gray Eagle. At the Jiangnan Su family estate, Su Mingqing and Su Daming returned this morning, and notably, Su Mingqing's daughter, Su Qinghuan, had also come back. A junior in the fine arts department at Jiangnan University, she hurried home upon hearing that her beloved older sister was visiting. Su Jiwei arrived by car, adhering to local customs. Although this branch of the Su family was merely a side lineage, the patriarch of the Jiangnan Su family was her great-grandfather, thus maintaining a close familial bond. The significance of the Jiangnan region also made it a vital power within the Yanqing Su clan, necessitating her presence. Originally intended as a dinner, she could only attend the luncheon due to an evening assignment. The territorial defense and offense would commence at 7:30 that night, necessitating her departure by 6 o'clock. During the lunch, the family engaged in pleasant conversation, exchanging mundane familial anecdotes. Su Qinghuan and Su Jiwei shared many amusing stories, but when questioned about her romantic life, Su Qinghuan fled the scene. In the study, a special informal discussion within the Su family commenced. Su Mingqing expressed his gratitude first. Were it not for the intervention of the Yanqing Su clan, we would not have had the power to influence the major platforms to suppress that video. We are all members of the Su family. It is only fitting that we support one another. However, I must emphasize the need for caution moving forward. What has happened once may happen again. I have heard that the higher-ups are now paying attention to this matter, and you know what that implies. It is said that the Dragon Team is initiating a crackdown on the underground forces in Jiangnan province, and a deputy station chief is set to be deployed to Jiangnan City soon. Thus, I hope you will take heed. Nonetheless, it was indeed wise to eliminate the Gray Eagle at this critical juncture, Su Jiwei remarked with a smile. Aware that the news of the Gray Eagle's demise had reached her earlier that morning, she recognized the strategic brilliance of silencing him at such an opportune moment, which would safeguard the Jiangnan Su family's reputation. Although there might be an appearance of guilt, without concrete evidence, it would not impact the larger scheme of things. Chapter 0059, Solo Dungeon Run. The Mausoleum of the Qin Emperor Shaoji. You have truly misunderstood. This is not our doing. The elder of the Jiangnan Su family. Sutiande, esertith. What? Then who is responsible for this? What are their intentions? Su Jiwei's delicate face shifted slightly, sensing that the developments of this incident were becoming increasingly perplexing. Initially, she had believed it to be the work of the Jiangnan Su family, which would have been convenient. However, if that were not the case, it warranted further investigation. After all, every occurrence must have its origins, and it is imperative to uncover the truth. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Heaven knows what the motives of this perpetrator may be. I have already inquired, and there are currently no leads. Su Mingqing expressed. What is going on? I will ensure that someone keeps watch. But second uncle, you must also act swiftly. We must ascertain who is pulling the strings behind the scenes. Suthiwei instructive. Naturally, Shaoji, when do you plan to return to the capital? Su Tianda was unconcerned. Regardless, some individuals have already perished, which leaves no witnesses. Without witnesses, the Jiangnan Su family will remain unaffected. Second uncle, I shall return in a couple of days. My visit to Jiangnan was of a personal nature, and having resolved those matters, I will rest for 2 days before heading back to the capital. Why not stay a few more days? I can have Chingwan accompany you for a tour around Jiangnan. Second uncle, perhaps next time. There are many matters at home that demand my attention. I am merely taking a brief respite this time. Su Jiwei declined with a smile, for her schedule was truly packed. Later, as Su Jiwei returned to the villa, she promptly summoned Xiang Wanqing. Young miss, are you saying that the perpetrator is not from the Jiangnan Su family? Could it be that there is more to this matter than meets the eye? Xiang Wanqing inquired. I am uncertain, but the likelihood seems slim. After all, my inept third uncle's trivial affairs are inconsequential to the larger picture. No one would contrive a scheme based on that. However, I do not wish to bear the blame for this. Please ensure that the truth is uncovered. Xiang Wanqing nodded in agreement, confident in her ability to identify the culprit within Jiangnan province. With that, Su Jiwei retired to rest, having previously instructed Xiang Wanqing to prepare 2 high-performance computers for her. This was all in preparation for the territorial offensive and defensive battle that night. Su Chen canceled his hotel reservation and personally drove Zhao Yun home. It was Saturday, and he planned to take her to England the following Monday. The specific arrangements had been entrusted to Lin Yizhen, whose competence he fully trusted. After resolving all matters, Su Chen returned to the villa. Having been away for 2 days, he was greeted by several lovely young ladies upon his arrival. Initially curious, he soon realized that these might be the maids that Yu Rongtian had engaged for him. So handsome. Who are you? The first person he encountered was Lu Shaojie, a striking 22-year-old in a maid's outfit, which caught Su Chen's eye. He felt quite pleased with Yu Rongtian's discerning choice. After all, with no official mistress in the house, why not indulge a little? As a man, isn't earning money ultimately for the sake of women? Who wouldn't appreciate such youthful beauty? Su Chen smiled and introduced himself. Hello, I am Su Chen. Su Chen, you are our boss. Wow, you look so young and handsome. Covering her mouth in surprise. Thank you. Is it just you? Su Chen feigned gentlemanly curiosity, aware that first impressions were crucial when interacting with beautiful women. No, there are 6 of us in total. We 5 are housemaids and Sister Ruyan is your private chef. Her cooking is excellent, Lu Shaojie replied. A beautiful chef? Su Chen mused, slightly taken aback. Patting his flat stomach, he realized he was rather hungry. Could you please inform Sister Ruyan that I am hungry and ask her to prepare something delicious? I'll go take a shower and be down shortly. Su Chen instructed. Of course, boss. Lu Shaojie responded, before swaying her hips and walking away. Meanwhile, Su Chen felt increasingly excited about the days to come, sensing that a delightful life was about to unfold. Once upstairs, he took a shower and logged back into the game client. Today, his primary objective was to play games. Having spent quite extravagantly in recent days, his available cash was dwindling, which was rather inconsistent with his reputation as a lavish spender. Thus, he was keen to embark on one task, to open more treasure chests and see what cash he could acquire. Earning money was paramount. After logging in, he proceeded to take a shower. When he arrived in the dining room, he finally encountered the 6 lovely ladies. The most striking among them was undoubtedly Shen Ruyan. Her beauty was captivating, and Su Chen's first instinct was to claim her as his own, to hold her close and shower her with affection. Lu Shaojie and the other 4 ladies were each charming in their own right, presenting a feast for the eyes. Good day, boss. The 6 of them greeted politely. No need for formalities. Please have a seat. I am also quite young and do not adhere to many rules. Just ensure you complete your tasks, Su Chen said. Yes, boss. The 6 replied respectfully. Although Su Chen had said this, they were all professionally trained and well aware of the decorum. Please let us dine together, Su Chen invited. It was noon, the perfect time for a meal. Certainly, the 6 responded. With the company of 6 delightful young ladies, the meal was indeed quite enjoyable, living up to the saying of being a feast for both the eyes and the palate. During the meal, laughter and conversation flowed, and they gradually grew more familiar with one another. Su Chen also instructed that aside from his gaming room, they were free to roam anywhere else. The names of the 6 ladies were also exchanged, and notably, they all added him as friends on WeChat, an unexpected bonus. Returning to the gaming room, he dove straight into the action. This time, he opted not to tackle the Void Tower, but rather to engage in the dungeon, the mausoleum of the Qin Emperor, selecting Hell Mode as a challenge. Upon entering the dungeon, he found himself in a large-scale encounter lasting 3 hours, typically requiring 1,000 players to conquer. Yet he was alone. The primary adversaries were the standard Qin soldier figurines, centurions, 1,000-man commanders, 10,000-man commanders, as well as the final boss, Ghost Emperor Zheng. Let the battle commence. Su Chen summoned all 3 of his pets, readying themselves for combat in their strongest form. After an initial wave of attacks, he was finally ready to face the monsters. The Qin Emperor figurines wielded large Qin spears, boasting formidable attack and defense capabilities, and their weapons could randomly inflict a negative status. Poisoned. Once poisoned, one would suffer continuous damage for 30 seconds. Su Chen recalled participating in a major raid here with 1,000 players, only to face total annihilation at the 3rd stage. Thus, he was well acquainted with the challenges ahead. The sharpness of the Wanzhan was immediately evident, enhancing both his attack damage and defense. Base attributes: health 2, 250, 000, 0002, 250, 000, 000, 2,250,000,000. Element: fire 1, 88 attack 10, 800, 000, 325, 000 defense 1, 880, 000 evasion 2, 880, 000. Additional attributes: critical damage 99.99 maximum, life bonus 29.99 holy damage 999 maximum. Total combat power 10, 520. Overall, nearly all attributes had doubled, a terrifying enhancement due to the already high base values. The game S setting for the Qin Emperor's mausoleum was quite formidable, as these monsters could even communicate to some extent. Suddenly, 15 of them charged forward. Su Chen immediately unleashed his skills. As a sword master, his skills revolved around swordplay, one of the combo skill professions in Divine Prodigy. Currently, its explosive power was unparalleled. A single standard skill unleashed 36 sword lights that descended upon the monsters, each strike yielding astonishing damage values. Thud! All 15 monsters collapsed, meeting their demise, and 5 treasure chests dropped to the ground. Subsequently, it automatically entered his backpack. Chapter 0060. The first diamond treasure chest erupts. Monster spawning mode. Activating. Due to waking up late that morning, his spirits were particularly high now. One skill after another was unleashed, causing waves of monsters to collapse to the ground. Within 15 minutes, he had dispatched all 10,000 minor enemies of this level, and his backpack was now brimming with treasure chests. He silently rejoiced at his newfound fortune. Continuing the monster hunt, he now faced the first level's guardian boss, Centurion Ghost General Li Exine. A group attack skill was hurled forth. Crackle! As the boss fell, a multitude of items erupted forth, including a silver treasure chest. Su Chen silently celebrated his good fortune. There were also game items, equipment, magic stone cards, and various precious artifacts, all hastily collected into his backpack. Although these items were not particularly useful to him, they could be beneficial to the Guild of the Fair Maiden. He believed they had professional merchants. With no time to spare, he pressed on towards the second level. Above the heads of the monsters in this level hovered the words, Elite Puppet Soldier Li Exine. And Su Chen understood that these creatures possessed all the combat capabilities of the previous Ghost General Li Exine. The boss from the previous level had become the monsters of the next level? This dungeon's design was utterly insane. It effectively heightened the difficulty of the game, a detail he had previously overlooked, now discernible through the names. Yet, it was of little consequence, merely a trifling inconvenience that would cost him some time. As the monster-slaying rhythm quickened, Su Chen hastened his pace, for time was fleeting, and only a short while remained before 6 o'clock. 10 minutes later, he faced the guardian boss of the second level, Captain Ghost General Wang Li. Utilizing the skill 10,000 Swords Return to Origin, he defeated Ghost General Wang Li in under a minute, causing a plethora of items to drop, including another silver treasure chest. The third level took 11 minutes, the fourth 9 minutes, and the fifth just 8 minutes. Upon vanquishing the general-level boss, Ghost Commander Wang Jian, he astonishingly received 2 golden treasure chests. A look of sheer delight spread across Su Chen's face. He had not anticipated such a result. Golden treasure chests, this was his opportunity for wealth. The last time he opened a golden chest, he obtained the Buddhist artifact, Heavenly Eye, and he was eager to discover what this one would yield. In the final level, he confronted the most formidable ultimate boss, Ghost Emperor Zheng. The game lore stated that this was the manifestation of the resentment left by Qin Shi Huang after his death. An era's ghost emperor, his strength was terrifying. Entering the last section of the Qin Emperor's mausoleum, the core tomb chamber, he beheld a colossal true dragon coffin emanating thick black mist. Su Chen recognized this as part of the storyline. The occupant of the dragon coffin was none other than Ghost Emperor Zheng. Living beings must not enter the Qin Emperor's mausoleum. You audaciously trespass and disturb my eternal rest. This is a capital offense. A chilling voice echoed from within the swirling black mist of the coffin. Spare me your theatrics. Who do you think you are? You're merely a ghost. Today, I shall eradicate you, Su Chen retorted. Boldness. You defy me, the Emperor. I decree your death. The dragon coffin suddenly swung open, revealing a fearsome figure clad in a black dragon robe, fraught with malevolence. It was none other than Ghost King Zheng himself. 10,000 swords returned to origin. Su Chen recognized that the narrative had concluded and immediately engaged in battle, first executing Sword Sovereign Nine Heavens, followed by 10,000 swords returned to origin. He unleashed two skills alongside the active group attack skill of the Nine Nether Phoenix, Nine Nether Flame. Nine Nether Flame, the supreme skill of the Nine Nether Phoenix. Once cast, all targets within the attack range would sustain damage over time, losing 0.1 of health per second while also reducing their defense by 30. Duration, 120 seconds. Cooldown, 60 seconds. The Ghost Emperor Zheng boasted high defense, substantial health, and formidable attack power. Facing such an ultimate boss, Su Chen knew that positioning was crucial for soloing him. Fortunately, his operational skills were top-notch, allowing him to evade the Ghost Emperor's attacks while steadily whittling down his health. After a grueling half-hour battle, he had managed to reduce the boss's health by 40. However, Su Chen remained unperturbed. Opening the boss attributes, he was astounded to find the opponent's defense and health at staggering levels. An extraordinary figure. Ultimately, he resolved to take his time. This highest-tier boss in the game was not meant for a single player to conquer alone. That he was even attempting a solo run was unprecedented. As he faced the final ultimate boss, Ghost Emperor Zheng, patience was paramount. Player 3-Eye God. Please note, the ultimate boss Ghost Emperor Zheng will unleash the Hand of Annihilation in 60 seconds. Please brace for defense. A prompt from the game dungeon flashed. Su Chen furrowed his brow. He understood what this meant. It signified a finishing move. The Hand of Annihilation from such an ultimate boss would undoubtedly deal terrifying damage. He knew that evasion was futile against a full-screen attack. He could only endure. Before the lethal skill was unleashed, he needed to maximize his offensive output, striving to diminish the Ghost Emperor's health as much as possible, for as the battle progressed, the boss would employ more and more finishing moves. Thus, every second counted in this critical moment. 10 seconds remaining until the Hand of Annihilation descends. Please prepare. 9 seconds. 8 seconds. At the moment the Hand of Annihilation was unleashed, he dismissed all his pets from fusion. Knowing he could not withstand such a blow from the ultimate monster, Ghost Emperor Zheng, so he chose to sacrifice himself for a chance. Ding! The Hand of Annihilation dealt a devastating blow, inflicting 1.5 billion health damage. Player 3-Eye God, you have perished. Upon a player's demise in the dungeon, there was a 1-minute resurrection period, followed by a time limit to reach the final area, totaling 2 minutes. As players lost their ability to attack, the monsters would automatically regenerate health at a rate of 1 per minute. Therefore, Su Chen needed to ensure that his damage output exceeded this healing rate within the 2-minute window. Otherwise, success would be impossible. In the blink of an eye, the minute had passed. Upon resurrection, Su Chen quickly fused with his pets and rushed back to the tomb chamber. Upon arrival, he noted the Ghost Emperor Zheng's health had recovered from 55 to 57. He unleashed all the active skills of his 3 pets and commenced a frenzied final assault. Aware that the ultimate monster's finishing move had a 5-minute cooldown, he had only 3 minutes to inflict damage. Thus, he could afford no delays. Inside the game room, Su Chen rapidly struck the keyboard, unleashing skills with abandon. His hands moved in perfect harmony, and his top-tier gaming equipment enhanced his skill output by 1.5 times. 3 minutes later, he had managed to reduce the boss's health from 57 to 35, achieving a genuine opportunity to clear this dungeon. The War of 10,000 Battles. The supreme divine fire, coupled with his most exquisite equipment. These were all critical factors. A game prompt indicated that the Ghost Emperor Zheng's hand of annihilation would be unleashed in 60 seconds, and the countdown began anew. Su Chen, in a frenzy, continued his assault, aiming to inflict as much damage as possible within the minute. Intruder, you have disturbed my eternal rest and wounded me. Such transgressions cannot be forgiven. Hand of annihilation, kill. Finally, the 60 seconds elapsed in an instant. As the hand of annihilation descended, Su Chen hastily recalled his pets. Ding! Player 3I God has died. 2 minutes later, Su Chen returned once more, replicating his previous strategy. Waves of attacks ensued, 20, 17, 16. At last, after the 5th strike, he obliterated the last sliver of health from Ghost Emperor Zheng. Intruder, this time you have triumphed, but I shall return. The final boss uttered these words before collapsing. With a thud, as the formidable boss fell, a bounty of rich rewards materialized beneath him. Ding! Upon discovering a diamond treasure chest, the opportunity to acquire mythical level items presented itself. Shall I open it now? A series of prompts echoed from the system. Su Chen was equally astonished by the emergence of a diamond treasure chest. He realized that this 1.5 hours had been worthwhile. A diamond chest, mythical level items, the pinnacle of treasures. Chapter 0061. Mythical level SSSS internal cultivation technique, open. Su Chen declared without hesitation. After selecting to open it, he heard the system's voice announce, "Congratulations, host. You have drawn the unparalleled internal cultivation technique Huntian Wujigong from the diamond chest." Huntian Wujigong? Internal cultivation technique? Su Chen was overwhelmed with joy. Given that this internal technique was extracted from a diamond chest, it was undoubtedly extraordinary. He did not ponder its specifics any longer and chose to extract it immediately. Upon extraction, he found verses of the technique appearing in his mind. The text was not extensive, comprising merely 8,765 characters. These techniques were remarkably intricate. As he began to operate them, he felt his internal power rapidly ascending, continuing to grow from the strength he had previously acquired through the system. The myriad mysteries lay within. Upon opening the system to review, he discovered the detailed information of Huntian Wujigong, which displayed mythical level SSS internal cultivation technique, followed by a brief line of text stating, the technique harmonizes with the cosmos and embodies the profound truths of the universe. 12 succinct characters. While they appeared quite ordinary, Su Chen sensed an exceptionally pure power emanating from them. This was a force both profound and enigmatic. With this internal technique, he would be able to cultivate independently in the future, no longer relying solely on other methods within the game. After commencing the technique, he noticed that his prior internal energy had become increasingly solid and pure, now possessing numerous unique attributes. In summary, it was far more mysterious and unfathomable. Utilizing such internal energy to execute his flying knife mastery, he was confident that the results would be even more remarkable. With the dungeon task concluded, Su Chen clicked to exit the dungeon and moved to a relatively safe location. He opened all the treasure chests, and with a flourish, a total of 72 chests yielded 36 property deeds. Among these were properties in various cities, including Yanjing, Tianhai, and Shanghai, as well as units from 2 island ports. The remainder consisted of cash-red envelopes, totaling approximately 550 million renminbi. Finally, he opened 3 golden treasure chests, which revealed a villa at number 18, Mount Island Road, the development of semiconductor materials according to the theories of Kono's technology civilization, 5 brain enhancement potions. Comparatively, the value of the golden chests far surpassed that of the other chests. Su Chen extracted the brain enhancement potions and discovered they were products of an advanced technological civilization. Consuming the potion would enhance his brain capacity and elevate his intelligence quotient. In the scientific community, it is generally believed that the average person's brain development is insufficient at 5, while brilliant geniuses, such as Nobel Prize winners, rarely exceed 10. Su Chen was uncertain of his IQ, but it was undoubtedly under 6. Temporarily exiting the game, he opened 1 potion and swallowed it. Shortly thereafter, he experienced a severe headache, as if his brain were about to burst. He screamed in agony, but then he found his mind suddenly clear, with heightened sensitivity to his surroundings. Most importantly, the foggy confusion that once clouded his thoughts had been replaced by extraordinary clarity. Previously ambiguous and perplexing questions now appeared straightforward and comprehensible. Complex equations of higher mathematics? The subtle intricacies of advanced calculus? What had once been challenging now seemed remarkably clear and understandable. Host, due to the consumption of the potion, your brain development has reached 15. According to the current level of civilization on Earth, you are now a super genius with an IQ of 288. The next potion requires a 1-month interval for consumption. Otherwise, your brain will be unable to withstand its formidable power. The system delivered 2 consecutive notifications. A 15 brain development level, an IQ of 288, a super genius. In truth, Su Chen valued such self-enhancing treasures far more than material wealth. External possessions are inherently unreliable. Only personal strength can withstand any risks. A super scholar? He felt that was quite appealing. He then retrieved the previously mentioned book on the development of semiconductor materials. Upon opening the book, all the knowledge contained within flooded into his mind. Initially a novice in semiconductors, Su Chen was astonished to find that he could comprehend the information. He grasped the equations of the first, second, third, fourth, and even the 9th generation. These equations and related processes unraveled before his supercharged brain. He discovered he possessed a remarkable ability to learn and apply knowledge, allowing him to intuitively connect concepts. The knowledge of semiconductors became instinctual, and his brain's computational, reasoning, and analytical abilities reached an extraordinary level. Now, Su Chen realized he could potentially amass wealth, as Tingda Technology had long been dedicated to researching this project, ultrasynthetic silicon crystal technology. His mind was now equipped with all relevant equations and process knowledge. If he could expedite the launch of this project, his fortunes could double. He planned to seize an opportunity to visit Tingda Technology, where he was the largest shareholder, to inquire about the development progress of this project. With another influx of 550 million renminbi, he momentarily had funds to spare. Three-eyed Divine Lord, come to Yongzhou City, Tianshui County, Shuaishi Village if you dare. I challenge you to a duel. His taunting message flashed across the screen. Arrogant, dominant, truly, the conduct of the Guangxiao Tianya Guild was audacious. Su Chen understood this was part of a scheme by the Guangxiao Tianya Guild, intending to tarnish his reputation and ambush him to strip him of his equipment. Concurrently, they aimed to gauge his combat strength. Without hesitation, he responded with a challenge. Whoever dares not come is a coward. If they wanted to witness his prowess, he would strike fear into their hearts. With that, he made his way towards Yongzhou City, Shuaishi Village. This was one of the novice villages. Upon arrival, he found the village teeming with players bearing the name Guangxiao Tianya. Their numbers were considerable, easily surpassing 10,000. A player named Guangxiao, the vice president of Guangxiao Tianya, stepped forth and addressed the public channel. Player Guangxiao, Sanyan Shenjun, how dare you reject our offer of allegiance? You completely disregard our Guangxiao Tianya Guild. This time, we will not spare you. Su Chen tapped at his keyboard and replied, Offer of allegiance? Nonsense. You think I would be foolish enough to sell my account for 5 million? It seems you are the ones who have gone too far. He made this statement on the World Channel, intending to broadcast it for all to hear. Player Guangxiao, what absurdity. Our offer is 5 billion. When did we ever say 5 million? You best not slander us. 5 billion? Did I mishear, or is there a problem with your contract? Perhaps you'd like to review a copy of the contract? Su Chen retorted. Their exchange was now public knowledge across the server, and the players were abuzz with speculation. Given the true value represented by Su Chen's account, how could it possibly be worth only 5 million? Such a gross undervaluation or blatant bullying was evident to all. The official world channel of the Divine Miracle game was now host to a fierce debate. Player Mu Wangfu Xiao Gongye. The Guangxiao Tianya's behavior is utterly disgraceful. Do they truly believe they are invincible? Strong condemnation of such hegemonic conduct echoed throughout the server. I call upon all players to unite. We must stand against the Laughing Sky Guild for the sake of freedom. Player Susan was Pig Kidney, Mu Wangfu Little Prince. I wholeheartedly support your viewpoint, brother. Currently, the Laughing Sky Guild dominates the realm of Miracle, and we must join forces to uphold fairness and justice within Miracle, safeguarding our fundamental rights to a dignified existence. Player Steam Fish in a Pot. Let us resist the Laughing Sky Guild. Tonight, I will lend my support to the esteemed Three-Eyed God. We shall rewrite the new world of Miracle and eradicate the inequitable ways of gaming. Player Colorful Little Fish. I strongly condemn this. I urge, during tonight's territory defense battle, let us assist the Three-Eyed God in vanquishing the Laughing Sky Guild and quelling their arrogance. Chapter 0062. When Shi Xiang's unique quirk. The entire server of Miracle rallies fervently behind Su Chen, filled with fervor. Player Colorful Little Fish, brothers at 7:30 tonight. We shall engage the Laughing Sky Guild in a fight to the death. A fight to the death. A fight to the death. Messages flood the world channel of the entire server, lingering without dispersing. Su Chen did not anticipate that matters would escalate to this point. These brothers are truly formidable. In a private club on the 6th floor in Yanjing, when Xixiang gazes at the messages above, turning to the trembling Chen Xingfan without uttering a word. Yet, his sullen expression reveals his displeasure. Thud! Chen Xingfan kneels, hastily exclaiming, Wen Xiao, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I thought it was just a game account. Who would spend 50 billion? Besides, Su Chen is just a nobody. He would back down for 500,000. But unexpectedly I detest those self-righteous individuals. Do you know how much you have jeopardized for me? When Xixiang coldly remarks, fiddling with an exquisite pen. Wen Xiao, I can go find him now. I will make amends. Chen Xingfan insists eagerly. No need. There is no opportunity left. Su Chen has already allied with my sworn enemy, you fool. You know what? I am particularly inclined to eliminate you right now. However, I can spare your life. But you know my rules. I have an affinity for other men's wives. I heard your new wife is quite beautiful. The last time I saw her, she seemed to be a 30-60, a proper lady. Isn't she? When Xixiang smirks wickedly. Ah, Wen Xiaoyu, this is unacceptable. She is my wife. That simply cannot happen. Chen Xingfan replies nervously. That is not up to you. Lao Wei, take him away and teach him how to conduct himself. After the match tonight, I need to vent my frustrations. You understand? When Xixiang instructs a burly figure in black outside the door. Yes, young master. The formidable man steps in and drags the pleading Chen Xingfan away. Meanwhile, when Xixiang's attention turns back to the game, to Shui Shi Village. Asiba, let the battle commence. Su Chen glances at the time. It's already 5:15, and in 45 minutes, he has an appointment with Su Jiwei. So he hastens to engage in combat. Observing the Laughing Ani and the multitude of players from the Laughing Sky Guild before him, Su Chen charges directly at them. Golden Sacred Flame, 9 Nether Fire, 10,000 swords return to origin. One by one, his area of effect skills descend, and then Su Chen swings his sword, delivering a strike to Laughing Ani. This is a move, Sword Slash of the Stars. What the? Laughing Ani's battle power is 8,056. Such strength is not to be underestimated, especially as a warrior class. Indeed, it poses a challenge. Even the formidable Zha would require some time to subdue him. This man is the first vice president of the Laughing Sky Guild, a title well-deserved. Bang! As dual swords clash, Laughing Ani, pleased with himself for blocking Su Chen's strike, suddenly notices a message pop up on the screen. Vice President of the Laughing Sky Guild, player Laughing Ani, has been slain by player Three-Eyed God. What? Am I seeing things? He fell with a single strike? Laughing Ani is utterly astonished, his face a mask of disbelief. He wonders just how high the damage from the Three-Eyed God truly is. What he did not anticipate was that, following this wave of attack, the players surrounding the Laughing Sky Guild fell en masse. The ground was littered with equipment, treasures, and items, especially a top-tier warrior's 3-slot artifact helmet that Laughing Ani had dropped. Many observing players were left dumbfounded. They had never witnessed such a devastating scene. A mere handful of players had been taken down, totaling over 1,000. Everyone shared a singular thought. This Three-Eyed God is incredibly formidable. Su Chen wasti notime. Shui Shi Village was entirely under the Laughing Sky Guild's control, and he ruthlessly continued his slaughter elsewhere. Any player he encountered from the Laughing Sky Guild, as well as from the Mingjiao and other factions such as Maple Leaf Flowing Light and who dares to compete, he spared none. They were all his enemies. In a flash, the carnage was beyond description. Su Chen's power was overwhelming. For him, killing players was easier than grinding monsters. In less than 10 minutes, at least 5,000 players lay slain at his feet, and the Three-Eyed God's player account had turned deep black, with his PK value soaring to 100,000. Su Chen was now in a bloodthirsty frenzy. With his defense and damage stats, he barely sustained any injuries from the multitude of players attacking him. They could scarcely inflict 10 or 20 points of damage, while Laughing Ani dealt a mere 600 points. All players of the Laughing Sky Guild, rally at Shui Shi Village, and let us bring down the Three-Eyed God. Laughing Ani declared across the server, gathering forces for an even greater retaliation. A young, alluring assistant entered when Shi Xiang's opulent chamber, surpassing even the standards of a presidential suite. President, just now, Ani asked if we should take action. They are struggling to withstand the three-eyed god's might. The enchanting assistant approached, her very presence a delight. Luo Lingxi, come here. When Shi Xiang's gaze lingered on the assistant's tantalizing figure, igniting a fire within. This woman had long been a frequent visitor to his bed, each encounter stirring his desires anew, compelling him to conquer her. Luo Lingxi, aware of when Shi Xiang's proclivities, coyly shed her outer garments, then perched on when Shi Xiang's lap, biting her sensuous, alluring lips, captivating the renowned young master of Yanjing. When Shi Xiang's breaths quickened, he first caressed her, but soon found that insufficient to sate his cravings. He pulled Luo Lingxi into his embrace and strode toward the bedroom. Young master, you're so rough, Luo Lingxi exclaimed, feeling the undeniable change in when Shi Xiang's demeanor, a mix of shame and urgency prompting her to struggle instinctively. Her cheeks flushed, her hesitant demeanor stripped when Shi Xiang of his last shred of rationality. Moments later, she was forcefully pressed onto the bed. After a tempestuous 20 minutes, the storm finally subsided. 20 minutes later, when Shi Xiang donned his attire, regaining the aloof demeanor of a nobleman, he picked up his phone, tapping away. Ding! A notification chimed. 3 million has been successfully transferred. Moments later, Luo Lingxi's phone emitted a delightful alert, and her face lit up with joy. I heard you're registering with Ani? When Shi Xiang inquired. Yes, we're going next week, Luo Lingxi replied. Doesn't he know about our relationship, does he? When Shi Xiang asked. He's just a tech nerd. Every time he catches wind of something, as long as I comfort him, he'll adore me endlessly, Luo Lingxi chuckled, her expression flirtatious. Rest assured, I want to seek you out again. After all, Ani is indeed the third young master of the Yi family. I must extend some courtesy to Yi Xian, when Shi Xiang remarked. However, if he aspires to become the president, what then? You must be aware that an Yi, that fool, simply cannot satisfy his ambitions. Is there anyone as formidable as the president? Luo Lingxi said in a delicate voice. She approached when Shi Xiang, whispering softly while her jade-like hand caressed a certain part of him, instantly eliciting a unique enjoyment on his face. Rest assured, if you desire, come find me, but do so discreetly. When Shi Xiang, unable to resist Luo Lingxi's allure, ultimately did not sever this private connection. Moreover, the thrill of engaging with another's wife was something he rather anticipated. Thank you, President. I will be mindful, Luo Lingxi replied with evident satisfaction. Convey to an E that I shall not be joining the encirclement of the three-eyed deity. Let him vent his frustrations with his own people. However, the primary focus is the territorial defense battle at 7:30. Victory is imperative, for I must be the lord of Holy Light City. When Shi Xiang declared with an air of dominance. Chapter 0063. A killing PK that made me rich. Overnight, the news of the three-eyed deity's battle against the Laughing Sky Guild spread rapidly throughout Shi village. The Laughing Sky Guild suffered a devastating defeat this time, as Su Chen single-handedly rendered them powerless. Shi village had become their graveyard. Ani was directly killed by Su Chen 3 times in a row, causing him to drop a level back to 149. Furthermore, he lost 2 pieces of equipment, prompting him to wail in frustration over his unyielding fate. When the number of players killed by Su Chen surpassed 10,000, a system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving the title of Mass Slayer. System rewards, 2 gold chests, 5 silver chests. Congratulations to the host for opening a cash red envelope of 36 million renminbi from the silver chest. Congratulations to the host for drawing an ancient demon suppression spell from the silver chest. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the medical heritage of the ancient medicine ancestor from the gold chest. Shares of the global top-tier technology company, Pingwa Company amounting to 0. 5 were acquired. Shares of the Tyrant Dragon technology on the planet Tabesite amounting to 0. 01 were acquired, with an Earth market valuation of $10 billion. The equity is non-transferable but eligible for periodic dividends, with the next dividend due in 6 months. Congratulations to the host for drawing 500 million renminbi from the gold chest. From the silver chest, the host received $50 million. Su Chen was overjoyed. The rewards were immense. Money was secondary. The 01 stake in Pingwa Company represented a fortune beyond measure, filling him with elation. Currently, the valuation of Pingwa Company had reached $50 trillion, making his 01 one stake equivalent to 5 billion US dollars. Converted, that amounted to 50 billion renminbi. Su Chen's wealth was continuously on the rise. With all his assets managed by the top-tier Finghua Asset Management Company, which incidentally he also owned, Su Chen's hidden wealth was substantial. Merely the invisible assets of FTC law firm and Finghua Asset Management were immeasurable, constituting a formidable unseen power. Preliminary estimates indicated that his true net worth had reached a trillion level, yet these assets remained illiquid and concealed. Therefore, the only wealth he could currently utilize was what he personally possessed, such as a 60 stake in Tingda Technology and the 0.1 stake in Pinghua Company. Additionally, there were the funds from his Blood Angel operations, though this portion remained difficult to quantify as the wolf action was still ongoing. Su Chen firmly believed that the conclusion of this transaction would lead to a frenzied capital plunder. However, what astonished him most were the shares in Tyrant Dragon technology from other cosmic civilizations. How absurd! Yet, on the other hand, it underscored the existence of other civilizations within this universe. Moreover, regardless of the specifics, the prospect of receiving dividends was not unwelcome. As for how much, it mattered little. Any gain was better than none. At that moment, a voice communication prompt from the game echoed in Su Chen's headset. Upon answering, he was surprised to hear Su Jiwei, the illustrious Ice Queen. Is there something you need? President Su? Su Chen Inquayev. Su Chen, how are you doing? Do you need assistance? Su Jiwei asked. I'm fine. These little pests can't harm me, Su Chen replied. I never expected the Laughing Sky Guild to be so despicable, encircling you with so many players. If you want, I could gather people to surround them right now, Su Jiwei said with indignation. No need. The real action is yet to come. They merely wish to test my strength, aiming to tarnish my reputation and loot my equipment. But rest assured, I am unfazed. Su Chen responded nonchalantly. In that case, I shan't interfere further. I have to organize our battle plan for later. We shall discuss this again soon, Su Jiwei said coolly. Very well. See you shortly, Su Chen replied. After ending the call, he noticed an E approaching on a dragon, sword in hand, seething with rage, followed by countless players. Mages, bolster your attacks. Abilities users, watch your health. Knights, activate your defense skills. All squads, prepare for full output without mercy. With that command, Yi's leadership was evident. One must admit, this fellow had considerable experience in commanding a large force. Under his direction, the multitude of players advanced in an orderly fashion, demonstrating precise coordination. Talent? Su Chen mused, recognizing that the Laughing Sky Guild's current renown was largely attributable to this individual. As the players' assaults rained down, even Su Chen noticed his health depleting rapidly, losing 5 million within 5 seconds. This exemplified the principle of many ants taking down an elephant. Nevertheless, Su Chen remained unscathed, as his pet bore the brunt of the damage. The unique advantage of his rare pet, the Golden Fortune Pig, lay in its increased damage and substantial health, currently boasting a staggering 200 billion HP alongside high defense. Now it was my turn. Attack. Su Chen typed a line of text and sent it to the world channel before springing into action. Almost immediately, an E bellowed, activate defense and abilities users. Be vigilant about healing. Unfortunately, Su Chen's myriad swords returned to one had already descended. In the gaming room, one could see his fingers flying across the keyboard, fully engaged in keyboard maneuvers while the mouse lay temporarily aside. The screen was filled with adversaries, demanding his swift reflexes. The newly developed mental acuity allowed his operational speed to multiply several times over, fingers dancing rapidly across the keyboard. Before long, players began to fall before his skills, unable to withstand even one round of his onslaught. Sword control 9 heavens. Myriad swords returned to 1. Golden holy flame. 9 hell's fire. Sacred light judgment. Su Chen's skills activated at an astonishing pace, his cognitive response rivaling that of a computer. No, even surpassing it. With a 15 brain development rate, he was a prodigy. In the blink of an eye, adversaries turned to dust. An E, despite multiple layers of defense and healing, could not endure Su Chen's strike. The sacred light judgment obliterated his health entirely. I shall return. An E uttered this line before respawning. On the ground lay another piece of his equipment and a pet egg marked. Exquisite bright divine envoy Mingguang, 3,012 stars. Hiss, a pet baby of 3,000 stars. Jackpot! Su Chen rejoiced immensely. He truly did not expect that this time he could summon a bright divine envoy. In the realm of divine miracles, it is typically impossible to summon pets. Yet here it was. Although he felt an overwhelming curiosity, Su Chen chose not to dwell on it. For him, this was a situation brimming with benefits and devoid of risks. A pet with 3,000 stars, once he merged with it, would elevate his combat power to an exceedingly terrifying level, potentially increasing it by at least 1,500. My bright divine envoy! What the hell? Three-eyed god! I shall slay you! Quan Xiaoani suddenly let out a wail, inundating the world channel with messages as he vented his fury. Losing this pet meant losing his capital for dominance. The game Divine Miracles had only been operational for 3 years, and pets of 3,000 stars and above were exceedingly rare across the entire server. Quan Xiaoani's loss this time caused him to tumble out of the top 100 Hall of Fame, temporarily stripping him of his power. 5 billion, I want my pet back. After venting, Quan Xiaoani messaged Su Chen. Naturally, Su Chen would not acquiesce, replying directly. What are you thinking? 5 billion? Do you take me for a beggar? 10 billion. Plus I want to sleep with your wife for a week. How about that? This was initially meant as a sarcastic remark, intended to provoke Quan Xiaoani. To his astonishment, the other party agreed. Deal. Where are you? Will you come to Yinjing, or shall I send her to find you? Let us make a deal. What? No way. Su Chen was particularly surprised, thinking, this guy can't be serious. Can he? Don't just send any woman to distract me. Su Chen blade. Rest assured, I'm not joking. A woman, after a few encounters, won't be much of a loss, but the game is my life. So tell me, where are you now? I will send her to you. Trust me, my woman will ensure you get your money's worth. You won't be disappointed. Quan Xiaoani said with utmost confidence. Luo Lingxi was indeed a breathtaking beauty that could make any man weak at the knees. After much hesitation, Su Chen replied, let us discuss it after the territorial defense battle. Deal? Remember, do not give my pet to anyone else. If you are willing to give up 10 billion, I can exchange my wife with you, permanently. Quan Xiaoani declared. You truly are something else. Su Chen retorted. Quan Xiaoani did not counter. Now that he had lost his core pet, today's ambush had lost its significance. Checking the time, it was already 5:50. It was time to prepare for other matters. He could not afford to waste time here. As for the probing data he desired, it was already in hand. The territorial defense battle, he would undoubtedly astonish Su Chen. Quan Xiaoani smirked ominously. Retreat. The world channel displayed Quan Xiaoani's command, and thus, the ambush battle in Shuaishi village came to an end. In this battle, Su Chen had eliminated players a staggering 200,000 times. PK value, 1.5 million. His name now struck fear. He knew how long it would take to cleanse it. Su Chen collected all the equipment and items, then departed. Upon returning to Tianshui County, he received a message. Ding! Su Chen, once you're done, come to the northeastern corner of Yongzhou City's commercial district, and I will invite you into the guild. Upon seeing the message on the world channel, Su Jiwei realized the ambush had concluded. She had not anticipated Su Chen to be so formidable, single-handedly pressing the Quan Xiao Tianya guild to the ground. For the upcoming grand battles and numerous guild tasks, she believed that the Red Powder Beauty Guild would not lag behind, even competing for a spot in the top 3. Reflecting on that night, her conversation with Xiang Wanqing, and the significant concessions she made, she felt a wave of relief. She sensed that all of it had been worth it. The recent PK battle in Shuaishi village was one of the best pieces of evidence. Su Chen replied, I will arrive in a minute. Then, using the teleportation master, Lilia of Tianshui County, he reached the place agreed upon with Su Jiwei. Upon arrival, he found that the area was already bustling with players, all of whom were female. Above their heads hovered the 6 golden letters of the Red Powder Beauty Guild, accompanied by various titles and ranks, incredibly eye-catching. Su Chen recognized that these individuals were members of the Red Powder Beauty Guild, including vice presidents, elders, commanders, counselors, and deputy commanders, among others. Ding! Player Ice Queen invites you to join the Red Powder Beauty Guild. Accept or decline? A dialog box popped up on Su Chen's screen. He chose to accept. Ding! Ice Queen appoints you as the executive vice leader of the Red Powder Beauty Guild. Another notification followed. After the appointment, Su Chen's combat power surged by another 180. A fully leveled guild's combat power is 200, but only the leader enjoys this level. This is a 10-star treatment with 100 combat power sharing, while the vice leader enjoys a 9-star treatment with 90 sharing. Elders and counselors have 80, with the others decreasing accordingly. After joining the guild, The game officially provided a dedicated Legion channel for private conversations. Welcome, Three-Eyed God, to our guild. Applause. Music played. Heavens, the boss really brought Three-Eyed God in. The Almighty with 1,000,000 battles. We bow in reverence. Boss, lead us through the 8-star Divine Fire dungeon. Our Divine Fire is so weak. Indeed. Can we add you on WeChat? Boss, I'm lonely at home tonight. Can you keep me company? Upon entering the guild, the Legion's ladies were exceedingly warm, causing Su Chen to feel somewhat bashful. Now, I announce something I have discussed with Three-Eyed God, and if we successfully seize the lordship of Holy Light City, Three-Eyed God will allocate 50 of the profits from Holy Light City to our Red Powder Beauty Guild. Su Jiwei declared. Boss, what about that one equity? That's a hefty piece of meat. Player Little Dream raised a question I have discussed with Three-Eyed God. Regarding that one equity, our guild will not intervene, as the territorial token belongs to Three-Eyed God himself. And this is also one of the conditions for his joining our guild. Su Jiwei understood that this matter needed clarification to avoid destabilizing the guild. One of the equity in Divine Miracles is a billion-level cake. Boss, are we just going to let that slip away? Player Princess of the Rain Country said with some regret. What are you all thinking? Without the joining of the Three-Eyed God, we wouldn't have a chance to seize Holy Light City as territory. Now that we have a big shot joining, there will be numerous hidden benefits in the future. Player Vice Leader, Poet Li Xiaobai, said, somewhat exasperated. Xiaobai is right. When will this piece of meat become ours? Our guild strength cannot hope to contend with Quan Xiaotinya Guild. If we do not collaborate with Three-Eyed God, we will undoubtedly lose this territorial defense battle. Now that Three-Eyed God is willing to offer 50 of the profits from Holy Light City, we are already reaping benefits. Therefore, everyone needs to understand, Su Jiwei stated. With these words, everyone began to see the bigger picture. They understood. Without Su Chen's joining, their guild would not even have the courage to participate in the territorial defense battle. Additionally, I have obtained some high-level Alama souls from the boss. If anyone is interested, I can sell them at internal prices. Seizing the chance, Su Jiwei diverted everyone's attention. High-level Alama souls? What level? I want to take anything below level 16. Exactly. Lower levels are of no use. If we're going to do this, we need level 17 and 18. If there's a complete set, I'll transfer payment immediately. Rest assured, I will send everything to our guild's internal chat group. If anyone wants them, remember to reserve quickly. Su Jiwei opened the chat group and shared the various images of the Arma souls belonging to Su Chen. As soon as those exquisite images of the high-level Arma souls appeared in the chat, it ignited a flurry of excitement. Everyone clamored in astonishment. Level 25? And there's even a level 28? My goodness, did we just rob a divine company? Truly, a master is indeed a master, possessing even level 28 ones. Huh? Only one? Boss, are you hoarding them? Having already seen it, the player's equipment had all been upgraded to level 28, and his battle power had reached an impressive 8299. Player, Xiao Ming, remarked with indignation, clearly displeased, as her own battle power stood at 5656. If she could equip 6 pieces of Arma Soul level 28, she would surely surpass 6,000. Please do not bicker. I am equally powerless in this situation. We must prepare for the territorial offensive and defensive battle. Once I equip myself, my battle power will soar. However, for some players with lower battle power, equipping level 28 gear may be somewhat wasteful. Rest assured, with our esteemed Three-Eyed God among us, we shall not lack these advanced Arma souls. Let us all strive to level up. Both bread and love will come to us, Su Jiwei earnestly explained, acknowledging the challenges of managing a guild. I want a full set of level 27 gear. How much? Player Swimming Pool Rabbit boldly exclaimed. I want level 27 too. I'll take level 24 if not enough. 23 will suffice as well. Half an hour later, all transactions were concluded, and Su Jiwei had successfully dispensed every Arma soul belonging to Su Chen. The Pink Beauty Guild was not short of affluent members, ultimately yielding a total profit of 650 million. Su Chen collected 500 million, with 150 million designated as a portion of Su Jiwei's commission, while the remainder went towards guild welfare, symbolizing his goodwill towards the guild. While the money was a minor concern, Su Jiwei discerned from this incident that Su Chen's character was undoubtedly commendable. Subsequently, Su Chen transferred all his superfluous equipment to Su Jiwei, deeming it a charitable donation to the guild. These items were all obtained from the Laughing Sky Guild. Following the earlier ambush, he had amassed over 300 pieces of equipment, in addition to various other items. Chapter 0065, Laughing Comfort, had a peculiar taste. Over 300 pieces of equipment. My heavens! How many did you slay? Su Jiwei exclaimed in surprise as she scrutinized the gear. ISNT, this the 3 pieces from Laughing Comfort? How many times have you defeated him? I not only acquired his equipment, but also one of his pet companions. Su Chen replied, brimming with pride. Which one? Su Jiwei asked, astonished. A top-tier Radiant Divine Envoy, with a star rating of 3012. What do you think? Not too shabby, right? How did you manage that? And can pets even be dropped? Unveiled, her surprise evident. This exceptional Radiant Divine Envoy was well known among players of Divine Myth as Laughing Comfort's cherished possession. I'm not sure. It's rather perplexing. Perhaps his poor character played a role in it. Su Chen responded nonchalantly. Let us do this. Trade it to me first. I'll utilize it momentarily. With this pet, I am confident my battle power will soar to 10,000. With both you and me, I believe victory is a foregone conclusion, Su Jiwei exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Very well, I shall transfer it to you now, Su Chen replied indifferently. After the transaction, Su Jiwei summoned the Radiant Divine Envoy, and her battle power surged to 9,699, still shy of the coveted 10,000. This is exhilarating. I should now rank 3rd on the Hall of Fame leaderboard, right? Su Jiwei joyfully remarked. Although she still lagged behind Su Chen and the formidable Zek, she was nonetheless proud of her standing. You know, this Radiant Divine Envoy has long been coveted by the powerful Zek, who sought to use it to break the 10,000 barrier. He once offered 500 million for it, but was ultimately rebuffed by Laughing Comfort, Su Jiwei shared. My beautiful President Su, I must remind you that I promised to return this pet to Laughing Comfort, Su Chen hastily clarified. What? Why would you return it to that scoundrel? Su Jiwei exclaimed. Worry not, I'll pay you 500 million for such a pet. No, it's not about the money, Su Chen explained. Then why? I can agree to anything you propose, Su Jiwei replied without a moment's hesitation. President, I believe it's inappropriate. Perhaps I should collaborate with Laughing Comfort instead, Su Chen contemplated, having seen Su Jiwei's true form, which radiated regal beauty akin to a living princess. Hearing her words, he couldn't help but recall Laughing Comfort and his unspeakable dealings. A strange thrill surged within him, prompting him to fantasize about embracing this beautiful princess. Sharing an intimate rendezvous amidst the clouds. It was a tantalizing thought. What could possibly be inappropriate? The water flows to nourish the fields, and we are all part of the same guild, a family, Su Jiwei declared. President Su, please do not say such things. You must know that Laughing Comfort is willing to trade his wife for this, Su Chen cautioned. What? Trading his wife? Is it Luolingxi? She's indeed a woman that could make any man weak in the knees. That scoundrel Laughing Comfort has such peculiar tastes, Su Jiwei responded. Initially shocked, but soon finding solace in the realization that among the elite, few were ever truly normal. Having grown up in privilege, they often bore the weight of pressures unimaginable to ordinary folk. When those pressures became overwhelming, it could lead to aberrant behavior. Upon understanding this, Su Jiwei recognized the impropriety of her earlier statement. Are there no good men among you? She chided, her tone playful yet earnest. This time, Su Chen had gained wisdom and refrained from making any reckless comments, wary of igniting unnecessary conflict. Ding! A notification chimed as 500 million RMB was deposited into Su Chen's account. He received the funds and began to spend magic stones to unlock all his storage slots, including those in his warehouse. With the imminent territorial offensive and defensive battle, he anticipated acquiring numerous pieces of equipment and items, opportunities not to be missed. Checking his system information, he noted that his personal wealth had now reached a staggering 2,300 million. For the moment, this windfall was not his primary concern. The pressing matter at hand was the territorial battle. Time flew by, and at 7:20, the game's official announcement blared in red. The first territorial offensive and defensive battle would commence in 10 minutes. All players across the server could freely choose which faction to support, the defenders or the attackers. Su Chen notified Su Jiwei of his arrival at Holy Light City. Upon reaching the location, he found that all the guards and NPCs referred to him as Lord. Su Chen understood that he held the temporary title of Lord. Should he successfully defend, it would become a permanent title. Holy Light City, with an army of 100,000 city guards, equivalent to elite-level bosses of level 150, Both sides were now in the process of registering for the battle. Only those who registered as attackers or defenders could participate. In the next 30 minutes, players could freely sign up for the contest. Su Chen arrived at the Lord's statue to survey the terrain, noting that there was only one entrance, the grand door of the Lord's mansion. If he could hold the gate, he would be able to withstand the assault single-handedly. However, having assistance would undoubtedly be preferable. In order to enhance the security, the two city gates have become the focal point. Su Chen summoned the 500 golden fire cavalry obtained from his previous rewards, a formidable force indeed. In an instant, these 500 fierce and valiant horsemen, each akin to elite-level bosses, exuded an air of invincibility. While this contingent could hold their ground for a time, meticulous arrangements were imperative. Ultimately, it all hinged upon his strategy. To guard against any unforeseen circumstances, Su Chen planned to position this cavalry close by, specifically near the statue within the Lord's manor. He decided to station 300 of them directly at his side, arrayed in 10 formations, while the remaining 200 would form a human defensive barrier around the statue. After all, with such a large number, some might slip through the cracks. Su Jiwei had already disseminated information to all the guilds she contacted, including her own, positioning them with the objective of securing the city gates on either side. It was unclear what means Su's family jewel had employed to garner the support of the Tianxia Association. The president and 4 vice presidents, along with the guild's top elites, had gathered here, amounting to a staggering 200,000 players, defending the East Gate. The Red Dust Beauty Guild was tasked with guarding the West Gate. With both factions as the main forces, countless players continued to join in, and within 10 minutes, the defending side boasted 2 million players. However, the attacking players had already registered at a count of 20 million. This was merely the beginning, and it was believed that as the territorial siege commenced, this numerical disparity would only widen. The responsibility was daunting. Su Chen exercised the privileges of a temporary lord, deploying 50,000 city guards at each gate, an undeniable force to reckon with. Observing the disparity in numbers, Su Chen felt a headache coming on. He had not anticipated such a significant gap. The siege of Holy Light City has officially commenced. At that moment, the game's official full-screen red scrolling announcement flickered into view. The air outside the 2 city gates erupted with a deafening roar. The main assault on the West Gate was led by the Laughing Sky Guild. Dominating Zhe Ge finally made his appearance. When Shi Xiang had recently experienced a transformation in his combat power, now reaching 9955. Over the past 2 days, he had invested heavily to enhance the star levels of his 2 pet companions, increasing his power by over 50. The cost of synthesizing pet star levels escalates geometrically as one progresses. The formidable Laughing Sky had appointed an E as the battlefield commander, consolidating players from the Mingjiao, Maple Leaf Flowing Light, who competes with me, and other smaller guilds at the East Gate. An E had long been prepared for the betrayal of the Tianxia Association. After all, the Su family of Yinjing primarily held sway in the south, with a complex and murky relationship with the association. Thus, they would undoubtedly ally together. However, today, he had his own clandestine strategies. This time, he was resolute and confident. Chapter 0066. The Siege of the Territory commences. Holy Light City. West Gate. The Red Dust Beauty Guild and the supporting independent players gazed at the densely packed masses outside the city, their hearts filled with trepidation. Those outside were all players from the Laughing Sky Guild, numbering at least several million, causing their scalps to tingle with dread, especially with Dominating Zhe Ge exerting such immense pressure. At this moment, Dominating Zhe Ge rode atop a massive deep-sea whale, wielding the top-tier level 150 artifact weapon Dark Magic Wheel. Standing before the millions of players from Laughing Sky, he resembled an ancient general commanding a vast army, exuding charisma and commanding respect from countless admirers. All members of the Laughing Sky Guild activated their voice communication for seamless command. Attack. With Dominating Zhe Ge's command, all guild players surged forth, launching an assault against the defending Red Dust Beauty Guild. Counterattack. Su Jiwei issued her order in response. In an instant, the clash of offensive and defensive forces erupted. Cannons thundered. On the attacking side, all range-class players unleashed their assaults from the rear, while melee-class players charged forward fervently, closing in on the city gates and executing their combo skills against the walls of Holy Light City. Some even targeted the defending players atop the walls. On the defending side, the 50,000 city guards, along with 1,000 cannons positioned atop the gates, became the mainstay of their defense. These cannons required players to operate them, and Su Jiwei had already assigned personnel for that purpose. Everyone listen up. Each player has 10 cannonballs, and we will take turns firing to obliterate them. Su Jiwei activated the League Team mode, allowing all players to join her League formation. The instant voice communication feature was enabled, mirroring that of the Laughing Sky Guild for efficient command. Psychics, focus on healing and reviving. Su Jiwei meticulously monitored the battlefield, observing that the casualty rate for both sides was currently 2-1. 2 attacking players fell for every 1 defending player. However, she remained pessimistic, as the battle had only just begun. In the span of 2 minutes, over 300,000 players have been eliminated from the siege. Game mechanics. Each player has only 5 resurrection opportunities. Upon dying 5 times, they will be forcibly removed from the activity. Currently, the number of attackers was still increasing, but fortunately, the defenders were also rapidly bolstering their ranks. 5 minutes had passed in the blink of an eye. With 25 minutes remaining, both the east and west gates stood as impregnable fortresses, and the assault from the Laughing Sky Guild had so far been largely attritional. Their most ferocious attack had yet to be unleashed, particularly as dominating Zegu had not yet made his move. It remained unclear what he was waiting for. The core players of Laughing Sky had also not made their appearance, leaving their whereabouts a mystery. Overall, the battle situation felt peculiar and inscrutable. Su Jiwei sensed an ominous premonition, yet could not discern the source of her unease. As the siege entered its 6th minute, Su Chen, stationed at the Lord's Gate, could not help but feel a surge of anxiety. This was his first genuine encounter with such a grand spectacle. Lacking a mount, primarily due to time constraints, he stood alone on the bluestone street before the Lord's Gate, flanked by towering edifices, with only the narrow passage he occupied available for passage. 1 man could hold the gate against 1,000. Behind him, 300 golden fire cavalry of the great Qin Empire stood in tight formation, exuding formidable power. To pass through them would require considerable effort. As the Lord, he could utilize the Lord's perspective to monitor every movement within Holy Light City. Su Chen remained focused on the battle at the 2 gates, where players continued to join the defending side. The world channel of the server buzzed with activity. Player Starvation Little Turtle. Just logged in a few minutes late. Hope it's not too late. Supporting the 3-eyed God Lord, resisting the Laughing Sky Guild. Player Eternal Immortal Sovereign. Strongly agree 100. I've long found Laughing Sky to be insufferable. Their actions are tyrannical, often indiscriminately killing others. We must resist to the end. Player Little Flower in Meng Pasup. Last time, I was cornered by one of their vice commanders called Laughing Fat Intestine, who camped me for a whole day and forcibly destroyed 3 of my pieces of equipment. They may not be great, but I must avenge this grievance. Messages like these flooded the screen, highlighting the extent of Laughing Sky, its notorious dominance and unpopularity over the years. The voices of a few defiant little turtles quickly ignited a wave of resistance against the Laughing Sky Guild, revealing that many players who had been observing were now inclined to join the defending side, driven by a simple motive: vengeance against Laughing Sky. Player Heavenly Blade Song K. For all those who have been bullied by the Laughing Sky Guild, brothers and sisters, the opportunity for revenge has arrived. Today, we witness the dawn of a miracle. Join the defending side, follow the 3-eyed Lord, and drive back the Laughing Sky Guild, bringing dominating Zegu to his knees. Bring dominating Zegu to his knees. A slogan instantly appeared in bright red, scrolling across all servers. And soon the number of supporters for the defending side surged from 1.5 million to 8 million within a mere 20 seconds. Simultaneously, this figure continued to escalate rapidly. The situation on both sides showed slight improvement. Boss and E, what shall we do now? Should we take action? Their numbers are growing ever larger. If this continues, I fear. Voiced the veteran player Kwang Xiao Tianya with evident concern. Do not fret. We have surpassed 300 million players. They have yet to reach 10 million, so what is there to fear? Let us wear them down. We will focus on the latter half of the game. Rest assured, I shall ensure they receive an unforgettable conclusion, replied Kwang Xiao, and he confidently. All right, I will heed your words, boss. Kwang Xiao Tianya remained eerily quiet, yet it seemed as if there was some hidden agenda behind Kwang Xiao and Yi's words. Outside the game, Su Jiwei was on a call with a certain beauty while wearing headphones. Sister, thank you so much. You are truly amazing. With your call to action, our pressure has significantly lessened. It's the least I could do. After all, we are sisters. Don't mention such trivial matters. Even if you wanted to seduce my man, that would be a mere trifle, the beauty on the other end replied. What nonsense are you spouting? You're being utterly inappropriate, Su Wei retorted, finding her good friend S' boldness a bit overwhelming. You know full well I am not inappropriate. I have been blessed with beauty, and at 24, I remain untouched. Now that is true purity, wouldn't you agree? The beauty countered defiantly. Thinking of her own 24 years without ever having been tempted by a man, she felt a twinge of resentment and silently vowed that once she found leisure, she would indulge in nurturing a charming young man to comfort her lonely body and soul. I truly do not understand. With your looks and family background, you lack for suitors. Why do you insist on remaining chaste? Su Wei inquired. You have no idea. Did I not mention that my grandfather arranged a childhood betrothal for me? If I do not receive a proposal by the age of 25, I may roam freely, or else he will break my legs, the beauty explained. Is that so? In this day and age, such antiquated customs still exist? Who is this young man? Su Wei pried. Enough gossip. I'll tell you more when the opportunity arises. For now, focus on your match. You must teach that fool Wen Shixiong a lesson, so he knows we women are not to be trifled with. However, I have just received some concerning news that may be detrimental to you, the beauty said, her tone laced with worry. What is the situation? Su Wei felt her heart race. She knew her sister was well informed, and her words carried weight. After all, this sister was currently a hot internet sensation and game streamer known as Angel, with over 1 billion fans, truly a top-tier influencer. Our friends abroad have discovered movements from the Odin God Kingdom Guild and the Statue of Liberty Guild. It seems they are also coming to aid Kuang Shao Tianya. You know their strength. If they join the battle, your chances of victory will be slim, Angel informed. Is this news reliable? Su Wei's expression darkened. Chapter 0067. National Prestige Enhancement and Funding Activities. What? How could this be? This is catastrophic news. Su Wei never anticipated that at such a critical moment, the Odin God Kingdom Guild and the Statue of Liberty Guild would choose to assist the Kuang Shao Tianya Guild. She felt a wave of dissatisfaction and helplessness wash over her. It is indeed true. You must buy yourself some time. I believe Kuang Shao and Yi's main target is still your newly appointed executive vice leader. By the way, is this big shot a greasy uncle or a handsome young man? Do introduce him to me when you have a moment, Angel inquired curiously. Let us discuss that later. Right now, we must focus on more pressing matters. Sister, please stir the pot a bit. We can only recruit more random players for now. Every moment we can delay counts, Su Wei sighed, feeling the weight of the world on her shoulders. Of course, no problem at all. We are sisters after all. All right, I'll go rally some players for you. I heard the Wolf Fong mercenary group and the Swordmaster dynasty have some grievances with certain individuals. I'll see if I can ignite their passion. Perhaps they will lend a hand and buy you some time, Angel suggested. The Wolf Fong mercenary group and the Swordmaster dynasty were considered mid-tier guilds in the game. Gaining their support would indeed provide a significant boost. Thank you, sister. Once I return to Yinjing, let us celebrate together. My treat. You can choose the venue, Su Wei replied, finding this strategy worth pursuing. You're not in Yinjing? Where have you gone to enjoy yourself? Angel asked. Jiangnan. No time for chit-chat. The opposing side is attacking too fiercely. I must concentrate on directing our strategy, Su Wei concluded, ending the call. Angel returned to her streaming session, broadcasting the pinnacle battle of the game, Miracle. Her viewer count was rapidly climbing, likely thanks to the promotional efforts of the game's operations department. This battle had been meticulously prepared, and now it was being live-streamed across the entire internet. It was reported that the viewership had already surpassed 100 billion and was still climbing. Such advertising could potentially attract countless new players to Miracle, not to mention significantly boost their advertising revenue. Most importantly, these operations could send their stock prices soaring. Why are our alliance players not joining the battle? Why? What are the Odin God Kingdom Guild? Aren't they quite renowned? Why aren't they taking action to bring glory to us Europeans? Certain citizens from the European region were expressing their fervent dissatisfaction and protests, demanding to participate in the battle for the Holy Light City, a matter of pride for the great American Empire. No, I must register an account to defend our honor. The Holy Light City belongs to us. Long live America! The citizens of North America were similarly fired up, calling for participation in the battle for the Holy Light City. In a flash, citizens from around the globe were ignited by this monumental clash in Miracle, clamoring to join in. In response to the escalating difficulty of the territorial offensive and defensive battles, the system has officially launched the National Prestige Enhancement and Funding Activities, striving to bring glory to the nation. Funding goal: 250 million renminbi. Enhance any pet S star level by 1,000 stars, limited to one pet. Funding goal: 250 million. Summon the ancient barbarian bear king to assist. Funding goal: 500 million. Summon the blood-sucking worm mother to assist. Funding goal: 1 billion. Reward the 9-dragon heavenly emperor battle chariot. Funding goal: 2 billion. Summon 1 million heavenly soldiers to assist. This is utterly outrageous. Su Chen felt an overwhelming sense of injustice upon seeing these funding activities, thinking to himself that the miracle system was devoid of humanity, nothing but a money grab. Yet, it seemed he had no choice. Fine, I will go with the first option, Su Chen resignedly declared. Ding! Payment successful. The system prompted, Host. Please select the pet you wish to enhance. Note that you may only choose one. Su Chen accessed the pet interface to examine his 3 rare pets: the 1999 star pet, Golden Sacred Dragon; the 2999 star pet, 9 Nether Phoenix; and the 2888 star pet, Fortunate Golden Pig. I choose the Fortunate Golden Pig. Do you confirm? Confirm. Upon making his selection, Su Chen discovered that his Fortunate Golden Pig star rating had surged from 2888 to 3888. At that moment, his total battle power stood at 11,700. The primary reason for selecting the Fortunate Golden Pig was its substantial health and formidable defense, which were precisely what he required. As for offense, it was not currently his most pressing need, given that his attack was already quite formidable. Should a large-scale battle ensue, he was acutely aware that numerous players would seek to eliminate him swiftly. Thus, survival became paramount. Therefore, the defense and health of his pet were his top priorities. Other premium options would be temporarily disregarded, necessitating a cautious wait-and-see approach. The attacking forces had yet to breach the gates, and circumstances needed to be tailored to the situation at hand. After all, quality steel must be utilized at the cutting edge. Meanwhile, the conflict at the East Gate and West Gate had escalated to a fever pitch, with the chaotic clash between the attackers and defenders proving to be exceedingly brutal. Attack! The leaders of the Mingjiao, Maple Leaf Flowing Light, and Who Dares Compete legions commanded their core troops as they surged towards the East Gate. Defending the East Gate was the Tianxia Association, with 500,000 elite players from Tianxia Association unleashing a fierce assault. The Mingjiao, Maple Leaf Flowing Light, and Who Dares Compete legions found themselves utterly stymied. The players of Tianxia Association primarily hailed from the southern merchants of Xiahua country, affluent individuals indeed, leading to a formidable collective battle power. In the Legion channel of Tianxia Association, Legion leader Tan Lang Dizun declared, Brothers of Tianxia Association, fight with all your might. Fear not death, nor the loss of equipment. All participating brothers will receive generous red envelopes from the Red Powder Beauty Guild. Deputy leader Pajun Mo Zhu urged, Brothers, let's annihilate the lackeys of the Kuang Shao Tianya Guild. Leave not a single one alive. Player Xiang Shui Yichen rallied kill. Player Dao Sheng Huaishang echoed kill kill kill. Deputy Commander Jiang Long Mo Sung suggested, let us arrange for a massage in Dragon City tonight. Interested guild members, please private message. The defense at the East Gate was notably more robust than that of the West Gate, as the Tianxia Association's strength firmly overshadowed the Mingjiao, Maple Leaf Flowing Light, and Who Dares Compete legions. Conversely, the situation at the West Gate was starkly different. The Red Powder Beauty Guild faced the premier guild of Shinji, Kuang Shao Tianya, whose player count had already reached 2 million, with other participating players numbering in the hundreds of millions. Fortunately, despite the overwhelming numbers, space limitations precluded a full-scale advance, allowing the nearly 100,000 players of the Red Powder Beauty Guild to hold their ground. The 50,000 city guards and 1,000 cannons were exceptionally eye-catching, having claimed countless player lives. Boom, boom, boom. 1,000 cannons fired simultaneously. Each shell landed among the tightly packed throngs outside the city, claiming the lives of tens of thousands of players with each blast. The ferocity of the 50,000 city guards was nothing short of formidable. Their strength equated to elite-level bosses, with attack power comparable to players in the range of 6,500 to 7,500. Such a concentration of elite-level bosses represented a force not to be underestimated. A veritable killing machine. The Ice Queen, Su Jiwei, stood atop the main castle tower, observing the distant battlefield, her tension palpable. The throngs of players at the gates seemed inexhaustible. However, her gaze remained fixated on Ba Chi Zega, for the outcome hinged upon this individual. While numbers were significant in such a grand conflict, it was the top-tier players who ultimately determined the outcome. Chapter 0068, Mythical Level Boss. Bloodsucking Worm Mother, Ba Chi Zega. Total Battle Power, 9955. A mere step away from the coveted 10,000 battle power mark, signifying an invincible presence. Three-Eyed Deity, Total Battle Power, 11700. Although the Ice Queen, Su Chen, currently ranked third on the celebrity leaderboard, she was acutely aware of the gap between herself, Su Chen, and Su Chen. She had long been investing substantial sums to elevate her pet's level, yet her pets were not of the rare variety, resulting in a painfully slow progression hindered by star-level limitations. Thus, despite her vast wealth for recharging, it bore no fruit. Total battle power remained stagnant. Rare pet eggs only appeared during specific events and quest tasks, with a low probability of acquisition. Moreover, rare pets were categorized by levels, denoted as S, with the grades ranging from S, SS, SSS, SSSS, SSSSS. Su Chen's Golden Sacred Dragon was classified as an SS level rare pet, representing the pinnacle of nurturing and growth potential. The 9 Nether Phoenix was also SSSS level, while the Fortunate Golden Pig was rated SSSS. In truth, she envied Su Chen's player account immensely. Had she known he would not retaliate, she would have sought to acquire it. The sensation of being the #1 player in the entire Shinji server was undeniably exhilarating. Furthermore, the economic benefits derived from a top-tier account were incalculable. Attack! Attack! As the territorial siege battle reached the 15-minute mark, the grand offensive directive from Quang Shao and Yi finally emerged. The Ice Queen, Su Chen, immediately sensed something amiss and swiftly sent a message to the Tianxia Association, urging them to remain vigilant, for the true test was just beginning. The attacking side's most powerful state was about to be unleashed. Attack! At the west gate, Ba Chi Zega finally made his move, his mount cutting through the throng and arriving directly at the city gate. He unleashed the dark magic wheel from his palm, which whirred ominously wherever it passed. The skies above rumbled with thunder, a manifestation of the 150-level Esper's ultimate skill, Judgment of the World. Once activated, this skill could harness the power of heavenly thunder to punish transgressors, inflicting a staggering 25,000 destructive damage with a 55% chance of instant death on any within its attack radius. Skill duration, 15 seconds. Cooldown time, 5 minutes. Upon the appearance of Judgment of the World, a hellish sea of thunder engulfed the battlefield, annihilating countless players. All who attacked the Holy Light City were deemed blasphemers and would be met with no mercy. On the walls of Holy Light City, the city guards roared in unison, and their long spears emitted brilliant beams of light, targeting Ba Chi Zega. An array of radiant beams surged forth, unstoppable in their might. You wish to kill me? A foolish dream. Ba Chi Zega chuckled coldly, observing a protective barrier enveloping him, a defensive skill of the Esper class. Crimson Blood Xianjin Shield. Reflect. At a critical moment, he activated his pet skill. Countless beams of attack were partially deflected back, resulting in a deafening explosion that shattered a section of the city wall. The sheer volume of players simultaneously launching skills against this segment had irreparably breached the fortifications. The city was breached. The situation at the west gate shifted dramatically, as a tide of players surged through the gap. Everyone, block the breach. Do not let them through, commanded the Ice Queen, Su Chen. Almost immediately, the defending players surged forward desperately to engage. In an instant, skills were unleashed in a chaotic exchange. The main force of the Red Powder Beauty Guild finally entered the fray, 10,000 strong, positioned at the breach, unleashing a barrage of group attack skills, eliminating countless attackers in their wake. A colossal deep-sea whale, embodying the formidable aura of Zigua, surged forward, unleashing a radiant brilliance from the dark magic wheel clasped in his grasp. The thunderous roar echoed. The foremost female knights and warriors of the Pink Beauty Guild were instantly assailed, their life points obliterated in a single wave. President, the strategy is too aggressive. A female player, Nailin Xiaomei, broadcasted in the League channel. We need a healer. We must thwart Zigua, declared the Ice Queen, Su Chen, with grave seriousness. Currently, the defenses of Shiman City were crumbling, yet the territorial siege still had 12 minutes remaining, necessitating a stand against Zigua. Boom! A resounding crash reverberated from the eastern gate. As the city wall was toppled, Ice Queen, We cannot withstand much longer. It is the members of the Odin Divine Kingdom Guild and the Liberty Goddess Guild. Their numbers may be few, but they are the elite among elites. With the city breached, we are still holding on, but it is unlikely we can endure much longer. Their player count is overwhelming, remarked the commander of the Tianxia Guild, Tanlang Dizuan, with utmost seriousness. The situation had devolved beyond description. The loss of the Eastern Gate was now inevitable. Observing the battlefield through spectator mode, Su Chen furrowed his brow, acutely aware that this was the most dire moment. He felt powerless, having no option but to grit his teeth and continue investing. Deducting 1.75 billion from the system. Confirm? Agree. Following the successful deduction, Su Chen received 3 invaluable aids, especially the ancient barbarian Bear King and the Bloodsucker Mother, crucial to the ongoing territorial siege. Hence, they had to perform exceptionally. Su Chen strategically positioned them at the eastern and western gates, confident that these top-tier bosses could withstand the assault from Ziguo Wunsher and the members of the Odin Divine Kingdom Guild and the Liberty Goddess Guild. Time was of the essence for him. As for the 9 Dragons' Heavenly Emperor Chariot, it was a mount he had prepared for himself, augmenting all attributes by 35, particularly possessing a unique ability to restore 0.5 health per second. He commanded the ancient barbarian Bear King to head to the western gate, while the Bloodsucker Mother was dispatched to the eastern gate. Meanwhile, he took his seat atop the 9 Dragons' Heavenly Emperor Chariot, quietly observing the advancing enemy players from afar. At the eastern gate of Holy Light City, following the city's fall, the members of the Tianxia Guild were utterly decimated by the relentless tide of enemy players. The tactics employed by the Odin Divine Kingdom Guild and the Liberty Goddess Guild were unscrupulous and deceitful, utilizing their healers to resurrect fallen players from the Tianxia Guild, only to continue their onslaught. It was not until these players were forcibly removed from the battle sequence that their advance began to slow. The appearance of the Bloodsucker Mother temporarily shifted the dynamics at the eastern gate. This top-tier boss could instantly unleash billions of blood-sucking larvae, commanding them to attack all enemy players. Classification of miracle bosses: normal, elite, lord, legendary, epic, and mythical. Among the mythical, there are 3 subdivisions: ancient, primeval, and prehistoric, with prehistoric being the most formidable. The Bloodsucker Mother could barely be categorized as an ancient boss, a malevolent deity of the demon race. Such a mythical boss could rival players with combat power ranging from 15,000 to 35,000, boasting exceptional health, defense, and skill prowess. Heretics, I shall judge you and eradicate the demons. A fearsome voice emanated from the Bloodsucker Mother's being, exuding an overwhelming aura of slaughter. Divine might as fearsome as a prison. A malevolent deity, a divine being of ancient lineage, wielding power that was astonishingly overwhelming. Holy Light City, the city of faith for the gods of the West. The Bloodsucker Mother's dominion was absolute. In an instant, her power extended through countless tentacles, adorned with menacing barbs, voraciously draining the lifeblood of innumerable souls, replenishing her own vitality in the process. Millions of tentacles swept across the battlefield, plunging the Eastern Gate into the realm of this terrifying ancient malevolent deity. Ma, I want my mama, I want to go home. Many players lamented in despair. Chapter 0069. One sword to annihilate Thorbil. The Bloodsucker Mother. Her current power could be deemed invincible. This ancient mythical boss had halted billions of players in their tracks. Such was the awe of the divine. At present, Miracle had yet to introduce a version for ascending to divinity. Thus, players lacked divine power and could inflict only limited damage against these ancient deities. However, with the emergence of the Bloodsucker Mother, it was believed that Miracle would soon unveil new gameplay mechanics. The ascension to divinity was imminent. Brothers, unleash your control skills in succession. Do not allow this monster to activate its abilities. Everyone else, give your all to output damage. I refuse to believe we cannot vanquish it, commanded Liuji Shizu, the captain of the Mingjiao Guild. Foolish mortals, the might of the gods is beyond your comprehension. The Bloodsucker Mother replied nonchalantly, exuding an infuriating demeanor. Brothers, let us unite in the League's team mode. We shall strike as one. If we bring down this grand boss, the rewards will be astonishing. This is the first mythical boss in the entire server, proclaimed the commander of the Who Can Compete Guild, who was known for his unmatched prowess. The League team mode was activated, and within 10 seconds, nearly 1 billion players joined the fray. Apart from the Mingjiao Guild and the Who Can Compete Guild, Core players from major guilds in the European and North American regions also participated. Classes specializing in control did not need to output damage. Their sole task was to restrain the Bloodsucker Mother from unleashing her abilities while others focused on maximizing damage output, also keeping an eye on the defending players. A portion of the forces was tasked with eliminating the city guards. The attacking representative from the Eastern District, a deputy commander from the Crazy Laughter Heaven Guild, Xuanji Zuns, began to issue unified commands. Level 150, Mage, Combat Power 8200. One of the 18 deputy commanders of Crazy Laughter Heaven. Under his guidance, the previously chaotic battlefield quickly fell into order, and the Bloodsucker Mother's attacks were successfully curtailed. Tamlang Dizuin from the Tianxia Guild was executing area damage skills, ruthlessly eliminating enemy players. The foremost expert from the Odin Divine Kingdom Guild, Blood Ancestor Lidisai, had set her sights on him. This enchanting player from Switzerland, specializing in the Bloodline class, initiated her assault with a binding skill. Tamlang Dizuin found himself immobilized, subsequently subjected to a barrage of relentless attacks from Blood Ancestor Lidisai. The Bloodline class possessed a unique trait of high armor penetration, enabling their skills to inflict significant damage. 55,000, 122, 0000, 221, 2000, 201,200 // A rapid succession of attacks ensnared Tamlang Dizuin, leaving him with no room for counteraction. He was trapped in a combo lock, unable to escape the relentless sequence of skills. In the blink of an eye, his health bar was completely depleted. Ding! Player Tamlang Dizuin was slain in Holy Light City by the opposing force, Blood Ancestor Lidisai of the Odin Divine Kingdom Guild. A blatant provocation to all players of the Tianxia Guild. With Tamlang Dizuin's demise, the Tianxia Guild's defensive line immediately revealed its most significant vulnerability, the absence of top-tier combat power. In an instant, chaos ensued. The remaining deputy commanders of the Odin Divine Kingdom Guild surged forth, their high attack, defense, and health dismantling the defenses with ease. Brothers, hold the line. I'll be back shortly. Tamlang Dizuin hastily opted for a revival to avoid being humiliated post-mortem, despite the time constraints, as safety outweighed the risk. At this moment, the territorial siege battle had progressed for 20 minutes. Should the last 10 minutes pass without breaching the Lord's mansion and shattering the Lord's statue, Su Chen would ascend as the Lord of Holy Light City, thereby claiming victory in this territorial conflict. Meanwhile, the main force of the Statue of Liberty Guild had successfully breached the defenses at the Eastern Gate battlefield. 1,000-strong contingent had emerged on the street outside the Lord's mansion, led by the Guild's vice president, Thunder God Bill, and its president, God Magnetic King Oak. Additionally, celebrities from the North American Hall of Fame's top 100 were present, all vying for the Lord's token. Commander Thunder God Bill asserted, "Our strategy is simple. We must immobilize the three-eyed god with control classes. We cannot allow him to unleash his power. The rest shall focus on dealing damage." The executive vice president, God Magnetic King Oak, added, "Remember abilities users to heal and revive when needed." Elder Amazon Queen chimed in, "Brothers of the ability classes, do not forget about your sister. She, the most formidable female archer with powerful range capabilities, proclaimed, 'Let us move out.'" With that, the 1,000-strong contingent surged forward, charging towards Su Chen. Thunder God Bill, God Magnetic King Oak, I never anticipated that your Statue of Liberty Guild would dare to cross the line. Today, I shall show you the consequences of such audacity, Su Chen declared, rising from the Nine Dragons' Heavenly Emperor chariot and gazing at the approaching onslaught. Three-eyed God, we may not know the reason for your rise, but today we shall put an end to your legend, Thunder God Bill stated, his combat power at 8922. With a hidden class as a lightning mage, do you possess such strength? Su Chen inquired calmly. In this game world, he boasted a combat power of 11,700, the strongest across the entire server. Here, he feared no one, for he was the king of miracles. "Prepare to experience our might," he declared. As Thunder God Bill and his cohorts closed in, their formidable assault reached Su Chen. The mightiest contingent from North America was not to be underestimated. Following the initiation of their skills, Su Chen's Nine Dragons' Heavenly Emperor chariot surged into action. With sword in hand, he unleashed his defensive skill, Sword Guarding the Heavens. At the same moment, his passive protective skill, Sword Chi Shield, activated. 1,200, 220, 556, 165, 125, 99. Despite the multiple layers of defense from the Nine Dragons' Heavenly Emperor chariot and Su Chen's own capabilities, he still suffered a slight amount of damage, which was absorbed by his pet, the Fortune Gold Hunter, with a combat power of 3,888 and the highest star rating among pets in the entire server. Boasted high defense and substantial health. What? Is this a joke? No damage taken? Thunder God Bill, God Magnetic King Oak, Amazon Queen, and the other primary players from the Statue of Liberty Guild gaped in disbelief. President, the three-eyed goddess combat power has now risen to 11,700, and he somehow upgraded that pig pet to 3,888 combat power, one player remarked after checking Su Chen's profile. Fortune Gold Pig at 3,888 combat power? How high is its defense? Thunder God Bill asked earnestly. The defense value is 3,280,000. The player gasped. This attribute is simply beyond comprehension. With such high defense and unfathomable health, we truly do not know what to do. Boss Thunder, what is our strategy now? Amazon Queen inquired. What strategy? This situation has become untenable. We cannot breach the three-eyed god's defenses. Thunder God Bill realized that this chaotic endeavor was proving to be futile. Is this for real? No one expected Thunder God Bill to find himself in such a helpless position. 10,000 swords returning to the origin. Su Chen programmed. Inside the game's villa, he was rapidly typing on a brand new computer desk, relying solely on keyboard commands as his mouse served merely as an auxiliary tool. With his sharp cognitive reflexes, his operational speed was unparalleled, and the damage from the 10,000 swords returning to the origin skill sword. Countless golden sword energies filled the sky, swiftly raining down upon Thunder God Bill and the others from the Statue of Liberty Guild. Defensive skills, control skills, abilities users fall back and remember to heal. Thunder God Bill instructed while retreating, witnessing his power surge. Do not make a foolish resistance. Su Chen scoffed. An invisible wave of golden sword energy swept down, and in the blink of an eye, the ground was littered with corpses. Ding! Player Thunder God Bill, you have died. Player Amazon Queen has died. Player God Magnetic King, you have died. One skill had decimated such a powerful coalition, reaffirming Su Chen's dominance as a player of unparalleled strength across the entire server. Chapter 0070. The Ice Queen and the complete collapse of the defender's weight? One sword to kill? This pace is a bit too fast, isn't it? Thunder God Bill expressed his momentary shock. The other members of the 1,000-strong main force from the Statue of Liberty Guild also struggled to accept this reality. Thunder God Bill recognized the disparity in strength, but never anticipated it to be this vast. It felt as though they were merely offering their heads as sacrifices. Boss Thunder, what do we do now? This battle is impossible to fight. Amazon Queen lamented. This guy is clearly a humanoid ultimate boss, with thick health and high defense. We cannot defeat him. Oak remained silent, feeling utterly constrained. It had been ages since he had experienced such a ruthless defeat, being eliminated by a single sword strike. You bunch of useless fools. Su Chen Markuli. Three-eyed God. You were fortunate this time. You won. But do not insult us. We are not without dignity. You must apologize now, or the Statue of Liberty Guild will be at odds with you to the bitter end. Thunder God Bill seethed with anger. For the Statue of Liberty Guild had never been so belittled or insulted before. His pride was deeply wounded. Thus, both the honor and face of the guild needed to be restored. Apologize to you, a bunch of worthless scum? I truly wonder where you derive your confidence from. On what grounds? Su Chen delivered his disdain without hesitation. If you had not come to stir up trouble, I wouldn't even bother to acknowledge you. This miracles does not belong solely to your Xiaohua nation. We can come to the greater Xiaohua district. This is not your territory, Thunder God Bill retorted. No, this is indeed the land of us Xiaohua nation people. What of it? If you're dissatisfied, we can engage in battle again, Su Chen replied defiantly. Three-eyed God? Do not be overly arrogant. Be wary of lightning striking you, Thunder God Bill hissed, now waiting for reinforcements rather than opting for resurrection. They were merely the vanguard. The true main force had yet to arrive. One must be youthful and bold. I am strong now, so why not be arrogant? If you're dissatisfied, feel free to take a bite out of me, Su Chen quipped. You will come to regret this. Thunder God Bill warned, feeling insulted as he had never endured such contempt before. Even the domineering Ziege would not dare belittle him in such a manner. Now, the stark contrast in treatment and circumstances left him feeling vexed. The other primary players from the Statue of Liberty Guild, listening to the exchange, were similarly enraged. Eager to resurrect, and fight once more. Alas, they lacked the means to do so, with the time for the territorial siege battle dwindling to less than 6 minutes. The ancient barbarian bear king finally collapsed under the full brunt of their assault, crashing to the ground. Congratulations to the attacking faction for the successful defeat of the mythic level boss, ancient barbaric bear king. All participating players from the attacking faction will receive a reward of 30 of their current experience points and will also randomly obtain corresponding items. Please check your inventory. At the moment the monster was vanquished, the game officials issued an announcement, with a grand display of scrolling red text across the entire screen. It was truly exhilarating. I never anticipated that with my level of output, I would earn a reward of 50,000 magic stones, an income of nearly 2,000 RMB. What a delightful surprise. In the world channel of the entire server, an excited player from the attacking faction exclaimed. Based on the current exchange rate of magic stones to RMB, 50,000 magic stones equate to about 2,000 RMB. I, as the 32nd on the damage leaderboard, received 552,000 magic stones. Haha, that's nearly 200,000 in earnings. Brothers on the upper floors, where are you? Let us enjoy a massage together. I am from Shanghai Longgang. My WeChat ID is... A jubilant voice echoed from the member of the attacking faction, Laughing Dragon, who ranked 18th on the damage leaderboard, with a reward of 500,000 RMB. It has already been credited. I am 5th in damage output, receiving a reward of 2 million RMB. The atmosphere among the attacking faction was one of exuberance, with everyone reaping astonishing benefits. The Frost Queen, Su Chen, was engaged in a fierce battle against her most formidable opponent, the imposing Siege. Su Chen, do you see? Our guild, laughing at the horizon, is the premier force in divine legacy. Do you truly believe that a mere three-eyed deity can defy destiny? Siege declared with pride, when Shi Xiang, am a dragon, while that Su Chen is but a small turtle. The Frost Queen, Su Chen, remained undeterred, responding calmly. The outcome is still undecided. How can you be so certain? I have unwavering faith in Su Chen's strength. He will defeat you. Moreover, time is running short. I doubt you can accomplish anything further. You are too naive. Do you really think I am powerless? Watch closely. Once I deal with you, it will be the turn of the three-eyed deity. This little turtle has the audacity to defy me. This time, I will cripple and subdue him. Not only in the game, but also in reality. I will ensure he understands the consequences of crossing me. When Shi Xiang, Siege said with a chilling smile, his tone laced with cruelty. When Shi Xiang, you are merely dreaming. He is someone I, Su Chen, am determined to protect. If you wish to instigate a full-scale war between our families, feel free to try, Su Chen retorted defiantly. Can you truly represent your Su family? Perhaps it is premature to speak so boldly. You ought to consult the leaders of your family. Would they wage war over a mere turtle? Siege replied with arrogance. When Shi Xiang, you need not concern yourself with that. If you have the guts, let us engage in battle, Su Chen asserted, her patience wearing thin as she prepared for conflict. Are you already losing your composure? Since you wish to fight, I shall send you on your way. Do not think that having a comfortable pet grants you the right to challenge me. You are simply not worthy, Siege coldly stated, launching his attack. When Shi Xiang, I will kill you, Su Chen shouted in fury. In the midst of their exchange, her fellow guild members had already been dispatched to the resurrection point. Now, the players from Laughing at the Horizon, under the command of the relaxed and confident leader, were charging towards Su Chen. Judgment of Death, Starfall, Divine Judgment. Su Chen initiated her skills with remarkable speed and tactical precision, relentlessly pursuing when Shi Xiang with fierce attacks. 5560, 12200, 22120, 20120, 10120. After a flurry of strikes, she had only managed to deplete 15 of Shi Xiang's health, and soon he retaliated with an equally fierce counterattack, their skills mirroring one another. After 20 seconds, ding, the player Frost Queen has perished. Although Su Chen anticipated this outcome, her heart seethed with anger upon being defeated. Siege refrained from further words. With only 5 minutes remaining until the event concluded, the crucial moment had arrived. Ding! Congratulations to the attacking faction for the defeat of the mythic-level boss, Vampire Mother. With all participating players receiving a reward of 30 of their current experience points and corresponding random items. Please check your inventory. At this moment, the mythic-level boss in the eastern battlefield had also been vanquished, resulting in the downfall of the Heavenly Alliance and all defending players. Upon receiving their rewards, the attacking players surged towards Su Chen with fervor. 5 minutes? Currently, there were over 500 million players on the attacking side, and that number continued to rise as word of the astonishing rewards spread, prompting previously hesitant players to join in. The world channel of the entire server had descended into chaos. Player Blood Countess. All sisters across the server, hurry and sign up to hunt the three-eyed deity. Just now, a friend of mine participated in the defeat of the mythic level boss, Vampire Mother, and although her damage was merely 555 for 163, she received a reward of 500 RMB. Player Laughing Sword. Defeat the three-eyed deity. I hear the rewards are even more astonishing. Everyone come quickly. Cash bonuses are available. Players each. All brothers and sisters of Divine Legacy, come collect your bounty. 550 million, 590 million, 670 million, 750 million, 890 million. Watching the numbers of players signing up for the attack rise incessantly, Su Jiwei felt her vision darken, nearly fainting from despair. With so many players, Su Chen had no chance of victory. Was this battle truly destined to end in loss? She was unwilling to accept it. Chapter 0071. The Hidden Card of Comfort. The Assassin, Hidden Dragon. In the resurrection point of Holy Light City, players from the Red Powder Beauties Guild revived only to be instantly eliminated, overwhelmed by the sheer number of attacking players. The defenders were powerless to assist the three-eyed deity. Many defenders had already exited the league's team mode, leaving only the Red Powder Beauties Guild and a few staunch supporters of the three-eyed deity. League Team Mode Channel. Vice Captain of the Red Powder Beauties Guild, Elegant Sorceress. Boss, is there truly nothing we can do? How can the great three-eyed deity withstand so many players alone? Vice Commander of the Red Powder Beauties Guild, China. Right now, only the Great One stands before the Lord's Manor, while the attacking players have surpassed 1 billion, and nearly all top players from every district have gathered there. The Great One is in peril. Veteran player of the Red Powder Beauties Guild, Peach Blossom Master, Ning Saiju. Boss, I believe we must organize a rescue for the great three-eyed deity. He is fighting alone inside. Indeed, we cannot abandon Su Chen. In the league team, the commander of the Heavenly Alliance, Greedy Wolf Emperor. Little Su, I apologize for not being able to assist you this time. When you come to Hangzhou, I will personally make amends. The Frost Queen, Su Jiwei, quickly replied, Brother Jun, it is not your fault. The attacking force is simply too powerful. Victory and defeat are commonplace in battle. The Greedy Wolf Emperor expressed regret. Indeed, we have all done our best. It is truly unfortunate that the position of Lord of Holy Light City, along with that one equity, will likely fall into the hands of the Wen family. Their strength will undoubtedly increase significantly. We must acknowledge our failures ourselves. Moreover, even if we fail, it matters not. Our defeat does not bring us shame. The words spoken by the Ice Queen, Su Jiwei, ring true. The disparity between the attacking and defending sides in this battle is insurmountable. The defending force, when fully accounted, numbers merely 30 million, while the attackers have amassed a staggering 1 billion, a difference that is indeed vast. The Greedy Wolf Emperor remarked, Little Su, when you have a moment, please introduce me to that esteemed three-eyed deity. I wish to make his acquaintance. Brother Jun, I know what you are thinking. You might as well abandon that hope. The three-eyed deity has already become the executive vice president of our Charming Beauties Guild. Please refrain from trying to poach him from me, Su Jiwei replied. You remain as stingy as ever. However, since he has chosen to join your guild, I shall not press the issue further, said the Greedy Wolf Emperor. Thank you, Brother Jun, for your restraint. When you come to Yinjing next time, I will ensure that you receive a warm welcome, Su Jiwei expressed with a hint of gratitude. Remember your words. I will certainly make you pay up next time, the Greedy Wolf Emperor declared. Before the Lord's Manor, Su Chen stood alone, confronting a sea of countless warriors. 1 billion players? What the heck? Oh my god! Inside the gaming room, as Su Chen beheld the dense throng of players, he felt a shiver run down his spine. In such a situation, he found it exceedingly difficult to maneuver, as even his robust health could not rival that of a mythic level boss. How could he possibly contend against so many ravenous players? Perched atop the 9-dragon celestial war chariot, Su Chen gazed at the tide of players surging towards him. He stood resolutely, sword in hand. Seeing such a terrifying wave of adversaries, Thunder God Bill smugly proclaimed, Three-eyed deity, your retribution has arrived. I doubt you will escape this time. Do you not think you are celebrating a tad too early? Are you truly so confident? Su Chen countered. With a full billion players, what gives you the confidence to fight back? Thunder God, Bill retorted. Just because others cannot achieve it, how can you presume that I cannot as well? Perhaps I shall leave you disappointed, Su Chen replied. Three-eyed deity, you are overly arrogant. Who do you think you are? Though you possess the honor of 10,000 battles, what does that amount to against so many players? They could kill you 100 times over, Thunder God Bill scoffed. I wish to duel the three-eyed deity and slay him, declared the Amazon Queen, her stubbornness evident. Having just endured a humiliating defeat, she was resolute in reclaiming her honor through vengeance. You are no match for him. Do not seek your own demise. Our goal is to join forces with everyone to eliminate him. Our mission is the lordship, Thunder God Bill asserted, his objectives clear and his focus unwavering. Hunt down the three-eyed deity. Charge. Activate the money-grabbing mode. The players with extraordinary abilities surged ahead, utilizing their flight capabilities to dart swiftly through the air. Upon witnessing the fallen Thunder God Bill and his comrades, they immediately cast Holy Resurrection. Thunder God Bill, the Magnetic King Aok, the Amazon Queen, and their companions were revived, and then, with fierce determination, they joined the throng of players rushing towards Su Chen. With the time now critical, Su Chen understood that he could rely on no one, yet he refused to concede defeat. Today, he aimed to make a bold stand, to turn the tide, and to forge a new legend, one against a billion. If he could endure, he would emerge as a superstar of tomorrow, the first of his kind in the annals of Miracle, and a pioneer in the global history of gaming. His fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, each keystroke representing a different skill or maneuver, his speed enabling him to evade 98 of the enemy's primary damage. All of this stemmed from his quick-reacting mind. With each skill unleashed, the melee players could not encroach upon his effective range before being harvested in droves. Ding! Player Amazon Queen has perished. Player Werewolf Danny has fallen. Player Magnetic King has died. In mere moments, at least 500,000 players had been reaped by the three-eyed deity. With only 2 minutes remaining until the event concluded, success or failure hinged upon this critical juncture. In the attacking side's League Team channel, player Thunder God Bill, quickly, devise a way to limit the three-eyed deity's attacks. Otherwise, we will never break through. Player Dominant Siege, Quan Shaoani, you must immediately implement our final trump card. Our time is running out. Player Quan Shaoani, boss, I believe now is not the right moment. That tactic can only be deployed in the last minute. I have calculated that if we follow my plan, there will be no issues. Player Dominant Siege, Ani, we must advance ahead. There are still guards present, and I trust their strength is formidable. Our time is limited. This event is crucial for my Win family, and I will not allow any unforeseen circumstances. Player Quan Shaoani, fine, I will heed your advice. I hope nothing unexpected occurs. Subsequently, he privately messaged player Assassin Hidden Dragon, instructing him to take action. Assassin Hidden Dragon, the top assassin of Miracle, possessed a fully leveled stealth skill. This was Quan Shaoani's ace in the hole. Assassin Hidden Dragon was also a hidden class character, endowed with a unique skill known as Deep Stealth. This skill allowed him to be immune to any attacks while in stealth, making him exceedingly difficult to detect. Thus, whenever Assassin Hidden Dragon aimed to eliminate someone, he had never failed. Because of his concealment, he was rarely discovered. The sole opportunity of detection occurred at the moment he struck. At this moment, Assassin Hidden Dragon drew closer to Su Chen amidst the crowd, while players around him fell one by one to Su Chen's skills, collapsing en masse as their health points were obliterated. None could withstand even a single strike. So formidable, Assassin Hidden Dragon thought to himself regarding Su Chen. Observing from such close proximity, he could clearly discern the speed of Su Chen's output and the precision of his movements, which could only be described as an art form. Indeed, anyone who could attain the first position in the Miracle Hall of Fame was far from being undeserving of their reputation. Such exquisite skill and movement surpassed even his own as an assassin-class player. Moreover, Su Chen's reactions were astonishingly rapid. Assassin Hidden Dragon struggled to keep pace. In that moment, Assassin Hidden Dragon realized that this task was proving to be quite the challenge. Chapter 0072, President Su, borrowing 20 billion for a grand endeavor. Three-eyed deity, total battle power, 11,700. Standing atop the 9-dragon celestial war chariot, he swung his sword with abandon, reveling in the chaos of slaughter. Entirely unaware of the approach of a top-tier assassin from Miracle, As he came within striking distance of Su Chen, assassin Hidden Dragon retrieved a special item from his backpack. This item was known as the Linglong Tower. The Linglong Tower created a small independent space. Once activated, it could imprison the target of choice within it for 30 seconds, preventing any escape. In truth, it was not assassin Hidden Dragon himself who was the true ace. It was this little tower intended to confine the three-eyed deity. Regrettably, its effect lasted only 30 seconds. Beep beep beep. Urgent alert. Host, you have been locked by the Linglong Tower. In 20 seconds, you will be drawn into the internal space of the Linglong Tower and will be unable to escape for 30 seconds. The system issued an urgent notification. Upon hearing this, Su Chen felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. 30 seconds? Is that truly how long it is? If he were to be captured by the Linglong Tower, defeat in this battle would be inevitable. What should he do? If such a conclusion were to unfold, he would be left feeling utterly discontented. Wait a moment. Didn't the system previously announce a certain funding event with an option yet to be utilized? However, he recalled that the final option required an investment of 2 billion, allowing one to summon 1 million celestial warriors. This was an ultimate trump card. Yet, the pressing issue was that he currently lacked the means to procure such a substantial sum of money. What to do? Borrow money? Yes. This was the only feasible solution. Su Chen immediately thought of Su Jiwei, the Ice Queen. She was the princess of the Su family in Yanjing and not merely a decorative figure. It seemed highly probable that she could muster such a significant amount of cash. With practiced ease, Su Chen began to type on his keyboard, sending a message to Su Jiwei requesting a loan. President Su, in this moment of life and death, please transfer 2 billion RMB to my bank account ending in 9875. I will repay you in a few days. Rest assured I hold 0.1 of Pingwa Company's shares. Don't ask me why. If you wish to win, you must trust me. After sending this message, Su Chen continued to execute his prior meticulous maneuvers, intercepting the relentless onslaught of attacking players. As long as he was present, even if the attacking players were as numerous as the stars in the sky, they would not breach their defenses, for Su Chen would not permit it. Ding! Upon receiving Su Chen's message, Su Jiwei initially hesitated, for 2 billion was no small sum. Should any mishap occur, it would represent a monumental loss for the Yanjing Su family. Yet, inexplicably, she felt inclined to trust Su Chen, perhaps influenced by her own sense of indignation. Moreover, she had previously commissioned Xiang Wanqing to investigate Su Chen's background, and the reports indicated that his personal assets were indeed sufficient to repay such a sum. As for whether Su Chen genuinely possessed 0.1 of Pingwa Company's shares, she currently had no time to verify it. What to do? Trust him or not? In a decisive moment, after 5 seconds of contemplation, Su Jiwei resolved to take the plunge. If she lost, it would merely cost her 2 billion. However, if she succeeded, the rewards would be manifold. Not only could they thwart the Wen family's scheme to seize one of the divine miracle shares and the lordship of Holy Light City, but they could also open a new revenue stream for the Su family. The 50 revenue rights from Holy Light City were no trifling matter. Next came the question of how to procure the funds. 2 billion was not a negligible sum. Where could she turn for it? Soon, Su Jiwei recalled that she had a sum of 25 billion at her disposal. Gritting her teeth, she opened the online banking portal for the Xiaohuan National Construction Bank. After logging in swiftly, she entered Su Chen's transfer information and completed the transaction of 2 billion RMB with remarkable speed, taking no more than 16 seconds in total. Ding! Mr. Su, 20 billion RMB has been credited to your bank account, ending in 9875. System, I wish to invest 2 billion RMB. Upon completion of the deduction, he commanded the immediate summoning of the 1 million celestial warriors. No need for confirmation. Understood, host. Ding! Player San Yin, Shinjun. You have been attacked by the Linglong Tower and are about to be transported inside. You will be unable to leave the Linglong Tower for 30 seconds. A prompt appeared in the game. Before Su Chen could react, he vanished from his location, transported into the confines of the Linglong Tower. In front of the Lord's Manor of Holy Light City, Su Chen's disappearance left the area devoid of its most formidable defensive force. The attacking players surged forward towards the Lord's Manor, their singular target being Su Chen's statue. Once the statue was destroyed, anyone could claim the Lord's token. In the World Channel of Divine Miracle, the news spread rapidly. Player Bilao Shenlong, breaking news. The attackers have confined the #1 player in the server. The Eternal Holy King, in a confined space using the special item Ling Long Tower. They are now assaulting the Lord's Manor gates and are on the verge of breaching them. Upon hearing this, Su Zhui's heart sank as she thought, this is the end. Without Su Chen's obstruction, even with a minute remaining, it is more than enough. Given the overwhelming number of players, 10 billion players? That's an unfathomable number, capable of causing a tremendous uproar. 2 billion? Down the drain? She had no idea what Su Chen intended to do with this money, what he was recharging, or if there was some other purpose. She knew none of this. The Linglong Tower? What sort of contraption is this? What has Divine Miracle come to, introducing such bizarre items? For instance, the two mythic-level bosses summoned by Su Chen, the ancient barbarian Bear King and the Vampire Queen. Where did they come from? Were they dropped from bosses or purchased from somewhere? Could it be? She quickly arrived at a possibility. Was it the Heavenly Emperor's treasury? Such a place could allow for cash lotteries, but the odds of obtaining valuable items were dismally low, rendering it a true money pit for Divine Miracle. It was said that numerous precious materials and treasures originated from there, including rare items needed to unlock the 4th, 5th, and 6th equipment slots, along with those limited edition pet eggs. Could it be? She speculated that Su Chen might have intended to take a gamble, hoping to draw some precious items from the Heavenly Emperor's treasury with 2 billion. Yet, how could that possibly succeed? Time was not on their side. In front of the Lord's Manor, the Golden Fire Cavalry of the Qin Empire charged forward, but were quickly overwhelmed by the onslaught of numerous players. Boom! The gates shattered, revealing the statue before all eyes. Victory was imminent in this final minute. Ding! Suddenly, a magical portal opened above the Lord's Manor, emanating a divine golden light. Not good. This is Su Chen's doing. Quickly destroy the statue, roared Ba Chi Zegu. He attempted to rush forward but was blocked by too many players, unable to break free. What is this? Another mythic-level boss? The players were bewildered. Player Lei Shun by air exclaimed, Heavens, what is happening? What is about to descend? 10 billion players surged into Holy Light City, filling it to the brim, eagerly unleashing their skills to maximize damage and secure more cash rewards. No one understood why the Divine Miracle officials would incur such enormous costs. Was it not a case of being penny wise and pound foolish? The cash rewards alone amounted to astronomical figures. Were they not in it for profit? Or was there another motive? Attack! Suddenly, 1,000,000 celestial warriors surged forth, moving with incredible speed. The attacking players in front of the Lord's Manor became their targets. Countless bolts of lightning, flames, ice explosions, torrents of water, and wind blades engulfed the attacking players. Entire groups were ruthlessly annihilated, returning to their respawn points. The 1,000,000 celestial warriors swept through with unstoppable momentum, obliterating everything in their path. What is happening? What is this? Nanny? Could this be the celestial warriors? The absurdity of the game had reached new heights. Chapter 0073, The Battle for Territory, a resounding victory. I refuse to accept this. Why is this cheating? I want to lodge a complaint. Upon witnessing such a scene, the formidable Zegu was nearly driven to the brink of bloodshed in his fury. He refused to accept this. What nonsense are these celestial warriors? Is this a game? Or a farce? In his private office, when Shi Xiao was in a fit of rage, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Why has such a situation arisen? Ding! Zegu has perished. Quan Xiao Ani has met his demise. Thor Bill has fallen. The assassin Yin Long is dead. 20 seconds later, all players on the attacking side were swept away by a legion of 1,000,000 celestial soldiers. Ding ding! Special announcement. The first territorial siege event has concluded. Congratulations to the Three-Eyed God for successfully defending the stronghold. From this moment forth, the Three-Eyed God shall be the permanent Lord of Holy Light City. Congratulations to the Three-Eyed God for victory, who shall receive a 1 share in the Divine Revelation, with related formalities to be coordinated by the official staff of Divine Revelation. Please stay tuned. Due to the successful defense, all participants will receive an experience boost of 60 of their current level, along with generous rewards. Please check your accounts. In Villa number 26 of the Imperial Garden, Su Zhui stared in disbelief at the reward email and the rolling notifications in bold red from the game officials. She covered her lips, astonished that they had actually won this battle. Boss, we did it. I've received a reward of 2 million renminbi. A nice little profit. I can buy a new sports car now. Let us go shopping for a new Porsche together sometime, remarked Chiener, the vice commander of the Rose Beauty Guild. Sounds great. Boss, how much did you earn? 52 million. What? Is there really that much? I wonder how much the three-eyed lord has received. His damage output must be astronomical. But boss, why do you think the divine revelation officials are willing to part with such a fortune? Are they truly that generous? What is there to be stingy about? The revenue from advertising and broadcasts alone has already filled their coffers. Besides, this battle has undoubtedly served as an advertisement for divine revelation. Who knows how many players will be drawn in? How cunning. Well, it's a mutually beneficial arrangement. By the way, tell everyone that next Friday, I intend to host a gathering for the guild. Spread the word in the main group. We need to celebrate. Sure thing. Boss, will the three-eyed god be attending? I mainly want to introduce him to everyone. If anyone can impress him, I'll reward you with a substantial red envelope. Boss, you're so crafty, but I like it. Just wait and see. The ladies will definitely win him over. Thus, a wave of celebration ensued. Most of the defending members were casual players who had joined out of anger, yet they were rewarded handsomely, transforming their fates. Some earned enough to buy cars and homes, though not in first or second-tier cities. Others made a few months' worth of salary. In any case, everyone was delighted with the outcome. When Su Chen emerged from the Linglong Tower, he was already at the Lord's Manor. Hearing the jubilant chatter in the channel about who received what cash bonuses, he felt a surge of joy. He opened his email to claim the game rewards. This time, his damage output was commendable. Ding! Mr. Su Chen, your bank account ending in 9875 has received a real-time deposit of 56 billion renminbi. The bank text alert made him gasp. The speed at which this money had come was astounding. 56 billion? This was simply inconceivable. Nevertheless, profit was undoubtedly a good thing. For this territorial siege, he had invested a staggering 4 billion. After deducting costs, he was left with a net gain of 56 billion. This venture had not only broken even, but had yielded significant profits. Setting down his headphones, he dialed Su Jiwei's number. They had exchanged contact details previously. Su Chen, I knew you would call. Congratulations, Su Jiwei exclaimed. The success of this battle was largely due to Su Chen. Had he not stepped in at the last moment, victory would have been elusive. This triumph had also given the Su family a competitive edge in the business realm. Congratulations to you as well. Without your investment of 2 billion, we wouldn't have one. I'm here to express my gratitude. You're too polite. Next Friday, I'm hosting a social gathering in Yanjing, and I'd like to invite you. You simply must attend. Rest assured, there will be plenty of beautiful women. Su Jiwei teased. All right, I would be honored. Do you men really get so excited at the mention of beautiful women? Su Jiwei asked, somewhat exasperated. That's just the nature of men, he replied. By the way, President Su, could you provide me with an account number so I can transfer your funds? Do you have enough money? By the way, how much did you earn from this competition? Did you break 1 billion? Su Jiwei inquired curiously. This time, I received 120 million. Su Chen replied, choosing to withhold the actual figures out of concern for confidentiality. That makes sense. Your damage contribution was several hundred times mine. By the way, I'll trade that pet to you shortly. Use it for now. I'll retrieve it when I visit Yanjing next Friday. I trust you. In the previous siege, Su Jiwei had lent him 2 billion, and the trust and kindness shown had led Su Chen to regard her as a close friend. All right then, let us discuss it more when we meet next Friday. Although Su Jiwei and Su Chen had only met a few times, she felt he was a trustworthy friend. Coming from a prestigious family, she appeared to have it all, yet genuine friends were few and far between. A few sisters from the Rose Beauty Guild and Su Chen were among her rare true companions. She then sent her account number to Su Chen. Not long after, she received the transfer notification. After a grueling battle, Su Chen decided to log off for the time being. He needed to unwind. But who should he seek out? Zhao Yan was likely spending time with her family. Though he longed to be close to her, he felt it wouldn't be right. After all, under the current arrangements, Zhao Yan was set to further her studies at the Royal Academy of Dramatic Art in England in 2 days. She deserved to enjoy some quality time with her family. Stepping out of the gaming room, it was still early, only 7:40. Upon reaching the first floor, he found Yi Rongtian was also there. Su Chen called him over to arrange a visit to Tengda Technology tomorrow. As a major shareholder, it was indeed prudent to stay informed about the progress of supersynthesis silicon crystals. Yi Rongtian beamed upon discovering that Su Chen was a significant shareholder in Tengda Technology, thinking to himself how fortunate he was to have found a wealthy benefactor. As a major shareholder in a listed company, if Su Chen were in a generous mood, he might even become a high-ranking executive at the firm. Inside the villa, the 6 women were already freshening up, preparing for rest. Su Chen called for Yi Rongtian. and the two made their way to Red Romance KTV. Yi Rongtian, don't you dare fool me. If there are no beauties, you'll be the one to answer for it, Su Chen said as he exited the vehicle. Don't worry, boss. You can trust me. This place is exclusive. Everyone here is either wealthy or exceptionally good-looking, Yi Rongtian assured him. Having heard that Su Chen wanted to unwind, he thought of this venue. He had previously accompanied a few second-generation wealthy individuals here and had seen many fair-skinned, beautiful women. Here, one could even spot models and actresses. In short, with money, one could enjoy a royal treatment. Thanks to Yi Rongtian's connections, they were smoothly ushered inside. The interior boasted high-end decor and a serene atmosphere, with soothing music playing in the background, creating a comforting ambience. A server approached and led them to a private room. The room was pristine and tidy. Just as Su Chen settled in, Yi Rongtian had already made the necessary arrangements, including a fruit platter, beverages, and some snacks. He requested the most beautiful woman in the establishment to come over. Moments later, a stunning lady gracefully pushed open the door to the private room. Gentlemen, I am Manager Lin, Su Chen exclaimed in surprise, never expecting that the visitor would be Lin Ruoshi. The last time they met at the Imperial Garden, he had been captivated by her alluring figure and enchanting demeanor. Now, seeing Lin Ruoshi again, Su Chen found himself irresistibly drawn to her breathtaking and mesmerizing attire. Unable to tear his gaze away. Chapter 0074. Lin Ruoshi's charm rating. 92 points, Mr. Su? What a coincidence. Lin Ruoshi expressed her mild astonishment. Recently, her family had faced some difficulties, prompting her to take on a part-time job after leaving the office. However, she never anticipated encountering such an awkward situation. What if this news reached her workplace? What would become of her job? No, I cannot allow this to happen. She bit her lip and approached Su Chen, sitting beside him, then entwining her arm with his as she sweetly inquired, Boss, what songs do you enjoy singing? I can accompany you. After speaking, she playfully pecked Su Chen on the cheek and whispered, Mr. Su, I beg you, please don't disclose my situation to the company, or else. Lin Ruoshi's actions caught Su Chen off guard. Despite his previous experiences, he felt his heart racing and his ears flushing. Was the boss truly this captivating? This beauty was boldly leaning into him, even bestowing a kiss? Goodness, indeed, the boss is remarkable. Reflecting on himself, Yi Rongtian wondered why the disparity was so vast. Su Chen quickly grasped Lin Ruoshi's intentions. Naturally, he refrained from prattling on, simply nodding in response, though he was curious about why this beautiful sales manager had chosen to work here. Was it a part-time gig? Did her family require financial assistance? Or was it a matter of vanity and materialism? Nevertheless, what lingered in his mind was that previous kiss, which had felt truly delightful. Thank you. Upon hearing Su Chen's agreement, Lin Ruoshi felt a wave of relief, but then recalled the kiss she had just shared with him, which sent a flutter of anxiety through her. She scrutinized the dashing and affluent Su Chen, contemplating whether becoming involved with such a wealthy partner could spare her decades of hard work. Many of her friends had made similar choices, becoming the mistresses of wealthy men, enjoying lives free from financial worries. They frequented upscale venues, mingling with the elite, often traveling in luxury cars. Some of these men's lovers were even old enough to be their grandfathers, yet they continued to indulge in such arrangements for the sake of wealth. Initially, Lin Ruoshi had held a strong disdain for these gold diggers, but when faced with her own financial crisis, she realized the truth in the ancient saying, a single coin can overwhelm a hero. Her father was suffering from a terminal illness, blood cancer, requiring chemotherapy and a particularly expensive imported medication, which cost 88,000 yuan for a single box needed weekly. Her family had already sold everything they could. Those who could lend her money had already done so, leaving her in a desperate situation. This was why she had gritted her teeth and accepted this part-time job, but in her first few days, her beauty and freshness had attracted considerable attention, allowing her to earn some money. However, when some men began to inappropriately touch her, her income plummeted after she refused their advances. She understood what these men desired, but found herself unable to take that final step. Once, a coal tycoon from Jinsei province had offered her 500,000 yuan to keep her as his mistress, but she had declined. Yet he persisted in pursuing her, insisting she accompany him for karaoke. Fortunately, she had encountered Su Chen today. Otherwise, the situation could have escalated. Don't mention it. I take great pleasure in alleviating the troubles of beautiful women, Su Chen replied with a light chuckle. wrapping his arms around Lin Ruoshi, an act that could be seen as somewhat brazen. You. Lin Ruoshi blushed profusely, the proximity allowing her to catch a whiff of Su Chen's distinctly masculine scent. Observing her bashful demeanor, Su Chen felt a stir of admiration. Lin Ruoshi, who was already strikingly beautiful, had previously exuded an aura of sensual allure and sharp professionalism. However, today, she fully showcased her captivating femininity. Her lustrous black hair was elegantly styled, accentuating her graceful, fair neck. She wore a sleeveless, dark-hued, pleated blouse with a plunging neckline that highlighted her alluring curves. Su Chen's gaze remained fixated on her, overwhelmed by a wave of desire. This woman was immensely captivating. Resolutely, Su Chen decided that he must seize the opportunity tonight. Her lower attire comprised a light pink chiffon bodycon dress that accentuated her curvaceous form, making it difficult to resist the temptation of wanting to delve deeper. Her long, toned legs were elegantly encased in black fishnet stockings, further enhancing her allure. A pair of crystal high heels perfectly complemented her striking presence, especially with the transparent strap design on her calves that showcased her graceful silhouette. Overall, her score of 92 points marked an increase of 3 points since their last encounter, primarily due to her enhanced attire and aura. Mr. Su, shall we sing a duet? Lin Ruoshi had already sensed Su Chen's probing gaze, which made her feel as though he could see right through her, prompting her suggestion to sing together. Of course, Su Chen readily agreed. Lin Ruoshi chose the song Butterfly Lovers. Su Chen had always enjoyed singing. During his dance training, his teacher had remarked on his potential for a future in music, but he preferred to pursue journalism instead. Lin Ruoshi's voice was enchanting, akin to that of the original artist, imbued with a unique spirit that touched the heart. Su Chen, equally skilled, sang with a magnetic tone and fluent Mandarin, expressing the profound emotions embedded in the song. Their harmonious exchange gradually enveloped them in a world of shared sentiment. Yi Rongtian listened to their duet, relishing the moment, acknowledging that his boss was indeed multi-talented, worthy of his prestigious education, unlike himself, who had focused solely on academics, neglecting to cultivate any artistic skills. Now, during company gatherings or private parties, he found himself at a loss for performance ideas. The connection between Su Chen, a young and wealthy diamond bachelor, and Lin Ruoshi, a woman of multifaceted charm, was unmistakable, a match made in heaven. The heat and intensity of adult relationships often unfolded rapidly. As the song concluded, the two held hands, their bond deepening significantly. Su Chen grasped Lin Ruoshi's delicate hand, and she showed no signs of resistance, clearly acquiescing to the intimacy. They exchanged amusing anecdotes while sipping beer, their gestures affectionate, resembling that of a couple in love. Suddenly, the door to the private room was flung open with force, revealing 3 burly men. The leader, adorned with an exceptionally thick gold chain, embodied the quintessential nouveau riche. Who are you? Ye Rongtian Inhuidet. Everyone sit down. Today, I intend to see who dares to compete with me for women, the irate nouveau riche declared. This man was known as Hu Shouting, a wealthy businessman from Jinxi province. He had long resided in Jiangnan City and had invested significantly in various industries here. With a fortune of billions, he certainly held considerable wealth. Su Chen furrowed his brow in displeasure, but chose to remain silent. He noticed that Lin Ruoshi beside him appeared somewhat anxious, so he offered her reassurance. Do not worry. I am here to protect you. I will safeguard you. These simple words coalesced into an inexplicable sense of security, effectively unlocking the heart of this stunning beauty. Lin Ruoshi gazed at Su Chen, inexplicably finding herself wholly believing in his words. Boss, I will seek out the person in charge here. Please wait a moment. Yi Rongtian's foremost thought was to avoid a direct confrontation, aware that the KTV's behind-the-scenes owner was no ordinary figure. Su Chen remained silent, merely nodding. Hu Shouting, upon witnessing this, immediately darkened his countenance, feeling that his authority was being undermined. He raised his leg and delivered a kick to Yi Rongtian's abdomen, sending the latter crashing onto the sofa. Fortunately, it was the sofa. Had it been a wall, the outcome could have been dire. Ugh! Yi Rongtian emitted a pain grunt. The kick was not light. Waves of agony coursed through his abdomen, and his forehead furrowed in distress. Su Chen, seeing this, stood up with a cold expression. This is excessive. You seek death. Chapter 0075. Tonight, Lin Ruoshi is mine, who kneel and apologize to my person now, or I, Su Chen, Guarantee you will not leave Jiangnan City alive, Su Chen threatened coldly. His words were delivered with unwavering resolve, instilling fear in those who heard them. Kid, you have an audacious tongue. Do you know who I am? Hu Shouting retorted haughtily. I do not know. However, even if you were the king of heaven, today you have harmed my person, and you shall pay the price. Su Chen asserted with formidable strength, showing no signs of retreat. If he could not even protect his own subordinates, how could he navigate society? Who would be willing to serve him? Kid, I must admit, you possess guts. Do you know Boss Hong? I am a guest he invited, a distinguished one at that. Hu Shouting said with a hint of pride. Boss Hong? Are you referring to Hong Wantong of the Black Tiger Hall? Su Chen squinted his eyes and inquired. Oh, I didn't expect you to be familiar with Boss Hong's name. What, do you also know him? Hu Shouting asked somewhat skeptically. To speak of it, I am quite acquainted with his subordinate, Gray Eagle, Su Chen replied nonchalantly. You know Gray Eagle? In that case, I will give you face. You shall kowtow to me and apologize, and then send this beautiful lady to my room upstairs. And we shall consider this matter settled. How's that sound? Hu Shouting's demeanor was exceedingly arrogant, as if he were the supreme ruler of the earth. Is that so? Su Chen said with a darkened face. Brother, do not be angry. It is merely a matter of borrowing for one night. I shall return her to you tomorrow. Hu Shouting laughed boastfully. Lin Ruoshi was utterly taken aback. She had not anticipated that this nouveau riche who had been pursuing her could be so shameless and devoid of boundaries, especially with connections to the notorious underground overlord, Hong Wantong in Jiangnan. The thought filled her with dread. Oh heavens! What shall we do? As a native of Jiangnan, she understood all too well what the name Hong Wantong signified. He was undoubtedly the underground overlord of Jiangnan. With a mere stomp of his foot, he could shake the city to its core. His influence was immense, both in the underground and on the official front, commanding respect from all. It was said that even high-ranking officials in the provincial government were deeply wary of him, with rumors of impressive backing and connections. Previously, a celebrity from the island had come to Jiangnan for a performance and caught Hong Wantong's eye. Despite numerous invitations, she was unable to decline, leading to Hong Wantong having his men abduct her to one of his villas. Her manager, a person of considerable influence, tried to leverage various connections, even alerting the second highest official in the provincial government, yet ultimately failed to rescue her. The celebrity ended up spending 3 days and nights with Hong Wantong, and it was rumored that she had been filmed in compromising situations. From that point onward, whenever Hong Wantong was displeased, she had no choice but to rush back to Jiangnan to attend to him. This was the extent of Hong Wantong's power. Lin Ruoshi felt terrified. If Hong Wantong were to be provoked, not only would she be in peril, but Su Chen would also find it exceedingly difficult to cope. Strangely enough, her concern for Su Chen intensified at that moment. Suddenly, Su Chen laughed. He then raised his hand and struck Hu Shouting across the face. You! Hu Shouting was left dumbfounded. Not only him, but Lin Ruoshi and Yi Rongtian were also taken aback. The turnaround was rather swift. What is wrong with me? Do not think that just because you are a guest of Hong Wantong, I, Su Chen, would fear you. Moreover, I must remind you, she is my woman tonight, and I shall protect her henceforth. Should you harbor any ill intentions, I have already warned you that you will not leave Jiangnan City alive. If you do not believe me, feel free to test it. Su Chen said with a cold smirk, his demeanor exuding dominance. Kid, you dare strike me? You will regret this. Hu Shouting glared fiercely at Su Chen. If you wish to keep your eyes, you better show me some courtesy, or I shall have them plucked out. Su Chen retorted, clearly displeased. You have guts. You two imbeciles, what are you waiting for? Did I pay you to watch? Go on, cripple him. Hu Shouting commanded his 2 burly bodyguards. The 2 bodyguards, looking menacing, were clearly not good individuals. Upon hearing these words, they immediately sprang into action. Having just been reprimanded by their boss, they directed all their pent-up frustration towards Su Chen. Kid, you've crossed our boss. Do you wish to die? One of the hulking men approached, pointing at Su Chen with evident hostility. I detest being pointed at. Su Chen swiftly seized the outstretched finger, twisting it forcefully. Ah, bastard. Let go of me, or I will kill you. The hulking man cried out in agony as a sharp pain radiated from his finger, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Su Chen ignored him, applying more pressure, and the pain intensified. You little brat, I will not spare you. I will kill you and your family. The hulking man shouted furiously. This statement struck a nerve with Su Chen, who held his family dear. The audacity of this scoundrel to threaten his family was unforgivable. Seeking death, Su Chen's displeasure was palpable as he tightened his grip, and with a sharp crack, the man's finger was brutally broken. Ah! The hulking man howled in agony, clutching his limp finger, rolling on the ground in pain. Yi Rongtian, who had initially taken out his phone to call for help, was momentarily stunned before discreetly placing it back in his pocket. He had not anticipated that this new benefactor possessed such formidable skills. It was evident he had undergone training. Taekwondo? Wing Chun? Thai boxing? Tai Chi? Yi Rongtian's mind raced with possibilities. You little punk, you dare hit my brother? You are seeking death. The other bodyguard raised his hand, ready to retaliate. His punch was powerful, cutting through the air with a whoosh, indicating at least 6 or 7 years of martial arts training. Overestimating yourself? Su Chen noted the attack and reached out to grasp the incoming fist, then delivered a swift kick to the man's abdomen, sending him hurtling out of the private room. He landed with a thud, resembling a dog eating dirt. With that, Hu's Shouting's 2 bodyguards were rendered incapable of further combat. Hu's Shouting began to feel anxious. He had not expected Su Chen to be so formidable, clearly a skilled fighter. At that moment, a captivating middle-aged woman, approximately 30 years of age and adorned in an elegant black evening gown, approached. Following her was a waiter and a well-dressed middle-aged man. Su Chen sensed a faint inner energy emanating from the latter, indicating that he was a skilled practitioner, possessing at least a decade of experience. A sense of unease washed over him as he pondered the origins of this establishment. Red Romance KTV. It was indeed extraordinary for a seasoned expert to serve as a bodyguard here. Not just anyone could undertake such a role. Could it be that this was the territory of the Black Tiger Hall? Please do not be angered. We are all here to enjoy ourselves. Let us not ruin the atmosphere, said the enchanting woman, known in the martial world as Sister Fong, the owner of this establishment. Sister Fong, since you are here, please decide how to handle this situation. This brat has harmed my people, Hu's Shouting accused. Yi Rongtian and Lin Ruoxi were incensed by the shamelessness of this man, their faces turning an ashen hue. Sister Fong, if my memory serves me right, this does not appear to be your private room, does it? Lin Fani remarked while instructing someone to pour a glass of fine French red wine, worth a staggering 100,000 yuan. If she were not aware of the formidable nature of the 2 troublemakers, she would not have wasted such an expense. Although she had not investigated Su Chen's background, she was aware of Yi Rongtian's status as a manager of a supercar club. Anyone he brought along would undoubtedly be wealthy or influential. This, Sister Fong, you know that this woman was my pick first, and that brat has stolen her from me, Hu's Shouting grumbled, though he restrained himself, having heard that Sister Fong was not an ordinary person. Sister Fong, it is not as he claims. I have no interest in him. He has been pestering me. Lin Ruoxi quickly interjected, fearful that Sister Fong might take offense at Su Chen. Chapter 0076, A Lion's Demands. Tenfold compensation, young sir. Please do not be upset. Today's events are a result of my inadequate hospitality. I shall cover all expenses incurred this evening. Consider this drink my apology. Let us toast, Lin Fani declared, raising a glass filled to the brim with red wine and downing it in one swift motion. Such audacity! To drain a full glass of wine in a single gulp without batting an eye. It was no wonder she commanded such respect in the martial world. Su Chen regarded Sister Fong with a mixture of admiration and surprise, realizing that she was indeed a formidable figure, not to be trifled with. Meanwhile, Lin Fani had been discreetly observing Su Chen. She was intrigued by this unfamiliar face, youthful, yet exuding an extraordinary aura and remarkable skill. What audacity did he possess to confront Hu's Shouting? The latter was well known in Jiangnan, having been personally acknowledged by Hong Wantong as his brother, which meant few dared to disregard him. Lin Ruoxi's anxious demeanor caught Su Chen's attention, prompting him to wrap his arm around her waist, brazenly taking advantage of the situation. His hand rested upon her cool, delicate arm, and he couldn't help but caress it a few more times, inwardly exclaiming, "What sheer delight!" As the subject of his attention, Lin Ruoxi instantly felt his subtle touch, her cheeks flushing crimson as she shyly averted her gaze from him. Sister Fong, you see, she is the woman I have chosen. I hope certain individuals understand this clearly, or I shall not hesitate to take action, Su Chen asserted with conviction. Rest assured, sir, Lin Ruoxi is my employee, and as long as she remains under my employ, I, Lin Fangyi, shall protect her, Lin Fangyi responded with a smile, her gaze fixed on Su Chen, who showed no signs of fear. This was not a mere facade. His confidence was genuine, suggesting an extraordinary background. Sister Fong, this cannot stand. I have invested considerable time and money in this woman. I demand tenfold compensation for my investment, Hu Shouting retorted, unwilling to relinquish his claim over Lin Ruoxi. 3 million for a mere 30,000? Such a lion's demand. Lin Fangyi's brows furrowed in displeasure. She was growing increasingly irritated with this small-time boss from Jinxi, who dared to make such outrageous demands in her presence. Had it not been for her apprehension towards Hu Shouting, she would have ordered him out long ago. Sister Fong, if you're unwilling to comply, I shall have to summon Lord Hong personally, Hu Shouting threatened. Well done, Hu. I shall cover her expenses, Su Chen interjected suddenly. You got guts, kid. But remember, this is 3 million, not 300. Are you sure it's worth it for a mere woman? Hu Shouting scoffed. Ye Rongtia, go to my car's trunk and bring me that bundle of cash, Su Chen commanded, his expression darkening. Lin Ruoxi was in a state of panic, especially upon hearing Hu Shouting's demand for 3 million, which was an astronomical sum for her, considering her current financial struggles. Even if she weren't in dire straits, such an amount would take an eternity of labor to accumulate. Yet, she realized that if she didn't provide the money, the situation would not resolve easily. The fact that Su Chen was willing to cover her expenses filled her with overwhelming emotion. How could she ever repay him? She quickly concluded that her only asset was her own body, leading her to make a secret decision. Boss, I will go, Yi Rongtian promptly replied, aware that Su Chen had ample resources. The trunk of the Lamborghini Royal was stocked with cash for emergencies. Everyone was left speechless, contemplating the absurdity of wealthy individuals casually carrying around such sums in cash, unperturbed by the threat of theft. Lin Fangyi, however, cast a deep glance at Su Chen, recognizing that such extravagant behavior indicated a connection to significant power. She felt relieved for her earlier decision to refrain from assisting Hu Shouting. Typically, clients of this sort were the ones she feared the most, as their origins and capabilities remained a mystery. A misstep in handling the situation could lead to dire consequences. Lin Ruoxi was acutely aware of Su Chen's wealth, yet she was wary of the Black Tiger Hall, knowing that these individuals were not merely motivated by money. They were ruthless and capable of any heinous act. Once they are offended, the consequences are immeasurable. Hu Shouting gazed at Su Chen, who appeared so fearless, and could not help but feel perplexed. He thought to himself, who exactly is this young man? Not only does he exude an air of arrogance, but he also seems quite affluent. Could he possibly have some powerful backing? 5 minutes later, boss, the money is all here. A total of 10 million. Yi Rongtian pushed a trolley over, upon which rested 2 travel bags. Su Chen was well aware that each travel bag contained 5 million RMB, making the total 10 million RMB. Take out 5 million and hand it to this Mr. Hu, he stated calmly. 5 million? Boss, wasn't it 3 million? Ye Rongtian quit it, puzzled by Su Chen's words. The others present shared the same sentiment, thinking, indeed, wasn't it 3 million? Why has it suddenly increased by 2 million? The remaining 2 million is, of course, for Mr. Hu's medical expenses, Su Chen retorted with a cold smile. Medical expenses? What do you mean? Hu Shouting, seemingly in good health, questioned. Lin Fangyi seemed to realize something and was about to intervene, but it was too late. Su Chen had already delivered a swift kick to Hu Shouting's abdomen, sending the latter flying across the room with a loud crash. Su Chen had held back somewhat. Otherwise, Hu would not have survived, or would have been severely injured. This, sir, you are truly too impulsive, Lin Fangyi sighed. With Su Chen's kick, a rift had undeniably formed between them, leaving no chance for reconciliation. Impulsive? If I cannot protect my woman and my subordinates, what right do I have to discuss anything further? Su Chen declared with unabashed bravado. Yi Rongtian, throw this money at Hu Shouting. Tell him, if he seeks revenge, let him come here. I shall be waiting for him. Su Chen spoke with an air of authority, showing no signs of fear. Hearing that Su Chen was acting in response to the earlier incident where he was attacked filled Yi Rongtian with an inexplicable warmth. He had not expected Su Chen to stand up for him. No one understood better than him what the name Hong Wantong represented in Jiangnan City. Yet, Su Chen still chose to defend his dignity by treating Hu Shouting in such a manner, effectively offending the formidable Hong Wantong of the Black Tiger Hall. With such a boss, Yi Rongtian felt that even if he lost his life, it would be worth it. Energized as if by a shot of adrenaline, Yi Rongtian grabbed the money and scattered 5 million in cash across the floor while conveying Su Chen's earlier words before departing with flair. Hu Shouting realized he was no match for Su Chen and could only seek assistance. Before leaving, he instructed 2 bodyguards to collect the money from the floor. After all, this was 5 million, not just 500. Then he made his swift exit, not forgetting to leave behind a threatening remark. Kid, we'll see about this. Chapter 0077. Black Tiger Hall. The dog of the Wen family from Yinjing, my dear sir. You have offended who's shouting, and he will not let this go. He will certainly seek out Hong Wantong. You do not understand. Hong Wantong is truly not to be trifled with. You should leave Jiangnan City immediately. Lin Fangyi said earnestly as she observed Hu Shouting's departure. What, Fangjie? Is this fellow truly so troublesome? Su Chen asked as he settled down beside Lin Ruoxi. Do you genuinely not know the infamous name of Hong Wantong? Lin Fangyi inquired with curiosity. Of course, this is the first time I have heard of him. Su Chen replied, speaking the truth. He had never had the opportunity to know someone of Hong Wantong's caliber before. Sir, there are 3 major underground forces in Jiangnan province. The Black Tiger Hall, the Dongxing Society, and the Qingzhou Gang. Among these, the Black Tiger Hall stands at the forefront, and Hong Wantong is its founder. He has been entrenched in Jiangnan City for nearly 18 years, with over 2,000 disciples under his command. Over the years, Hong Wantong has seldom involved himself in underworld affairs, having now cleaned up his act, running Longtian Group, which is valued at over 3 billion. Lin Fangyi explained, I have only dealt with the Grey Eagle before. I am unaware of what other notable figures exist within the Black Tiger Hall. Su Chen sought to glean more about the Black Tiger Hall's basic circumstances. After all, knowing oneself and one's enemy is crucial for victory. Lin Ruoxi remained silent, burdened by the guilt of having brought this upon them. Now, the situation had escalated beyond mere finances to a matter of underworld vendettas, with the adversary being none other than Hong Wantong of the Black Tiger Hall. She inwardly chastised herself for having taken up work here, as it had led them to be entangled with Hu Shouting. Regrettably, it was too late for remorse. Nothing could be changed now. Sir, I advise you to think this through. Hong Wantong is not to be underestimated, Lin Fangyi cautioned. Having survived in the underworld since the age of 15, she had developed keen insight over the years. Thus, upon hearing Su Chen inquire about the Black Tiger Hall, she recognized that he had no intention of fleeing. Clearly, he was gearing up to confront the Black Tiger Hall head-on. Fangjie, rest assured, I understand the rules and will not involve you. I shall compensate for all losses incurred today. However, there are certain matters I must attend to. If I cannot protect the woman I cherish, how can I establish myself in society, right? Su Chen remarked, reflecting on the situation. In truth, for him, money was a trivial matter. Anything that could be resolved with money was not worth concerning himself over. Lin Fangyi proceeded to elaborate on the details of the Black Tiger Hall. Its influence spanned across Jiangnan province, with its leader being the Hall Master Hong Wantong. Through nearly 2 decades of development, the Black Tiger Hall had built its current power. Beyond the leaders of various branches, the main hall boasts 8 formidable warriors and 3 protectors, with the Grey Eagle being one of the 8. His demise at Su Chen's hands had cost the Black Tiger Hall a valuable asset. While the 8 warriors were not particularly fearsome, the 3 protectors were rumored to be formidable martial artists, making them quite challenging to deal with. 3 protectors? Interesting, truly intriguing, Su Chen mused, perceiving this as the stuff of a novel. These matters, however, are not the most daunting aspects of the Black Tiger Hall. While others may be unaware, I am acutely aware that Hong Wantong has long-standing ties with the Wen family from Yinjing, which has facilitated his rise to prominence over the years, Lin Fangyi advised solemnly. The Wen family from Yinjing? Wen Shixiong? I never anticipated that I would come into contact with their lackeys so soon. It seems this is fate, Su Chen pondered, fully aware that he would need to seek assistance in this matter. At least for now, he did not wish to engage in direct conflict with the Black Tiger Hall. If he could leverage another's power to suppress this situation, given some time to grow, annihilating the Black Tiger Hall would be a simple task. Yet, whom could he turn to? After much contemplation, Su Chen ultimately decided that only Su Jiwei could be sought for help. Since the Su family and Wen family were adversaries, it implied that the Su family's influence was at least on par with that of the Wen family. However, he preferred not to reach out unless absolutely necessary. After all, one must rely on oneself. Coming to this conclusion, he cast aside his worries and began singing with Lin Ruoxi. As they sang with exuberance, physical intimacy naturally followed. Following the earlier events, Lin Ruoxi had developed a deep affection for Su Chen, contemplating a lifelong commitment to him. Thus, she became significantly more affectionate. Their embraces were mere trifles. The highlight came when, in a moment of joy, Lin Ruoxi initiated a kiss. Unable to bear the display of affection any longer, Lin Fangyi excused herself and departed with her companions. Yi Rongtian also took his leave, providing the couple an opportunity for solitude. Meanwhile, Hu Xiaoding, seething with anger, left the Hong Layman KTV, arriving at the headquarters of Longtian Group. He proceeded directly to the 17th floor, where Hong Wantong's office was located, a space typically designated for relaxation, work, and entertainment. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, he was met by 8 burly men clad in the uniforms of Longtian security, stationed at the entrance. One of them recognized Hu Xiaoding and, noticing his disheveled and grimy appearance, promptly inquired, "Boss Hu, what has happened to you?" Ignoring the question, Hu Xiaoding made his way to the door of a grand office and pushed it open, striding inside. The office was expansive and luxuriously adorned, with all the furniture, televisions, sofas, and other decor imported from abroad. Flanking a U-shaped sofa were 7 stunning women, each a paragon of beauty, goddess-like figures from esteemed universities in Jiangnan City. At the center of the sofa, a striking beauty in a qipao was meticulously peeling a grape, which she then playfully offered to a middle-aged man, around 47 or 48 years old. As he savored the grape she presented, his large, rough hand caressed her long, slender legs, a look of regal satisfaction gracing his face. Additionally, standing 3 meters from the sofa were 18 bodyguards clad in black, each exuding an air of calm vigilance that indicated they were not ordinary individuals. In fact, they were elite veterans from various countries, hired at a premium by Hong Wantong for protection. This middle-aged man was none other than Hong Wantong, the notorious ruler of the underground forces in Jiangnan province. "Boss Hu, what has befallen you?" Upon seeing Hu Xiaoding's disheveled state, Hong Wantong asked, astonished. "It's truly unfortunate. A few days ago, I had my eye on a charming young lady at the Hong Layman Key, a captivating beauty, and to top it off, she was a virgin. I've been frequenting her venue, spending a considerable amount of money on her. However, today, I encountered a young brat who not only snatched her away, but also gave me a beating," Hu Xiaoding recounted, seething with anger. "What young man? Do you have any idea who he is? What is his name?" Hong Wantong inquired, a hint of displeasure in his tone, contemplating the audacity of someone daring to lay hands on his brother. "I was so furious that I failed to take note of the details." Hu Xiaoding lamented, "What should I do about this situation now?" "Fear not. If it is indeed Lin Fangyi's territory, she must be aware of the underlying details. Let me make a call," Hong Wantong replied, his mood darkened by the clear disrespect shown by Lin Fangyi. He pondered why she would deny him such a courtesy. Could it be that this young man had some noteworthy background? This was the sole explanation for Hu Xiaoding's courteous treatment, as he was a significant business partner. Over the years, they had established a new mining company in the Jinsei region, collaborating on several copper and aluminum mines, amassing considerable wealth together, which is why he held Hu Xiaoding in high regard. "Rest assured, on my territory, no one shall bully you without consequences. I will ensure you receive a satisfactory answer," Hong Wantong assured Hu Xiaoding earnestly. "Please hold the line. The number you have dialed is busy. Please try again later," came the automated response, followed by the same message repeatedly. "Damn it. After 2 years of cultivating my character and avoiding trouble, do they think I am a sickly cat?" Hong Wantong seethed with frustration, having tried to reach Lin Fangyi 4 times without success, igniting a fire within him. "Boss Hu, this woman has no regard for us. If it were in Jinsei, I would have already sent people to demolish her establishment," Hu Xiaoding remarked irritably upon hearing the busy signal. This only fueled Hong Wantong's anger further. "Lin Fangyi, since you choose to disregard me, don't blame me for being unkind. Tianlang, gather the men. This time, you will accompany me. I want to see who dares to bully my esteemed guest," Hong Wantong declared, suppressing his rage. "Must at home? Lin Fangyi is the mistress of the infamous Xiao Laogui from the Qingzhou gang. If we act against her, he will not let it go lightly," Tianlang cautioned. "What is there to fear? If they are displeased, let them retaliate. Regardless, no one lays a hand on my people," Hong Wantong stated resolutely, dismissing any concerns. "Boss Hong, your audacity is commendable. I admire you," Hu Xiaoding complimented. "Haha, let us toast to that," Hong Wantong responded joyfully, downing a glass of red wine in one go. Afterward, he instructed Tianlang, "Proceed as I have said, and remind certain individuals that I, Hong Wantong, am still alive, and not just anyone can provoke me." "Understood, Master Hong," Tianlang replied, recognizing that persuading Hong Wantong was futile. He then dialed in to inform Tian Hu and Wang Bao to each gather 30 men, armed and ready to assemble outside the Honglangman KTV. To be safe, he also alerted Huishi, Shueiji, and Anyo to gather 700 men on standby. As they mobilized, Lin Fangyi received word of these developments but remained unfazed. Sister Fang, Yu Haven T answered Master Hong's calls, which is tantamount to disrespecting him. Aren't you afraid of his retaliation? Sun Xiaohong, her most trusted aide, inquired. I am taking a gamble, Lin Fangyi replied, swirling her blood-red drink. A gamble? Sun Xiaohong, not quite grasping the concept, could handle brawls but struggled with strategic thinking. I wager that the young Su has a unique background. If I am correct, we may climb to great heights, Lin Fangyi said, her luscious red lips taking a delicate sip of red wine, her expression betraying a cunning calculation. But is it worth incurring the enmity of the Black Tiger Hall? Sun Xiaohong questioned, aware of Hong Wantong's notorious reputation in Jiangnan, knowing that crossing him could jeopardize one's life. In recent years, leveraging the influence of the Wen family, Hong Wantong's power had grown exponentially. Although he publicly refrained from meddling in Black Tiger Hall's affairs, its expansion was undeniable. The leaders of the Qingzhou gang and Dongxing society had grown increasingly discontented, and tensions were palpable, making it difficult to remain unscathed. Having followed Xiao Laogui all these years, Lin Fangyi had achieved her current status with the Honglangman KTV, yet she yearned to break free from his control. While Xiao Laogui had once aided her, she had never given him her heart. Their relationship was purely transactional, devoid of genuine emotion. On the contrary, she now harbored a desire for his demise. Over the years, she had resolved many of his issues, ingratiating herself with various powerful figures and officials, her once vibrant self now a mere shadow of her former glory. Was it truly time to instigate a conflict? Once war commenced, the outcome would be unpredictable. Although a coalition between Dongxing society and Qingzhou gang may seem formidable enough to rival Black Tiger Hall, I remain skeptical. The three protectors of Black Tiger Hall are its very foundation. As long as they remain, resolution is unattainable, Lin Fangyi mused. They have exhausted all options. For among the three great protectors of the Black Tiger Hall, there exists a master of internal martial arts who is on the verge of breaking through to the lower realm of the profound stage. Once he ascends to the ranks of the profound stage, it will spell the end for both the Dongxing society and the Qingzhou gang. Lin Fangyi remarked nonchalantly. She harbored no concerns regarding these matters. Her primary focus lay solely on herself. Enough of these discussions. We have strayed too far. Gather our brothers. If a battle is indeed imminent, we cannot remain passive. Also, you haven't forgotten to inform Director Wu, have you? Lin Fangyi was acutely aware that navigating this challenge would not be easy. Sister Fang, I have personally delivered the letter you entrusted to me for Director Wu. However, after reading it, his expression darkened, and he seemed on the verge of cursing. What exactly did you give him? Sun Xiaohong inquired with curiosity. Last time, when Wu Yusen had a night of passion with Xiao Taohong here, I arranged for someone to capture it on film. This time, I'm using those videos and photographs to extract a promise from him. We cannot confront Hong Wantong alone. Lin Fangyi spoke candidly, concealing nothing from Sun Xiaohong. Will Wu Yusan submit? Sun Xiaohong asked. He has no choice. Those videos are enough to make him lose everything, Lin Fangyi replied, shaking her head. Sister Fang, your actions offend both Wu Yusan and Hong Wantong simultaneously. They will not let you off easily. Is Su Chen truly worth this? Sun Xiaohong expressed her bewilderment. The director of the Beitsiu Police Department in Jiangnan City is not a minor position. Offending him will complicate matters for us in the future. I have no choice. This is my only opportunity. If I fail to seize it, I may never attain true freedom in my life. Lin Fangyi was particularly resolute this time, placing all her hopes on Su Chen alone. If I do not succeed, I shall perish. This time, I am truly wagering everything. I only hope Su Chen will not disappoint me. In the private room of Honglangman KTV, Su Chen remained indifferent to the happenings outside. As long as the opponent was not a master of internal martial arts at the Earth stage, he was completely unconcerned and thus felt quite elated. Lin Ruoshi sang beautifully, her rendition of Breath of the Soul resonating deeply and captivatingly. It was a melancholic song that evoked the helplessness of unrequited love. Lin Ruoshi, your singing is exquisite. It is a pity you have not pursued a career as a star. Otherwise, I believe you would surely achieve great fame, Su Chen sincerely remarked. It's not that remarkable. I tried before, But those agents only arranged for me to have dinners with this director and that producer, and with certain investors, leaving no time for me to practice singing. Eventually, I could no longer endure it and terminated my contract with that company, Lin Ruashi explained. You are correct. There is a saying online. The entertainment industry is truly chaotic. It aptly describes the situation, Su Chen concurred. If you do not accompany the director at night to rehearse lines, you will have no roles to play. If you do not dine or sleep with those investors, you will be sidelined by the company, receiving no offers. This is the unspoken rule of the entertainment industry. Unless you possess sufficient talent, every aspiring actor must navigate this path. Su boss, what exactly do you do? I don't even know how to repay the $5 million you lent me. Can we arrange for installment payments? I truly do not have that much money right now, Lin Ruashi said, a bit embarrassed. Ruashi, the truth is, I willingly gave you that money. You do not need to repay it, Su Chen said, his gaze filled with affection. That is unacceptable. Such a large sum. I must repay you. However, I need sufficient time, Lin Ruashi insisted, somewhat anxious. Ruashi, do you not yet grasp my feelings? I like you. As long as you are with me, I guarantee you will never have to worry about food or drink. I will help you realize your dream of becoming a top singer. What do you say? Su boss, what do you mean? Are you suggesting you want to support me? Lin Ruashi feigned anger, though inside she was elated. It cannot be phrased that way. I am genuinely captivated by your beauty, your alluring figure, and your enchanting voice. Allow me to be your boyfriend. I will treat you and your family well, Su Chen proclaimed with fervor. Chapter 0079. The beautiful manager ultimately bows to reality. Lin Ruashi felt fatigued. She resolved to bow to reality. She thought to herself, having a dependable man is not so bad. With money to spend and someone who cares, there is no need to work overtime for money or to appease a boss. There would be no more worries about finances. The luxury goods she once coveted would no longer be out of reach. Living in a beautiful villa or apartment, frequenting luxurious and upscale venues, she could finally say no to many things and people. No one would look down on her anymore, and her family could enjoy a better life. Luxury cars, prestigious watches, limited edition handbags, all those items she once deemed as monsters would no longer be dreams. She could reconsider her career and hobbies, and a new chapter in her life would begin. Are you serious? Lin Ruashi gazed intently at Su Chen, inquiring. Of course it is genuine. More real than gold. Su Chen replied with fervor in his eyes. Lin Ruashi was undeniably beautiful. The way she gently bit her lip and furrowed her brows was utterly enchanting. Her crimson lips held an allure he yearned to taste, igniting a desire within him. If I agree to your pursuit, what must I sacrifice? Lin Ruashi asked nervously. She had never anticipated that her once proud self would utter such words. She felt her dignity shatter, and labels such as gold digger, vanity, and mistress would forever mark her. What are you thinking in that little head of yours? I have said, this is not a form of support. I simply wish to pursue you. You are my girlfriend. You are absolutely free, understand? I just want to be with you, Su Chen assured her, fully aware of Lin Ruashi's thoughts, his intellect highly developed. Is that truly all you desire? Lin Ruashi exhaled in relief. If there is one request, it is that I hope you can be happy. I like you for who you truly are, Su Chen replied with a gentle smile, exuding charm. Thank you, Su boss. I understand you have restored my dignity. Lin Ruashi was not naive. After all, she came from Jiangnan University. Unfortunately, some people's life paths diverge significantly. For example, Su Chen's life was initially bleak and filled with failure until the extraordinary system chose him, leading to his remarkable turnaround. Ruashi, do not call me Su boss. It feels too distant. Call me by my name, Su Chen. Su Chen grasped Lin Ruashi's delicate hand, feeling a refreshing sensation from her flawless skin. This was the distinction between a natural beauty and those who had undergone plastic surgery. He recalled a humorous quip. What is the difference between a 200,000 luxury car and a 100,000 sedan? The answer is the woman in the passenger seat. Previously, he had not fully appreciated this notion, but now he could not deny it. Thus, men need not worry about lacking female affection. They should focus on strengthening themselves. The essence of existence is singular, to amass wealth. The more riches one acquires, the higher the quality of women surrounding him. Lin Ruashi sensed Su Chen's fervent desire. She understood that she held significant novelty for him. Yet, she remained exhilarated. After all, being admired by such an outstanding and wealthy man like Su Chen was a source of pride for her. May I kiss your lips? Su Chen gazed at Lin Ruashi with burning intensity, contemplating that if the environment were more suitable, he would undoubtedly devour this woman. Lin Ruoshi is truly irresistible. With her skin as smooth as silk, her lustrous black hair cascading down her back, and her alluring figure. In short, she exudes a lethal charm that captivates him utterly. Lin Ruoshi, feeling a bit bashful, is at a loss for words. In her heart, she chides him, foolish boy. Just then, as she silently scolds him, Su Chen's lips find their way to her soft, delicate mouth. Lin Ruoshi's heart races wildly, thumping in her chest. But soon she succumbs to the intoxicating sensation. After a long moment, their lips part. Both of them breathe softly, and Lin Ruoshi shyly averts her gaze from Su Chen's fiery eyes, lowering her head, her cheeks flushed. Ruoshi. Su Chen gazes at the blushing Lin Ruoshi, feeling an inexplicable thrill in his heart. He can't help but call her name, much like a young boy who has just acquired his cherished treasure. In this moment, he regards Lin Ruoshi as a precious gem, cradled gently in his heart. Hearing Su Chen's genuine joy as he calls her name, Lin Ruoshi's heart blossoms, ultimately surrendering to love for this man before her. She silently resolves that this man is the one she will cherish for the rest of her life. Just as Su Chen yearns to savor Lin Ruoshi's enticing lips again, a sudden commotion erupts from outside the private room, and the door is violently flung open. Over 20 burly men burst in, all clad in suits, exuding an air of authority, each bearing a Black Tiger insignia on their arms. It is evident that they are all members of the Black Tiger Hall. Lin Ruoshi's complexion pales slightly, a hint of anxiety creeping in. She's at a loss for words. Su Chen wraps her in his arms, showering her with tender affection. Then he glares at the intruders and says, "Get out. Can't you see you're frightening my woman?" The leader, Tian Hu, looks at Su Chen and bellows, "You must be Su Chen?" "Indeed I am. What's it to you?" Su Chen remains seated, exuding calmness, showing no signs of fear. "A bunch of lowly thugs, hardly a challenge. You reckless fool. Do you realize the man you struck is a distinguished guest of our boss?" Tian Hu sneers. "Are you here for that nouveau riche who's shouting from Jinxi? However, you are not worthy. Where is your boss, Hong Wantong? Where is he?" Su Chen responds nonchalantly. "Quite arrogant. No wonder you dared to offend my brother Hong Wantong." At that moment, Hong Wantong strides in, flanked by his entourage, including Tian Lang. This time, a man dressed in traditional attire, around 35 years old, also enters, along with who's shouting. The leader of the Black Tiger Hall, Hong Wantong. His reputation indeed precedes him, radiating undeniable authority. Su Chen speaks truthfully. Coming in with such a grand entourage, one would be hard-pressed to find another with such presence in Jiangnan province. "Kid, since you know my name and still dare to lay hands on my brother, do you think Hong Wantong is easy to bully?" Hong Wantong's face darkens, clearly displeased. "Hong Wantong, speak plainly. What do you want?" Su Chen cuts to the chase, refusing to engage in pleasantries. "Boss Hu, everyone is here. What do you propose?" Hong Wantong turns to Who's Shouting, who has been fixated on Lin Ruoshi. Who's Shouting instinctively wants to rush forward, delivering a dozen slaps to Su Chen, then having his way with Lin Ruoshi right before his eyes. However, recalling Su Chen's prowess, he hesitates, unwilling to approach. "Kid, weren't you quite arrogant? Today, I'll break one of your legs." He grins menacingly, delivering his threat. "Is that all?" Su Chen scoffs. "Tonight, let your woman entertain me thoroughly. Spare you a small life. Otherwise, I'll send your corpse to the Huangpu River." Who's Shouting declares. At that moment, Lin Ruoshi trembles slightly in fear. For the man before her is Hong Wantong, the underworld emperor of Jiangnan province. If he wishes for someone to die at midnight, he would not allow them to see dawn. "Ruoshi, don't be afraid. I'm here for you. Your man is not just about money," Su Chen reassures her, feeling her tension and wanting to comfort her. Just then a graceful figure walks in. It is none other than Lin Fangyi. "So it turns out, Boss Hu, you prefer such innocent university students. Just say the word, and I can arrange it in no time." "Sister Fang, this matter does not concern you. You'd best stay out of it, or don't blame me for being ruthless." Who's Shouting, emboldened by Hong Wantong's presence, dares to challenge Lin Fangyi. "Boss Hu, we're all here to have a good time. There is no need to make it so tense, right, Master Hong?" Lin Fangyi turns to Hong Wantong who, despite being over 30, is still strikingly beautiful, exuding a unique charm of mature femininity. "Sister Fang, how rare it is for you to remember me. I thought you no longer held me in regard." Hong Wantong replies with a cold smile, his voice laced with unspoken anger. You've truly misunderstood, Master Hong. I had something urgent to attend to, and my phone was away from me. I just saw your missed call and realized you were here. I thought you came to see me, not for someone else. How heartbroken I am. Lin Fangyi feigns innocence, tears welling in her eyes. Her pitiful demeanor capable of moving even the hardest of hearts. Spare me your theatrics. Lin Fangyi, I'm giving you one last chance today. Stay out of this, or the Black Tiger Hall will declare you an enemy. Although Hong Wantong is clearly tempted by Lin Fangyi's charms, he knows that this matter pertains to his reputation and the Black Tiger Hall, so he cannot afford to back down. Lin Fangyi understands that letting bygones be bygones is Hong Wantong's limit, yet considering Su Chen's identity and value, she hesitates. Sister Fang, your kindness will not be forgotten by me, Su Chen. I will handle the rest. Su Chen steps forward, willing to take responsibility for everything. The situation has already consumed considerable time, and he does not wish to prolong it. With the beauty in his arms, he must seize the moment, for fleeting nights must be cherished. Lin Fangyi realizes that she is powerless now, and that Su Chen must take the lead. Hong Wantong squints at Su Chen, drawing a line in the sand. Kid, you've got guts. Hong Wantong will give you a chance. I've heard you possess considerable skill. If you can defeat my inept brother here, I will let you go. But if you lose, then accept your fate. Agreed, Su Chen replies resolutely. Once spoken, it cannot be retracted. Hong Wantong observes how Su Chen remains unfazed, and years of experience in the underworld tell him that this young man is no ordinary opponent. Thus, he decides to test him. If he wins, even if the opponent's family seeks revenge, he could find a way to justify it later. If he loses, it would confirm his suspicions, and he would act accordingly, minimizing the situation. Master Hong, please, Su Chen states calmly. Dang Wu, you will face this Su Chen brother on behalf of the Black Tiger Hall. Remember, do not use lethal force. Keep it within limits. Hong Wantong pats the shoulder of the unfamiliar man beside him, issuing a stern warning. Su Chen eyes Tang Wu and realizes he possesses mid-level yellow rank strength. With a robust physique and well-developed muscles, clearly a practitioner of external martial arts. You can rest assured, Master Hong, I know how to proceed, Tang Wu replies. His expression serious. Everyone is aware that Hong Wantong's recent words were uttered with ulterior motives. He merely seeks to have Tang Wu incapacitate Su Chen. Su Lao. Su Chen, be cautious. This fellow seems rather formidable, Lin Ruoshi said nervously. Rest assured, my dear, I shall not falter for your sake. However, grant me a kiss to bolster my courage, Su Chen jestingly replied. From beginning to end, he had not regarded Tang Wu with any seriousness. After all, the strength of a mystic stage upper-level practitioner is not to be underestimated, especially when combined with bronze skin, iron bones, and strength of Atlas. The latter alone could send Tang Wu fleeing in disarray. Young man, I advise you not to underestimate him. Tang Wu is quite powerful. He is one of the 3 guardians of my Black Tiger Hall, Hong Wantong remarked with some displeasure, particularly as he gazed at Lin Ruoshi, who exuded charm and allure, stirring his own desires. Such beautiful and pristine young women are a rare sight these days. He thought to himself that he would find an opportunity to take this enchanting beauty to a hotel to learn a foreign language. Su Chen, perhaps we should forgo that? There are so many people watching, Lin Ruoshi said shyly. Yet, as she spoke, she stealthily placed a kiss upon Su Chen's cheek, then lowered her head in bashfulness, unable to meet anyone's gaze. You all? This is too much. The display of affection left everyone present filled with envy and jealousy. Thank you, darling. I now feel invigorated, as if I possess immense strength. Observe how I unleash my might, Su Chen said, touching the spot where Lin Ruoshi had kissed him, a smug expression on his face. Humph. Do not become overly arrogant. Soon enough, you shall have cause to weep, Hu Shouting said menacingly. In his view, that kiss should have been his. Yet he had not anticipated that Su Chen would intercept it. How could he bear such an affront? Tang Wu, is it? Come. Let us settle this swiftly. After the fight, I wish to take my beloved to a hotel, Su Chen declared, striding towards Tang Wu. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Lin Ruoshi felt a mix of embarrassment and urgency, contemplating whether they truly intended to go to a hotel. She understood what that would signify, but had she truly prepared herself for it? Young man, brace yourself. Tang Wu, a man of few words but fierce demeanor, charged directly at Su Chen, unleashing a flurry of aggressive punches. Though not a renowned martial art like Bajikwan, Taijiquan, or Xingyi. His technique was simple yet domineering, each strike accompanied by a faint sound of air breaking. As an adept practitioner of external martial arts, Tang Wu had undergone relentless training, his body having endured countless blows, and his fists had shattered innumerable bricks. Moreover, he had obliterated countless heavy sandbags. This set of punches was his own creation, a lethal technique devoid of any embellishment. Each strike designed to kill. Indeed, there was some merit to it. Each punch likely bore a force of at least 400 pounds. Yet, unfortunately for him, the opponent he faced was me, Su Chen scoffed. In an instant, he retaliated, unleashing a right hook. This time, he employed the strength of Atlas with every ounce of his power, holding nothing back. After all, a brute like Tang Wu, who had committed countless evils on behalf of Hong Wantong, did not deserve mercy. Bang! Their fists collided with a thunderous sound, and moments later, Tang Wu was sent flying. Nevertheless, he possessed enough combat experience to twist and halt his momentum midair. Yet his right arm trembled uncontrollably, beads of cold sweat dripping from his forehead. With a muffled grunt, blood seeped from the corner of Tang Wu's mouth, dark red and tinged with black, indicating internal injury. "You are an internal martial arts master?" Tang Wu gazed at Su Chen in disbelief, genuinely astonished at his lineage. An internal martial arts master must possess knowledge of internal principles. Setting aside the rarity of such techniques, even if one had the means, without the guidance of a mentor or other opportunities, success would be nearly impossible. Therefore, in his mind, Su Chen must undoubtedly be a disciple from some martial arts family or faction. As this thought crossed his mind, Tang Wu felt a sharp pain within his dantian, followed by a mouthful of thick blood mixed with dark flecks. Stumbling, he fell to the ground. Fortunately, his reflexes were quick. He propped himself up with his right hand, preventing a more embarrassing fall. Another pained cry escaped his lips. Tang Wu's complexion paled dramatically. Realizing that during their earlier exchange, Su Chen had not only crippled his dantian, but also shattered the meridians in both his hands. He could hardly fathom that he had been bested by this young man, Su Chen. Surprised? You have merely been too arrogant. Truly believing that some strength grants you license to act as you please? Over the years, you have aided and abetted wickedness, causing untold suffering to the innocent. Today, I shall not take your life, but I will cripple your dantian and sever your hands. Do you concede? Embodying the role of a judge from the underworld, presiding over Tang Wu's transgressions. At this moment, everyone present was left speechless, particularly Hong Wantong, who's shouting, and Tian Lang, as well as Lin Fangyi. They could hardly believe that the youthful Su Chen possessed such formidable strength. Hong Wantong's expression soured, revealing hints of shock. He had never anticipated that Tang Wu would be defeated by Su Chen, and the disparity between them was painfully apparent. Hong Wantong was well aware of Tang Wu's prowess. Ordinary hired guns were no match for him. Yet, Su Chen surpassed Tang Wu by a considerable margin, leaving him trembling with fear. Su Chen cast a cold gaze over everyone present and said dismissively, "Now, you may take your leave." Chapter 0081. Su Chen's backing. Provincial official Quan Shu, what? You want me to leave? Such audacity. For over 20 years, no one has dared to treat my Black Tiger Hall with such disdain. It is absolutely unforgivable. Tian Lang, had he not witnessed Tang Wu's current pitiful state, would have rushed to confront Su Chen. However, he was acutely aware of his own limitations. In ordinary circumstances, he was no match for a single punch from Tang Wu. Facing Su Chen now would only be courting disaster. Thus, he grit his teeth and endured. As the saying goes, a gentleman takes his revenge. 10 years is not too long to wait. There is no need to rush. One day, Su Chen will face defeat, and then he will be dealt with. Su Chen, you were truly impressive just now. That fellow on the opposite side looked formidable, yet you easily brought him down. Lin Ruoshi exclaimed excitedly as she approached Su Chen, her demeanor somewhat shy. This is the power of love. If you grant me another sweet kiss, I would dare to scale mountains to capture fierce tigers or plunge into waters to slay dragons. Su Chen teased. You talk nonsense. Utterly ridiculous. Indeed, a man's words are not to be trusted, Lin Ruoshi said, blushing. Young man, do not be too arrogant. Be wary of attracting misfortune. Hong Wantong suppressed his anger. Glancing at Su Chen with trepidation, his fists clenched tightly, producing a series of cracking sounds. And then, Su Chen looked at Hong Wantong, his eyes revealing a hint of coldness, for such empty threats held no weight with him. I am strong. I am arrogant. I Hong Wantong, speak with conviction. Today's events will be settled here. However, should you cross my path again, I shall unleash the full might of the Black Tiger Hall, ensuring you have no burial place. Hong Wantong threatened Su Chen, appearing fierce yet internally cowardly. I shall continue, Su Chen declared, with a face full of reckless abandon. He added, furthermore, since you have all uttered such nonsense, you may as well depart. This is not a place for your antics. Remember, be more vigilant in the future. Do not provoke me. Young man, we shall see. Hong Wantong's heart was seething with rage, yet he managed to suppress it. The remnants of his rationality warned him that Su Chen, possessing formidable internal martial arts skills and a significant level of cultivation, undoubtedly had a powerful family or faction backing him. Should a conflict arise, the repercussions would be immeasurable. This matter required careful consideration. A moment of impulsiveness could lead to endless calamities. Just then, a group of officers entered from outside. Leading them was a man in his 40s, exuding an air of authority, and upon glancing at the insignia on his uniform, it was clear he was a genuine chief superintendent. Lin Fangyi felt that the man's face was unfamiliar. She had never seen him before and had no idea of his origins. What brought him here today? Hong Wantong had long been entrenched in the underworld and was adept at reading people. He sensed that this unfamiliar middle-aged man carried the aura of someone entrenched in power, and his heart sank. A chief superintendent of such rank was certainly among the top 3 influential figures in the municipal police department. Yet Hong could not recall having met him before. Could he be a newly appointed official? Who among you is Hong Wantong? The middle-aged man said with great authority. I am he. May I inquire about your business here? Is this young man named Su Chen? The chief superintendent adopted a more amiable tone. The stark contrast in treatment was not lost on anyone present, who silently speculated whether this was a friend of Su Chen's. I am Su Chen. I was unaware of your esteemed visit, chief superintendent. What brings you here? Su Chen responded, maintaining a respectful yet assertive demeanor. For him, the official status did not inspire fear, as his own strength and wealth provided him with ample confidence to stand on equal footing. Ye ma guan shuyu. Here on behalf of another, I have received word that certain individuals may wish you harm, and I am here to ascertain the truth of these rumors. The chief superintendent asserted with a commanding presence, his gaze sharp as he turned to Hong Wantong and the members of the Black Tiger Hall. Guan Shuyu. That name rings a bell. Where have I heard it before? Lin Fangyi pondered, her mind racing. She felt a sense of urgency and frustration for having overlooked such crucial information. On whose behalf are you acting? Curiously. That I cannot disclose. Quan Shuyu replied, his expression warm, as if treating Su Chen like a younger relative. Who could this person be? The chief superintendent, a high-ranking official. Treating him with such courtesy suggested that the one who had commissioned him was even more formidable. Su Chen racked his brain, but could not fathom who it might be, knowing it was unlikely to be Su Jiwei, as he had not yet reached out for assistance. Thus, his curiosity intensified. Hongye, perhaps we should take our leave for now. Our grievances with Su Chen have been temporarily resolved, Tian Lang whispered discreetly to Hong Wantong. Having discerned that Su Chen was not someone to be trifled with, especially one who could command a chief superintendent. As the saying goes, a dragon does not cross a river without caution. While local bullies may be powerful, they would still falter before a formidable dragon. Everything must be approached with prudence. Let us depart. Hong Wantong, already wary of Su Chen's martial prowess and lineage, felt his apprehension heightened further with Quan Shuyu's presence. Wait! As he prepared to leave, Quan Shuyu called out to him. Hong Wantong suppressed his simmering anger and, adhering to the principle of civilians not clashing with officials, spoke in a low voice. What guidance do you have, Chief Superintendent? Hong Wantong, I am aware of your influence and that of the Black Tiger Hall in Jiangnan Province. But I offer you a piece of advice. Su Chen is under my protection. You must not provoke him. Should you disregard this warning, the consequences will be dire. Do you understand? Quan Shuyu stated with utmost authority, addressing Hong Wantong by his full name, causing everyone present to gasp in astonishment. Such audacity could only stem from a person of genuine capability. Otherwise, he would be a fool. But a chief superintendent, surely, was no fool. Was he truly a dragon crossing the river? At that moment, Lin Fangyi finally recalled Quan Shuyu's identity and, her face paling, exclaimed, Quan Shuyu, you are the newly appointed deputy director of the Jiangnan Provincial Police Department, concurrently serving as the director of the provincial police headquarters? You, a mere woman, are aware of my identity. Quan Shuyu replied, somewhat taken aback. I have merely heard whispers of your name, but have never encountered you in person, Lin Fani acknowledged. I shall remember you. What is your name? Guan Shuyu Inkita. Sir, I am Lin Fani. You may call me Xiaofeng, she replied with a gentle smile. Quan Shuyu nodded and turned back to Hong Wantong, speaking earnestly. Now that you know my identity, I expect you to heed my words. Otherwise, I will not grant you leniency. Remember, this is not a jest, but a warning. Chief sir, I have taken your words to heart. I shall take my leave. Hong Wantong, having reached his limit of tolerance, recognized that acting impulsively against a newly appointed high-ranking official like Quan Shuyu would be sheer folly, leading to certain ruin. Safe travels. No need for farewells, Quan Shuyu sneered, dismissively regarding Hong Wantong, his tone laced with provocation. Su Chen had not anticipated that this high-ranking official would hold such a significant position, the second most influential figure in Jiangnan's police system, subordinate only to the provincial police director. With a grim expression, Hong Wantong said nothing further as he turned to leave, followed closely by Tian Lang and others. Tian, who arranged for the hasty departure of Tang Wu, who had arrived and left in a whirlwind. Lin Ruoshi stood somewhat awkwardly beside Su Chen, having only seen provincial officials like Quan Shuyu on television or in the news. Now, encountering him in person made her feel a bit nervous. Her curiosity about Su Chen's identity piqued, wondering who he truly was that a figure like Quan Shuyu would come to his aid late at night. After exchanging pleasantries with Su Chen, Quan Shuyu suggested they keep in touch, inviting him to visit his home in the future, before departing amidst the laughter of over 30 officers. After seeing Quan Shuyu off, Su Chen sat on the sofa, his expression pensive. Today's events had been rather peculiar. Quan Shuyu, a high-ranking official? His deference towards me raises a question. Would the Wen and Su families truly send him personally? Surely, he wouldn't need to come all this way for me, Su Chen mused, narrowing his eyes. He sensed someone was aiding him, a person whose status and influence eclipsed even that of the Su and Wen families. But who could it be? He recalled having no relatives or acquaintances with such powerful connections. Could he be adopted? Perhaps his true identity was that of an heir from a prominent family in Yanjing, who had been lost for some reason and was now being protected by his family in secret. Young master, with Chief Quan's protection, Hong Wantong will likely refrain from taking any action against you. You can rest assured, Lin Fani assured him. Despite being 32, her skin remained youthful and supple, exuding a unique mature charm with every smile. The custom red qipao she wore accentuated her alluring figure perfectly, explaining why even an exalted official like Quan Shuyu had regarded her with special attention. But that matter aside, Sister Fong, I shall forever be grateful for your kindness this time. Should the opportunity arise, I will repay you handsomely, Su Chen vowed earnestly. Su Chen chose not to dwell any longer on the matter, reasoning that since he could not comprehend it, it was best to let it go. Young Master Su, you needn't say such things. It's entirely my duty, Lin Fani quickly demurred. Yet, within her heart, she was overjoyed, for all her efforts had been aimed at securing such a promise. Sister Fong, it is getting rather late. We must take our leave, Su Chen suddenly declared. After all, the hour was indeed advanced. The fleeting moments of spring are precious. Such opportunities must not be squandered. Cradling the enchanting Lin Ruoshi, he was eager to find a hotel where he could indulge his desires and assuage his burning passion. Young Master Su, do come by often when you have a time, Lin Fani urged. Sister Fong, here is 5 million RMB. Please accept it as compensation for the troubles I caused you today, Su Chen said, indicating the travel bag filled with money on the floor. Young Master Su, you are truly overwhelming me. How could I possibly accept your money? Lin Fani replied hastily. Do not refuse. The events of this evening were instigated by me, and I must take responsibility for the consequences. 5 million RMB is but a trifling sum to me. Do accept it, or else you would not consider me a friend, Su Chen stated with a serious expression. Young Master Su, since you insist, I shall bravely take it upon myself to record this amount as an account payable to you, to be settled with future expenditures, Lin Fani replied. Now that is the right attitude, Su Chen smiled, and then, with Lin Ruoshi and Yi Rongtian in tow, he exited the Red Romance KTV. After sending Yi Rongtian away, Su Chen and Lin Ruoshi sped toward the hotel in his Lamborghini. At the Huanyu Star Hotel, in the presidential suite, Lin Ruoshi felt a palpable tension. She was acutely aware of what was about to unfold. Upon entering the room, Su Chen locked the door behind him and, with an urgency that belied his intentions, pressed Lin Ruoshi against the wall. "Darling, I've missed you terribly," Su Chen exclaimed with excitement, consumed by a longing to devour her entirely. They stood so close that their noses brushed against one another, igniting a tingling sensation as they could almost hear each other's heartbeats. Thump, thump. What are you going to do?" Lin Ruoshi felt the air grow thick with an intimate tension, making her increasingly anxious. The masculine aura radiating from him made her limbs feel weak. "What do you think, Ruoshi, darling?" Su Chen replied passionately, attempting to kiss her and thus commence his advance for the night. The slender Lin Ruoshi, summoning unexpected courage, pushed him away and, adopting a coy tone, said Su Chen, "You're so annoying. You smell awful. I don't like it. Go wash up. Do you smell?" Su Chen mused as he caught a whiff of his own attire. Realizing there was indeed an unpleasant odor, likely from sweating during his earlier altercation with Tang Wu. "I'll shower now. Just wait for me," he said, heading toward the bathroom. Yet, Lin Ruoshi pulled him back, teasingly suggesting, "Why the rush? First, let us get your clothes off." Enraptured by Lin Ruoshi's breathtaking beauty, Su Chen lost all sense of caution and reason, utterly captivated by her words. After shedding his garments, he said, "Ruoshi, darling, I'm off to wash up now. Wait for me." With unwavering trust, he cheerfully entered the bathroom. Moments later, the sound of running water echoed from within. Hearing this, Lin Ruoshi felt a slight sense of relief. She bit her sensual, red lips, as if grappling with a weighty decision. Ultimately, she realized she could not accept a rendezvous at a hotel so soon after their acquaintance. However, she understood Su Chen's domineering nature and formidable skills. Should she voice her reluctance, he might very well force the issue. Thus, she opted to delay. Now, feeling the moment was ripe, she decided to employ the 36 stratagems, with retreat being the best option. Although she knew Su Chen would be furious upon discovering her departure, she couldn't afford to worry about that now. Lightly treading to the door, she quietly opened it and cautiously slipped out, gently closing it behind her, making her escape with his clothes in tow, an act of precaution against him discovering her absence too soon. Meanwhile, Su Chen, blissfully unaware in the shower, hummed a tune, entirely oblivious to Lin Ruoshi's departure and the pilfering of his garments. Lost in thoughts of the various positions he had unlocked from Japanese films, he mused on how he could introduce new elements of excitement to their encounter. After 3 minutes, having completed his shower and singing joyfully, he stepped out only to find Lin Ruoshi missing. "Ruoshi, darling. Ruoshi, darling." He called out twice, met with silence. It then dawned on him that she had truly vanished, taking his clothes along with her. In that instant, he felt as if struck by a thunderbolt, his mind reeling in disbelief. With his intellect, he quickly pieced together the situation. He had been stood up. "Lin Ruoshi, do not think you can escape my grasp so easily. You are mistaken. I will find you, and when I do, you shall learn the consequences of abandoning Su Chen," he vowed with grim determination. "Beep, beep, beep. Su Chen, your clothes are at the front desk. If you call, they will deliver them to you. I know you are furious right now, plotting how to find me and exact your revenge. Truth be told, I genuinely intended to give myself to you, but when the moment arrived, I hesitated. Our acquaintance has barely spanned 5 hours, and I cannot bear to lose my first time so hastily. If you truly like me, then pursue me. I am easy to win over, and my first time will be reserved for you. Also, I'll let you in on a little secret. I've begun to like you." After reading these messages, Su Chen's turbulent emotions gradually subsided. "Ruoshi, darling, I accept your proposal. From this moment forth, I, Su Chen, officially declare my intent to pursue you." He expertly composed a response and then called the front desk, requesting they bring his clothes to him. This night, having been stood up, he would remain alone in his vast bed. Lying there, he felt a twinge of pity for himself, tinged with loneliness. Reflecting on the cause of his predicament, he silently vowed to make Lin Ruoshi repay him in kind in the days to come. "Huaiwen, I understand that you are fighting for me. Yet your discernment requires further refinement. This Su Chen is not as insignificant as you suggest. Did you notice that there was an injured individual at the scene when we arrived?" Qian Shuyu remarked. "Director Qian, I did see him, but he appeared to be merely an ordinary thug." Zheng Huaiwen replied. "No, I have seen his profile. He is one of the 3 protectors of the Black Tiger Hall, named Tang Wu. A master of external martial arts. According to the records, he possesses strength equivalent to that of a mid-level yellow stage practitioner, comparable to a military king." Qian Shuyu stated, shaking his head. "Director Qian, surely you jest. Is this individual truly so formidable? Then who could have inflicted injuries upon him? There didn't seem to be anyone else in that private room, Zheng Huaiwen inquired. That is precisely the most intriguing aspect. If my assumptions are correct, the one who injured Tang Wu must undoubtedly be Su Chen. I believe Su Chen is indeed an internal martial arts expert, for I sensed a trace of internal energy emanating from him, Qian Shuyu explained. As a senior police officer, he had encountered many internal martial arts masters, and Su Chen possessed a similar aura to them. An internal martial arts expert? Zheng Huaiwen understood the implications of those 4 words. Such martial arts masters held an exalted status in Xiaoguo, with every internal expert being a coveted target for the prominent families. There is a saying in the martial world, masters are like dragons, not to be insulted. It is rumored that innate masters are rare, akin to phoenix feathers and Qilin horns, being the pinnacle of martial arts, entirely transcending the mundane, capable of unleashing their internal energy to sever a head from a distance of several paces. At that moment, Zheng Huaiwen grasped why Director Qian had humbled himself to come to Honglumen KTV in the dead of night to assist Su Chen. However, what occupied Qian Shuyu's thoughts was why the princess of the Nalin family, who possessed astonishing martial talent, would choose to protect Su Chen. Could it be that Su Chen harbored some other identity or background? At the Huanyu Star Hotel, in the presidential suite, as Su Chen recalled the bizarre gaze of the hotel staff when they delivered his clothes, he felt as though his entire reputation was being tarnished. All of this chaos was instigated by Lin Ruoxi. Indeed, beautiful women are often untrustworthy. Such a deceiver. Su Chen lamented alone in the empty room, disheartened. Seated by the floor-to-ceiling window, sipping the hotel's most expensive red wine, a bottle of 38888 RMB French Louis XIII Black Pearl Vintage, a top-tier wine sold in limited quantities globally, with only 768 bottles released upon its launch. Should the hotel owner discover that someone had actually consumed this bottle, he would undoubtedly be devastated. This wine had been purchased at a high price to serve as the centerpiece of the presidential suite, yet it had indeed been drunk. For Su Chen was not one to lack funds, not to mention other expenses. Merely tonight at Honglumen KTV, he had spent a staggering 10 million in cash on Lin Ruoxi. Yet, he paid little heed to the money. Drowning his sorrows in wine only deepened his melancholy. And with one bottle down, Su Chen began to feel a sense of intoxication. He approached the bed and lay down, covering himself with the blankets, drifting into a deep sleep. Tick-tock. After an indeterminate time, the door to Su Chen's room was unexpectedly opened from the outside, and a stunningly beautiful woman, seemingly intoxicated, swayed her way inside. Upon entering, this enchanting lady promptly locked the door behind her, demonstrating a commendable sense of security, albeit unaware that she had entered the wrong room. Thus, under the dim light, she tossed her designer handbag carelessly onto the floor, removed her coat, and carelessly discarded it as well, leaving her clad only in a pale pink undergarment. Her snow-white skin, as luxurious as satin, and her long, inky black hair, cascading over her shoulders, exuded grace. She then hazily approached the bed, diving beneath Su Chen's covers, discarding her intimate garments one by one, littering the room with her belongings. This beautiful woman was named Shun Bing, renowned as the illustrious president of the Xinhua Pharmaceutical Group in Jiangnan City. Currently, the company was at a critical juncture with a new research and development project, which, if successful, would yield substantial economic benefits. However, the company faced difficulties in securing research funding. To seek new investment, she had spent the evening drinking and discussing potential investment partnerships with representatives from 3 powerful companies in Jiangnan City. Although she had consumed a fair amount of alcohol, no progress had been made regarding the investment matters. Moreover, the representatives had been shamelessly lecherous, making inappropriate advances and crude suggestions, implying that if she satisfied their certain physical desires, the investment would be guaranteed. After drinking a glass of water, she felt dizzy, realizing that something was amiss. Taking the opportunity to excuse herself to the restroom, she booked a room at the front desk, only to mistakenly take the wrong room key, inadvertently finding herself in Su Chen's bed. So hot. I want. With a muffled cry of pain, Shun Bing felt as though she were a small boat amidst tumultuous waves, relentlessly battered by the sea. Experiencing a blend of pain and pleasure, she emitted sounds that were both sorrowful and plaintive. In his drunken stupor, Su Chen's primal instincts were awakened by Shun Bing, and he tirelessly indulged in the release of his pent-up frustration and solitude, leaving marks and kisses on her neck. Yet, he remained oblivious to the reality of the situation, perceiving it merely as a dream. In contrast, Shen Bing was fully aware, yet some primitive urges deep within her dictated her actions. Although she had overindulged the previous night, a flicker of clarity lingered in her mind. If memory served her right, it had initially been her own initiative. She had felt an insatiable fire within, desperately seeking an outlet. Shen Bing understood that it must have been that glass of water that the three representatives had tampered with. Utterly despicable. This encounter persisted for a full 2 hours, and Shen Bing, utterly exhausted, succumbed to slumber. In that moment, Su Chen fully liberated himself, and they both drifted into a deep sleep. As dawn broke, the bright sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating their faces and coaxing them to awaken with great effort. Ah! With Shen Bing's startled scream, both were suddenly wide awake. The room lay in disarray, and on the pristine white sheets, a conspicuous blood-red plum blossom stood out, strikingly vivid. Shen Bing recalled her harrowing experience from the previous night, weeping in grief. Her chastity, preserved for over 20 years, had been taken from her in such a manner by a stranger. At that moment, she felt as if she could die, yet the rice had already been cooked. Even if she were to perish now, it would solve nothing and only benefit some despicable man. Rest assured, I will take responsibility for you, Su Chen declared. Regardless of how events transpired or who had initiated what, as Shen Bing's first man, he bore the responsibility for everything. Otherwise, he would not deserve to be considered a person. Moreover, given Shen Bing's beauty and grace, he would not find such responsibility a burden. Wiping away her tears of grievance, Shen Bing scoffed, "You will take responsibility? What can you offer? Who do you think you are? You can name a price. Whatever you desire, I can fulfill." With grandiose confidence, Su Chen replied, "The wind may turn your tongue, but do you truly believe you can satisfy my desires? Very well. I now wish for 500 million. Do you possess such wealth?" Shen Bing laughed coldly at his audacity. This was originally intended as a mere taunt. Yet to her astonishment, Su Chen nodded in affirmation. "VX transfer or bank transfer? Do not doubt my sincerity. If 500 million is insufficient, I can offer you 1 billion. What do you think?"